Chapter 1. On a planet in the cosmos, at this moment, Chen Gu was lying in a nutrient solution, unaware of how much time had passed. Chen Gu could hear the cacophony around him, yet he found himself unable to open his eyes. Instead, he could only discern the conversations nearby. Humph, another lowly warrior, with a combat power of merely 2. I have never encountered such a pathetic subordinate. Won't be done. After all, his parents were also lowly warriors, another responded. Let's send him to a low-level planet in the universe after some time, with such feeble combat power. He isn't worth our training, let him fend for himself, another voice interjected. Gradually, as he adapted to his surroundings, Chen Gu finally managed to open his eyes. He surveyed the scene before him and thought, where am I? Why do they resemble monsters? What is that on their faces? It looks somewhat familiar. I can't recall. It seems to be a detector. Yes. A detector. Wait. A detector? Dragon Ball world? Where am I? How did I end up here? Oh, my head hurts. How did I end up in this place? Wasn't I just writing code? How did I get here? Is this the Dragon Ball world? Or am I merely too fatigued and dreaming? Chen Gu pondered before drifting back into slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chen Gu awoke again. Why is it still like this? Wasn't it a dream? How can this be happening? He began to observe his surroundings, realizing he was submerged in a bottle filled with green nutrient fluid. Surrounding him were other children of similar size. He began to reflect on his past. He was originally a junior student majoring in computer science in the 21st century, engaged in coding, and then he had suddenly arrived in this place. No, I must ascertain where this is. Could it truly be the Dragon Ball world? Chen Gu mused. Once more, he succumbed to drowsiness when he awoke again. He was met with boundless darkness and a sky full of stars. What on earth is happening now? Chen Gu felt utterly bewildered. Am I in space? This is absurd. He was deeply astonished. After all, in his previous life as an ordinary young man, he had only glimpsed images of the universe on television. Moreover, Earth's technology was insufficient for interstellar travel, so it was only natural to be amazed. As he surveyed his surroundings, Chen Gu discovered he was inside a small single-person spacecraft. Though he had no idea where it was headed, observing the various machines within the vessel, he realized that despite his background in computer science, he would need to study them slowly to comprehend their functions. It seems I have indeed arrived in the Dragon Ball world. This realm is truly terrifying. Planets being destroyed appears to be a commonplace occurrence, Chen Gu thought, glancing at the short tail behind him. Fortunately, I am a Saiyan, and with Saiyan blood coursing through my veins, I should not perish so easily. For now, I must focus on survival. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, Planet Vegeta will be obliterated by Frieza. I just wonder what the current timeline is since I have been sent away. It indicates that the destruction of Planet Vegeta has not yet occurred. Regardless, I have escaped a calamity. For now, dying during the destruction of Planet Vegeta would be far too tragic, Chen Gu contemplated as he gazed into the pitch-black cosmos. In my previous life, I was merely an ordinary individual, striving for over a decade only to become another faceless member of society, laboring to earn a living. Perhaps this time, I can lead an entirely different life. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. Will I ever return? Maybe this world isn't so bad after all. However, what if I suddenly die? That would be such a loss in this world. Strength is everything. I must possess formidable power, or I may very well become cannon fodder. Chen Gu stared blankly at the stars outside. I wonder how long this journey will take. I also wonder which planet I will arrive at. Even if I knew the name, it seems I wouldn't recognize it. Perhaps I should just sleep. Time passed unknowingly for a month. Are we not there yet? It's been a whole month. How boring. Chen Gu complained, his gaze fixed on the now tiresome stars outside. After saying this, he turned his attention to the screen before him and began to operate it slowly over the course of a month. Due to the cramped space, he could only study the machinery before him, although he had studied computer science in his previous life. This system was entirely different. Chen Gu considered himself no genius after a month. He barely grasped the universal language used in space and the basic operation of the spacecraft. After examining the ship for a while, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, the first sound he had heard in a month, seemingly an announcement. All Saiyans cease their tasks and return to Planet Vegeta immediately. There are important matters to discuss. Chen Gu looked into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, it has begun, the day of Planet Vegeta's destruction. I didn't expect it to come so soon. So now I won't be left wondering what era I am in with that. He removed the detector, preparing to smash it, but his hand paused in midair. Perhaps I will need it later. 10 days later, as Chen Gu gazed at the approaching ochre planet, he thought, have we finally arrived? I wonder what kind of planet this is. I am truly excited with that. He took out the detector from his pocket and pressed a button on him. The general combat power is around 3 as expected. It is a low-level planet. How astonishingly low. What Chen Gu did not realize was that, despite having grown physically over the past 40 days, his own combat power still only amounted to 6. There's someone with a power level of 120 on such a low-level planet who could possess a combat power exceeding 100. It seems I must be cautious. As he spoke, the spacecraft swiftly pierced the planet's atmosphere surprisingly. I felt nothing at all. It was remarkably stable, reflecting on the descent of spaceships in my previous life. Frieza's technology is indeed impressive. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft landed in a forest, creating a crater roughly 100 meters in diameter. Damn it. I just barely crossed over, and now I'm floating. That last impact was far too painful. Only a fighter could endure such violent jolts. It feels as though my bones are about to shatter. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, my constitution is robust. At least there are no significant issues. Chen Gu looked at the towering buildings outside, reminiscent of the futuristic worlds depicted in sci-fi films of his past life. He then lowered his gaze to the control panel of the spacecraft and began pressing buttons rapidly. Before long, the display screen revealed a message. Detection complete. Arrived at destination. Alpha star gravity is 1/10 that of planet Vegeta. Air quality is poor, but suitable for survival. Ah! Chen Gu exclaimed. The sensation of breathing fresh air is delightful. I nearly suffocated. First, I should hide the spacecraft. I will certainly need it later. Chen Gu cast a glance at the massive crater. Alas, with my current strength, I cannot move it. After a considerable amount of time spent laboring, he finally managed to push the spacecraft into a cave. Fortunately, it's round, otherwise that would have been troublesome. Now, let's go and experience life on this planet, Chen Gu thought, grinning as he gazed toward the city. A 2-year-old child gazing at a distant place, grinning foolishly, was indeed quite adorable. Chen Gu activated the detector to check his combat power. It was now only 7. Having increased by a mere point, he resolved to enhance his strength. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to be killed by the technological weaponry of this planet. For the time being, I should adapt in the forests of this planet. It should help improve my physical abilities. Once I'm stronger, I will venture into the city. Surviving is truly difficult. Chen Gu sighed, then sped toward the depths of the forest. Shortly after Chen Gu departed, a voice echoed from the sky above. Detection complete. No life signs detected. No flying equipment found. Identified as a meteorite returning. Now, had Chen Gu been present, he would have been terrified. The technology of this planet had managed to detect his landing in such a short time. At this moment, Chen Gu was sprinting deeper into the mountains when suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a gigantic dinosaur. Damn! How unfortunate! He cursed, turning to flee in another direction. The dinosaur-like creature seemed to have caught wind of something edible and let out a roar, immediately giving chase after Chen Gu. Why are you pursuing me? My meat isn't tasty. No way. I just arrived, and I don't want to die yet. Chen Gu exclaimed, quickening his pace. Time seemed to fly by unnoticeably, and on a scorching midday, a small figure was seen performing push-ups by a waterfall. 297,298,299,300. After completing the set, the child lay back on the stone, breathing heavily. This is exhausting. It's always so tiring. I used to think Goku and the others gained their strength easily, but experiencing it firsthand reveals how arduous it truly is. Nonetheless, this sensation of growing stronger feels fantastic. The child was none other than Chen Gu. He opened the detector to check his stats. 16. It had been 6 months since he arrived on this planet, but his strength had only increased slowly. Perhaps it was due to his small physique, or perhaps it was the consequence of being a low-level warrior. Or maybe Chen Gu simply could not withstand high-intensity training after 6 months. He had only managed to increase his combat power by 10 points at that moment. Chen Gu's ears perked up, and he exclaimed, "They've arrived." Not far off, a creature resembling a dinosaur was staring wide-eyed and charging towards him. It seems that lunch is secured for today, he thought. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this dinosaur-like creature was missing a significant portion of its tail, evident result of Chen Gu's handiwork. A month prior, he had taken to severing the tail of this creature for sustenance. With remarkable agility, Chen Gu deftly evaded the creature's assault. Retrieving a long sword from a nearby location unperturbed, he swiftly sliced off a segment of the creature's tail. "Thank you, my friend," he remarked, brandishing the bloody piece of tail with a flourish as the creature fled into the distance. Chen Gu soon discovered a small cave, where he quickly kindled a fire and placed the freshly severed tail over the flames to cook. Having spent so much time in the mountains, it is high time I venture into the cities of this planet. Perhaps I can uncover a star map leading to Earth, which would greatly facilitate my journey there, he mused, savoring the aroma of the meat. Half an hour later, Chen Gu returned the longsword to its original location and set off with a lighter load. After a day of relentless running, he finally beheld the towering buildings before him. As he stepped into the city, his eyes sparkled with wonder at the advanced technologies that had once only graced the realms of science fiction. Suddenly, a discordant voice echoed from an alleyway. "Hey, let go of me." Chen Gu took a few steps back and peered into the alley, where he spotted a 5-year-old girl cornered by 3 middle-aged men. One of them, bearing a scarred face, glanced at the girl, and turned to address a burly man beside him. Brother, if we sell her, we'll have plenty of money. Haha, sounds good, the burly man replied with a grin. After observing the scene for a moment, Chen Gu thought, this isn't my concern, I should just walk away yet. As he took a few steps, he found himself turning back and dashing into the alley, seizing the opportunity. While the men were distracted, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the burly man sprawling, followed swiftly by an elbow strike to the scarred man's face. Finally, with a swift turn and a hook punch, he rendered the last assailant unconscious, leaving the girl in his wake. Are you all right? Chen Gu turned to the girl, noticing her dirt-streaked face, reminiscent of beggars he had encountered in his past life. The girl gazed up at him with large, tear-filled eyes and suddenly burst into tears. Chen Gu remained silent, simply watching her cry. Child, would you like to learn martial arts from me? An aged voice resonated from above. Startled, Chen Gu looked up to see an elderly man with graying hair standing atop a building, as steady as if he were on solid ground. This man seems formidable, was Chen Gu's initial impression. He retrieved his scanner and directed it towards the old man, who registered an unexpected reading of 120. Could this elderly gentleman be the individual I detected upon my arrival? It is likely he is the sole being on this planet with such power. The old man observed Chen Gu for a considerable time. Without haste, that device of yours appears capable of assessing my strength. Quite an intriguing contrivance. I harbor no ill intentions. The inhabitants of this world revere technology, and while I possess exceptional martial skills, I have no one to inherit them. I noticed your earlier moves displayed a certain foundation. You seem decent. I wish to impart my martial arts to you. Should you be willing? That is agreeable, but what of her? Chen Gu pondered, recognizing that learning martial arts from the elder could enhance his abilities. Yet he was concerned for the girl, pointing at her with a small finger. You both may learn from me. I have no descendants, so if you wish, you may call me grandfather, the old man said with a twinkle in his eye. Grandfather? Chen Gu murmured softly. His own grandfather had passed away long ago. Perhaps this was destiny, as he had now gained another. Thus, the three figures gradually faded into the horizon. Accompanying the old man to his abode, Chen Gu was taken aback upon entering. Isn't this a traditional courtyard house? In a world characterized by advanced technology, it was peculiar to encounter a residence reminiscent of a bygone era. Chen Gu began to suspect that the old man, like himself, might have traversed from Earth. Upon entering, Chen Gu noted a central courtyard, with wooden posts stacked on the right and heavy bags, likely for training, on the left. After settling in the elderly man's courtyard, Chen Gu eagerly anticipated lessons in martial arts. The three of them assembled in the open area, where the old man smiled at Chen Gu, contemplating, this young lad seems promising. Perhaps he can inherit a significant portion of my martial arts. Before we commence, I am yet unaware of your names, the old man remarked, stroking his beard. Chen Gu glanced around, declaring, Chen Gu, before turning to the little girl. What about you? Oh, I'm Fong Duo, the girl responded, still somewhat dazed and curious. Are you an orphan, without a place to go? Chen Gu observed her closely, noting that although she resembled a beggar, her clothing was quite clean, and her skin was smooth, unlike that of a typical beggar. No, I snuck out to play and then got lost, the girl exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. How about this? I'll post your information on the Sky Network, and when your family sees it, they will come to fetch you. Until then, you can stay here, the old man said, his deep gaze fixed on Fong Duo for a moment before shifting his focus elsewhere. The girl looked up at him with her big, pitiful eyes. Really? Can you help me find my mommy and daddy? Thank you, grandfather. Old man, didn't you say you would teach me martial arts? Let's begin, Chen Gu encouraged, clenching his small fist. The old man smiled warmly at Chen Gu and, after a moment, said, when you learn my martial arts, they must not be used for malevolent purposes. My techniques are powerful, and if misused, can easily harm the innocent. If you cannot agree to this, I cannot teach you. Powerful? With a combat strength of 120, just how potent can it be? Can it even destroy this planet? Chen Gu grimaced, but remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a prolonged pause, he finally mustered a resolute, I will. From that moment on, Chen Gu began to study martial arts under the tutelage of the old man. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Chen Gu stood resolutely in stance, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Time and again, he honed the martial skills imparted by his mentor, growing increasingly formidable. This day, Fong Duo's parents finally arrived to take her away. It turned out that her father was the head of Fengshe Technology, one of the most advanced technological rulers of this planet, and Fong Duo was his cherished princess. He graciously expressed his gratitude to the old man, while completely disregarding Chen Gu. 5 years later, Chen Gu found himself by the old man's bedside, gazing at the frail figure lying there, a wave of sorrow washing over him. It felt as though the scene of his grandfather's passing from his previous life was unfolding once more. The old man gently stroked Chen Gu's head and said, "Little Gu, I know you must come from a distant place. I have been aware of my condition for 5 years now. To leave this world knowing that my martial arts have found a successor brings me great contentment. Everything I know has been taught to you. The rest is for you to cultivate on your own. My ancestors possessed profound martial prowess. Yet it has long been lost to time. Otherwise, you would have surely reached greater heights. Is the profound martial arts related to the cultivation of qi?" Chen Gu pondered. Despite years of practicing the old man's techniques and attempting to sense the qi within himself, he regrettably achieved nothing. It seemed that without a teacher, one could not even begin to grasp the fundamentals. As he held the old man's hand, tears streamed down his cheeks unknowingly. "My dear child, your presence in my twilight years has brought me immense joy," the old man said softly. "The martial arts of this planet have faded into obscurity. If possible, seek out other planets with advanced martial traditions. There you may discover a more complete legacy of martial arts." The old man affectionately ruffled Chen Gu's hair, continuing, "Here are the star maps I have collected over the years. Regrettably, I could not procure a spaceship, but I entrust these maps to you. Should you one day acquire a vessel, perhaps you will find a planet where martial arts are preserved in their entirety." He then produced a spherical metal object. With a kind gaze, the old man looked at Chen Gu and said, "From here on, the path ahead is yours to tread." With those final words, he departed from this world. "Grandfather." Chen Gu stared at the spherical metal in his hand, tears streaming down his face. The following day, adhering to the customs of his previous life, he laid the old man to rest in a serene location. Chen Gu knelt before his grandfather's grave, gradually bowing his head in reverence, whispering, "Grandfather, I will carry on." Chen Gu gazed at the towering skyscrapers surrounding him, suddenly engulfed in a sense of confusion about his future path. A few hours later, he reflected on his learnings. After 5 years, his combat prowess had reached a mere 86 points. The sluggish growth made him ponder whether the Saiyans experienced such gradual progress during peaceful times. The old man's martial arts were remarkable, reminiscent of the teachings of Earth's master Roshi. Not only did they enhance his physique, but they also nearly eliminated any superfluous movements during combat. Now, at the age of 7, Chen Gu noted that Goku on Earth was also 5 years old. It seemed premature to journey to Earth now, as the narrative had yet to unfold. Thus, he decided to remain on this planet to further refine his martial skills, acknowledging that he still exhibited some unnecessary motions. Perfecting the old man's techniques before venturing to Earth would be prudent. The old man's star map, though not extensive, conveniently included the location of Earth, which brought Chen Gu a sense of reassurance. Chen Gu's gaze drifted towards the forest he first encountered upon arriving on this planet. He resolved to dedicate the remaining days to cultivating within the woods, striving to complete his training at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind as he cast a glance at his tail, murmuring, "I almost forgot about you. I certainly do not wish to be led to my demise by you." With that, he began to train his tail as well, determined to overcome the Saiyans' fatal weakness. On an afternoon of torrential rain, Chen Gu relentlessly swung his fists, occasionally practicing the techniques of his legs. He exhaled deeply, finally mastering the old man's martial arts. With a casual flick of his fist, it seemed as though ripples of energy reverberated through the air. Chen Gu observed the results and burst into hearty laughter. He then retrieved his detector, only to find his combat power, 126 points. In an instant, his laughter ceased. It had been 5 years since his grandfather's passing, and now 12-year-old Chen Gu stood at a height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters. However, ever since 3 years ago, his combat power had increased at an exceedingly slow pace. This left Chen Gu feeling quite disheartened. Could it be due to his current status as a low-ranking warrior? He found himself struggling to comprehend this. Perhaps it was time to leave. Maybe there was a way to enhance my combat power beyond Earth. Chen Gu gazed up at the distant starry sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Earth, here I come. Await my return." Chen Gu swiftly located the spacecraft he had concealed upon his arrival. After a few touches on its surface, the vessel gradually opened, allowing him to board. He uploaded the star map and input the destination, Earth. The screen illuminated with a message, "Destination, Earth, estimated travel time, 6 months." 6 months? Seriously? Chen Gu mused, resting his head in his hands. Yet, the thought of learning the art of soaring freely through the skies on Earth filled him with exhilaration. "Let us embark," he declared. And the spacecraft surged upward into the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, as his vessel was on the verge of breaching the atmosphere, a young girl with golden hair, situated at the core of a distant planet, observed the rapid ascent of Chen Gu's craft on her screen. She murmured softly, So, you have decided to leave after all? A keen observer would notice that this young woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Fong Duo, whom Chen Gu had rescued a decade prior. Detecting an unidentified spacecraft. Should we engage? Inquired a cold voice from the machine before her. The girl felt tears unwittingly slip from her eyes, and after a considerable pause, she slowly uttered, "Let it pass." Meanwhile, Chen Gu remained lost in his dreams of Earth. 6 months later, Chen Gu gradually awoke from his slumber, murmuring, Have we arrived?" The screen before him displayed a mechanical message. Destination reached, Earth. Entering the planet's atmosphere in 5 minutes. Gazing at the familiar azure sphere, Chen Gu couldn't help but recall the photographs of Earth brought back by astronauts in his past life. In comparison, witnessing it with his own eyes was undoubtedly more breathtaking. With approximately a year and a half remaining before the narrative commenced, his current prowess was roughly on par with that of Master Roshi. If he were to recklessly descend upon Earth now, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the celestial beings. At his present strength, he would stand no chance against them. Should he be mistaken for an invader and eliminated, it would spell disaster. Ah, what a predicament, Chen Gu lamented, resting his head in his hands. He decided against immediate entry into Earth. It seemed prudent to seek out Master Roshi first. Although his abilities were akin to those of the venerable master, he lacked proficiency in Ki. Learning about Ki from him would be advantageous. However, he wondered if Master Roshi would accept him. Well, I suppose I shall find out upon arrival. With that thought, Chen Gu retrieved his detector and pressed a button. There are quite a few with high combat power, he noted, observing readings exceeding 200, likely celestial beings. As he gazed northward, he continued to scan, noting another presence similar to his own to the east, and one with a combat power of 150 to the south. Never mind, I must locate Master Roshi first. This reading of around 130 should belong to him. With determination, he steered his spacecraft in that direction. Half an hour later, Chen Gu spotted a diminutive island that appeared to float in the ocean, upon which stood a modest house and a turtle lazily sprawled on the ground. Wait. A sea turtle, he corrected himself. Where is Master Roshi? As he observed an elderly man inside the house, twisting his body while watching television. The old man suddenly froze and turned towards Chen Gu's direction. Truly remarkable, this is the application of Ki, Chen Gu thought, filled with admiration for Master Roshi's prowess. Chen Gu controlled the spacecraft, which landed with a resounding thud on a relatively sizable uninhabited island not far from the mainland. He then skillfully concealed the craft. In truth, the concealment was of little consequence, for those who were meant to uncover Chen Gu's whereabouts had already done so. He simply wished to prevent the ordinary populace from seizing the spacecraft for research purposes. Chen Gu glanced at the small island of Master Roshi, who simultaneously turned his gaze towards Chen Gu. Beneath his sunglasses, a frown unconsciously formed on his brow as he murmured, "Who is this person, possessing such formidable energy? Nearly akin to my own?" Subsequently, Chen Gu plunged into the ocean, swimming towards Master Roshi's island. In no time, he leaped onto the shore, observing Master Roshi's calm demeanor. Chen Gu couldn't help but reflect, truly, Master Roshi is remarkable, maintaining such composure. Remarkably swift and seemingly youthful. Are today's young people all this powerful? Master Roshi stared at Chen Gu, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon closer inspection, one might notice beads of sweat trickling down the side of Master Roshi's temple. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a brief moment of calm, Chen Gu took the initiative to alleviate the awkwardness. "Greetings, I am Chen Gu, a Saiyan. May I inquire if you are a formidable being on this planet?" Although the question seemed redundant, as Chen Gu had approached Master Roshi with a specific intent, it was necessary to uphold appearances. This planet? A Saiyan? It appears there are other races in the universe, remarkably similar to us, save for the presence of a tail. Master Roshi's mind raced, astonished to discover an extraterrestrial being before him. It seemed apparent that Chen Gu had come directly for him, and Master Roshi pondered his possible intentions. Nonetheless, he resolved not to yield in presence. "Indeed, I am considered a powerful being on this planet. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Master Roshi fixed his gaze steadily upon Chen Gu. Chen Gu was acutely aware that the celestial deities were surely observing him, thus he began to recount his tale. "I was born on planet Vegeta, the ancestral home of our Saiyan race, yet it was laid to ruin by a malevolent organization. I managed to escape and sought refuge on Alpha Star, where I was taken in by an elderly gentleman. He imparted upon me the knowledge he had amassed throughout his lifetime and encouraged me to venture to higher realms in pursuit of martial excellence. By a stroke of fate, I arrived on this planet, yearning to attain greater heights in my martial journey. Chen Gu, with a calm demeanor and an unflinching heart, articulated his thoughts not only for the ears of the turtle sage but also for the divine beings above. He understood that to acquire knowledge regarding the utilization of qi on Earth, he must present a pristine origin and a legitimate intention. "How is it that you found me upon your arrival on Earth?" the turtle sage inquired, gazing intently at Chen Gu for an extended period. Chen Gu took out a detector from his pocket and handed it to Master Roshi. "With this, he can measure a person's combat power. By the way, I still do not know your name, old man," Chen Gu inquired while Master Roshi examined the device. Master Roshi instantly adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "You may call me Master Roshi. May I learn martial arts from you, Master Roshi?" Chen Gu asked, gazing intently at him. Master Roshi responded, "Your detector can reveal that our strengths are quite similar. I doubt I can teach you anything." He gazed into the distance as he spoke. "Experience brings wisdom. If I were not aware of qi, I might indeed be deceived," thought Chen Gu. He then said, "My grandfather once told me that every skilled martial artist possesses unique strengths. So I humbly request your guidance." With that, he performed a respectful bow towards Master Roshi. "If you wish for my instruction, let me first test your abilities," Master Roshi declared as he charged forward. Chen Gu promptly met him with equal fervor, their figures weaving across the island, creating a striking spectacle against the backdrop of the sunset. Meanwhile, in the distant Divine Hall, a figure cloaked in darkness stood beside one shrouded in green. "What do you think of him, Divine One?" the dark figure inquired. The one referred to as Divine One gazed in another direction and, after a long pause, replied, "His aura does not exude malevolence. Let us observe him for a while and see how far he can go. He may prove to be valuable in the future." As the last rays of the sun faded, a turtle on an island watched the two figures who had paused after a lengthy bout. They were none other than Chen Gu and Master Roshi, both panting heavily yet laughing heartily. "I must admit, your strength is formidable. Your grandfather must be an exceptional martial artist, and you have been well trained, with hardly any superfluous movements. However, it seems you rely solely on physical prowess. I believe I can teach you a thing or two, should you be inclined to follow my training. Is the time finally at hand for the cultivation of qi?" Chen Gu felt an exhilarating thrill within, though he maintained an outward facade of nonchalance. "Why do I feel so skeptical? Master Roshi, you merely match my strength. I am uncertain whether I wish to train with you. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength, then. Otherwise, you might not grasp my prowess," Master Roshi declared, shedding his shell. Instantly, his muscles expanded, and he began to position his hands at his waist, slowly commencing the gathering of qi. At this moment, Chen Gu was not cultivating qi. Rather, he could sense a profound change in Master Roshi beside him. It was as if an ineffable aura enveloped the air. Yet, Chen Gu had an instinctive feeling that Master Roshi had become exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. Master Roshi raised his hands, glowing with a cerulean light, and uttered, "Kamehameha." A beam of blue energy shot forth at lightning speed, piercing the distance. Moments later, a colossal explosion reverberated from afar. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a mountain that had been utterly obliterated. A gulp escaped Chen Gu's throat, the sound echoing his astonishment. Though he had witnessed such power on television before, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master Roshi glanced at Chen Gu, observing his dazed expression, and a sense of pride swelled within him. In a tone laced with bravado, he declared, "Did you see that? This is my most formidable technique. Do you wish to learn it?" Chen Gu, almost instinctively, responded with eagerness. His eyes fixed upon Master Roshi as if gazing upon a treasured relic, fearing that he might vanish. This kid possesses tremendous potential. If I teach him qi, he will surely ascend to new heights. I shall not have to worry about the future of my legacy," Master Roshi mused, captivated by the glow in Chen Gu's eyes. Turning his gaze toward the horizon, Master Roshi spoke slowly. "What I employed is known as qi, a profound martial art. If you wish to master it, be prepared for a lengthy commitment. With dedication, you may even amplify your own strength manifold. My previous technique is called Kamehameha, a creation of mine that took many years to develop. Without extensive training, it is impossible to learn. If you aspire to grasp it, you must invest considerable effort into cultivation." Master Roshi continued to elucidate, his pride swelling with each word. At this moment, Chen Gu was not paying close attention to what Master Roshi was saying. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the master unleash the Kamehameha, and he felt a surge of energy he had never experienced before, akin to qi. Subsequently, he attempted to mimic Master Roshi, striving to gather the qi he could sense into his hands at his waist. After concentrating for several seconds, Chen Gu felt it was sufficient and let out a breath, releasing the chi he had amassed. Before him appeared a diminutive blue orb of energy, which dissipated almost instantly. Chen Gu shook his head in disappointment, pondering what use such a feeble chi could possibly serve. Nearby, Master Roshi, upon hearing Chen Gu's exhalation, swiftly turned to face him. Upon witnessing the blue energy orb, the corners of his mouth twitched, nearly causing him to lose his balance. After years of research on the Kamehameha, this kid managed to grasp it with just a glance. Upon witnessing the astonishment of the turtle hermit, Chen Gu felt a flicker of pride arise within him, only to swiftly suppress it. After all, he had only just begun to perceive chi, managing to control but a minuscule portion of it within his body. His strength remained feeble, leaving little room for pride. Chen Gu glanced at Master Roshi and said, "Master Roshi, I have trained diligently for quite some time. Just now, upon witnessing your Kamehameha, I felt a slight stirring of chi within me. However, I can only control a minuscule portion of it and nearly lost my grip. Cough, cough. Managing to control even a little is commendable. But do not let it inflate your ego. There is a vast reservoir of chi within you, and it can only be fully harnessed through relentless practice. Starting tomorrow, I shall officially begin your training in the art of chi. From now on, you may reside here. Feel free to choose any room you desire." With a shake of his head, Master Roshi retreated into his abode. That night, as Chen Gu lay in his chamber, he reflected on the myriad experiences since his arrival in this world, feeling an undeniable sense of helplessness. After nearly a decade of training, his strength had barely reached 126 points. If he were to encounter Frieza, he feared the tyrant would find him unworthy of even a fight. From tomorrow onward, I shall diligently study chi, and once I have grasped its fundamentals, I will also aspire to learn the art of flight. This life must be lived differently. Chen Gu resolutely vowed to himself, gradually succumbing to slumber amidst a whirlwind of thoughts. At the break of dawn the next day, Chen Gu awoke from his dreams. After dressing, he hurried to Master Roshi's quarters, calling out, "Master Roshi, it is time to rise. You are to teach me the ways of chi." After a prolonged silence ensued with no response from the room, Chen Gu assumed Master Roshi was absent and proceeded to commence his morning exercises outside. 2 hours later, he gradually concluded his practice. "Ah, your martial arts style is entirely focused on power and speed, devoid of any flamboyant movements. It is indeed well suited for your training." Master Roshi's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Chen Gu's heart was filled with astonishment. When did he arrive? I didn't sense anything at all. The turtle sage perceived Chen Gu's inner surprise and elucidated, "This is a manifestation of chi, a method to conceal one's own presence, allowing one to remain hidden." The venerable turtle sage was respectfully addressed by Chen Gu. The turtle sage replied calmly. "Are you prepared?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon Chen Gu. "I am ready." Chen Gu responded without hesitation. The power of chi is immense. Once mastered, it must not be wielded recklessly. Indeed, with greater power comes greater responsibility. When you possess such abilities, you often bear burdens that others cannot even fathom. "Are you truly ready, Chen Gu?" the turtle sage asked with gravity. Chen Gu momentarily found himself in a daze. "Indeed. In the past, I sought strength solely for survival. Little did I realize that with greater power comes greater responsibility. At times, one must take action." In that fleeting moment, it was as if a revelation dawned upon Chen Gu, and his mind became remarkably clearer. As he gazed at Master Roshi, he perceived him not as the figure he had once known, but rather as a person of profound depth and mystery. Chen Gu fixed his determined gaze upon Master Roshi. "I am ready," he declared. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us begin. Chi is the fundamental energy inherent in all living beings. Every organism possesses it, although most individuals have a minimal amount, making it challenging to perceive. As our bodies grow stronger, so too does our chi, making its perception significantly easier." As Master Roshi spoke, he gestured for Chen Gu to take a seat. "We shall first practice sensing chi. Oh, I nearly forgot. You can already perceive it. Let us advance directly to the next stage, attempting to control the chi throughout your body." He continued, "This will enable you to manipulate your internal energy freely." With that, Master Roshi thrust his fist toward the sea, and a colossal indentation resembling his fist appeared on the water's surface, showcasing the amplified power derived from concentrating chi into his punch, far more potent than an ordinary strike. For the next month, Chen Gu immersed himself in mastering the control of his internal chi. Whenever he encountered difficulties, Master Roshi provided him with satisfactory answers. At last, after a month, Chen Gu achieved perfect control over his internal energy. When Master Roshi learned of Chen Gu's rapid progress within just a month, he nearly spat out his tea in astonishment. The subsequent days were blissful for Chen Gu, as he dedicated himself to rigorous training. His mornings were spent carrying the weight of a tortoise shell, while afternoons and evenings were devoted to refining his chi. After an additional month, he learned to conceal and diminish his chi. Following that, he spent 2 months mastering the art of projecting his chi outward with minimal energy expenditure, a technique known as the Kamehameha. However, despite dedicating a year to honing his skills, Chen Gu could only sense chi within a radius of 1,000 meters. Sensing the energy around him felt akin to possessing a third eye that could perceive all without obstruction, a sensation he cherished. Yet, beyond 1,000 meters, his perception of chi grew hazy, and he could not discern its intensity. Master Roshi, perplexed by this limitation, could only encourage Chen Gu to practice further. Eventually, Master Roshi found himself devoid of further teachings for Chen Gu and called him over. You have mastered nearly all I can teach, and at a pace surpassing my expectations. As for your issues with sensing energy, there may be a place that could assist you. Where? Chen Gu inquired, puzzled. The Kaelin Sanctuary. It is a revered site for martial arts. Only by ascending the Kaelin Tower unaided can one meet the sage residing atop and receive guidance. Perhaps that sage can resolve your quandary. In my youth, I too ascended the Kaelin Tower and gained invaluable insights from the Kaelin sage, which contributed to my current achievements. Master Roshi gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in memory. After a considerable pause, he returned his focus to Chen Gu. Your strength has surpassed mine. According to your detector's readings, you are nearing a level of 160. You should now journey to the Kaelin Sanctuary. You may uncover much wisdom there. With that, he pointed northward, indicating the direction for Chen Gu to follow. But where exactly is it, and how long will it take? Chen Gu asked, exasperated. Master Roshi scratched his head. I cannot recall the specifics, perhaps a few months. Regardless, that direction is correct. My turtle has gone missing. It may be lost. Should you encounter it, please assist it back to the sea. It will find its way home. The corner of Chen Gu's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, how utterly unreliable. Good thing I have my scouter, or I'd truly be done for by your incompetence. The sea turtle is missing? It seems the plot has already begun. Early the next morning, Chen Gu donned the specially tailored turtle school uniform gifted by Master Roshi, emblazoned with a bold turtle character on the chest. This was a custom-made training suit Chen Gu had requested, weighted at 50 kilograms, though he hadn't anticipated such an eccentric design. Master Roshi, I'm off. Chen Gu bowed respectfully before dashing northward. He had already resolved the night before to train relentlessly throughout his journey to Korin Tower. Along the northern path leading to a certain sacred site, a lone figure sprinted tirelessly, clad in yellow martial arts attire, exuding an aura of peculiar refinement, save for the glaring turtle emblem on his chest. Damn it, where is it? Ever since his scouter had been crushed in his sleep a month prior, yes, while sleeping Chen Gu had been plagued with frustration. After 2 months of arduous travel and another month of aimless wandering, he still hadn't located Korin Tower. This headache. Just as despair threatened to settle in, HM? He sensed a gathering of ki, numerous and clustered. Stealthily approaching, he discovered a group of Native Americans encircling a bonfire, dancing rhythmically while chanting in unison. Native Americans? Could they be the guardians of Korin Tower? If so, the sacred site must be nearby. Best not disturb them. Slipping past unnoticed, Chen Gu scoured the surroundings until, after half an hour of searching, his eyes landed on a towering white pillar stretching into the heavens. Ancient runes, or something akin, were etched into its surface, radiating an overwhelming sense of divinity. Such craftsmanship. Only a true immortal could achieve this. The world of Dragon Ball never ceased to amaze. Witnessing the pillar firsthand left Chen Gu breathless, his throat dry with awe. Chen Gu quickly approached the column. And the closer he got, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of this structure. This column stood at the heart of a basin, encircled by mountains. Resembling the center of a disc, it truly was a stroke of divine artistry. Chen Gu raised his head to gaze at the pillar that pierced through the clouds, secretly resolving, come now, let me witness just how high you truly are. Chen Gu's gaze sharpened as he swiftly crouched against the pillar, propelling himself skyward with remarkable speed. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, night had descended, and Chen Gu clung tightly to the pillar, feeling an intense hunger pang. The delayed meal had drained his energy significantly. With that thought, he contemplated resting for a moment. However, he soon succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Suddenly awakened by the sensation of weightlessness, Chen Gu was startled to find himself in a precarious situation, realizing he might plummet if he did not act quickly. In a flash, he placed his hands at his waist and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, utilizing the reaction force to propel himself upward. Chen Gu once again clung tightly to the pillar, ascending toward the heavens while muttering to himself, "Not mastering the art of aerial dance is indeed troublesome. I must learn it upon my return." A figure gradually faded from view. With the arrival of the morning glow, Chen Gu finally beheld the pinnacle of the tower, gazing up at the circular summit above. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. He had finally arrived. Chen Gu swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "At last, I have arrived." At that moment, a large cat with a slightly yellowish coat stood before him, its eyes seemingly capable of piercing through everything, sending a shiver down Chen Gu's spine. Chen Gu stood before the majestic feline, leaning upon a staff that resembled wood, quietly observing. The creature's fur danced gently in the breeze, though slightly tinged with yellow. It exuded an essence that made Chen Gu feel as if he were witnessing a being in perfect harmony with nature, as if the esteemed Kaelin, the immortal, embodied the very spirit of nature itself. Is this truly the immortal Kaelin? Indeed, immortals are not to be underestimated, Chen Gu contemplated within. Although Chen Gu had recognized him, he feigned ignorance, gazing at the immortal Kaelin with an expression of confusion. "Greetings. May I inquire if you are the immortal of this place?" The immortal Kaelin circled around Chen Gu a few times, noting that his strength was rather meager, even weak. Yet, he had managed to ascend the Kaelin Tower in such a brief span of time, prompting Kaelin to ponder, "I am indeed the immortal here. You may call me Kaelin. I am curious about your identity, for despite your apparent weakness, you have climbed the Kaelin Tower in such a short period." "Oh, I have concealed my chi," Chen Gu replied, and then attempted to unleash his chi, mimicking the stance he had seen in his previous life when Wukong released energy. With his hands placed on his hips, he exclaimed, "Ah, ah, ah." After a considerable interval, Chen Gu eagerly looked towards the immortal Kaelin and declared, "Behold, this is my true strength. Is it not formidable?" Kaelin stared at Chen Gu for a lengthy moment, as if observing a fool, and after what felt like an eternity, he slowly responded, "Are you certain that you are strong?" Chen Gu's heart sank slightly. Could it be that my combat power, nearly 160, fails to catch the attention of the immortal Kaelin? That cannot be right. In my previous life, Sun Wukong was far weaker than I am, and yet the immortal Kaelin held him in high regard. After this contemplation, Chen Gu began to sense the chi within himself, paying careful attention to its nuances. Chen Gu felt a sense of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Miss Kaelin, I have just exhausted my energy from climbing the tower. Might I inquire if you have any sustenance here? I would like to replenish my strength before demonstrating my abilities to you." Chen Gu's inner thoughts were, generally, newcomers possess a celestial being. I must seize the opportunity to acquire some. After all, celestial beings are renowned as miraculous healing elixirs. I must find a way to procure them. Yet, on the surface, he remained composed, fixating his gaze on the immortal Kaelin, as if anticipating the bestowal of the celestial beings. "I do have some provisions here, though I have been consuming them for quite some time." With that, the immortal Kaelin unexpectedly produced a green bean from an unknown source and tossed it to Chen Gu, declaring, "This is a celestial bean. It will restore your vitality." Chen Gu took the celestial bean, scrutinizing it for a while, but found nothing remarkable about it. It appeared rather ordinary. After a brief examination, he decided to place the celestial bean in his mouth. As he crunched down, it felt as though he had consumed a divine elixir. All traces of fatigue vanished instantaneously, leaving him in an optimal state. With his strength seemingly enhanced, his combat power surely exceeding 160 now. Having personally experienced the benefits of the celestial being, Chen Gu gazed at the immortal Kaelin with eyes aglow, as if he wished to devour him. "Might you spare me a few more?" he inquired. Kaelin, feeling the intensity of Chen Gu's gaze, was momentarily taken aback. "My production of celestial beings is quite limited, though I have accumulated a fair amount over the past few centuries. I have yet to discover any other use for them beyond satiating hunger. If you desire them, I could part with some, but first, you must demonstrate your prowess." Chen Gu was taken aback to discover that even the immortal Kaelin was one to value strength above all else. It seemed imperative that he hasten his own cultivation, otherwise, he might find himself lacking the qualifications to vie for certain things. Gathering his energy, he concentrated until the chi within him peaked, releasing it in an instant. Kaelin, proficient in sensing energy, was astonished by the intensity of Chen Gu's chi. The strength of this chi nearly rivals that of a celestial being, he thought, though he maintained a calm facade. "Your strength is commendable, and your control over chi is quite proficient. You can almost perfectly manage the energy within you." This led Kaelin to further curiosity. "Who exactly are you? I do not recall any such exceptional young martial artist on Earth." Chen Gu, at merely 13 or 14 years of age, wielded strength surpassing that of Master Roshi. A remarkable feat indeed in today's world. My master is the turtle hermit, Master Roshi, who imparted his entire strength to me. Yet, my range of chi sensing is limited to approximately 1,000 meters. My master mentioned that his cultivation derives from the immortal Kaelin of Kaelin Tower, yourself. In fact, might I implore you to assist me in resolving my dilemma? Chen Gu bowed deeply, expressing his sincerity. After all, the immortal Kaelin was a celestial being of earth and a benefactor to him. Kaelin observed Chen Gu's bow with intrigue. Release your chi and sense it, he advised. Chen Gu, following the methods of the immortal Kaelin, attempted to sense the surrounding chi, yet he could only perceive within a radius of approximately 1,000 meters. After a moment of contemplation, immortal Kaelin remarked, I have come to understand your situation. You have cultivated your physical form, yet your mental prowess remains insufficiently robust. It seems you have not faced significant adversities. Typically, individuals possessing such formidable strength have endured the vicissitudes of life, resulting in an unwavering resolve. Consequently, their mental fortitude is correspondingly formidable. However, your mental strength does not align with the power of your physique, thus limiting your range of sensory perception. Immortal Kaelin shook his head. Might I inquire, esteemed immortal, if there exists a remedy for this? Chen Gu pondered, thinking, surely, experiencing the hardships of the world is not an appealing prospect. Immortal Kaelin gazed into the distance and replied, there are indeed two potential solutions. The first is to engage in the mundane affairs of the world, thereby enhancing your mental state and mental strength. Gradually, your range of perception will naturally expand. Such a course seems dreadfully time-consuming and impractical, Chen Gu mused, then inquired, what of the second method? Immortal Kaelin focused intently on Chen Gu for a moment before busily manipulating 3 jars filled with water, as if discerning something. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. The second method involves seeking out a celestial deity and requesting their assistance. Perhaps they can resolve your dilemma. Chen Gu pondered silently to himself. The reason they withheld the second method until now is likely observing my actions on Earth to determine if I was worthy of being recommended to the Celestials, wasn't it? Yet it seems I have gained the approval of immortal Kaelin after all. Chen Gu inquired, how can one meet the esteemed Celestial Lord? It is indeed possible to meet the Celestial Lord, replied the cunning fairy, Kaelin, with a sly smile. However, you must first assist me with a certain task. Chen Gu's heart skipped a beat. May I ask what the matter is? The immortal Kaelin gazed at Chen Gu for an extended period, and only when his intense stare began to unsettle Chen Gu did he speak. Please help me bring up some fish. Meow. Chen Gu almost stumbled and fell. He even suspected that the immortal Kaelin had been deliberately fixated on a few jars for quite some time. Or perhaps the immortal had resolved from the very beginning to enlist Chen Gu's assistance in procuring fish. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chen Gu inquired, I have a request. Do tell. The celestial being Kaelin responded with curiosity. Since you possess such an abundance of celestial beings, would it be too much to ask for a few jars? Chen Gu ventured tentatively. After all, they will merely be squandered by Ichino, so it would be better to bestow them upon me. In his heart, Chen Gu grumbled. Agreed. Kaelin did not hesitate for a moment and handed over 3 jars of celestial beans to Chen Gu. For the next 3 days, Chen Gu busily scurried around the Kaelin Tower, delivering the fish that Kaelin required, enough to last him for several years. Chen Gu planned to gather this ample supply, intending to return to Kaelin for further transactions once his celestial beings were depleted. Kaelin, you mentioned that the celestial beings could resolve my issues. How then do I reach them? Chen Gu casually asked after consuming a celestial being. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements for you. Your escort should arrive shortly. Kaelin replied, his words somewhat muffled as he continued to eat the fish. Upon hearing the words of the celestial being Kaelin, Chen Gu ceased to speak further and quietly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing on cultivating his energy. The act of sitting cross-legged was merely a mimicry inspired by the numerous cultivation novels he had perused in his previous life. After approximately half an hour, a figure clad entirely in black, even emanating a faint glow, appeared atop a stall, hands clasped behind its back, and gracefully descended from afar. The newcomer donned ancient attire, exuding an aura of sanctity. This must be Bobo, Chen Gu contemplated internally. The figure's gaze scrutinized Chen Gu for a moment, taking note of his garb reminiscent of the turtle hermit, his refined short hair, and the tail that swayed naturally behind him. Subsequently, the attention shifted to Kaelin. Kaelin, the Lord of the Celestial Realm has dispatched me to escort Chen Gu to him, stating that he can provide guidance for your cultivation. It seems the Celestial Lord has been mindful of me for quite some time. Otherwise, he would not have so readily agreed to facilitate my training. Perhaps he perceives potential in me to ultimately vanquish the future threat posed by Bic. Wishing for my assistance in defeating him, Chen Gu mused as he regarded Bobo, stroking his chin. Bobo, sensing Chen Gu's confusion regarding his identity, spoke impassively, "I am Bobo, a servant of the Lord of the Celestial Realm." Chen Gu returned, "All right, Mr. Bobo. Let us depart. The Lord of the Heavens awaits you." After saying this, Bobo prepared to escort Chen Gu to the Heavenly Palace. "Master Kaelin, I shall leave my 3 jars of divine beans with you for now. I will return to collect them once my training concludes." With that, he leapt onto the magic carpet, which felt remarkably stable, though its material was unknown. Throughout the journey, Mr. Bobo silently guided the carpet, uttering not a word. Chen Gu took the opportunity to observe the scenery. The carpet first distanced itself from the Kaelin Tower before ascending directly. Before long, they entered what resembled a bubble-like entrance, revealing a heavenly palace akin to those glimpsed on television in a previous life, yet evidently much grander. At the entrance to the heavenly palace stood an elderly Namekian with wrinkled skin, adorned with a garment emblazoned with the character for God, as if to ensure no one was unaware of his divine status. It appears the heavenly palace is not situated on Earth, but in a realm of its own. Truly remarkable, Chen Gu mused internally. Once the carpet had come to a halt, Chen Gu followed Bobo down. "Heavenly God, Chen Gu has arrived," Bobo announced. The heavenly god replied leisurely, scrutinizing Chen Gu while contemplating. "His chi seems quite upright, though not entirely pure. There are several thoughts lurking within." "Greetings, Chen Gu. I am the heavenly god of Earth. You may simply address me as such," the heavenly god intoned slowly. Such potent chi resonates, surpassing at least 200. Yet, it bears a sense of weariness, suggesting diminished combat potential. Nevertheless, it should not be underestimated, Chen Gu assessed after a thorough examination. "I have heard you are encountering difficulties in your training. I wonder what the issue might be. Perhaps I could assist you." "Please, do share," the heavenly god said kindly. "It is thus. My perception of chi extends only within a radius of 1,000 meters. Beyond that, it becomes quite indistinct. Master Kaelin suggested you might possess a solution." Chen Gu replied earnestly. "Perception of chi is intertwined with mental strength. To enhance your perception range, one must correspondingly augment the intensity of mental power. Generally, the improvement of mental strength is a gradual process. Do you seek a more rapid enhancement?" The heavenly god pondered aloud. Chen Gu's heart was momentarily shaken. Yet he composed himself. "Might I inquire if the celestial being has a solution?" The celestial being pondered for a moment. "There is indeed a method, but I cannot impart it without compensation. I have a request." Curious about the nature of this request, Chen Gu resolved to fulfill it if it were within his means. Unflinching, he accepted, secretly contemplating, "If it proves perilous, I shall retreat without hesitation. For now, I must learn. Perhaps a great calamity awaited Earth in the future. And if he possessed the power to assist in its protection, not only could the celestial being resolve his dilemma, but he could also teach him the art of flight." The celestial being fixed his gaze upon Chen Gu. "If you are capable of safeguarding Earth, I can not only address your issue, but also instruct you in the art of flight." Upon hearing the term art of flight, Chen Gu initially felt perplexed, as he had thought it was called sky dance, but soon a wave of elation surged within him, albeit he suppressed it deep down. To an outsider, Chen Gu appeared deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he managed to stifle his excitement and replied, "Very well." The celestial being continued. "The most effective way to enhance mental strength is through meditation, which not only fosters personal growth but also greatly benefits martial arts training. Moreover, the art of flight is intrinsically linked to mental strength. Is the mastery of flight contingent upon possessing formidable mental strength?" Chen Gu interjected, recalling that according to his understanding, sky dance did not necessitate mental strength. "Not quite," the celestial being clarified. "There are 2 forms of flight. One involves using mental strength to control one's body for movement, while the other employs chi to counteract the gravitational pull of Earth. Each method has its own distinctions. The former demands significant mental strength, which enhances both speed and control, but consumes considerable energy. The latter, referred to as sky dance by practitioners, utilizes chi for flight. Thus, the second method is more suited for those with robust chi, enabling swifter flight for the stronger ones. It is no wonder that the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe predominantly learned sky dance. Initially, they were only exposed to it, and later, chi proved to be far more practical than mental strength, Chen Gu mused. After deliberating, he resolved to learn both methods. The mental strength flight technique could be rapidly enhanced through meditation, while sky dance would be ideal for everyday use. In the event of excessive chi depletion during battle, he could still rely on mental strength for flight, achieving a harmonious balance. Celestial being, I wish to commence with meditation. Followed by both methods of flight, Chen Gu declared resolutely, "That is certainly agreeable. Since I have promised, I shall teach you everything," the celestial being replied calmly. As time flowed gently within the celestial hall, Chen Gu mastered meditation within a few days. He subsequently engaged in continuous meditation to bolster his mental strength. Initially, the practice consumed a significant amount of his mental energy, prompting him to focus on learning sky dance. Sky dance involves dispersing chi throughout the body and controlling it for movement. Having previously trained under Master Roshi to regulate his internal chi, Chen Gu found the learning process considerably simplified. After 2 days, he could float gracefully. During his inaugural ascent, there was no sensation of wind resistance akin to that experienced by Biddy Li, as Chen Gu expertly controlled his chi, resulting in minimal leakage. A month later, a striking young figure could be seen darting through the skies around the celestial hall, effortlessly switching between various poses. After a month of diligent practice, Chen Gu had adeptly honed his sky dance skills, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the heavens. Once he felt satisfied with his experience in sky dance, he swiftly learned to fly using mental strength. Throughout the subsequent year, Chen Gu remained committed to physical training, immersing himself in exercises, meditation, and mental strength flight, gradually enhancing his prowess without his awareness. Meanwhile, on a distant island, 2 diminutive figures were tirelessly training under the weight of a massive turtle shell. One bore a fluffy tail, much like Chen Gu, while the other was a noseless bald boy, none other than Sun Wukong and Kaelin, disciples of Master Roshi. Upon first encountering Wukong, particularly with the tail reminiscent of Chen Gu's, Master Roshi speculated a possible connection, perhaps indicating they hailed from the same planet. However, upon discovering that Wukong was raised by Sun Gohan, Master Roshi dismissed the notion, albeit he remained skeptical of Wukong's extraordinary training aptitude and distinctive tail. On a certain day, a year later, in the open space before the celestial hall, a young man sat cross-legged in midair, eyes closed, emanating a natural aura of tranquility. This individual was Chen Gu, who had devoted a year to rigorous training within the celestial hall. Over this duration, he diligently honed his abilities, and his battle power had reached an astonishing 180, a rate of improvement that astonished the celestial being and reaffirmed his belief in the correctness of his earlier decision. Chen Gu has now developed the ability to sense energy within a 10-kilometer radius. He believes that if he continues to cultivate the meditation technique imparted to him by the heavenly god, his mental prowess may reach astonishing heights. However, as time goes on, Chen Gu realizes that the mental flight technique is yielding diminishing returns for his mental training, and its speed pales in comparison to the sky dance technique, leading him to rely solely on meditation for mental enhancement. Simultaneously, his fondness for the sky dance technique grows. On this particular day, Chen Gu gazes into the distance, contemplating a visit to Wukong and the others, wishing to familiarize himself with them, as he would soon require Bulma's versatile capsules. It seems that the plot of the Dragon Ball world has already commenced, and being in the company of the protagonist is undoubtedly a wise choice. At that moment, the heavenly god slowly approaches from behind, inquiring, "Are you prepared to depart?" "Yes. It is time to unwind in the mortal realm. Prolonged training can be excessively taxing. As the saying goes, there should be a balance between tension and relaxation." Embodying the duality of literature and martial arts, Chen Gu replies, still gazing into the distance, "Could you assist me in locating Master Roshi's whereabouts? I failed to mark my path when I arrived and am uncertain how to find them." Chen Gu asks the heavenly god. Of course, the heavenly god responds. Closing his eyes, he probes for a moment before opening them again. Master Roshi is quite far from here, accompanied by 2 formidable energies. It appears they are participating in a competition known as the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament? It seems Wukong has already become a disciple of Master Roshi. Chen Gu bows respectfully to the heavenly god, expressing gratitude for the guidance received over the past year. "It is time for me to visit Master Roshi. From here, head south. At your speed, you should arrive in approximately 2 hours, the heavenly god instructs, pointing southward. "Then I shall take my leave," Chen Gu declares, leaping away from the heavenly god's palace without looking back. As he nears the summit of the Korin Tower, He employs the sky dance technique to stabilize his body and gently floats outside the tower. Korin immediately senses Chen Gu's arrival. Ah, Chen Gu. It has been over a year since we last met. Is that the sky dance technique? You've certainly grown stronger. Hee, just a bit, Chen Gu replies. Suspended in midair with his right leg bent and his left leg straight, sheepishly scratching his head. You are leaving, aren't you? Have you come to collect the senzu beans? Korin observes Chen Gu keenly. Indeed, nothing escapes Korin's notice, and Chen Gu confirms, I am indeed preparing to depart. The heavenly god resolved my issue and provided guidance for my cultivation. I appreciate your previous introduction, Korin. This is merely our transaction, no need for thanks. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the senzu beans for you, Korin says, turning to fetch them. Korin, could you give me a bag for now? I would prefer to leave the remainder in your care for a while, as I cannot conveniently carry so many senzu beans at the moment, Chen Gu replies. A bit embarrassed. Korin chuckles. Do you take me for a storage facility? Very well, I shall keep them for you a bit longer. However, if you fail to collect them next time, I shall not hold them for you again. Chen Gu naturally understood that the immortal Kaelin was jesting, so he chose not to respond. After a moment, he took a bag of celestial beans, approximately 20 to 30 in number, expressed his gratitude, and soared into the distance, saying, Thank you, immortal Kaelin. Kaelin gazed intently in the direction Chen Gu had departed for quite some time, her eyes slightly narrowed, lost in her thoughts. It was not until Chen Gu vanished from her sight that she slowly turned to attend to her own affairs. Chen Gu did not hasten towards the south at the fastest pace. Rather, he maintained a relatively comfortable speed, gliding steadily in that direction. Along the journey, Chen Gu admired the mountains and waters, reveling in the beauty of Earth's landscapes. With a joyful exclamation, he remarked, What a wonderful sensation it is to possess strength. The feeling of soaring freely through the air, able to venture wherever one desires, is truly magnificent. Ah, the future is indeed promising. At that moment, a farmer laboring on the earth below suddenly heard a resounding laugh from above. He scratched his head, listening intently, only to find the sound had vanished. Muttering to himself, he pondered, Am I too weary? How could I be imagining laughter in the sky? Never mind, I shall return to rest. Chen Gu cast his gaze upon the vast square below and the surrounding audience, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, the moment has arrived. Chen Gu traveled for 5 hours and finally arrived above the venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Sensing 3 distinct energies below, one emanating from Master Roshi, the strongest among them, while those from Goku and Krillin were considerably weaker. Chen Gu felt a surge of excitement within him. He was finally about to meet the miraculous Goku. With that thought, he began to glide gracefully towards Master Roshi's energy. Fortunately, night had fallen, and no one noticed Chen Gu's descent. Otherwise, they would have surely been astounded, exclaiming about the appearance of a monster. As Chen Gu approached the dwelling of Master Roshi and his disciples, Master Roshi keenly sensed Chen Gu's energy and turned his gaze towards the source. Strange, this energy is remarkably potent. How could such a powerful presence suddenly materialize? No, this energy is. Master Roshi initially furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. Goku and Krillin, observing Master Roshi peering out the window with an amused expression, were filled with curiosity and joined him at the window, eager to see what had captivated their master's attention. Moments later, a figure swiftly approached, hovering just a meter outside the window. Clad in a blue training uniform adorned with a subtle character for God on his chest, standing at a height of around 1.6 meters. The newcomer wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of elegance. Goku and Krillin regarded the approaching Chen Gu with trepidation. Though they had yet to master the concept of chi, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Gu caused beads of cold sweat to form on their brows. After a brief silence, Chen Gu broke the stillness. Master Roshi, it has been a long time. Master Roshi scrutinized Chen Gu for a moment before responding with satisfaction. You've made considerable progress in this past year. When I first sensed your energy, I was taken aback by such strength. It wasn't until I felt that familiar presence that I realized it was you, my boy. Goku and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances as they listened to the conversation. Krillin was astonished, pondering, how can this person fly? Without wings, how is flight possible? And what is this chi they speak of? From Master Roshi's tone, it seems they are acquainted. Meanwhile, Goku fixated on Chen Gu, his competitive spirit igniting. What a formidable individual. It would be splendid to face him in battle. With some fortunate encounters, I have grown significantly stronger, Chen Gu replied, drifting into the room and gracefully settling inside. Master Roshi, with his keen eyesight, recognized the character god on Chen Gu's chest and began to piece together the implications. Turning to Goku and Krillin, Master Roshi introduced, "This is my esteemed senior disciple, Chen Gu, the one I have often spoken of. You have always been skeptical of my claims regarding his strength. Now you may experience it for yourselves." Chen Gu observed them as well, noticing that, although there were subtle differences from their past lives, the overall essence remained largely unchanged. Subsequently, Chen Gu greeted the two, saying, "Greetings, my name is Chen Gu. I am your senior brother, having trained under the revered Turtle Sage for over a year. The Turtle Sage is indeed formidable. I am Wukong, son Wukong," he introduced himself. "I am Krillin," came the reply. Wukong's admiration for the Turtle Sage grew. While Krillin regarded the sage with a look of skepticism, Wukong gazed at Chen Gu for an extended period before uttering a striking remark. "Chen Gu, senior brother. Are you my brother?" Upon hearing this, Chen Gu nearly fainted, coughing lightly as he exclaimed, "Wukong, how could you think that?" Wukong replied, "It's because you, like me, possess a tail. You are the first person I have encountered, aside from myself, who has a tail. Therefore, you must be my kin." He pointed to the tail behind Chen Gu as he spoke. Chen Gu gazed into Wukong's eyes, speaking with gravity. "Wukong, I indeed share a connection with you. Yet I am not your brother. Once you have grown strong enough, I shall reveal everything to you. Is that agreeable?" "All right," Wukong replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi narrowed his eyes, his heart racing with astonishment. Could it be that Chen Gu has known Wukong for a long time? No, that cannot be. Chen Gu has never met Wukong before. Is it possible that Wukong hails from the same planet as Chen Gu? Chen Gu noticed the unusual demeanor of Master Roshi and remarked, "After encountering Goku, I am certain that we originate from the same place. Perhaps having both fled to this location. However, I shall share the particulars with you at a later time, if that is agreeable." Master Roshi gazed deeply at Chen Gu and replied, "It is wise to wait until the opportune moment to reveal such matters. Knowing too soon may not be advantageous. Instead, why don't you recount your experiences from the past year, as well as the skills you have acquired in flight? They bear a striking resemblance to the techniques of a former comrade of mine." Chen Gu began to slowly recount his experiences over the past year, including matters concerning the immortal Kaelin and the celestial deity. After all, they would inevitably come into contact with these topics, so informing them sooner rather than later was not a disadvantage. As the three listened to Chen Gu speak of the immortal and the celestial deity, they were left utterly astonished. When he described his own strength and techniques, such as the void dance, Wukong and Krillin's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if they were fervently yearning to become stronger at that very moment. Chen Gu understood as well, for if he were to hear such news for the first time, he would likely react similarly. A night slipped by unnoticed amidst their conversations. The following day marked the occasion of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Chen Gu, unusually, rose after 8 o'clock, deciding to indulge in a day of leisure since it was the day of Goku and the others' competition. Chen Gu followed Master Roshi and the others to a restaurant for breakfast. As they walked along the path, Wukong turned to Chen Gu and inquired, "Hey, senior brother, are you participating in this martial arts tournament?" Upon hearing Wukong's question, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Chen Gu. Chen Gu scratched his head and said, "I suppose I won't participate. After all, the registration period has already passed, hasn't it?" "Indeed," he replied. "Let us engage in more exchanges in the future." Wukong's large eyes fixed intently on Chen Gu, sparkling with enthusiasm, reflecting a profound yearning for martial arts. "Excellent. However, we shall spar only after you have fully mastered Qi," Chen Gu stated slowly. "It's a promise," Wukong exclaimed with delight. At that moment, a melodious voice of a young girl echoed from a distance, calling out, "Hi, Wukong." Chen Gu raised his gaze and found a captivating young girl sprinting toward him. With her flowing blue hair and striking blue eyes, she appeared particularly enchanting. Clad in a pink dress, she carried a small bag containing universal capsules at her waist. Chen Gu was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Before he knew it, the girl had approached him. Stealing a glance, she observed Chen Gu's refined short hair and handsome features, while the alluring scent of masculine charm emanating from him gradually ensnared Bulma's heart. They exchanged lingering gazes, as if silently affirming their connection. At that moment, Yamcha had been completely forgotten by Bulma. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself between them, interrupting their gaze. "What are you two doing?" Goku exclaimed. "Bulma, I'm starving. We should go eat." With that, both seemed to awaken from a dream. Realizing how captivated they had become, an intriguing sensation enveloping them. Ahem, hello. I am Chen Gu, Goku's senior brother, he said, flashing a radiant smile that left Bulma utterly mesmerized. Hi, I'm Bulma, she stammered, her cheeks gradually reddening. So handsome. This feeling. Bulma's heart had already succumbed to the moment. With that, the group made their way toward the dining hall. Along the way, Bulma claimed the spot beside Chen Gu, pushing Goku aside. What are you doing, Bulma? Goku complained. Just move over. I need to talk to your senior brother, Bulma replied dismissively. Chen Gu couldn't help but chuckle. Bulma was indeed rather endearing and quite whimsical. Chen Gu, you are Wukong's senior brother. Why have I never encountered you before? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Chen Gu glanced at Bulma and smiled warmly. Oh, I became a disciple of Master Roshi before Goku, and I went out to train. I have only recently returned. So it's no surprise you haven't seen me. Bulma, enchanted by Chen Gu's smile, felt as if she were melting. Throughout their journey, Bulma incessantly posed various questions to Chen Gu, who graciously answered them all. Let us not delve into matters of the heart just yet. Let us become better acquainted first. After all, I will still need Bulma's versatile capsules in the future, Chen Gu reassured himself, uncertain whether he was merely making excuses. Just as they approached the entrance of the restaurant, a young man with long hair waved at them. Bulma, Goku. However, Bulma paid him no heed. Engrossed in conversation with Chen Gu, Goku, on the other hand, acknowledged him, Yamcha. Yamcha, observing Bulma animatedly conversing with someone more striking and charismatic than himself, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Isn't anyone going to respond to my greeting? Chen Gu pointed in Yamcha's direction. It seemed Bulma only then realized. Glancing at Yamcha, it's fine. No need to mind him. Let us continue our chat. Chen Gu couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, a few individuals approached and turned their gaze towards Yamcha. Greetings, I am Chen Gu, the senior disciple of Wukong. Hello, I am Yamcha, also a practitioner of martial arts. A slight sheen of perspiration formed on Yamcha's back, as he thought, this sense of pressure is overwhelming. Chen Gu did not suppress his chi, firstly, because his chi was merely over 180, lacking strength, rendering suppression unnecessary, and secondly, out of concern that should he choose to suppress it, any ensuing mishap would be troublesome to address. As they entered the dining hall, they indulged in their meals with great fervor. The plates before Wukong and Chen Gu were piled high, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. The mere presence of Wukong had previously been enough to astonish many, and with the addition of Chen Gu, it was evident to all that these two were indeed brothers in arms. Little did they know. It was merely the Saiyan physiology that enabled them to consume such copious amounts of food. Once the feasting concluded, the group gradually made their way toward the competition arena. Wukong and the others, along with the turtle hermit dressed as Jackie Chan, proceeded to participate in the contest, leaving only Chen Gu and Bulma behind. Both harbored a sense of secret delight. Shall we head to the audience seats to watch the competition? Chen Gu suggested, glancing at Bulma. Aren't you going to compete? Bulma inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Chen Gu smiled lightly. I just arrived last night, and the registration period has already passed. I can only participate next time. Bulma, believing that Chen Gu felt intimidated by their strength and feared embarrassment in competition, offered reassurance. It's all right. Not everyone is as extraordinary as they are. It can be quite fine this way. Chen Gu smiled faintly, refraining from contradicting Bulma, and followed her to the audience seats. Shortly after their arrival, the voice of the host resonated from the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. The event is officially underway. The initial matches proved to be rather tedious for Chen Gu, prompting him to engage in a casual conversation with Bulma. At first, Bulma was quite enthusiastic, assuming that the contestants possessed strength comparable to Goku and his companions. However, upon realizing that the majority of participants were rather mediocre, her interest waned considerably. Finding the atmosphere exceedingly dull, Bulma pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, Chen Gu, shall we perhaps take a stroll or grab a bite to eat? Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, all right, let us reconvene for the semifinals. Bulma, pleasantly surprised by Chen Gu's agreeable nature, leaped with joy and eagerly pulled him outside. As Chen Gu felt her hand in his grasp, a wave of happiness surged within him. Perhaps this is not so bad after all. The two spent the day indulging in food and wandering through the streets, returning hand in hand, engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter. Their bond had undeniably deepened compared to before. Upon seeing the two return intertwined and jovial, The expressions of their companions were a tapestry of emotions. Goku wore a discontented look, exclaiming, "Brother, after the match, you vanished." Master Roshi was preoccupied, his gaze drifting toward the beautiful women around him. Krillin stood by, grinning widely, and Yamcha wore a wry smile, likely feeling a pang of disappointment as the girl he hoped to claim had been swept away by another. Chen Gu looked at the crowd and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry, but the preliminary rounds were rather tedious, and I found myself quite hungry, so I decided to have Bulma accompany me to get something to eat." Bulma felt a wave of emotion, realizing that Chen Gu was taking the blame upon himself, even though it was she who had wished to step out. Not wanting Chen Gu to be the target of everyone's complaints, she suggested, "Once the competition concludes, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast as a compensation for today's events, shall we?" Goku responded with glee, "Sounds delightful," and the others nodded in agreement. A night passed without further incident, and soon the following day arrived, bringing with it the finals. The finalists consisted of Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. After drawing lots, they awaited the results. Before long, it was announced that Goku would face Krillin, while Yamcha would compete against Jackie Chan. Chen Gu, accompanied by Bulma, made his way to the audience seats in search of a prime location to witness the unfolding contest. The semifinals of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament are now commencing. As the host's voice resonated alongside the striking of a gong, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The first match featured contestant Sun Wukong facing off against Krillin. With that, the host exited the stage, prompting the two fighters to take their positions. Krillin, unable to contain his excitement, leapt onto the stage and landed firmly in the center. Wukong, not one to lag behind, followed suit and ascended the stage. At the sound of begin, both combatants swiftly sprang into motion, moving at such speeds that to the untrained eye, they appeared as mere blurs. Observing their prowess, Chen Gu contemplated, "Their current abilities are somewhat lacking. I must devise a way to rapidly enhance their strengths, ensuring that they are at least superior to their adversaries in every encounter." As anticipated, the bout concluded shortly thereafter with Krillin being bested and brought to the ground. Wukong promptly approached, extending a hand to help Krillin rise, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Next came the match between Yamcha and Master Roshi, also known as Turtle Hermit. Yamcha was eager to take the stage, while Master Roshi took his time, climbing up with a leisurely pace that elicited laughter from the crowd. Once the two began to engage seriously, the earlier laughter faded into silence. "Chen Gu, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Bulma inquired, tilting her head towards him. "Unless something unforeseen occurs, Master Roshi is likely to triumph," Chen Gu replied with a smile. The disparity in their abilities was significant. Master Roshi's strength was approximately double that of Yamcha's, coupled with Master Roshi's mastery of ki and combat acumen. He could easily dominate the fight. However, he refrained from delivering a swift defeat, perhaps intending to mentor Yamcha instead. "I have a feeling Yamcha might win. After all, that old man is quite advanced in age," Bulma remarked skeptically. Chen Gu smiled and remarked, "Just keep watching, and you'll find out." The two exchanged glances before directing their attention to the stage. As time passed, Yamcha seemed to realize that he was no match for Chen Long and declared, "Old Immortal, your martial arts are formidable. Allow me to showcase my final technique." With a wolf-like stance, Yamcha charged toward Chen Long, who remained unperturbed, effortlessly sidestepping Yamcha's assault before delivering a precise chop that rendered Yamcha unconscious. "Is the disparity truly this vast?" Yamcha lamented before losing consciousness. Thus, the semifinals officially concluded. After lunch, Wukong expressed his confusion, saying, "Master Roshi, I will not hold back this afternoon, so please do not show any mercy either." Master Roshi, caught off guard while savoring a piece of meat, replied, "Wukong, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend." Wukong resolutely stated, "Humph. I have long realized that you are the contestant Chen Long, right?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of dawning realization, as it became clear that Chen Long was indeed Master Roshi. No wonder such a powerful figure appeared so suddenly, they mused. Chen Gu chuckled, "Master Roshi, you ought to stop pretending and just be honest." "Ah, it seems you two have already figured it out. I shall no longer conceal it from you," Master Roshi awkwardly admitted, laughing heartily. The crowd wore expressions of disdain, recognizing that it was Wukong and Chen Gu who had unveiled his secret, leaving him unable to maintain his facade. Nevertheless, the audience's respect for Master Roshi's prowess grew even stronger. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and except for Wukong and Master Roshi, Everyone else took their seats to witness the grand final between the two. The host ascended the stage, proclaiming, "Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Let us welcome the two contestants to the stage." Sun Wukong and the transformed Cheng Long stepped onto the arena. Their gazes locked on one another. When the host declared, "Begin," the two vanished from the spectators' sight in an instant, leaving the audience bewildered. They struggled to follow the rapid pace of the battle, only occasionally hearing the sounds of impact echoing from the arena. Among the audience, only 3 individuals, Chen Gu, Kaelin, and Yamcha, could discern the movements of the fighters. Kaelin and Yamcha were awestruck by the intensity of the duel, their spirits ignited by the display of strength. Bulma, observing the 3 with curiosity, inquired, "Can you see where they are?" Kaelin replied, perplexed, "They are right there in the arena. Why can't I see them?" Bulma grumbled, "Because their speed is too swift for the naked eye to comprehend. That is quite normal," Chen Gu patiently elucidated. "Then who will emerge victorious?" Bulma asked, her gaze fixed on Wukong with intrigue. Kaelin instinctively responded, "Of course, it will be Wukong. He is exceptionally strong." Chen Gu cast a glance at Krillin, contemplating, is it any wonder that he is such a steadfast companion of Goku, holding such high regard for him? He then continued thoughtfully, "Master Roshi's ki significantly surpasses Goku's, compounded by the fact that Goku struggles to control his own ki. However, Goku's endurance is commendable, suggesting that Master Roshi holds a greater chance of victory. Unless what?" Yamcha interjected. "And what exactly do you mean by ki?" Krillin inquired. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, refraining from responding to the trio. Instead, he fixated on the arena, contemplating inwardly. "I recall that this martial arts tournament will feature the moon. I sincerely hope nothing untoward occurs." The 3, perceiving Chen Gu's pensive demeanor, assumed he was disinclined to answer and thus refrained from further inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Gu fixed his gaze upon the stage and replied, "Qi is a form of energy within the human body. Only by mastering Qi can one unleash their fullest potential. Once this martial arts tournament concludes, I shall elaborate further." With that, Chen Gu remained silent, furrowing his brow in thought. Currently, Wukong's combat power is approximately over 60. If he were to transform into a great ape, it would exceed 600. Who could withstand that? No, I must remain vigilant. He must not transform. On stage, 2 opponents were locked in a fierce battle. Master Roshi fought with ease, while Wukong struggled, his stamina nearly depleted by Master Roshi's relentless onslaught. After a brief respite, Wukong gasped for breath, while Master Roshi appeared significantly less fatigued. Without uttering a word, Wukong placed his hands on his hips and slowly declared, "Kamehameha." A beam of blue light surged toward Master Roshi. Gathering chi in his hands, Master Roshi effortlessly deflected the Kamehameha into the air at the moment it reached him, watching it vanish into the distance. Seizing the opportunity while Master Roshi was preoccupied with the Kamehameha, Wukong charged at him, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Master Roshi was far from an easy target, and the two resumed their fierce exchange. It was not until 30 minutes later, when Wukong lay defeated on the ground, unable to rise, that Master Roshi finally ceased his assault. Just as the announcer was about to declare the outcome, Wukong's chest began to thump vigorously. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Chen Gu surmised that the moon had indeed emerged. Without uttering a word, Chen Gu swiftly employed the technique of aerial movement, instantly positioning himself above the stage. He summoned all of his internal energy, placing his hands upon his waist, and assessed the direction of the moon. Fearing that he too might succumb to the transformation into a colossal ape, Chen Gu resolutely began to gather his energy. Then, with a resounding cry, he invoked the Turtle School's energy wave. A brilliant azure beam, more potent than that of Wukong's triple power, surged toward the moon. Before long, the moon in the distance vanished from sight. Chen Gu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the moon's diminutive size. Otherwise, with his meager energy, he feared he would have met his demise that day. He couldn't help but lament, recognizing that he was still far too weak. In the air, Chen Gu swayed his tail leisurely, gazing into the distance, resolutely affirming within himself, "After this, I must dedicate myself even more diligently to my training. Otherwise, it won't just be Vegeta I need to worry about, but even Piccolo could easily vanquish me." Only then did the others come to their senses. While Goku had succumbed to unconsciousness, aside from Krillin and Master Roshi, the rest appeared utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out as one person pointed at Chen Gu. "Look, is that person floating in the air?" "It seems so," someone responded, bewildered. Not only they, but even Bulma and Yamcha were left agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yamcha pondered, he is incredibly powerful. That recent Kamehameha made me sense the aura of death. It's terrifying. He can even fly. Is the turtle school this formidable? I must join the turtle school. Bulma, with a starry-eyed expression, exclaimed, wow, I never imagined Chen Gu could fly. I thought he wasn't as strong as Goku, but it seems he is even more powerful than them. Well. Chen Gu observed the myriad expressions on their faces and gradually descended, retrieving a celestial being from his bosom. He fed it to Wukong, who, upon ingesting it, experienced a swift recovery from his injuries. He opened his eyes and leapt to his feet, exclaiming, oh, I am healed. Chen Gu chuckled softly and tossed another bean to Master Roshi. Witnessing Wukong's instantaneous recovery after consuming the bean, Master Roshi followed suit, and his depleted energy was restored in an instant. Chen Gu looked at the host and said, hey, can we announce the champion now? The host, trembling slightly, replied, the champion of this martial arts tournament is the contestant, Chang Long. Upon hearing him declare the champion, Chen Gu soared towards Bulma, lifting her into his embrace. He then remarked to Krillin and Yamcha, see you in the cafeteria shortly. With that, he took flight, carrying Bulma away. A blush adorned Bulma's cheeks, while Chen Gu gazed into the distance, and Bulma's eyes remained fixed upon him. After Chen Gufei arrived at the cafeteria, he gracefully descended. Then, to Bulma's astonishment, he gently set her down. Observing Bulma's stunned expression, Chen Gufei waved his hand in front of her. Do you no longer recognize me? He inquired. No. Of course not. Bulma replied in a flustered manner. I remain unchanged. I am merely a tad stronger than Goku and the others. Possessing a broader array of skills, Chen Gufei said softly, gazing at Bulma. Yes indeed. Bulma nodded vigorously. Chen Gu ordered an abundance of dishes at the restaurant and turned to Bulma, saying, did you not mention treating them to a meal after the competition? Why not make this meal the one? Bulma paused for a moment and replied, yes, that sounds great. After a while, Goku and the others approached, and upon seeing Chen Gu, they displayed expressions of reverence for strength, which left Chen Gu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Please, take a seat. Were you not all curious about the chi that Master Roshi and I discussed? Chen Gu smiled and continued, concentrating to form a sphere of white light in his hands. This is chi, a form of energy within the human body. Once you learn to harness the chi within you, you will become significantly stronger. The technique I use for flying is called Sky Dance Technique, which is an application of chi. Similarly, the Kamehameha is also a manifestation of chi. Chen Gu then recounted his journey from Korin Tower to the Supreme Kai, primarily for the benefit of Yamcha and Bulma. As the others were already aware, once everyone had finished their meal, Chen Gu fixed his gaze on Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, asking, what are your plans moving forward? The three fell into contemplation. Chen Gu suggested, with your current strength, ascending Korin Tower should pose no challenge. If you can receive guidance from Korin, your abilities will undoubtedly enhance. The trio's eyes lit up, clearly impressed by Chen Gu's proposal. However, Goku eagerly interjected, Senior brother, before we go, I have a request. Do you wish to spar with me? Chen Gu observed the fierce determination in Goku's eyes and understood what he desired. Goku clenched his fists and declared, indeed. Chen Gu touched his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, a contest poses no problem. However, you alone cannot match my strength. Let the three of you come at me together. With that, Chen Gu strode out. The three exchanged glances, swiftly pursuing him and encircling him. Wukong regarded Chen Gu, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Brother, have you truly considered this? With the three of us joining forces, do you believe you can withstand our assault? Enough of the chatter. Come at me. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan genes, Chen Gu exhibited a somewhat irritable demeanor. The trio then charged at him from different directions. Facing opponents with combat power merely in the dozens, Chen Gu approached the encounter with a playful spirit, deflecting their attacks with a punch, an elbow, and a kick aimed at each of them. Their strikes came in quick succession, yet Chen Gu remained composed, unfazed as he countered their moves. Just then, a fist lunged towards the back of his head. Without turning, Chen Gu executed a backward kick, sending Wukong stumbling back, having exerted only a fraction of his strength. Chen Gu had no desire to incapacitate Wukong, for he would need him as a sparring partner in the future. How is that possible? Yamcha exclaimed, astonished at how it seemed as though Chen Gu had eyes in the back of his head. After nearly half an hour of battling, while simultaneously pointing out the trio's vulnerabilities to help them improve, Chen Gu felt a sense of camaraderie. After all, they would be his future allies. and every bit of strength counted. As the half-hour drew to a close, Chen Gu declared, "I've had enough. I shall cease this play." Chen Gu swiftly accelerated, appearing in an instant behind Yumcha. With a precise chop of his hand, Yumcha collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to move. Shinguzue murmured, "The first." After a brief moment, he continued, "The second." A few moments later, with one hand nestled in his pocket, he softly uttered, "The third." As the three individuals found themselves immobilized, Chen Gu single-handedly administered a magical beam to each of them. Subsequently, they regained their former selves. Upon careful observation, Chen Gu noted that their energy had notably increased, with Wukong exhibiting the most significant enhancement, reaching over 80. Chen Gu silently recorded this observation. Indeed, a Saiyan's battle power rises upon recovery from injury. This implies that perhaps someone can assist me in the near future. Following the battle, the three became acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Chen Gu. While they felt a twinge of reluctance, what overwhelmed them was a profound yearning for martial mastery. Wukong declared earnestly, "Senior brother, I will not be defeated by you in the martial arts tournament 3 years hence. At any time, I shall be at your service." Chen Gu replied with a subtle smile. The trio then embarked on their journey toward the Korin Tower. Once they departed, only Chen Gu, Bulma, and Master Roshi remained. Master Roshi gazed at Chen Gu and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Bulma, equally apprehensive, fixed her gaze upon Chen Gu. Chen Gu glanced at Bulma and contemplated visiting her home. Not only would he be free from worries about food and drink, but he could also acquire the universal capsule and allow them to investigate the gravity device. Most importantly, Chen Gu discovered an undeniable attachment to Bulma. Bulma, noticing Chen Gu's gaze upon her, felt her heart race and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, suggested, "Why don't you come to my house?" Chen Gu coughed lightly, pondering to himself, could this woman truly possess the ability to read minds? Chen Gu feigned contemplation for a moment, fixing his gaze upon Bulma's eyes and said, "Very well. Just in time, I have a few inquiries that require your assistance." Bulma felt her face flush with warmth under Chen Gu's scrutiny. Chen Gu cast a glance at Bulma and said, "I must first make a trip to the Korin Tower to retrieve some items. Then I shall seek you out, if that is agreeable." Bulma replied, "You are going to the Korin Tower again? How long will you be gone? You promised to come to my house. You must not renege on that." As Chen Gu gazed at the charming expression on Bulma's face as she complained, he couldn't help but think, what an adorable girl. I truly cannot resist her allure. If I were to fly, I would reach your home in about 2 days, but I am uncertain of your precise location. Chen Gu said, awkwardly scratching his head. "That's easily resolved," Bulma replied, pulling out a small capsule and handing it to Chen Gu. "Inside, you will find some food and the address of my home. Just press this button when the time comes, and it will work. Oh, and by the way, it's called a universal capsule." After finishing her explanation, Bulma demonstrated its use. Chen Gu was troubled by his inability to find an excuse to borrow a capsule from Bulma when, unexpectedly, she brought it up first. Chen Gu accepted the capsule, exclaiming, "Great." He then soared towards the Kaelin Tower. Along the way, he spotted Goku and his companions running and greeted them before hastening his flight towards the tower. Observing Chen Gu's effortless flight, Goku and his friends quickened their pace, seemingly taking Chen Gu as their goal, eager to grow stronger rapidly. Chen Gu maintained a state where the restoration of chi surpassed its consumption as he soared toward the Kaelin Tower. After 6 hours, he arrived at the Kaelin Tower. The immortal Kaelin gazed at Chen Gu and remarked, "Chen Gu, you've returned in just 2 days." Chen Gu scratched his head and said, I have come to request some magic beans from you." As he spoke, he retrieved Bulma's multifunctional capsule and poured out a multitude of fish he had prepared along the way. The Kaelin sage, observing the abundance of fish, cast a look of approval upon Chen Gu, recognizing his potential, and promptly bestowed upon him 3 jars of magic beans. After Chen Gu placed the celestial beans into the universal capsule, he was about to ascend to seek the heavenly deity when he seemed to recall something. He turned back and said, "Kaelin Immortal, in a few months, 3 individuals are expected to ascend the Kaelin Tower. If they succeed in their climb and pass your trials, I hope you will recommend them to the heavenly deity. After all, the stronger the martial artists on earth, the better. Is that agreeable?" "As long as their hearts are pure, there is no issue," Kaelin Immortal replied nonchalantly. "Then I sincerely thank you, Kaelin Immortal." Chen Gu responded before soaring upwards towards the heavenly deity's temple. Before long, Chen Gu found himself once again at the heavenly deity's hall. It seemed as though the heavenly deity had anticipated Chen Gu's arrival, standing at the edge of the temple and gazing at him. "I am already aware of your intentions, and I shall diligently guide them in their cultivation. However, do not forget the promise we made. Chen Gu Piao floated in the air, chuckling, of course. Among them, there is one named Sun Yukong. I believe that if the celestial beings could guide them properly, perhaps they could resolve the issues faced by the deities. However, rest assured, I shall certainly honor my promise. With that, Chen Gu took out a device resembling a mobile phone from the universal capsule and oriented himself towards the direction of West City, soaring towards Bulma's residence. This time, Chen Gu flew for approximately 4 hours, finally catching sight of the remarkably advanced city of West City. Chen Gu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the aura of Bulma. Remarkably, amidst the bustling city filled with countless souls, discerning a familiar yet faint energy proved to be quite a challenge. After several minutes, Chen Gu abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, I found it. He then soared towards Bulma's direction. Moments later, he beheld an astonishingly expansive establishment, emblazoned with the words Universal Capsule. Observing its vastness, a smirk involuntarily crept across Chen Gu's face. Isn't this a bit excessive? Bulma's family must be exceedingly wealthy. He couldn't help but reminisce about his past life. Toiling tirelessly for a meager sum, burning the midnight oil to write code. A wave of melancholy washed over him. But he was relieved that this life would not mirror that struggle. Otherwise, it might truly drive him to despair. Subsequently, Chen Gu descended towards Bulma's residence and knocked on the door. A mechanical voice emanated from within. Please state your name. Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback. This artificial intelligence was rather impressive. He replied, I am Chen Gu, here to see Bulma. Before long, a girl clad in denim shorts and a white t-shirt rushed out, her face alight with joy. Chen Gu, you actually came. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I mentioned I would be here in 2 days, so I naturally would not be late. Chen Gu chuckled. Come in and let us talk. Bulma then took Chen Gu's hand and ushered him inside. As Chen Gu strolled while admiring the peculiar scenery of Bulma's residence, he could not help but be astounded by the plethora of bizarre technological marvels that adorned the place. After a leisurely exploration, Chen Gu inquired, Bulma, where are your parents? Oh, my father is likely engrossed in his research on some eccentric invention, while my mother may have gone out shopping. Why do you ask, Chen Gu? Are you in need of my father's assistance? He is a renowned scientist, known for his ability to tackle even the most perplexing problems. However, I dare say I possess even greater genius than he does. So feel free to share your concerns with me. Bulma replied with a sense of pride. Chen Gu pondered for a moment and said, There are indeed some matters I would like to trouble your father with. However, since you have mentioned it, could you assist me with a few tasks? Of course. I am a genius, after all, Bulma replied without a hint of hesitation. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Firstly, I hope you can assist me in constructing a gravity chamber. Secondly, I wish for your help in modifying a spaceship, enlarging it, and placing the gravity chamber inside. A gravity chamber? What purpose does it serve? Could you elaborate? Bulma instantly transformed into a meticulous scientist. The gravity chamber can augment the internal gravity to multiple times that of Earth. It is essential for my training, as it will accelerate my progress. I wonder if you are confident in your ability to create it? Chen Gu expressed his concern, fearing that Bulma might be unable to accomplish the task. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma replied, As for the second matter, I can modify the spaceship once I acquire it. However, the gravity chamber must be constructed first. Regarding the gravity chamber, I currently lack ideas. Perhaps we should consult my father together. He might have a solution. All right. Chen Gu readily agreed. Subsequently, Bulma led Chen Gu to Dr. Brief's laboratory. Upon meeting Dr. Brief, he smiled warmly at Chen Gu. So, this is Chen Gu. He seems quite impressive. Our Bulma can be quite mischievous. It seems you will have your hands full in the future. Chen Gu was taken aback. Could it be that his father-in-law had arrived? Bulma's face flushed momentarily before she spoke. Dad, Chen Gu is here to seek your assistance. Upon hearing that Chen Gu had a matter to discuss, Dr. Brief's smile faded, and the three engaged in a profound discussion regarding the gravity chamber, not concluding their deliberations until evening, when Mrs. Brief returned home. Upon encountering Mrs. Brief, Chen Gu greeted her warmly. Good day, Mrs. Brief. The moment Mrs. Brief laid eyes on the handsome Chen Gu, a smile instantly graced her face as she exclaimed, Chen Gu, you are truly charming. We should arrange a date sometime. Chen Gu's expression darkened as he realized it was just as he had seen in his previous life. Regarding the gravity chamber, he currently had only a glimmer of hope. It was estimated that it would take 3 to 5 years to produce a final product. Are you in a hurry? Inquired Dr. Brief after a moment of contemplation. I'm not in a rush, as long as you can develop it, Chen Gu replied. elated at the prospect that Dr. Brief could indeed create it. He thought to himself, I should wait until my combat power approaches 1000 before using the gravity chamber. Otherwise, I might not even know how I perished. There is still some time, so I need not be anxious. Bulma, could you assist me in crafting a sturdier belt? One that can hold numerous universal capsules, as it would greatly facilitate my outings in the future, Chen Gu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed for constantly troubling Bulma. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma responded, no problem, I'll have it ready for you. Thus, Chen Gu stayed under the guise of friendship, dedicating his mornings to weighted training, afternoons to honing his control over chi, and evenings to cultivating his mental strength. Occasionally, he would take breaks to spend time with Bulma, and their relationship deepened significantly. Eventually, after several months, they officially became a couple. The brief seemed to wholeheartedly endorse this development, leaving Chen Gu feeling somewhat bashful. One afternoon, a dashing young man stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Dressed in a simple training outfit, his youthful muscles were prominently displayed. We should be on our way. We can't keep them waiting. A melodious voice chimed from behind him. Turning, he saw a delicate girl approach. The young man pulled her into an embrace, a playful smile gracing his lips. What's the rush? We have plenty of time, he said, looking at the girl in his arms as if he were savoring her presence. The girl blushed deeply, and they locked eyes, captivated by each other. This young man and woman were none other than Chen Gu and Bulma, noticeably more mature and captivating than they had been 3 years prior. Bulma playfully scolded him. You're so naughty. Chen Gu tightened his embrace around Bulma and teased, am I truly so wicked? Do you fancy it, my dear? I do like it. Bulma murmured softly, burying her head in Chen Gu's chest. Chen Gu gently kissed Bulma on the forehead before leaping down from the balcony, leaving Bulma standing alone. After a while, without any response from Chen Gu, Bulma opened her eyes only to find that he had vanished. She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, Chen Gu, you are so mischievous. In the distance, Chen Gu's laughter echoed, then come and hit me. Nearby, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief exchanged knowing glances. These two children are quite the handful, they remarked before returning to their own tasks. Shortly thereafter, the couple boarded a jet and set off towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. In a bustling city, seagulls called softly along the seaside, and the harmonious blend of sea and sky was truly enchanting. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a crowd had gathered, as if anticipating a significant event. Indeed, today marked the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and those present were individuals eager to showcase their martial prowess. As discussions about martial arts filled the air, a jet descended gracefully onto a nearby flatland. A striking couple, none other than Chen Gu and Bulma, emerged from the aircraft, with Bulma retrieving the jet capsule. As she collected the capsule, she inquired, Chen Gu, are you not participating in the competition this year either? Why not join? It could be quite enjoyable. And there may be unexpected rewards. A slight smirk appeared on Chen Gu's lips. Unexpected rewards? What could that possibly be? Bulma raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chen Gu, feigning profundity, remarked, what was initially a calamity has transformed into a blessing, all due to my presence. Humph, how can I possibly believe that? Bulma retorted with an expression of skepticism. Chen Gu was not perturbed by the rebuke. He simply accompanied Bulma on a leisurely stroll toward the registration venue for the martial arts tournament. Upon their arrival at the registration point, the attendant, upon recognizing Chen Gu, exclaimed with delight, it is you. May I inquire your name? I shall assist you with the registration immediately. Chen Gu looked puzzled and asked, do you know me? Of course. Your extraordinary flying skills and the technique that obliterated the moon from 3 years ago are still vivid in my memory. The individual gazed at Chen Gu with admiration. Chen Gu understood well. When he used the Turtle School energy wave to obliterate the moon, he made no effort to conceal it, allowing everyone to witness the spectacle. It was hardly surprising. Chen Gu was indifferent to the outcome, perhaps even relishing the possibility that this act might bring him fame. Chen Gu, after sensing his surroundings, found himself unable to detect the presence of Wukong and the others, which piqued his curiosity as the registration was nearing its end. However, he did sense 4 other formidable presences. One belonged to Master Roshi, while the other 3, could they possibly belong to Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, and Master Crane? At that moment, Bulma interjected, Chen Gu, have you sensed where Wukong and the others are? Let us go find them and have some fun. Chen Gugong was about to speak when suddenly 3 formidable energies surged towards him. In the gaze of the onlookers, 3 individuals clad in yellow training attire gracefully descended in Chen Gugong's direction. Upon meeting, the 3 exchanged knowing smiles with him. Chen Gugong sensed their energies. Wukong's was approximately 160, Krillin's around 140, and Yamcha's slightly less. at just 130. As Chen Gu perceived their energies, they too were attuned to his. When they realized that his energy was comparable to Wukong's, they were momentarily taken aback. Chen Gu gazed curiously at Wukong, noticing the absence of his tail. "Wukong, where has your tail gone?" he inquired. "Previously, it was the tail that transformed me into a gorilla, and I sought the assistance of the celestial being to have it removed." Wukong replied candidly, "Brother, would you also consider asking the celestial being to rid you of your tail?" "No, thank you." Chen Gu shook his head resolutely, firmly believing that the tail must possess some significance. As for the transformation into a gorilla, he had already obliterated the moon, and he merely needed to exercise greater caution. "Brother, have you been lax in your training these past 3 years? Your chi has not strengthened at all," Wukong remarked after sensing the energy. Chen Gu smiled enigmatically, cautioning, "Do not be deceived by chi. Some matters cannot be discerned merely from their surface. In time, you will come to understand." He then added, "If you do not register soon, the enrollment will conclude, and you will forfeit your eligibility." The three suddenly recalled this pressing matter and hurried to sign up. Observing their swift approach, the registration personnel nearly widened their eyes in astonishment, yet respectfully facilitated their enrollment. Upon completing their registration, Chen Gu joined Bulma and Master Roshi before they proceeded to the dining hall for dinner. Wukong observed Chen Gu and remarked, "Senior brother, it seems you have not changed much over these 3 years. Have you not grown stronger?" "You will soon find out," Chen Gu replied with a mischievous smile. Engaging in conversation with Bulma, the others, upon hearing his words, ceased their inquiries. As the group made their way to the dining hall, they encountered a robust young man towering over 6 feet, distinguished by his 3 eyes. Chen Gu sensed his formidable combat power, which registered at an impressive 180, while a pale, diminutive figure nearby boasted a power level nearing 100. "Is this Tianjin Fan and Dumpling? They appear quite formidable," mused Chen Gu. At that moment, an elder with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crane emerged from behind the two, casting a malevolent glance at Master Roshi. "Ah, old turtle, you are still among the living," he sneered. "If you have yet to perish, how could I possibly meet my end so soon?" retorted Master Roshi defiantly. "These are the disciples of the Turtle School? They do not seem particularly impressive," the elder continued. "This time, I have brought our most gifted disciple, Tianjin Fan. Once in the arena, do not hold back. Strike them with all your might." He gestured towards the tall young man. "Engaging in verbal sparring is futile. Let us settle this in the arena." Master Roshi squinted, his eyes narrowing. Wukong and the others had already learned to harness their chi, and upon sensing Tianjin Fan's energy, Wukong's fighting spirit surged uncontrollably. Chen Gu glanced at Wukong, helplessly rubbing his forehead, acknowledging his martial obsession. As Tianjin Fan observed them, he too scrutinized the disciples of the Turtle School, his gaze narrowing when it landed on Chen Gu. Chen Gu looked at Tianjin Fan and chuckled. "Why not join our Turtle School? We have quite a few powerful fighters here, and we could engage in more sparring sessions in the future." It was all in jest. Chen Gu would never let such a talented individual slip by. Moreover, with Tianjin Fan and Master Crane soon to be at odds, it was wise to extend an olive branch first. "Are you joking?" Tianjin Fan was taken aback by Chen Gu's words, pondering the motives behind this unexpected proposition. Chen Gu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "You will change your mind." He then led the group towards the dining hall. After Chen Gu and the others departed, Jiaozi gazed at Tianjin Fan with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Tianjin, what troubles you?" "It's nothing. That person who spoke to me earlier instilled a sense of danger," Tianjin Fan replied, his brow still knitted in concern. Jiaozi, skeptical, retorted, "How could that be? Surely you must be mistaken. I trust my instincts. I shall remain vigilant regarding this individual," Tianjin Fan responded quietly. The following day marked the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament. Chen Gu, Sun Wukong, Lilin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi successfully advanced to the top 8. 2 others, named Gappa and Kashu, entered as well, but since Chen Gu was unfamiliar with them, he chose to disregard their presence. Subsequently, the participants proceeded to the draw for matchups. In due course, the results were revealed. Sun Wukong would face Yamcha, Krillin against Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan matched with Gappa, and Chen Gu paired with Kashu. Yamcha, upon viewing the draw, lamented, "How unfortunate. I must face Wukong in the first round." As the night grew darker and the breeze turned cool, Chen Gu regarded Bulma, cradled in his arms. "Bulma, if there comes a day when I must leave you for an extended period, what would you do?" "Leave?" Chen Gu, where would you go? Bulma asked anxiously. I merely speak hypothetically. Perhaps one day I might embark on a journey for training. Chen Gu chuckled lightly. Bulma, resolute, declared, then I shall accompany you wherever you go. Chen Gu gazed at the resolute expression on Bulma's face. The words that lingered on his lips were involuntarily swallowed. He sighed softly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, his thoughts already wandering 1,000 miles away. The sun gradually ascended from the east, and the morning glow heralded a day of splendid weather. Standing on the balcony, Chen Gu beheld the distant dawn and murmured, how delightful it is to live in peaceful days, yet the days ahead may prove to be quite arduous. Chen Gu, you must not leave. At that moment, a soft voice from behind broke the silence. Turning around, he saw Bulma, sprawled on the bed with an animated demeanor, whispering something under her breath. Chen Gu felt a surge of emotion upon hearing her. He gently approached her side and planted a tender kiss on her forehead before resuming his admiration of the morning glow. Just then, a faint smile graced Bulma's lips. 2 hours later, Chen Gu, accompanied by the drowsy Bulma, arrived at the dining hall for the martial arts tournament. Noticing that Goku and the others had already gathered, Chen Gu greeted them and settled beside them, while Bulma, still in a haze, began to eat. As the group savored their meal, 3 figures entered the dining hall, Master Roshi and his 2 companions. Chen Gu fixed his gaze on Tenshinhan, who wore a faint smile. Conversely, Tenshinhan regarded Chen Gu with a look of trepidation, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Tenshinhan, what troubles you? Dofu inquired, puzzled. And nothing, Tenshinhan stammered. Though internally, he was profoundly shaken. Chen Gu exerted his mental energy towards Tianjin Fan, eager to assess the effectiveness of his prolonged training. Observing Tianjin Fan's reaction, Chen Gu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Under the sunglasses of Master Roshi, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he thought, when did Chen Gu's mental prowess become so formidable? After the meal, the group arrived at the competition venue. As they focused on the match schedule displayed on the wooden board, a burly man, brimming with muscles, slapped Chen Gu on the shoulder and leered, Hey, you must be my opponent, Chen Gu. I advise you to surrender early. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if I were to incapacitate you in the match. Is this your girlfriend? She is quite lovely. Chen Gu glanced at the match schedule, then turned to the burly man whose hand rested upon his shoulder, and said in a low voice, You are Cassiu? Allow me to advise you. I detest when others gaze at my girlfriend in such a manner. Oh, quite the proud one, aren't you? Let us see how you maintain that pride on the field. Given your diminutive stature, I shall grant you a reprieve for now. Cassiu slowly withdrew his hand and ambled towards a corner. Little did he know, at that very moment, he narrowly escaped a calamity. Chen Gu, it's all right, just ignore him. Comforted Bulma. Chen Gu gazed in the direction of Caxiu's departure, as if observing a lifeless entity. In his previous life, Chen Gu harbored a profound disdain for those who sought the attention of his girlfriend, and Caxiu's recent glance had undeniably provoked his ire. The first match featured Sun Wukong against Yamcha. The two frequently clashed during their training sessions in the Heavenly Temple, and it did not take long for Wukong to emerge victorious. The second contest pitted Krillin against Kaiatsu. While Krillin excelled in physical combat, Kaiatsu was adept in supernatural abilities. Krillin found himself at a disadvantage against Kaiatsu's psychic powers for an extended period. Ultimately, Krillin secured victory through a surprise attack, exploiting Kaiatsu's momentary lapse in calculation. In the third bout, Tianjin Fan unsurprisingly triumphed, as his opponent was unable to withstand even 2 seconds before collapsing. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan was not overly forceful, leaving Pa without harm, merely in a state of unconsciousness. Chen Gu glanced at the stage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, is it my turn? He then slowly ascended the stage, and as he stepped onto it, he beheld Cassiu addressing him. Oh, you haven't fled yet? Allow me, young master, to offer you one more chance. Otherwise, you shall find that escape will be impossible soon enough. Chen Gu remained silent, coldly staring at him without uttering a word. It was not until the host announced, the competition begins, that anything transpired. As Chen Gusan vanished from the arena, he reappeared in front of Kashu, lifting his hand to deliver a powerful punch that sent Kashu soaring into the sky. Almost immediately, Chen Gusan disappeared once more, only to materialize beside Kashu. The expression of terror etched upon Kashu's face was palpable. However, before he could utter a plea for mercy, Chen Gusan kicked him back into the arena with decisive force. After a few exchanges, Chen Gusan grew weary of the game and, with a single kick, sent Kashu crashing against a nearby wall. Observing the faint remnants of life in Kashu, Chen Gu slowly approached Bulma and whispered, "I have avenged you." At that moment, a cold sweat trickled down the backs of the onlookers, wondering if such ruthlessness was truly necessary. The subsequent draw for the semifinals pitted Sun Wukong against Tianjin Fan and Chen Gu against Krillin. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan engaged in a prolonged battle, ultimately resulting in Tianjin Fan's victory. Nonetheless, Wukong's prowess had noticeably increased. Both fighters were significantly drained, and Wukong tossed a Sinza bean to Tianjin Fan, consuming one himself to regain his strength. Chen Gu, observing the Sinza beans, discerned their origin from the Kai realm. Chen Gu initially exchanged several moves with Krillin and ultimately emerged victorious. The final match was scheduled for the afternoon. At the sound of the hostess' command, Chen Gu swiftly approached Tianjin Fan, and thus began a flurry of fists and feet in a state of rapid motion. Initially, Chen Gu found himself at a disadvantage, recognizing that his combat experience was decidedly lacking, given that their fighting abilities were on par. He resolved to utilize Tianjin Fan as a means to hone his own martial skills. Chen Gu looked at the rapidly approaching fist, which left a trail of residual shadows. Initially relying solely on his eyesight, he gradually realized that his body was struggling to keep pace. As time passed, Chen Gu began to sense Tianjin Fan's attacks through his chi, and soon he discovered that he could largely anticipate Tianjin Fan's moves. This transition allowed him to shift from a defensive stance to an offensive one, executing increasingly fierce techniques that left Tianjin Fan increasingly astonished. Ultimately, Tianjin Fan had no choice but to retreat, soaring swiftly into the sky. Floating above, he wore a smile, declaring, "You cannot fly. Let us see how you will cope with this. This is a secret technique from my school, the Kiko Cannon. I shall obliterate the entire stage, if you wish to survive. You had best leap from it." With that, Tianjin Fan began to prepare the incantation for the Kiko Cannon. Goku and the others exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Tianjin Fan. Chen Gu, however, smirked slightly and replied, "Well then, watch closely." With an air of nonchalance, he ascended until he reached the same altitude as Tianjin Fan, pausing gracefully in midair. Chen Gu met Tianjin Fan's gaze, his tail playfully swaying as if to say, "Is it possible that only you can fly? How could this be? How do you possess Sky Dance technique? This should be a skill unique to my school." Tianjin Fan exclaimed in shock. "Not only I, but several below possess this skill as well. So, what do you say? Would you like to join us?" "I will share the knowledge if you do," Chen Gu responded with a mischievous grin. "Humph. And what of it? Prepare yourself." With that, Tianjin Fan redirected the Kiko Cannon toward Chen Gu once more. Chen Gu looked at Tianjin Fan, placing his hands on his waist, striking a pose reminiscent of the Kamehameha technique. He then channeled a significant portion of his chi into his hands. After a brief moment of gathering strength, both combatants released their energy simultaneously, emitting two resonant sounds, ha and he. As their energy blasts collided, seemingly illuminating the entire sky. Despite the daylight, the atmosphere grew even brighter. A few minutes later, the sky gradually returned to its original hue. Chen Gu dragged the unconscious Tianjin Fan back to the stage, consumed a Sinza bean himself, and administered one to Tianjin Fan as well. He then tossed Tianjin Fan to Jiaozi, declaring, "What I said still stands. If you wish to train together, feel free to seek us out." With that, Chen Gu tossed a communicator to Jiaozi and turned back to rejoin Bulma. Bulma, beaming with joy, nearly leapt with excitement, exclaiming, "Yay! My Chen Gu is the best." Chen Gu gently stroked Bulma's hair and joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Tonight, I shall treat everyone. Indulge yourselves. Hooray!" The others chimed in merrily. "Chen Gu, why do you persistently befriend Tianjin Fan? He doesn't seem like a good person," Krillin interjected. The group fell silent, turning their attention to Chen Gu. "The Celestial once made a pact with me. From the tone of the Celestial, I inferred that calamities may befall Earth in the future. Thus, it is imperative that the martial artists of Earth grow stronger in number," Chen Gu reflected thoughtfully. The crowd was instantly enveloped in silence. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Chen Gu spoke up, "This is merely my conjecture. Let us not panic unduly. How about we first indulge in a meal?" The mere mention of food invigorated everyone, and soon they were clamoring excitedly to eat. "Wukong, do you happen to possess a Dragon Ball?" Chen Gu inquired, directing his gaze towards Wukong. Wukong rummaged through his belongings and ultimately produced a 4-star ball. "Indeed, this was left to me by my grandfather, and I have since recovered it." "How did you know I had a Dragon Ball, senior brother?" "I saw it on Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. May I borrow it for a while?" "I promise to return it once I have studied it thoroughly," Chen Gu asked, his eyes fixed on the 4-star ball for a considerable duration. It was, after all, Chen Gu's first genuine encounter with a Dragon Ball, which emanated a sacred aura, seemingly transcending this world yet undeniably real. Of course, as it is you, senior brother. There is no issue. With that, Yukong handed the 4-star ball over to Chen Gu. Chen Gu gently touched the 4-star ball, sensing its fragility, yet it remained unbreakable, truly peculiar. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group ventured out to find a restaurant, indulging in a hearty feast. Just then, amidst their jovial gathering, a discordant voice echoed from the entrance. Their attention was drawn to the source of the sound, where a creature, entirely green and adorned with mottled spots, entered. Sporting 2 wings upon its back, the group felt the creature's formidable aura, momentarily taken aback. Its strength rivaled that of Goku. Hey, are you all deaf? I'm asking you a question. The figure at the door advanced step by step. Just as Krillin prepared to respond, 2 more figures emerged from the entrance, revealing themselves to be Tien and Kaiatsu. Chen Gu gazed at Tianjin Fan, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Tianjin Fan, what brings you here? Have you had a falling out with my master and come to check on me? Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched. He had previously declared with utmost sincerity that he would not visit, yet here he was. Since you're here, would you care to join me for a meal? Chen Gu offered. Before Tianjin Fan could respond, a discordant voice interrupted, do you think I am inconsequential? I am a subordinate of the great demon King Piccolo. Do you wish to meet your demise? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. What? You are a minion of the great demon King Piccolo? Does this mean he is broken free from his seal? Oh, you possess quite a bit of knowledge, old man. Dambalin was about to continue. Hey, Tianjin Fan. Would you be interested in taking care of this one? Can you handle it? Chen Gu gestured towards Dambalin. Tianjin Fan assessed Dambalin's aura and replied solemnly. I cannot guarantee his defeat. My combat power is not significantly superior. No worries. Whatever damage you can inflict, inflict it. I'll handle the rest. Chen Gu declared confidently. Dambalin, feeling disregarded, observed as the 2 seemed to neglect him, as if they were dividing their prey. The one with 3 eyes even boasted that his abilities were comparable to his noble demonic lineage, while the one with the long tail was even more presumptuous, almost surpassing the 3-eyed one in arrogance. This was utterly intolerable. Ignoring the circumstances, Dambalin charged at Tianjin Fan, prepared for the assault. Tianjin Fan raised his aura to its peak and engaged in combat with Dambalin. Chen Gu stood aside, observing the fierce confrontation between the 2 combatants. Silently, he removed the weighted gear from his body and placed it casually on the ground. Instantly, he felt a surge of lightness throughout his being, pondering, I wonder how formidable my combat prowess has become. As he watched Tianjin Fan and Dan Balin engaged in a heated battle, the room's furniture lay in ruins. Chen Gu positioned himself protectively beside Bulma, while Krillin, Goku, and other martial arts enthusiasts also focused intently on the duel, as if they could glean extraordinary insights from the spectacle. With each exchange, Tianjin Fan's astonishment grew. Who is this person? Such overwhelming strength. Previously, I was bested by that Chen Gu, and now another formidable opponent has appeared. This is infuriating. Gradually, the battleground of Tianjin Fan and Dan Balin ascended into the skies. The onlookers followed suit, observing the clash from a distance. Dan Balin, equally taken aback, pondered. Aside from Mr. Piccolo, when did such a powerful martial artist emerge on Earth? This bodes ill. I must report to Mr. Piccolo at once. Suddenly, a crimson laser erupted from Dan Balin's eyes, aimed at Tianjin Fan. Anticipating the attack, Tianjin Fan executed the instant transmission technique, deftly sidestepping the laser's lethal trajectory. Upon turning back, he found Dan Balin had already retreated to a distance beyond his reach. On the ground, Chen Gu elevated his ki to its zenith, activating the instant transmission technique to pursue Dan Balin. There was no way he would allow such a formidable creature to escape. In an instant, he spotted Dan Balin and pushed his speed to the limit, closing the distance between them. With a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike aimed to obliterate Dan Balin without hesitation. Realizing he could barely keep pace with Chen Gu's speed, Dan Balin turned to flee. However, he was no match for Chen Gu. Watching Dan Balin falter, Chen Gu took his time, gathering his ki. Within moments, a blue Kamehameha wave erupted from his hands, striking Dan Balin. The latter's form began to disintegrate in midair before vanishing completely. Meanwhile, far away, an elderly deity, marked by a large character for evil on his chest, sensed the disturbance and roared in fury, "Who dares to slay my child?" Yet, his question was met with silence. Chen Gu gazed at the chi that had completely vanished from the world, finally exhaling with relief. He took a few slow breaths, assessing the intensity of his own chi, which stood at approximately 250. A frown creased his brow as he murmured, "Is it truly so slow for scions to increase their combat power during times of peace?" However, it seemed that the accumulation of S cells required to transform into a Super Saiyan was indeed essential during peaceful times. Being a Super Saiyan held greater significance. It appeared that diligent training would be imperative for him from now on. Just as Chen Gu was immersed in his thoughts, Goku and the others arrived. Upon sensing the absence of that malevolent chi, Tien Shinhan inquired, "What about that demon, Dambalin? Did he escape?" "No. I killed him," Chen Gu replied. A brow arched in surprise at Tien Shinhan's evident distrust in his abilities. Tien Shinhan paused momentarily, then began to sense Chen Gu's chi, falling silent as he realized its intensity far surpassed his own. Chen Gu gazed at the astonished expressions of those around him and remarked, "Did you truly believe that I have been idly passing my days for the past 3 years? The weighted training I undertook has not yielded particularly favorable results. I must seek alternative methods." As Wukong and the others listened to Chen Gu's account of his weighted training, a myriad of thoughts began to blossom within them. At that moment, Master Roshi interjected, "This is merely one of the minions of King Piccolo. The true King Piccolo is far more terrifying than this." "Alas, what a calamity." Chen Gu slowly replied, "Rest assured, with so many of us here, the strength of the demon King Piccolo cannot be that formidable. He is currently in his twilight years, and, at most, he will not surpass my own power. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." As Chen Gu was about to continue speaking, a harmonious voice resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. The kind voice remarked, "I trust you have encountered the minions of Bic. Although you have vanquished his subordinates, the strength of the great demon King Bic himself is formidable." Just as Master Roshi and Bulma pondered the identity of this voice, Goku exclaimed, "Ah, it is Lord Kami." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was the deity. "Chen Gu, do you still remember our agreement?" The gentle voice continued. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, surprised to learn that Chen Gu had an arrangement with the deity. Chen Gu did not pay attention to their expressions and slowly said, "Of course I remember. I wonder what the Lord of Heaven wishes for me to do?" The deity remained silent for a long while, as if exhaling a deep breath, and finally spoke, "I request that you eliminate Bic." Subsequently, the deity gradually revealed the nature of his relationship with Bic, emphasizing that failure to eradicate him could result in Bic's dominance over the earth. However, the Lord of Heaven, "If my senior brother kills Bic, won't you also perish?" Wukong inquired. The deity replied slowly, "This is a consequence of my past transgressions, and I must naturally atone for it." Chen Gu cast his gaze towards the temple of the gods and softly uttered, "I have granted you my promise." Chen Gu naturally could not agree. The death of the heavenly god was not something he particularly cared about. If the heavenly god were to perish, the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth would become useless, and he would likely lose a valuable ally, which would be a significant loss. In the distant heavenly palace, Bobo stood beside the heavenly god, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Heavenly god, are you truly resolved to proceed with this?" "In truth, I should have taken this step long ago, should I not?" The heavenly god replied with resignation. "But what will become of the heavenly god's position after you depart?" Bobo inquired. The heavenly god pondered for a moment. "You may test the warriors who have come to train in the heavenly palace. If one proves suitable and passes the trial, the position of the heavenly god shall not remain vacant." Chen Gu and the others wore solemn expressions, observing their grave demeanor. Chen Gu lowered his head and spoke to Bulma. "Bulma, please return to West City first. Once I have resolved the matter, I will come to find you, all right?" "No. I want to stay with you," Bulma insisted resolutely. Chen Gu swiftly delivered a precise strike, rendering Bulma unconscious. He then addressed Master Roshi, "Dear Master Roshi, could you kindly escort Bulma back using her aircraft?" Master Roshi nodded solemnly. After watching the two depart, Chen Gu turned to Goku and the others. "Aren't you all leaving? Are you joking? Given the formidable adversaries we face, we naturally wish to witness the legendary Demon King Piccolo for ourselves." Krillin interjected. "But how do we locate the Demon King Piccolo?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "There is no need for us to seek them out. We shall wait for them to come to us. I possess the Dragon Ball that Piccolo desires, and he will inevitably come to retrieve it. We shall simply lie in wait," Chen Gu replied with a smile. The group then readied themselves, adjusting their states to the utmost. Chen Gu engaged in some light warm-up exercises. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, he reassured them, "Do not be anxious. Piccolo's combat power will certainly not exceed mine. I am confident in my abilities. You all will handle his subordinates. One is named Daramu, with a battle power of approximately 190. The other is called Sinbalu, possessing a mere 120. Tien and Goku will confront Daramu, while Krillin and Yamcha will take on Sinbalu. Din, utilize your super abilities to assist, and this time, avoid prolonged combat. Let us strive for a swift resolution, for our opponents are no trifling matter. I just extracted this information from Dambalin. Chen Gu added a remark, expressing his desire not to receive information without reason. However, it soon became evident that Chen Gu was overthinking, for no one paid any heed to the source of the news. All right, the crowd responded in unison. Indeed, not long after, a massive flying craft appeared in the distant sky, gradually making its way towards Chen Gu and the others. The craft then halted midair, and 3 green figures slowly descended from it. The foremost figure bore a striking resemblance to a celestial deity, yet inscribed before him was the character for demon. Flanking him were 2 demons, one stout and the other slender, Dolam and Zinbaru. So, you have slain Dambalin? The aged Pick looked towards Chen Gu and spoke slowly. Chen Gu quietly said, everyone, follow the plan we discussed earlier. When I make my move, you shall act simultaneously. Indeed, it is I. Are you Piccolo? Chen Gu chuckled softly. It was not that he was feigning ease. Rather, he felt a sense of relief knowing that Piccolo's strength was merely 230. However, Chen Gu did not let his guard down, for complacency often leads to dire consequences. Considering your voluntary admission, hand over the Dragon Ball and follow this Dark Lord. Perhaps I might spare your life. Piccolo, in dire need of the Dragon Ball to restore his youth, regarded Chen Gu and was reluctant to engage in battle. Chen Gu, indifferent to him, boldly declared, if you possess the capability, then come and take it. He then employed the technique of Void Dance, charging towards Piccolo. Concurrently, adhering to their prior strategy, Tien and Goku flanked Doram, while Krillin and Yamcha encircled Sanbaru. It seems you have long since devised a countermeasure, Piccolo remarked, observing the synergy between Chen Gu and his companions. Chen Gu Tsai, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter, launched a powerful punch directly at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo slowly raised his hand to gently deflect the blow. However, in an astonishing turn of events, he swiftly stumbled backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be possible? Who are you? And how can you possess such strength? Upon witnessing his opponent, Bick, being repelled, Chen Gu swiftly charged forward, intent on capitalizing on this fleeting advantage, for he believed in seizing the moment to eliminate his adversary. Bick, the formidable Demon King, observed as Chen Gu approached with alarming speed. Just as Chen Gu drew near, Bick unleashed a burst of energy from his mouth, catching Chen Gu off guard. The radiant projectile struck him with great force, sending him hurtling backward and inflicting considerable injury. Chen Gu secretly thought, damn, how cunning. This guy is even more deceitful than I am. He then swiftly moved in front of King Piccolo. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements blurring with speed. Chen Gu's combat experience paled in comparison to Piccolo's, and compounded by his injuries, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although King Piccolo was aging, Chen Gu had just been caught off guard by his trickery, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. No way, at this rate. I might just get beaten to death. That old coot just played me. Chen Gu mused inwardly. Meanwhile, King Piccolo was taken aback. How is it possible that such a formidable opponent has emerged on Earth in such a short time? And his companions seem equally capable. I must resolve this swiftly. My aging body cannot endure for long. Despite their divergent thoughts, the intensity of their combat did not wane. Hands, elbows, knees, and legs, every available limb was employed in a relentless assault, each striving to inflict harm upon the other. However, given their respective strengths, most of the attacks were deftly deflected, with only a handful managing to land. Before long, the two combatants separated, their gazes locked in a fierce stare, neither willing to avert their eyes as they sought the opportune moment to catch the other off guard. After their brief respite, both were panting heavily. As they paused mid-battle, Chen Gu managed to allocate a fraction of his focus to observe the skirmish involving Goku and the others. He noted that Shinbaru was being steadily overwhelmed by Krillin and Yamcha's coordinated assaults, likely unable to hold out much longer. Glancing to the other side, he saw Goku and Tien Shin'an struggling to maintain parity against Dolam, but it was evident that this stalemate would not last long. Chen Gu glanced at the situation below and calmly remarked, Piccolo, it appears that your circumstances are rather dire, are they not? Chen Gu only needed to buy time, significantly increasing his chances of victory. It seemed that Bick had also discerned Chen Gu's intentions, launching an intense pursuit. This time, Chen Gu fully unleashed himself, immersing wholeheartedly in the battle, and their conflict intensified further. As their aura continuously surged, the destructive power of their attacks escalated, gradually ravaging the nearby flora and structures beyond recognition. The ferocity of their exchanges grew, and while Chen Gu initially felt the pangs of pain coursing through his body, the escalating intensity of the fight transformed each blow into a visceral connection. Despite the agony, it felt as though his muscles were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Chen Gu could distinctly perceive a transformation occurring within his muscles, as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis. Consequently, he deliberately engaged in a series of punches that were significantly shorter than those of the formidable Majin Buu. At that moment, Chen Gu's sensations became even more acute. He was confident that if he could maintain this trajectory, his strength would undoubtedly escalate at an accelerated pace. Subsequently, he provocatively taunted, "Majin Buu, are you not renowned as the Dark Lord? Is this truly the extent of your power? Why are your punches so feeble? Have you forgotten to eat?" "Humph," came Buu's furious retort as he summoned his energy, intensifying his assault against Chen Gu. Just as Chen Gu was reveling in the delightful sensations coursing through his muscles, Majin Buu abruptly halted his advance. Chen Gu wore an expression of displeasure as he regarded Piccolo. Following Piccolo's gaze, he discovered that Sinbaru had met his demise at the hands of Krillin and Yamcha, who had ruthlessly snapped his neck. However, both Yamcha and Krillin, having expended considerable energy, were left with little fighting capability. Sensing the dire situation, Piccolo swiftly surged towards Krillin and Yamcha. Realizing the impending danger, Chen Gu instinctively dashed towards the two, intent on intercepting Piccolo. To his astonishment, midway through, Piccolo abruptly redirected his assault, unleashing a magic light cannon towards Goku and Tien Shinhan. By the time Chen Gu arrived, Tien Shinhan had already sustained grave injuries from Piccolo's ambush. A sense of foreboding enveloped Chen Gu. Although Dalaran was severely wounded, Goku had also endured significant strain, making it highly unlikely that he could overcome Dalaran. With Piccolo fixated upon him, Chen Gu knew he could not swiftly vanquish Dalaran either. Having recently suffered an attack from Piccolo, his body was beginning to falter, and the situation appeared increasingly precarious. With gritted teeth, Chen Gu inquired, "Wukong, can you endure?" "No problem. Leave it to me," Wukong replied, his gaze fixed firmly on Dalaran. Without hesitation, Chen Gu charged towards Piccolo, disregarding the sensations coursing through his muscles. If he continued to hesitate, their side would likely face total annihilation, an outcome Chen Gu was unwilling to witness. Piccolo smirked. "Didn't he expect this, did you? It seems you're at a disadvantage now. Enough of your nonsense." Chen Gu, feeling irritable, silenced the Demon King Piccolo with a punch, his focus unwavering as he aimed to bring Piccolo to his demise. Finally, after approximately a quarter of an hour, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and Chen Gu realized that Dalaran had fallen victim to Wukong's Kamehameha, while Wukong himself lay gravely injured, unable to move. "Senior brother, I leave the rest to you," Wukong murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Gu displayed little reaction, realizing that he could only rely on himself now. He fixated on Bic, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind as he contemplated how to confront him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he cursed aloud, "Damn. I cannot simply resolve this matter." Subsequently, Chen Gu was compelled to engage Bic in hand-to-hand combat. The battlefield transformed dramatically, and as he gazed at the ominous clouds above, a realization dawned upon him. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "This is dire." Without further ado, he disregarded everything else and gradually concentrated all of his chi, save for what was necessary for the application of the Dance of the Void, into the fist of his right hand. As Chen Gu gazed at the ominous clouds overhead, he surmised that Piccolo was about to unleash his explosive demon wave. Chen Gu cursed under his breath, "Damn it." For this technique was far beyond his current capabilities, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand its formidable intensity. It was likely to surpass the power of a small nuclear explosion. With this thought in mind, Chen Gu ceased his hesitation and soared directly towards Piccolo. Observing the approaching Chen Gu, Piccolo's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Come to meet your demise? Perfect. I have prepared a splendid gift for you that you are sure to appreciate." With that, Piccolo released the gathered energy from his entire body in an instant, manifesting his most potent technique, the explosive demon wave. Chen Gu, braving the formidable onslaught of Piccolo, concentrated all the chi within his being into his outstretched right hand, thrusting it forward with great fervor. He then accelerated towards Piccolo with remarkable swiftness. Observing the impending strike of Chen Gu's fist, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Chen Gu relentlessly drew nearer until his fist hovered perilously close to Piccolo's chest, at which point Piccolo was seized by panic, yet it was already too late. Chen Gu directly pierced through Piccolo's chest and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Piccolo looked down at his chest, and then, As if struck by a sudden realization, a white egg slowly emerged from his throat. Subsequently, he completely lost his breath, and the egg vanished without a trace. The great demon King Piccolo had perished. Time passed, and gradually, Chen Gu regained consciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, all gazing at him with wide eyes. In a feeble voice, Chen Gu said, "Please, hand me a Senza bean. There is a capsule with them on my belt." Goku found the Senza bean on Chen Gu and promptly fed it to him. Chen Gu chewed slowly and swallowed. Instantly, a surge of energy, several times more powerful than before, emanated from him. He sensed that his energy had soared to at least 800, more than tripling. Indeed, the Saiyan physique was astonishing, the more severe the injury, the stronger one became after recovery. Chen Gu turned to face the crowd, and the gazes directed at him resembled those one might cast upon a creature of myth. Subsequently, he produced celestial beans, distributing 20 of them to each individual as a precautionary measure. The group did not hesitate. Each person swiftly consumed the beans. Soon, waves of formidable energy emanated from their beings. Chen Gu experienced a moment of reflection, noting that Wukong had reached a power level of 510, Tien Shin'an stood at 250. Krillin attained 160, while Yamcha measured at 150. As for Kaiatsu, he had not sustained any significant injuries, resulting in no notable changes. It appears that the augmentation of combat strength upon recovery is not exclusive to the Saiyans. Rather, it is simply more pronounced among them. Chen Gu gazed at the crowd, who exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of survival after calamity. This surge in combat prowess could indeed be regarded as a rebirth from the ashes. As the sun gradually descended, the figures of the few individuals stood tall and imposing against the backdrop of the setting sun. As Chen Gu felt his burgeoning strength, he struggled to fully harness it, prompting him to devise a plan. He proposed, "Let us all go to Bulma's home to rest and discuss our upcoming strategy." Upcoming strategy? Is it possible that Piccolo is still alive? Krillin was taken aback, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Even if he is alive, it matters not. Goku and Tien can handle him now, not to mention Chen Gu, Yamcha remarked with a sense of ease. Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Gu first flew to the spaceship of the Demon King Piccolo, retrieving the Dragon Balls he had collected before returning to the ground. The group then utilized their flight abilities to soar towards West City. As they traveled, the dynamics among them subtly shifted, barriers dissolved, replaced by a shared camaraderie born from their narrow escape from peril. Before long, they arrived at Bulma's residence. Chen Gu landed first, and upon seeing Bulma's worn visage, he felt a pang of compassion. Without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms. Bulma's small fist pounded against his chest as she cried, laughed, and scolded simultaneously. "You mustn't take me away again next time." Master Roshi observed the safe return of the group, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. "Chen Gu, is it true that the Demon King Piccolo is really dead?" The others turned their gazes toward Chen Gu, for he was the only one who had faced Piccolo in their final confrontation. "The Demon King Piccolo is indeed dead," Chen Gu affirmed. Yet he withheld the fact that Piccolo Jr. had survived, a potential powerhouse for the future, something that could not be revealed now lest they eliminate him prematurely. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, but Chen Gu's next statement reignited their tension. "I sense that in 6 or 7 years, Earth may face a great calamity." The group gasped in surprise. Observing their reactions, Chen Gu continued solemnly, "You should have realized by now that I possess a tail. Goku once had one too. But it was removed by the Kaioshin. Our tails signify that we are Saiyans from a planet called Vegeta. Our world was destroyed by the malevolent Frieza Force, forcing us to scatter across the universe. The Frieza Force consists of those who conquer planets and sell them at exorbitant prices. I have a foreboding that Earth might soon become their target. Why do I not remember any of this?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Did you suffer a head injury as a child, leading to your amnesia?" Chen Gu inquired knowingly. "Yes. How did you know, senior brother?" "My grandfather said I fell off a cliff and injured my head, which caused me to forget everything prior," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. The others could not help but twitch their lips. To fall off a cliff as a child and emerge unscathed was a testament to the formidable resilience of a Saiyan. Chen Gu continued, "In truth, very few of us Saiyans managed to escape. Apart from us, there are 3 others. However, they have fallen into the clutches of Frieza, and their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Therefore, I intend to first acclimate myself to my own strength. Once I have fully mastered it, I plan to venture to other places for further training. I am curious about your plans moving forward." "Wait a moment, brother," Goku interjected, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. How powerful is Frieza and his army? Chen Gu gave his forehead a light smack, exclaiming, "This fellow." He continued, "I am uncertain of Frieza's precise strength, but the majority of his legion possesses combat power ranging from 2,000 to 5,000. The average fighters exceed 5,000, while the elite warriors boast combat power above 10,000. As for Frieza's prowess in the Jinyu force, Chen Gu refrained from divulging that information, fearing it might plunge them into despair. As expected, expressions of fear surfaced on the faces of Tian Shinhan and the others. Yet, rather than succumbing to hopelessness, they felt a significant weight of pressure. This was precisely the reaction Chen Gu sought, for it was only under such pressure that their abilities could flourish rapidly. Meanwhile, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Gu inquired, "What has you so thrilled?" Goku, gazing at Chen Gu, replied, "Hey, Master Brother, can we become that strong too?" The others turned their gazes toward Chen Gu as well. Chen Gu's words resonated with simplicity. Although we may not possess the formidable strength of Frieza, achieving a battle power in the tens of thousands is certainly within our reach if we all commit to diligent training. I have a method to enhance everyone's capabilities, but it necessitates that we first establish a solid foundation through rigorous practice. Only then can we experience substantial growth in the future. Upon hearing that Chen Gu had a strategy to augment their strength, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Now, having said all that, what are your plans moving forward? Chen Gu inquired once more. After a brief silence, Goku replied, "I wish to continue my training at the Heavenly Temple under the guidance of the Lord of Heaven." Tianjin glanced at him with a quizzical expression, prompting Krillin to elucidate further. "We shall also proceed to the Heavenly Temple," Krillin and Yamcha declared without hesitation. "I shall accompany you," Tianjin affirmed, turning to Jiaozi. "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiaozi, with an impassive demeanor, responded, "Wherever Tianjin goes, I shall follow." Chen Gu gazed at the decisions made by the others and remarked with a smile, "You must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training from now on. I have my own plans. Upon my return, we shall make further arrangements." The following day, everyone activated their flight techniques, soaring towards the Temple of the Gods. Once they vanished from sight, Chen Gu murmured, "I hope your combat abilities will significantly enhance, enabling you to confront the numerous calamities that lie ahead." Subsequently, Chen Gu turned to Bulma and said, "Let us see how your father's gravity chamber is progressing." Bulma nodded obediently, yet could not restrain her curiosity any longer, asking along the way, "Chen Gu, where will you be training next?" Chen Gu halted his steps, a sudden pang of realization striking his heart. Indeed, I still have Bulma. It seems I must alter my plans. He then gazed tenderly at Bulma and said softly, "I may need to train at King Kai's for a while." Who is King Kai? And how long will a while be? Tears shimmered in Bulma's eyes, threatening to spill. Chen Gu gently stroked Bulma's head and remarked, "The Kai is a deity above the celestial gods. As for the passage of time," he cautiously glanced at Bulma, adding, "perhaps 3 to 4 years." "I understand." Contrary to Chen Gu's expectations of Bulma throwing a tantrum, she responded with remarkable understanding. Chen Gu embraced Bulma tightly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I shall return as swiftly as possible." Bulma nestled her head against Chen Gu's chest. Subsequently, the two made their way to Dr. Brief's laboratory. Chen Gu inquired, "Dr. Brief, how is the progress on the gravity chamber?" Dr. Brief initially furrowed his brow before responding, "I have a concrete plan in mind. However, its realization will require at least 2 years, as there are numerous components that need thorough testing." Chen Gusong let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, there is still time." He then engaged in casual conversation with Dr. Brief. Half a month later, a dark cloud slowly rose over the Brief residence, followed by the emergence of a magnificent green dragon in the sky above. During this fortnight, Chen Gusong had solidified his strength, and now it was time to train with the king of the otherworld. As he beheld the divine aura emanating from the great dragon before him, he swallowed hard. The dragon then opened its mouth and proclaimed, "Speak your wish, and I shall grant it, no matter what it may be." Upon encountering the magnificent divine dragon for the first time, Chen Gu was momentarily struck with awe by its grandeur. As Bulma coughed softly beside him, he regained his composure and offered an embarrassed smile. Chen Gu deeply inhaled and slowly uttered, "Please take me to the side of the King of the North." He then quietly awaited the divine dragon. After a moment, the divine dragon spoke softly, "This is quite simple." Following this, a golden radiance enveloped Chen Gu, who waved farewell to Bulma before his form vanished from the earth. At the very instant of Chen Gu's disappearance, in the Hall of the Celestial Gods, the deity gazed in the direction of Chen Gu's vanishing form and slowly remarked, "Ah, King of the Realm, I wish you success." The individuals behind the deity also abruptly lifted their heads to observe the direction of Chen Gu's disappearance, paused momentarily, and then resumed their cultivation of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, Chen Gu turned, and the scene before him underwent a sudden transformation. By the time he realized what had transpired, he found himself on a diminutive planet. Before him lay a solitary road, a single house, and an automobile. Additionally, a gorilla was thumping its chest in front of Chen Gu, and when he turned around, he discovered that it was indeed the tail of a serpent. Chen Gu gazed at the scene before him and smiled. Is this the King of Worlds? It appears rather unimpressive. With that, he plummeted directly toward the King of Worlds. Ah! A series of screams erupted from Chen Gu's lips as he found himself half buried in the soil of the King of Worlds. With only his upper body remaining above the surface, he attempted to extricate himself, only to discover he could barely shift a few inches, utterly trapped. How could this be? Just as I remarked that it was nothing, I find myself in such a predicament. This must be the work of that pesky divine dragon. Chen Gu lamented while continuing his futile efforts to free himself. At that moment, a small gorilla appeared before him, laughing uproariously at the sight of Chen Gu stuck in the pit. Chen Gu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, being mocked by a gorilla. After a while, a figure adorned with antennae and accompanied by a flying grasshopper approached Chen Gu. The individual wore sunglasses, donned the uniform of the King of Worlds, and had blue skin. Chen Gu pondered, is this the North King? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. The North King scrutinized Chen Gu for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, a Saiyan. How did you come to my domain, and you're still alive? But wait, I recall that Frieza annihilated the Saiyan race. There should only be a handful remaining. How is it that you are also a Saiyan? Where do you hail from? Chen Gu raised an eyebrow and remarked, with so many questions. Can you not ask them one at a time? However, I shall respond to a few of your inquiries. Despite his words, Chen Gu maintained a cheerful demeanor, addressing the North Kai with a smile. Greetings, Lord Kai. My name is Chen Gu, and indeed, I am a Saiyan. I managed to escape to another planet before Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, thus evading disaster. The North Kai, intrigued, observed, the energy surrounding you possesses no trace of malevolence. You are indeed a remarkable Saiyan. He clicked his tongue in admiration. But tell me, what brings you to my realm? Chen Gu earnestly replied. I have heard that North Kai is a master of martial arts, and I wish to seek your guidance in my training. He bowed deeply before the North Kai. Why should I teach you? The North Kai inquired, puzzled. Chen Gugong's carefully crafted cold joke was abruptly thwarted by a single remark, leading him to ponder. This is not in accordance with the script. However, Chen Gugong was not one to easily concede. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation while stroking his chin, he declared, I hail from Earth, and I am aware that you, Lord North King, have long harbored a profound disdain for Frieza and his ilk wreaking havoc throughout the universe. As Chen Gu spoke, he felt an immense pressure emanating from the North Kai, causing him to sweat profusely. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and declared, If you guide me in my training, I could assist you in dealing with Frieza, even the entire Frieza clan. With a sigh of relief, Chen Gu finally completed his statement. The North Kai retracted his aura, gazing at Chen Gu with disdain. You wish to confront Frieza? How audacious of you. Setting aside your combat power of barely 1,000, even if you were to achieve mastery in your training, the highest combat power of a Saiyan is barely over 10,000. Do you truly believe you can contend with Frieza? Ignorance breeds no fear. Chen Gu replied resolutely. I'm aware that Frieza's peak combat power reaches 120 million. The North Kai raised his antennae, seemingly intrigued. Oh? This is the first time I've heard such a precise figure. However, knowing that Frieza possesses a combat power of 120 million, do you truly believe you can handle him? Ordinary Saiyans cannot, of course, Chen Gu stated. The North Kai, unfazed, inquired, then are there extraordinary ones? Chen Gu smiled gently, acknowledging ordinary Saiyans indeed possess combat powers exceeding 10,000, yet they remain unaware of how to harness their true potential. Lord North Kai, you must be aware that one of the reasons Frieza sought to annihilate the Saiyan race was his fear of the Super Saiyans among us. It was a Super Saiyan who vanquished his ancestors. I have heard whispers of such tales, yet the Super Saiyan is merely a figure of legend. What leads you to believe you can ascend to such greatness? North Kai remarked, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke slowly. I possess the confidence to become a Super Saiyan. Chen Gu declared, locking eyes with North Kai, his resolve unwavering. A profound silence enveloped them. Yet Chen understood the importance of maintaining his momentum. Failure to do so could mean losing his chance entirely. At last, after a considerable pause, North Kai spoke. Very well. I am in agreement. Chen Gu actually wished for the North Realm King to teach the Dragon Ball warriors. However, he understood that it must be approached gradually. He believed that once a rapport had been established, everything else would fall into place. Nevertheless, I have one request, the North Realm King said solemnly. Chen Gu remained unfazed and replied, "It's nothing. I am fully prepared." He then retrieved a versatile capsule from his belt, and with a gentle press, a multitude of joke books appeared on the ground. The North Realm King, disregarding everything else, hurried over to collect them all, and as he dashed towards his chamber, he exclaimed, "Once I finish reading these, I shall teach you the art of cultivation." Chen Gu gazed at the silhouette of the North King, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Is this North King truly reliable? In the subsequent month, Chen Gu endeavored to acclimate to the gravity of King Planet, which was 10 times that of Earth. Indeed, no trivial feat. It took him nearly half a month to ensure he could walk upon the surface of King Planet. Now, after a month had elapsed, Chen Gu could manage to run on the surface, occasionally engaging in cultivation. However, he found himself unable to utilize the void dance technique, as if he were firmly anchored in place. 3 months later, Chen Gu had effortlessly captured Baburis and Gulegri, forming a strong bond of friendship with them. One day, while Chen Gu was drenched in sweat, the North King silently approached from behind and proclaimed, "From today onward, I shall guide you in your training." "Excellent." Chen Gu responded with enthusiasm. "I have observed your fundamental mastery of Qi over a period of time. You have done remarkably well and applied it effectively. However, your strength is still lacking. I have developed a unique set of techniques that can significantly amplify your power in a short span, albeit at the cost of a considerable physical burden. Would you like to learn?" the North King inquired. "Absolutely," Chen Gu replied without hesitation. After all, he had come to the North King for 2 reasons, the tenfold gravity for superior training effects, and the legendary King Fist technique. As for the spirit bomb, Chen Gu did not believe he possessed the purity of heart required to master it. The North King continued, "This technique is called King Fist. Now, allow me to elaborate on the specifics." Time flew by, and Chen Gu spent countless days and nights on King Planet. There, a young man with a tall stature hovered 10 meters above the ground, wielding his fists. Though his technique was not exceptionally refined, each strike resonated with a palpable force of destruction. This young man was none other than Chen Gu. Unbeknownst to him, for years had slipped away. Throughout these 4 years, Chen Gu dedicated himself to relentless training, and he could now sustain the King Fist at 3 times its power. However, anything beyond 4 times was beyond his physical limits. The North King gazed at Chen Gu in the sky, astonished. In just 4 short years, his combat power has reached 12,000. And he has mastered the King Fist remarkably well. Perhaps he may indeed become the legendary Super Saiyan in the future. Yet, soon after, the North King couldn't help but chuckle, self-deprecatingly thinking, "When did I become so naive? It is merely a legend." Upon noticing the Northern Realm King gazing at him, Chen Gu ceased his cultivation. Ever since his strength had shown little growth a month prior, Chen Gu surmised that the gravitational influence of the Northern Realm Star had become insufficient for his training. Chen Gu slowly descended to the ground and spoke, "Lord of the Northern Realm." "Indeed," replied the Lord of the Northern Realm, unhurriedly. He continued, "Chen Gu, cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Prolonged periods of intense training may not necessarily lead to a swift enhancement of one's power. Rather, it may result in physical exhaustion." Chen Gu contemplated for a moment, realizing it was indeed time to depart, then spoke, "The esteemed Lord of the Northern Realm is correct. Having been here for 4 years, I should return for a visit." Chen Gu raised his head and noticed the North Realm King wearing an expression that suggested he was a teachable child, leaving Chen Gu utterly speechless. An hour later, Chen Gu donned a new outfit conjured by the North Realm King, which bore a striking resemblance to his previous attire, save for the addition of the character. The corners of Chen Gu's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but wonder what peculiarities plagued this group of deities. He bowed respectfully to the North Realm King, saying, "Esteemed North Realm King, I am grateful for your guidance over the past 4 years. Do not be in haste to thank me. I am still awaiting your transformation into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frieza." The North Realm King replied with a bemused expression as he regarded Chen Gu. Chen Gu naturally ignored the teasing remarks of the North Realm King and continued to speak to himself. "To be honest, I have a certain degree of confidence in becoming a Super Saiyan, but I cannot guarantee success with absolute certainty. However, I can recommend someone who possesses even greater assurance than I do. After all, there is strength in numbers." "What do you mean?" The tendrils atop the North Realm King's head twitched. Chen Gu organized his thoughts and spoke, "In truth, there exists another Saiyan on Earth. One with a heart as pure as a child's. and he may very well ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Moreover, there are several martial artists on Earth akin to myself, and I hope you can offer them your guidance. You see, your Northern Kai's planet is rather desolate. Why not allow me to bring them over for your tutelage? Humph. Chen Gu, do not overstep your bounds. I have yet to settle the score for the food you have consumed over the years, and now you wish to send others to partake of my provisions? Beware, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. The Northern Kai seethed with indignation. Chen Gu conjured a white aura around him, then executed the dance of the sky technique. Swiftly soaring towards the serpent path, he proclaimed loudly, Lord of the Northern Realm, rest assured. I shall ensure they bring ample provisions upon their return. The Lord of the Northern Realm observed as Chen Gu ventured further away, and slowly remarked, You impudent rascal. I hope that our next encounter will bring me a delightful surprise. After soaring along the serpentine path for a considerable duration, Chen Gu could not help but express his frustration as he gazed upon the seemingly endless trail. If only I could teleport, he lamented. How long must I endure this flight? With that thought, he decided to slow his pace, relinquishing his urgency. 2 days later, as he admired the changing scenery around him, a sense of joy welled up within him. At last, I am nearing my destination. This has been exceedingly tedious. Gradually, Chen Gu caught sight of the long-awaited serpent's head in the distance and flew straight through it. However, just as he prepared to continue his journey, he came to an abrupt halt, realizing that he was unfamiliar with the way back, or rather, that with his current abilities, returning was beyond his reach. As Chen Gu contemplated his return from the heavens, a ghostly envoy on the ground glanced upward and exclaimed to his companion, Behold, that is a corporeal being, a living soul. Quickly, we must report this to Lord Yin. Upon hearing this, the other ghostly envoy, realizing the gravity of a living person trespassing the underworld, hastened to convey the news to Lord Yin. Enraged, Lord Yin emanated a formidable aura, causing the spirits and ghostly envoys of hell to tremble in fear, as if they were on the verge of shattering into pieces. Chen Gu was troubled by his inability to escape from hell. Sensing a formidable aura emanating from afar, he squinted his eyes and murmured to himself, Indeed, the heavens are assisting me. He then soared towards the source of the aura. Before long, an extraordinarily grand palace came into view, adorned with the two characters Yama King. Chen Gu exclaimed in admiration, How magnificent! Truly befitting of the Yama King's palace. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from within, causing a shiver to run through his soul. This is the Yama King's power, absolute dominion over souls. Am I, a living being, truly susceptible to such influence? Chen Gu was taken aback. Realizing he seemed to have no other means of escape, he ventured inside. Before him lay the source of that imposing aura, a figure of remarkable size seated at a desk, upon which rested a device reminiscent of a computer. A few guards stood nearby, though they appeared minuscule in comparison to the Yama King. Chen Gu scrutinized the Yama King, relieved that the aura was not overwhelmingly potent. Simultaneously, the Yama King assessed Chen Gu with keen interest. Ultimately, one of the ghostly attendants beside the Yama King shattered the silence, exclaiming, Impudent living being! How dare you trespass into the underworld? Chen Gu shifted his gaze from the King of Hell to the ghostly envoy. The envoy, under Chen Gu's intense scrutiny, felt as though he were being observed by a ferocious beast, causing him to break into a cold sweat and promptly collapse onto the ground. Chen Gu, feeling helpless, turned once more towards the King of Hell. The King of Hell spoke, Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the underworld? Great King, Chen Gu replied earnestly. I am Chen Gu, a scion from Earth. I did not intrude upon the underworld. Rather, I was training under the great King of the universe and have only recently returned. However, I find myself at a loss as to how to return to Earth. It was fortuitous that I encountered you, great King. The King of Hell's expression changed. The great King of the universe? Chen Gu nodded slightly. Yin Wang cleared his throat and inquired, What evidence do you possess to substantiate that you hail from the esteemed Lord of the Realm? Chen Gu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Your Excellency, the King of Hell, do you require proof? The King of Hell nodded in affirmation. Then prepare yourself, Chen Gu declared. He swiftly elevated his energy to its utmost limit, executing the Kaelin technique at double its intensity. His entire aura transformed into a crimson hue, surrounded by flickering flames of red. The entire hall of hell trembled slightly, causing the spirits and ghostly attendants to cower on the ground, motionless. The King of Hell gazed at the fiery red aura before him and remarked, Is this the Kaelin? Very well, I concede that you hail from Lord Kao. Quickly, retract your energy. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu retracted his anger, subsequently suppressing it to a level of 2,000. He then addressed the King of Hell. Might I beseech you to contact the celestial deity of Earth and request his assistance in returning me to my home? With a wave of his hand, the king of hell assured, consider it done. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace on Earth, the deity observed with satisfaction as Wukong and his companions honed their skills. Since the last great martial arts tournament, their dedication had intensified. The knowledge he possessed had long been imparted to them, and their prowess had grown remarkably, much to the deity's delight. Suddenly, the deity appeared to have encountered an urgent matter. He hurriedly entered a chamber within the palace, vanishing from the sight of the others, leaving Wukong and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Wukong turned to Bobo and inquired, "What seems to be troubling the celestial lord?" Bobo, unsure, replied quietly. Observing Bobo's confusion, the group resumed their training. In haste, the celestial deity arrived in the underworld. Upon reaching the king of hell, he respectfully stated, "I am the celestial deity of Earth. May I inquire why you summoned me?" The king of hell replied, "It is not I who sought you, but rather he." Gesturing towards Chen Gu, Chen Gu raised his hand to greet the celestial deity, saying, "Ah, it has been quite a while, esteemed divine being." The celestial deity gazed at Chen Gu, his greenish visage appearing almost purple from the strain, and managed to utter with great difficulty, "Who are you? Do you know me? What do you seek?" Chen Gu glanced in surprise, pondering, is this celestial being akin to a goldfish, possessing such a poor memory? Chen Gu stood speechless and said, "Lord Celestial, it is I, Chen Gu. Do you not recognize me?" "Chen Gu, is it truly you, Chen Gu? You have been missing for 4 years. How?" The celestial gazed at Chen Gu for a considerable time before he began to speak incessantly. "Enough. You may continue your conversation elsewhere. Do not disturb my work here." The authoritative voice of the king of hell echoed, "Yes, yes, we shall take our leave at once." The celestial, resembling a startled child, grasped Chen Gu's hand and insisted on returning. Chen Gu prepared to follow the celestial being, but suddenly seemed to recall something and turned back to the king of hell, saying, "Your Majesty, what is it?" The king of hell inquired, puzzled. "It is this. If there are martial artists from Earth who wish to seek training under the great king, I hope you might facilitate their passage," Chen Gu replied. The celestial being grasped Chen Gu's arm, admonishing, "You must not be disrespectful to his majesty. How could the underworld permit the living to enter at will? Such an act would violate the rules." The king of hell pondered for a moment and then stated, "I can have someone escort them to the serpent path. But beyond that, their journey is solely their own responsibility." "That is precisely my intention. Thank you." Chen Gu waved goodbye to the king of hell. The celestial being observed the exchange between Chen Gu and the king of hell, his mouth agape in disbelief, and thought to himself, "This fellow has managed to elicit an exception even from the king of hell. I find him increasingly inscrutable." Chen Gu glanced at the dazed deity, waved his hand in front of him, and said, "My lord, it is time for us to depart." The deity, as if awakening from a deep slumber, responded, "Ah, yes. Let us go." With that, Chen Gu and the deity vanished from the hall of Yama. The king of hell gazed at the spot where Chen Gu had just been and murmured, "This lad is rather intriguing." Chen Gai opened his eyes and found himself in a rather small room, where the floor appeared to be inscribed with some kind of formation. "Come now. Let's meet everyone and share the experiences of your past 4 years," the celestial being remarked, as if having endured great tribulations, exhaling slowly before speaking. Chen Gu stepped out of the room, only to realize he had entered the hall of the divine. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he sensed several auras that were no less formidable than his own former self. The crowd, too, immediately perceived this familiar yet alien presence. Chen Gu felt the energy emanating from a distance and smiled, remarking, "The intensity of this energy suggests that Wukong has reached 1410. Quite impressive. Tianjin Fan is around 1250, while Krillin and Yamcha hover just above 1000. Dumpling is at 610, which is decent. There's hope yet." Just as Chen Gu was about to depart, he let out a soft "oh" upon detecting an energy signature reminiscent of Piccolo the Demon King, albeit not as malevolent, approximately at a strength of 850. Chen Gu murmured, "It must be Piccolo Jr., but how did he become so powerful? Is there something I'm unaware of?" The instant Chen Gu appeared, everyone training in the heavenly temple abruptly halted. Wukong exclaimed, "What an overwhelming energy! How could it be so strong? Who could it possibly be?" Tianjin Fan remarked, "It's truly frightening." Dumpling also gazed towards Chen Gu's direction, falling into silence. In the distance, a youthful green figure, indeed Piccolo, observed Chen Gu intently, thinking, "Has he finally arrived? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I must defeat you." He then resumed his training, lost in thought. The god of heaven was the first to emerge from the temple. And as the others prepared to inquire about the source of the energy, they were greeted by a handsome young man with a faint smile, a tail swaying casually behind him. He cheerfully said, "Hello everyone. It's been a while." "Ah, senior brother," Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Instantly, everyone relaxed and broke into smiles. "Lord God, could you prepare something to eat for me? I'm starving." Chen Gu turned to the god of heaven. "Let us all eat together. It's just about noon." Gathered around a large table, having gone 2 days without food, Chen Gu eagerly dove into the feast before him, stuffing his mouth with delicious dishes. "Chen Gu, where have you been for the past 4 years? How have you become so powerful?" The god of heaven inquired. As Chen Gubian chewed on his meat, he remarked, "It's a long story. I want to see Lord Kai. Wait until I finish eating, and I shall elaborate." The celestial being seemed to tremble at the mention, exclaiming, "Chen Gu, are you certain it was Lord Kai? What is it? Who is Lord Kai?" Goku inquired, puzzled. The celestial being exhaled slowly. "Lord Kai is a deity above me, truly magnificent. Indeed, Lord Kai has guided my training. My true strength is 6 times what I currently display." Not including the Kaioken technique, Chen Gubian mumbled. Tian Shinhan broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, 6 times. How is that possible? The training at Lord Kai's place is so effective? Can we go? The others' eyes lit up with hope. However, the celestial being shook his head at them, stating, "It's impossible. Lord Kai is far too busy to instruct you. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Chen Gu to receive guidance from Lord Kai." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions dimmed with disappointment. Chen Gu looked at their disappointed expressions and smiled gently. "It's all right. I have already spoken with Lord of the Realm. As long as you make your way to him through the snake path, he will guide you in your cultivation." "Really? Chen Gu, can we become as strong as you?" Korin exclaimed with excitement. "As strong as me?" No, Chen Gu shook his head. Korin sighed. "So it's still not possible?" "I haven't finished my thought. What I meant is that it's not impossible for you to surpass my strength. The gravity on Lord of the Realm's planet is 10 times that of Earth, which is incredibly beneficial for cultivation. I see that most of you are currently engaged in weighted training. However, while weighted training strengthens the body, it does not exercise the internal organs. The increased gravity will also condition your internal organs, leading to exceptional cultivation results," Chen Gu explained, lost in his own thoughts. Chen Gu raised his head and noticed the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. He remarked, "In any case, the results are remarkably good, and the cultivation speed is exceptionally rapid. By the way, please tidy yourselves up. Shortly, the Lord of the Heavenly Gods will escort you to the underworld, and you may proceed directly to the Lord of the Realm." Chen Gu continued, "Senior brother, could we wait a moment? I need to return home first," Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. Chen Gu displayed a look of perplexity, inquiring, "Return home?" Yamcha replied with a playful grin. "Goku got married at the martial arts tournament a year ago. He is now a family man. He even has a child named Gohan, who, like you, has a tail." Goku, feeling somewhat bashful, interjected, "Oh, come now, Yamcha, don't say that." Chen Gu suddenly recalled that during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku and Chi-Chi had wed. And to his astonishment, their child had also been born. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Whenever you decide to depart is entirely up to you. Simply allow the Lord of the Gods to escort you." Turning back, he inquired, "Lord of the Gods?" The deity, still lost in the implications of Chen Gu's words, had already conferred with the King of the Worlds and agreed to guide the martial artists of Earth. "Lord of the Gods?" Chen Gu called out again. The deity, as if awakening from a dream, replied, "Yes, I am present. What is the matter?" The others regarded the deity with puzzled expressions. The Lord of the Gods seemed momentarily flustered and then responded, "I understand now. Once you are prepared, come find me. I shall ensure your safe passage to the underworld. The rest will be up to you." After finishing his meal, Chen Gu addressed the group. "I shall take my leave now. It's been ages since I last saw Bulma, and I must admit, I truly miss her. I wonder if she'll be furious with me." With that, he effortlessly ascended into the sky using his levitation technique. Just as he was about to descend, a thought seemed to strike him, prompting him to turn back and add, "Oh, by the way, I suggest you bring Piccolo along. He may prove to be a valuable ally for us in the future." And with those words, he soared away into the distance. Chen Guji descended in a straight line, halting his body only when he reached the vicinity of Kaelin Tower, where he gently floated outside. At that moment, the immortal looked at Chen Gu, chuckling, "Ah, Chen Gu, you have returned. It has been quite a while." "Indeed, it has been a long time, dear immortal," Chen Gu replied, exchanging pleasantries. After a brief conversation, he turned and soared towards the direction of the western capital. Half an hour later, Chen Gu gazed upon the familiar yet strange city, sensing the presence of Bulma. A subtle smile graced his lips as he quietly ascended to hover directly above Bulma's room. He overheard her voice from within. "You insufferable Chen Gu, it's been 4 years. You still haven't returned, nor have you shared where you've been wandering. You claim to be cultivating, yet you send me no news." Humph. Chen Gu couldn't help but find a trace of amusement, yet he was unable to suppress his longing. Silently, he flew into the room and appeared behind Bulma, enveloping her in an embrace. Chen Gu noticed Bulma's body stiffen instantaneously. "Is it you, Chen Gu?" Bulma's voice trembled slightly. "Do you miss me?" Chen Gu inhaled the fragrant scent of Bulma's hair. As she turned around, she beheld the striking young man standing at 178 centimeters tall and with playful fists. She playfully jabbed at Chen Gu while scolding, "You wretched Chen Gu, you finally decided to come back." The morning sunlight was particularly radiant, and as Chen Gu opened his eyes in a haze, he gazed at the rosy dawn outside, murmuring, "Such a life is truly delightful." Observing the disheveled bed and the weary Bulma beside him, Chen Gu bent down and gently kissed her cheek. He took a moment to admire her beautiful face, savoring the scent of her breath, and smiled softly. It seemed that Chen Gu had awakened Bulma. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Gu's affectionate gaze, memories of the previous night's fervor flooded her mind, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked. "Because my girlfriend is beautiful," Chen Gu replied with a mischievous grin. Bulma's face turned even redder. Chen Gu held Bulma in his embrace, where a faint voice whispered, "Are you still leaving?" Chen Gu paused for a moment, gently caressing Bulma's head, and slowly said, "I will not leave anymore. Never again. Wherever I go, I shall take you with me." Bulma nodded earnestly. Chen Gu began to recount the journey of his past 4 years and the training he had undergone. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Chen Gu lifted Bulma from the bed, and after they had freshened up, they enjoyed a late breakfast together. Bulma remarked, "The things you asked my father to make are ready." Chen Gu was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, "Is that true?" "Indeed. My father just resolved the most challenging issue a couple of days ago," Bulma replied. Chen Gu's heart sank. Could it be that something had gone awry with the spacecraft? He inquired, "What seems to be the problem? Why has your father taken so long?" Bulma, observing Chen Gu's serious demeanor, couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she replied, "Well, the main issue was figuring out the placement of the speakers. Eventually, he installed a surround sound system for you." Chen Guman was taken aback, pondering whether this was truly a matter of significance. After finishing their meal, he and Bulma made their way to the spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber, meticulously crafted by Dr. Brief. As he gazed upon the colossal vessel before him, a flicker of astonishment coursed through Chen Guman. It was, after all, his first encounter with such a grand spacecraft. Though born on planet Vegeta, he had never laid eyes on one of its large ships. Dr. Brief elaborated, "The current adjustable gravity range is between 1 to 300 times Earth's gravity. This is the utmost limit achievable at present. Future advancements may allow for further enhancements. But given the current technological capabilities, this is where we stand. That's sufficient. May I give it a try?" Chen Guman inquired with palpable excitement. "Certainly. But do not push yourself too hard, Chen Guman. This could be quite perilous," Dr. Brief cautioned. Chen Gu swiftly entered the spacecraft and secured the door behind him. He meticulously examined his surroundings and discovered that the vessel was divided into 3 distinct levels. The lowest level, where Chen Gu currently stood, was a solitary gravity chamber. It was imperative to close the door leading to the upper levels in order to activate the gravity system. Ascending to the second level, he found a space designated for rest and dining. Further up, he encountered a relatively compact control room, where the flight and navigation of the spacecraft were managed. Observing how his once diminutive ship had transformed into a formidable craft, Chen Gu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he returned to the first level, secured the upper passage, and adjusted the gravity to tenfold. To his delight, the effects mirrored those experienced on North Boundary Planet. He then increased the gravity to 15 times, reaching the limits of what he could endure. Feeling the pressure enveloping him, Chen Gu smiled contentedly before shutting down the gravity system and exiting the vessel. Upon witnessing Chen Gu emerge unscathed despite the 15-fold gravity, Dr. Brief expressed his astonishment, saying, "I am truly baffled by the conditioning of your body. How is it that you can withstand such immense force without any issue?" Chen Gu smiled and remarked, "The results are excellent. Thank you, Dr. Brief." Dr. Brief gazed at his creation and replied, As long as the results are satisfactory, that is what matters. Chen Gu cautiously inquired, Dr. Brief. I believe Goku's childhood spaceship is also available. Would it be possible for you to modify it to be similar to this one? After all, he had just received assistance in crafting a spacecraft. Dr. Brief responded, as long as the core hardware is present, it is certainly feasible. I wonder when you require it. I haven't had the opportunity to thoroughly study the core hardware of your spaceship, and this time I wish to delve deeper into it. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment and said, feel free to conduct your research, as long as it can be completed within 3 years. Certainly, Doctor. Brief replied before returning to his laboratory to continue his studies. Chen Gu and Bulma journeyed to Baozi Mountain. During their expedition, they reveled in the beauty of the landscape. After 2 days, they finally stumbled upon Goku's spaceship. Upon examining it, Bulma remarked, although it is in such a dilapidated state, the core apparatus remains intact and is still functional. Chen Gu-san let out a sigh of relief, saying, as long as it works. Following this, Bulma placed Goku's spaceship into the capsule, and the two of them leisurely boarded a jet to return to Bulma's residence. By the time they arrived at Bulma's home, several nights had passed. After handing over the severely damaged spaceship to Dr. Brief, they sat down together for dinner. Chen Gu looked at the delighted Bulma, smiling as he said, Bulma. Bulma replied, raising her head in confusion. Chen Gu slowly inquired, would you like to embark on a journey through the cosmos? Bulma instinctively responded, sure. After a moment, as if a thought had struck her, she exclaimed, what did you say? Travel to the universe? Is that for real? Indeed. He affirmed. I once heard Lord Kai mention that beings in the universe possess a myriad of abilities. I have a yearning to visit a planet named Yardrat. As I've heard that its inhabitants possess a skill known as instant transmission, I wish to learn this ability. As I previously stated, wherever I go in the future, I will always bring you along. Chen Gu said earnestly, though inwardly he mused, Lord North Kai, I suppose I must place the burden upon you. Bulma, aware that Chen Gu had previously trained under someone known as Lord Kai, harbored no doubts. Especially upon hearing Chen Gu's final words, she was completely captivated. Embracing him tightly and proclaiming, wonderful, let us venture forth together. Chen Gu felt the delightful presence in his arms, a smile of happiness gracing his face. However, I must first ensure that all necessary preparations are in order. Fuel for the spacecraft, provisions, water, and so forth. Only when everything is ready can we embark on our journey. Bulma suddenly regained her composure, transforming into a scientist, meticulously analyzing every detail. Chen Gu suddenly felt that without Bulma, he might not be able to traverse the cosmos alone. Even operating the spaceship modified by Dr. Brief was a challenge for him. A week later, a colossal spacecraft came to rest on the lawn of Bulma's home, emblazoned with the words Capsule Corporation. Chen Gu and Bulma stood before the vessel, while behind them stood Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, the latter holding a pipe in his mouth. Chen Gu deeply inhaled and declared, let us embark. Hooray! Off we go. Bulma exclaimed, raising her hand in delight. Before long, Dr. Brief observed a spaceship ascend gracefully into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. My, that speed is astonishing. He marveled. The cosmos, shrouded in darkness yet captivating, cradled a white spacecraft racing towards distant realms at an incredible velocity. Etched upon the vessel was the insignia of the Capsule Corporation, the very ship occupied by Chen Gu and Bulma. In the lower compartment of the spacecraft, Chen Gu was performing handstand push-ups, murmuring to himself. The gravity control display indicated a staggering 55 times Earth's gravity. It had been nearly 4 months since Chen Gu and Bulma had departed from Earth. Meanwhile, on a serpentine path through the inferno, a group was traveling using their aerial prowess, having navigated above this yellow-clouded trail for close to 4 months. Due to his insufficient strength, Jiaozi was perched atop Tianjin Fan. Suddenly, Jiaozi pointed ahead, exclaiming, it seems we have reached the end. The group, as if awakening from a stupor, heard Krillin shout, indeed, I see the tail of the serpentine path. They halted at the terminus of the serpentine route, gazing into the distance where a diminutive planet materialized before them. On this planet stood a blue-skinned individual observing them intently, accompanied by a small gorilla and a grasshopper. Had Chen Gu been present, he would have recognized his old friends, Babarusu and Giri, alongside Lord Kai of the North, as they regarded the peculiar planet. Goku was about to speak when an immense gravitational force suddenly pulled them, sending them tumbling onto the Kai planet. Lord Kai, witnessing the heap of prostrate figures, mused to himself, what a grand display of respect upon arrival. How embarrassing. Oh, how amusing this is. Truly, I am a laughingstock. While chuckling, Lord Kai scrutinized the group, silently contemplating. So, these are the individuals Chen Gu mentioned with potential. Oh, the Saiyan seems to have lost his tail. Such a sensation, indeed. Chen Gu has not deceived me. It appears my spirit bomb will have a worthy successor. Piccolo's face turned purple under the strain of the intense gravity. The others shared his astonishment, finding it difficult to move. Goku managed to utter, "May I inquire if you are Lord Kai? We are martial artists from Earth, seeking your guidance and training." "Oh, Earthlings, I see. That mischievous Chen Gu has spoken of you. Did you bring any food?" Lord Kai queried, seemingly recalling something. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the purpose of food. Noticing their confusion, Lord Kai realized Chen Gu had neglected to inform them and scolded, "That rascal Chen Gu. I shall deal with him next time. We had an agreement. There are rules for training." The group felt a chill of apprehension at the mention of rules. Sensing the need for adherence, Lord Kai continued, "And that is." They leaned in attentively. With a slow exhalation, Lord Kai proclaimed, "You must tell me a joke." In an instant, they collapsed, their previous fear of Lord Kai dissipating entirely. Thus began the Dragon Ball Warriors' official training under the esteemed Lord Kai. Returning to the spacecraft where Chen Gu resided, he muttered, 9998. 9,999. 10,000. Phew, it's done. He then collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath as if oxygen were scarce. After resting for a while, he gradually lifted his fatigued body and approached the control panel, observing the multiplier. For months at 40 times gravity, power levels nearing 55,000. If I can maintain this pace, by the time Raditz reaches Earth, I should attain a combat power exceeding 300,000. Yet, instant transmission remains paramount. True strength must be developed gradually. Subsequently, Chen Gu restored the gravity chamber to Earth's standard gravity and opened the passage to the second level. He stepped onto the ascending automatic elevator. Bulma, watching Chen Gu's ascent, complained, "Chen Gu, you always train for so long. I feel I am going to die of boredom." Chen Gu gazed at the disarray surrounding him. With books and garments strewn about the room, he gently rubbed his forehead and said, "Bulma, shall we tidy up a bit?" Bulma, as if just coming to her senses, replied with a hint of embarrassment, "I was merely preoccupied with studying the route for Hongxing." Upon hearing this, Chen Gu, with a sense of resignation, waved his hand and thought to himself, "I just lamented my boredom. Oh, Bulma is delightful in every aspect, though occasionally a tad lethargic." He then began to tidy up the scattered belongings. Chen Gu inquired, "How much longer until we reach Adrat Star?" Bulma replied, "According to the star map on your ship, we should arrive in 1 to 2 days." Before long, Chen Gu had restored order to the chaotic room. Subsequently, he took a hot shower, relishing the comforting sensation of warm water cascading over him. Chen Gu mused, "It took Wukong nearly a year to master instant transmission. I wonder how long it will take me. I hope it won't be too long, as facing Frieza afterwards could prove to be quite challenging. Relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. I certainly lack Wukong's protagonist aura." After Chen Gu finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom, he beheld the enchanting sight of Bulma reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book of unknown origin, clad in a long tunic. Captivated by this picturesque scene, Chen Gu stealthily approached Bulma, enveloping her in a warm embrace, which elicited indescribable sounds within the room. It was not until 7 or 8 hours later that they reluctantly parted ways. Holding Bulma close, Chen Gu spoke softly, "We may have to stay on Yadralat for a while. Bulma, will you long to return?" To which Bulma replied, "As long as I am with you. That is all that matters." As Chen Gu prepared to lower his head to kiss Bulma, just as their lips were about to meet, a mechanical voice interrupted, announcing their arrival at the destination planet and inquiring whether to enter its atmosphere. Chen Gu lowered his mouth, hovering in midair, and with a mischievous grin, remarked, "It seems we cannot continue, can we? Who wants to continue with you?" Bulma retorted, yet the rosy hue on her cheeks betrayed her inner excitement. With a swift motion, Bulma turned and ascended to the third level of the spacecraft, closely followed by Chen Gu. In a serious tone, Bulma instructed, "Enter the atmosphere and find a suitable place to land." The machine responded with a monotonous voice, devoid of emotion. Turning back to Chen Gu, Bulma cautioned, "The spacecraft will experience turbulence upon entering the atmosphere. Please take a seat and fasten your seatbelt." Chen Gugang was prepared to assert that his strength would surely suffice. However, he soon felt the overwhelming turbulence and quickly grasped the handrail, fastening his seatbelt with urgency. After a period of tumultuous jostling, The spacecraft successfully penetrated the atmosphere and descended steadily into a desolate wilderness. Bulma spoke in a measured tone, initiate gravity and atmospheric composition analysis. In a short while, the machine relayed its findings. The gravitational force was akin to that of Earth, and the atmospheric composition was favorable, suitable for human habitation. Subsequently, Bulma opened the spacecraft's door. Chen Gu gazed at the sunlight outside, reminiscent of Earth, as he stepped through the spacecraft's door. Chen Gu deeply inhaled the fresh air, then stretched languidly, exclaiming, "The air on this planet is truly refreshing. I was nearly suffocating inside the spaceship." Just as Bulma was about to step out of the spacecraft, Chen Gu seemed to sense something and shouted, "Bulma, don't come out." Chen Gu suddenly turned around, only to find several peculiar individuals behind him, brandishing firearms directed at both him and Bulma, who stood at the entrance of the spacecraft. Chen Gu dared not move carelessly. Upon closer observation, he noticed that several individuals possessed crimson skin, with disproportionately large heads and somewhat diminutive bodies. They were clad in matching white shirts paired with black vests, while their lower attire resembled red skirts. The crucial point was that Chen Gu had not sensed any aura around him prior to this moment. Yet, in an instant, a multitude of beings appeared before him. Chen Gu surmised that they employed the ability of instantaneous teleportation, identifying them as the inhabitants of the planet Yadalat. Chen Gu raised his hand slowly and spoke, "I wonder if you can understand me. I mean no harm. I come from Earth and wish to learn skills from you." Yet, no one in the assembly responded to him. Chen Gu sighed, "Is it a language barrier? What should we do now?" The atmosphere became heavy with silence. After an indeterminate span of time, a figure emerged from among the Yadarat people, appearing to be a leader. He addressed Chen Gu, stating, "I sense your intentions are benign, but it would be wise for you to refrain from any reckless actions." "Ah, so there is mutual understanding. What a relief," Chen Gu thought, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. "Very well. I would like to meet the leader of your planet," he declared straightforwardly. The Yadarat leader gazed deeply at Chen Gu, revealing a hint of skepticism and wariness before responding, "That can be arranged." Subsequently, Chen Gu, holding onto Bulma, felt a hand on his shoulder from the Yadarat leader. Suddenly, everything went dark before he could fully comprehend the situation. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a spacious chamber, surrounded by a multitude of Yadarat beings with reddish-purple skin, all fixated on him and Bulma. At last, the elder seated at the head of the assembly spoke, "Young man, you seem to be a Saiyan?" Chen Gu's heart jolted with surprise. Could it be that there is enmity with the Saiyans? Just as Chen Gu was about to respond, the old man continued, "No, that cannot be right. The chi of the Saiyans is often malevolent. Why does yours not possess such a sinister aura?" Chen Gu's heart brimmed with indignation, silently cursing, "Nonsense. I did not spend my childhood immersed in bloodshed." Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor and replied, "I am a Saiyan. Yet I hail from Earth and am not affiliated with those other Saiyans." Upon hearing Chen Gu's admission of his Saiyan heritage, the onlookers displayed expressions of hostility. But upon learning that he was not associated with those individuals, their faces shifted to one of perplexity. Chen Gu gazed at the changing expressions of those around him, his own visage reflecting a similar perplexity as he regarded the elder at the forefront. The elder let out a faint sigh and remarked with a smile, "Are you perhaps bewildered by their reactions?" "I humbly request your clarification," Chen Gu replied solemnly. "We are quite familiar with the notorious reputation of the Saiyans. They seize planets and subsequently sell them, committing unspeakable atrocities. Many of our allied planets have suffered at the hands of the Saiyans, hence their aversion towards them. However, did not the Saiyans meet their demise due to a planetary collision? Since you are not aligned with them, might you share why you do not fit into their ranks?" "You may call me Kashu. I am the leader of this planet," the elder spoke slowly. Chen Gu began to recount his experiences, clarifying that he was not affiliated with those Saiyans. After listening, Kashi shook his head and remarked, "It is evident that you are an honorable martial artist. May I inquire about your purpose for coming to the planet Yadarat?" Chen Gu gazed at Karsh with a nervous heart and said, "I wish to learn your instant transmission." Karsh remained silent for a moment before replying, expecting something for nothing. "It's not that simple." Then, Chen Gu raised his ki to its peak and unleashed the triple Kaioken, his power level skyrocketing to 165,000 in an instant. Crimson flames of energy enveloped his body, radiating an aura of danger. Karsh was stunned. You're the strong?" Not just Karsh, but all the Namekians around him stared at Chen Gu in shock. Chen Gu then dispersed the Kaioken, suppressing his ki back to 5,000, and said, "You've sensed my strength. and I am constantly improving. If one day Frieza's forces come to destroy your planet, I can eliminate them for you. And if my power surpasses Frieza's by then, I can even stop Frieza himself. What do you think of this deal? Karsh exchanged glances with the elders around him. After a brief silent discussion, he nodded slowly. Very well, I accept your proposal. I hope you will honor your promise when the time comes. To the best of my ability, Chen Gu vowed. Karsh fell silent again, as if communicating with someone telepathically. Moments later, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Karsh appeared before Chen Gu, though his demeanor seemed far more amiable. Karsh introduced him. This is my younger brother, a master of instant transmission and other techniques. From now on, you shall train under him. Then Karsh turned to his brother and said, I've already explained the situation to you. The rest is in your hands. The brother, Korin, studied Chen Gu intently before smiling. Not bad at all. I believe you have great potential to master instant transmission, and it won't take you long. Chen Gu glanced at Cardon, puzzled, and inquired, How can you be so certain that I will be able to learn? Cardon smiled subtly, choosing not to answer Chen Gu's question, but instead remarked, Are you all prepared? If so, let us embark. Seeing that Kaelin did not respond to his question, Chen Gu chose not to press further. He turned back and took Bulma's hand, replying, All right. Moments later, Kaelin placed his hand on Chen Gu's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at a seaside villa. Kaelin remarked, This is where I cultivate and reside. Feel free to choose 2 rooms to stay in, or just one if you prefer. He then cast Chen Gu a knowing glance. Chen Guzue's lips twitched slightly, pondering to himself, I never would have guessed that this fellow is so disrespectful of his elders. Kata turned to Chen Gu and said, You have just arrived today, and I understand you must have numerous questions. For now, take a day to rest. Come to me tomorrow, and I shall commence your training. With that, he vanished from the room before Chen Gu could respond. Chen Gu pulled Bulma's hand and led her to a room on the 2nd floor, one that overlooked the sea. As Bulma gazed at the picturesque seascape, she exclaimed, This place is truly delightful. I am eager to go play in the water. Chen Gu smiled and said, All right. On the beach, Chen Gu reclined on the sun-drenched sand, reveling in the beauty of this planet, particularly captivated by the exquisite figure of Bulma as she frolicked by the water's edge. He found her increasingly enchanting. The fervent sunlight paired with youthful charm, and the gentle waves complemented by stunning beauty, formed a splendid tableau. The following day, Chen Gu rose quietly at dawn. After tucking Bulma in, he made his way to Master Katan's room. Master Katan sat as if in deep meditation, legs crossed and floating in the air, his eyes gently closed. Chen Gu was taken aback and thought, Meditation? Master Katan slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Oh, you are familiar with this? Chen Gu, unpretentious, replied, Indeed. The earth possesses celestial beings, and at that time, a celestial being instructed me in meditation, which enhances one's mental strength. Subsequently, I would periodically dedicate time to meditation, allowing my heart to attain tranquility and preventing me from losing myself amidst the elevation of my power. Kaelin smiled with satisfaction and then remarked, Are you not curious as to why I mentioned yesterday that you could master teleportation? This is because the cultivation of teleportation is intrinsically linked to chi and mental strength. It necessitates formidable mental fortitude to control chi, enabling one to perceive the chi of others with clarity through a unique method, thereby traversing space to arrive beside another individual. Thus, to learn teleportation, one must first attain a certain mastery over chi. This is not an issue for me. Anyone who has practiced chi can achieve this with relative ease. Furthermore, it requires a robust mental strength and mastery over one's mental faculties. Only by being able to concentrate one's mental energy can one sense the chi of individuals from any location, correct? Chen Gu interjected. Kaelin nodded in approval and stated, Precisely. Therefore, in summary, as long as I impart to you the principles of teleportation, combined with your mental strength, mastering it should pose no challenge. The distance you can traverse will ultimately depend on the strength of your mental fortitude thereafter. Chen Gu revealed a look of sudden realization and then said, I have another question I would like to inquire about. Speak, Katun replied indifferently. Chen Gu organized his thoughts and said, Previously, I observed that when Senior Kashi fell silent for a moment, Master Kadun appeared. Is it because his mental strength is sufficiently powerful that he could connect with you? Yes and no. Kadun paused for a moment before replying. The reason he was able to reach out to me is due to a capability known as mental communication. This skill is also a manifestation of mental strength. Generally speaking, the aura you can perceive can be directly conveyed to another's innermost thoughts through mental communication. It is akin to establishing a bridge of mental energy between you and another, allowing for mutual exchange without the necessity of exceptionally strong mental power. Chen Gu's heart swelled with joy. Is this not akin to the abilities of Lord of the Realm? He promptly inquired, Master Cardon, can you teach me this as well? Cardon smiled gently. As long as you are able to comprehend it, I shall willingly impart my knowledge. However, Cardon harbored doubts about Chen Gu's capacity to master mental communication. After all, it was considerably more challenging than instantaneous movement, with only himself and Kashu on the planet Yadarat possessing such a skill. Yet, Chen Gu remained oblivious to this, lost in the exhilaration of potentially learning two abilities. Time flew by like an arrow, and on one fateful day, Chen Gu suddenly materialized behind Bulma, only to vanish and reappear atop a fellow Yadaration. He continued to blink in and out of existence at various locations, ultimately reappearing before Cardon. However, Chen Gu now sported a bird atop his head, his garments were tattered, and an unpleasant odor seemed to emanate from him, rendering him akin to a creature emerging from a refuse heap. Nevertheless, Chen Gu remained undeterred, beaming as he proclaimed, Master Cardon, I have finally learned. It took me 3 months. Would you consider that slow or fast? Cardon maintained a serene expression and replied, not bad. But you still struggle with controlling your arrival's location and timing. You must practice diligently. Chen Gu responded, I will keep that in mind. He then placed his finger on his brow to concentrate, and after a moment, he vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing Chen Gu's disappearance, Cardon could no longer contain himself. His lips twitched unnaturally as he chuckled and exclaimed, what a freak. In just 3 months, you've mastered instant teleportation. Truly. The new waves of the Yangtze River pushed the old ones forward. Indeed, it had been 3 months since Chen Gu and Bulma arrived at the planet Adalat. Finally, today, Chen Gu had learned instant teleportation. 3 months later, Master Cardon was in deep meditation when a figure silently appeared before him, even concealing their presence. Cardon, with his keen spiritual awareness, sensed something amiss and suddenly opened his eyes, only to find a handsome young man smiling at him. Cardon then smiled back and remarked, not bad. In just 3 months, you've become quite adept at using instant teleportation, even managing to hide your presence. Unable to restrain himself, Cardon praised Chen Gu further. Chen Gu returned, remarking that it was primarily due to the excellent teachings of Master Kadu. Master Kadu, may I now learn telepathic communication? Kadu was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how swiftly Chen Gu had grasped teleportation. After a brief pause, Kadu responded, Chen Gu, the complexity of telepathic communication far surpasses that of teleportation. It took both Kashi and me over a decade to master this skill. Are you truly certain you wish to pursue it? Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback. Has it truly taken over a decade to reach this point? However, as if a thought had struck him, Chen Gu resolutely nodded and declared, I shall learn. Well then, let me elaborate for you. Spiritual communication is comprised of 3 steps. The first step involves perceiving the aura of the person you wish to connect with, a step you have already mastered. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, it seems I have already succeeded 1/3 of the way. Kadu appeared to have discerned Chen Gu's thoughts and remarked, the first step is something anyone can accomplish. The second step involves connecting with the spiritual energies of others. The third step is to establish a mental bridge, facilitating communication between souls, which encompasses thoughts. Both the second and third steps are quite challenging. If you believe you have succeeded in the first step, allow me to share that it took me 10 years to achieve the second, and 8 years for the third. Chen Gu's good mood was instantly extinguished, replaced by a furrowed brow. However, it was not beyond her grasp. With diligence, mastery could certainly be attained, Kadu reassured her. Subsequently, Kadu elucidated the principles of spiritual communication along with several practical techniques to Chen Gu. She diligently noted everything down and posed various inquiries about her uncertainties, to which Kadu responded patiently. After a day had passed, Kadu remarked, this encompasses everything. I hope you will soon achieve proficiency. Chen Gu closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and expressing his gratitude to Master Cardon. Following that, he simply vanished. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Chen Gu did not place his 2 fingers on his brow as one might expect. Instead, he disappeared outright. Chen Gu, feeling discontent, devoted half a year to his studies, yet saw little progress. Consequently, he reached out to the leader of Kashio and navigated his spacecraft to the vicinity where he and Bulma resided. By day, Chen Gu immersed himself in rigorous training, while by night, he diligently practiced the second step of mental communication. Another 6 months passed, and the once resplendent Universal Capsule spacecraft had succumbed to the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Within its confines, one individual persistently unleashed powerful punches, with a gravitational multiplier displaying a staggering 100. Were Dr. Briefs present, he would surely be rendered speechless by the spectacle. After completing his final training session, Chen Gu glanced at the gravity meter displaying a 100-fold increase, feeling the surge of his combat power. With nearly 120,000 units of strength, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Enjoying a soothing hot shower, he pondered, calculating the time. I estimate that in about a year, the Saiyan saga will commence, and Raditz will arrive on Earth. 2 years later, Vegeta will also make his way here. These matters are trivial. But Frieza will pose a significant challenge. No, I must intensify my training. At that moment, Bulma entered from outside, gazing at Chen Gu, and inquired, Chen Gu, how much longer do we intend to stay on this planet? Chen Gu smiled and asked, are you feeling homesick? Bulma replied, it's mainly because this place is exceedingly dull. I long to return to Earth. Very well, we shall return to Earth tomorrow. Chen Gu affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair. For over a year, Bulma had been his steadfast companion. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing instant teleportation to send Bulma back to Earth, yet she insisted on remaining by his side. Bulma exclaimed in delight, really? Indeed, Chen Gu affirmed. But haven't you yet mastered telepathic communication? Bulma inquired. The essentials have all been imparted to me by Master Cardon. What remains is for me to learn independently. It matters not where I study, Chen Gu responded. The following day, at dawn, Chen Gu and Bulma donned the distinctive attire of Adratat Star and approached Master Cardon. Chen Gu announced, Master Cardon, we are ready to depart. Very well, there is no need to rush with telepathic communication, take your time. After all, the complexity of this endeavor is quite this. How is this even possible? Master Cardon shifted from a state of reassurance to one of astonishment. His mouth agape in disbelief. Chen Gu seemed to sigh as he remarked, it has been half a year, and I can only connect with others' mental energies. However, constructing a mental bridge remains an elusive endeavor, which is quite disheartening. I wonder how much longer it will take for me to master it. After speaking, he gazed into the distant sky, as if truly engulfed in sorrow. Master Kaelin, infuriated, trembled with rage and finally shouted, get out. You have accomplished in 6 months what took me a decade to learn, and yet you dare to feign ignorance. Chen Gu laughed softly, then took Bulma's hand and, in an instant, appeared before the leader of Kashu. The leader, sensing the young man's formidable spiritual energy, exclaimed in admiration, in just over a year. You've grown to this extent. If the geniuses of our planet possessed even half of your talent, I would have far fewer worries. Chen Gu returned, remarking, Senior Cassius, you flatter me. I have come to bid farewell, as it is nearly time for my departure. Shortly thereafter, the pallid Master Cardon also appeared before Cassius. Noticing Cardon's ashen complexion, Cassius inquired with concern, what is the matter? Cardon and Cassius exchanged glances for a moment. And Chen Gu distinctly sensed an ethereal connection forming between their minds, akin to a bridge. He felt as if he were on the verge of grasping something elusive. Yet he could seize nothing. Moments later, he observed Cassius regarding him with an expression akin to that of a creature from the depths of the unknown. Chen Gu naturally inferred what Caxiu and Kadu had communicated through their mental connection. He spoke directly. Master Kadu, I am immensely grateful for your guidance over the past year. Senior Caxiu, should the Frieza force arrive, please do not hesitate to contact me via telepathic communication. With that, he embraced Bulma and swiftly vanished from the planet Adrat. Caxiu gazed at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time before slowly uttering, the younger generation is indeed formidable. In the distant North Galaxy, a blue planet glided along its orbit. On this planet, a green Namekian stood upon a floating circular platform. He looked into the distance, seemingly reminiscing, and murmured, I wonder how Goku and the others are faring in their training under Lord Kai. And that rascal Chen Gu has vanished for nearly 2 years. I have no idea which planet he has gone to. This place was none other than the heavenly temple of Earth, and the one reflecting was indeed a deity. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized before the deity, startling him into a state of shock. The pair wore peculiar attire, unmistakably not from Earth. The man appeared robust, with a black tail swaying in the wind, exuding an aura of incredible power. The woman was strikingly beautiful, radiating charm. They were none other than Chen Gu and Bulma, who had returned to Earth using instant transmission. Chen Gu surveyed the familiar surroundings and individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, Ah, Lord Deity. It has been a while. Bulma also turned her gaze towards the deity. The deity scrutinized Chen Gu closely before speaking. Chen Gu, I can scarcely read your aura anymore. Seems like there have been some opportunities in the universe, yet you remain so leisurely, Lord Deity, Chen Gu casually remarked. The deity sighed with relief, saying, currently, there is no crisis on Earth, so I have no cause for concern. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Gu utilized instant transmission to depart, only to return shortly thereafter. Both the deity and Bulma looked at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Chen Gu, accompanied by Bulma, bid farewell to the deity and soared directly downward. Arriving at the Korin Tower, from a distance, Chen Gu spotted two figures. He pondered, there are indeed individuals scaling the Korin Tower. Yet, I do not recall anyone attempting this at this hour. Moreover, this aura possesses a strength of 170. With that thought lingering, he approached the tower. As Chen Gu drew nearer, his previous uncertainties dissipated, for he recognized one of the individuals distinctly. It was Yuchino, the one who had squandered the celestial beings. Yuchino, upon noticing the figure hovering outside the tower, immediately sprang to his feet, his heart racing with astonishment. This individual emanates an irresistible presence, and he can fly. However, he swiftly unsheathed his blade, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Observing Yuchino's vigilance and actions, Chen Gu mused, if it weren't for this fellow's laziness, he might have truly become a formidable warrior. Dismissing further contemplation on the matter, he stated plainly, I am here to seek the presence of Master Kaelin. Yuchino, feeling affronted, retorted, do you think Master Kaelin is someone you can simply meet at will? Chen Gu was immediately amused. This fellow seemed to regard himself as the master of this place. In his arms, Bulma inquired, who is this person? Chen Gu pondered for a moment before replying. A rather talented sloth. Oh, Bulma responded, then chose not to pursue the conversation further, burying her head in Chen Gu's embrace. Chen Gu suddenly shouted, Fairy Kaelin, I have brought you fish. Do you not want them? In a short while, a figure appeared, swiftly emerging while leaning on a cane, and exclaimed with a smile, Ah, it is you, Chen Gu. Where are the fish? Chen Gu smiled helplessly and took out a universal capsule from his belt, tossing it to the immortal Kaelin. Kaelin squinted, fixing her gaze on Chen Gu. Your strength has become increasingly elusive to me. Chen Gu remarked, to be honest, my strength is still not formidable. There are too many powerful beings in the universe. Kaelin nodded solemnly and replied, Fortunately, Earth has you all. Chen Gu also smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Then, as if a thought had crossed his mind, he advised, Kaelin, I shall take my leave now. Your talent is commendable. If possible, strive to enhance your strength. For Earth requires more martial artists to safeguard it. After speaking, he gestured towards Yakinope. Well then, I must be on my way. Until we meet again, Kaelin. Without waiting for a response, he and Bulma vanished before Kaelin. Kaelin watched Chen Gu's departure, gazing into the distance, murmuring, I wonder how far you can grow. Glancing back at Yakinope, he shook his head in resigned contemplation. Chen Gu embraced Bulma as he appeared before Dr. Brief. Bulma exclaimed, Dad, I'm back. Doctor. Brief lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Bulma, the furrows of his brow softened, and he smiled. Ah, my dear Bulma, how was your journey through the cosmos? It was exhilarating, Bulma replied, and the two engaged in a lively conversation about their experiences in space. Chen Gu stood quietly beside them, smiling and occasionally nodding in agreement. Their discourse continued until evening. Dr. Brief turned to Chen Gu and said, I would like to further examine that spacecraft. Are you in a hurry? No rush. As long as it can be utilized in 2 years, I am content, Chen Gu replied with a smile. After finishing dinner, he took out a universal capsule, retrieved the spacecraft, and entered it. He adjusted the gravity to 101 times Earth's and commenced his training. Before he knew it, 6 months had quietly passed. Under the influence of the gravity chamber, Chen Gu's strength surged at an extraordinary pace. He had now attained a combat power of 162,000, and the gravity chamber had to be increased to 160 times to meet his training needs. However, he found himself at an impasse with the third step of spiritual communication, sensing a connection, yet unable to grasp it fully. One day, after completing his training, Chen Gu strolled along the street, seeking a moment of tranquility to reflect on his recent gains. As he passed under a bridge, he suddenly sensed several faint energies beneath him. To Chen Gu, most energies felt weak at this point, but upon closer inspection, he realized one possessed approximately 10 points of combat power, while the others, surrounding this energy, seemed to hold only 4 to 5 points each, capturing Chen Gu's attention. Chen Gu quietly approached the edge of the overpass, unknowingly standing on a branch not far from them. Chen Gu soon discerned that the center of attention was a boy of around 15 or 16 years of age. Encircled by a group of bodyguards, approximately 7 or 8 in number, who were evidently trained professionals. The bodyguards swiftly advanced towards the boy, who remained unfazed, adopting a posture reminiscent of Tai Chi as he deftly maneuvered through the crowd. However, it appeared that the boy had sustained injuries, gradually succumbing to the onslaught, occasionally being struck by the bodyguards. Ultimately, the boy could no longer endure. He spat out a mouthful of blood and braced himself with one hand on the ground. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He wiped the blood from his lips with the other hand, fixating intently on the bodyguards before him. Chen Gu seemed to be captivated by the boy's resolute gaze. In an instant, he materialized before the youth. The bodyguards, taken aback by the sudden appearance, barely comprehended the unfolding events. Recognizing the formidable nature of Chen Gu, they solemnly warned, "It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling." Chen Gu did not pay them any heed, but instead turned to the young boy and asked, "Do you wish to survive?" The boy's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed at Chen Gu, stifling the blood in his mouth, and replied in a resolute tone, "I do." Chen Gu, with a decisive motion, unleashed the energy emanating from his being, sending the bodyguards surrounding him hurtling away. Once he sensed their incapacitation, he turned his gaze back to the young boy. "Can you still rise?" he inquired. "Absolutely," the boy responded with unwavering determination. Observing the tattered garments adorning the boy's form and the dirt that marred his face, Chen Gu was reminded of the time he rescued Fang Duo on Alpha Star. Pondering her current state, perhaps she was thriving. As Chen Gu lost himself in thought, the boy, emboldened, quietly introduced himself. "My name is Saito. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, big brother." Chen Gu seemed to have just emerged from his reverie and said, "You're welcome. Saving you is merely a coincidence." Observing Sato's hesitant demeanor, Chen Gu continued, "If you have something to express, please do so. May I accompany you?" Saito appeared to have summoned every ounce of his strength. "Accompany me? For what purpose?" Chen Gu inquired, perplexed. Saito gazed into Chen Gu's eyes and replied, "Big brother, your speed was astonishing. I wish to follow you and learn martial arts. My martial arts were taught to me by my grandfather, who passed away a year ago. Those individuals earlier sought to seize the martial legacy my grandfather bequeathed to me, which I can share with you." Chen Gu gazed into the determined eyes of the young boy, as if glimpsing his former self. He spoke, "I do not require your company, nor do I seek a disciple. However, if you truly wish to pursue martial arts, I can offer you some guidance." "Thank you, big brother," Saito exclaimed, filled with surprise. "If you desire to further your skills, you may journey north, where stands a towering pillar that reaches the heavens, atop which resides a celestial being known as Master Korin. He can assist you in your cultivation," Chen Gu continued. He then retrieved a versatile capsule from his belt and handed it to Saito, saying, "Within this capsule, you will find some sustenance and items, as well as my reflections on cultivation, penned during my leisure. They may prove beneficial to you." With that, Chen Gu turned and soared into the sky using his aerial technique. Saito, astonished by Chen Gu's ability to fly, looked at the capsule in his hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Big brother, I still do not know your name." "I am called Chen Gu," came Chen Gu's voice from afar. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, Chen Gu resumed his training. He pondered the reasons behind his guidance of Saito and ultimately concluded that one reason was Sato's striking resemblance to his former self, while the other stemmed from the unwavering determination reflected in Sato's eyes. It seemed as though his own heart had been subtly influenced by this. After arriving in this world, he had been fortunate enough to become a scion. However, he found himself questioning whether, had he been merely an ordinary human, he would possess the same tenacity as Saito. Chen Gu himself was uncertain. Within Chen Gu's heart, an inexplicable transformation seemed to be taking place, though he could not quite discern the nature of this change. In the days that followed, he continued his rigorous training regimen. Mornings were dedicated to intense workouts in the gravity chamber. Afternoons were spent in meditation to enhance his mental fortitude, and evenings were devoted to the third step of spiritual communication, wherein he endeavored to forge a mental bridge with Bulma as his chosen conduit. Time, like an arrow, swiftly passed, and half a year slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, clad in a loose-fitting training outfit, Chen Gu stood in Bulma's residence, gazing at the distant sky, murmuring, "Has it finally come, Raditz?" He then suppressed his own chi to a level of 500. Simultaneously, within the far-off halls of the heavenly palace, the deity sensed an ominous chi emanating from the heavens and pondered gravely, "From whence does this malevolent energy originate? Its intensity surpasses that of Goku's chi from 3 years past." Not far away, a spacecraft descended upon a farm. The tremendous force of its landing creating a massive crater in the ground. From within emerged a muscular figure with long hair and a tail. It was Raditz, spitting contemptuously. He activated the scanner on his visor and pressed a few buttons, exclaiming, "What is the matter with Kakarot? Why are there so many people on this planet? Damn it." Before him stood a hunter, brandishing a shotgun, who stared at Raditz and inquired, "Who are you?" Raditz glanced at the hunter, pressed the scanner once more, and scoffed. "A battle power of merely 5? Pathetic." He swiftly dispatched the man, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Raditz then continued to operate the scanner. After a moment, he remarked with intrigue, Kakarot is not on Earth. There is another with considerable battle power, 500, to be precise. I shall investigate further. Perhaps I can uncover Kakarot's whereabouts." With that, he soared towards Chen Gu's direction. Chen Gu sensed the aura of Raditz approaching him and turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, I am stepping out. The Saiyans have arrived." With that, he soared towards the outskirts. Bulma instinctively responded with a soft acknowledgement, only to realize moments later, exclaiming, What? Saiyans." She then shouted in the direction Chen Gu had flown, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Raditz observed Chen Gu's swift movement, murmuring to himself, "This energy is moving at an astonishing speed. Let's see where you think you can escape to." Chen Gu found a secluded area in the suburbs. Feeling the energy of Raditz as he continued to advance swiftly in his direction, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then retrieved a versatile capsule from his waist. Extracting a barbecue grill, and leisurely began to roast the lamb he had previously prepared. After approximately half an hour, Raditz finally arrived at the spot where Chen Gu was grilling. Hovering in the air, he observed Chen Gu, who was engrossed in his cooking and oblivious to his presence, and shouted, "Hey, Earthling, I have a question for you. Answer me honestly." Chen Gu seemed to have just noticed the presence of Raditz in the sky. Calmly lifting his head, he displayed a look of bewilderment. "Are you speaking to me? Of course. There are only the two of us here. If I'm not speaking to you, who else could I be addressing?" Raditz's typical Saiyan temper flared up in an instant. Chen Gu cast a glance at Raditz. Pondering to himself, his battle power hovers around 1500. His long hair indeed bears a striking resemblance to that of Super Saiyan 3. Subsequently, Chen Gu stole another glance at Raditz and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder some suggested in my previous life that Raditz's demise was due to the complexity of his hair. Raditz, observing Chen Gu's laughter in the face of his intimidation, was taken aback. In a fit of rage, he hurled a yellow energy sphere towards the ground near Chen Gu, its formidable power stirring the winds around them. With a booming laugh, Raditz proclaimed, "Do you see this, Earthling? If you fail to answer my questions properly, I shall bring about your annihilation." Chen Gu gazed at the menace posed by Raditz, seemingly realizing that it was not the appropriate moment for levity. He cleared his throat twice and stated earnestly, "It is inconvenient to converse while you are aloft. Do descend." He then redirected his attention to the roast meat before him. Observing Chen Gu's battle power of 500, Raditz settled beside him. Without lifting his head, Chen Gu remarked, "Feel free to inquire. I may not have all the answers, but I shall endeavor to accommodate your queries. The weak must adopt the demeanor befitting their status. Do not presume that I would hesitate to end your life. My forbearance just now is solely due to my own unresolved questions." Raditz, incensed by Chen Gu's demeanor, seethed with anger. Chen Gu finally raised his head and spoke slowly. "I must correct two of your misconceptions. First, I am not an Earthling." With that, he revealed the tail behind him. Raditz gazed in astonishment at the tail of Chen Gu and exclaimed, "How can this be? There are only the three of us and my brother Kakarot among the Saiyans. Who are you? How could you possibly be a Saiyan?" Chen Gu did not respond to his question. Instead, he continued, "As for the second error, the weak indeed ought to possess the demeanor befitting their fragility." Chen Gu instantly elevated his chi gradually. The readings on the detector before Raditz steadily climbed, while cold sweat trickled down Raditz's forehead, ceasing only when the numbers reached 16,000. He then slowly restored the intensity of his chi back to 5,000. Raditz swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "How can this be possible? Your battle power cannot be this formidable. No, it must be a malfunction in the machine. It simply cannot be true. This is nearly on par with Prince Vegeta. It is inconceivable." Chen Gu cast a sympathetic glance at the trembling Raditz before sprinkling some cumin and chili powder over his perfectly roasted lamb and indulging in his meal. As he noticed Raditz gazing at him, he casually inquired, "Would you like some?" Raditz shook his head vigorously, his body continuing to tremble. "Who exactly are you?" Such formidable combat prowess cannot belong to someone unknown, Raditz finally managed to utter after a prolonged pause. Chen Gu took a bite of the mutton in his hand and said calmly, I have informed you before that I am a Saiyan. However, due to my insufficient combat power in my youth, I was sent to a remote planet, thereby escaping the destruction of planet Vegeta. I understand you have many questions. First, please gather your Saiyan companions. There are matters regarding the annihilation of planet Vegeta that I must discuss with you. Chen Gu glanced at the device on Raditz' face as he spoke. After Chen Gu finished speaking, he noticed that Raditz showed no reaction. He seized the device from Raditz' face and donned it himself. After pressing a few buttons, an impatient voice came through. Raditz, what do you want? Raditz is in my possession. If you want him, come to Earth. With that, he crushed the device underfoot. On a distant planet in the cosmos, a bald man spoke softly to another individual who stood at around 5 feet tall. Prince Vegeta, is that the worthless Raditz? The two were Nappa and Vegeta. Indeed, that Raditz is more of a liability than an asset. He has been captured, and the captor even dared to threaten me to rescue Raditz. How absurd. Vegeta exclaimed in anger. Nappa shrugged indifferently. Exactly. That fool can perish without consequence. Let us head to Earth. While Raditz's demise is inconsequential, the audacity of this individual to challenge my dignity is unforgivable. Moreover, there are the Dragon Balls. I must obtain them. With that declaration, Vegeta boarded the spacecraft first, setting the destination to Earth, followed closely by Nappa. Back on Earth, Chen Gu observed Raditz, who remained in a daze. After contemplating for a considerable time, he could not devise a satisfactory plan to deal with him. Raditz, noticing Chen Gu's unwavering gaze, feared for his life and did not dare to move an inch. After a prolonged silence, Chen Gu, feigning ignorance, inquired, What brings you to Earth? I am here to assist Prince Vegeta in locating the Dragon Balls and my brother Kakarot. Raditz replied candidly. Chen Gu directly stated, Do not even think about the Dragon Balls. However, I can take you to meet your brother Kakarot. Do you know where he is? Raditz regained a semblance of sanity. Yes, he is in the afterlife, Chen Gu replied casually. Raditz immediately froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing Raditz's quaking form, Chen Gu realized he might have misspoken and that Raditz had misunderstood him. Nevertheless, Chen Gu had no intention of clarifying. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Raditz and, with a sly smile, said, Let us go. I shall take you to meet your brother. Feeling Raditz's vehement resistance, Chen Gu bellowed, If you resist any further, I will slay you on the spot. With that, Raditz ceased his defiance. Chen Gu sensed the North Kai's aura and promptly transported himself and Raditz to planet North Kai using instant transmission. The North Kai, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Chen Gu, exclaimed loudly and fell to the ground. The others who were training, upon hearing the North Kai's shout, turned their attention and were astonished to see the unexpected arrival of Chen Gu and Raditz. Chen Gu stared at the familiar faces before him and waved. It has been a long time, everyone. Ah, it's seen your brother. Goku was the first to react, upon realizing that Chen Gu was before him. King Kai awkwardly stood up and fixed his gaze on Chen Gu, saying, You again, you little rascal. Nothing good ever comes when you are around. Haha, my apologies. Lord Kai, it won't happen again. Chen Gu replied with a hint of remorse. The crowd gathered around, and Chen Gu observed the warriors training on King Kai's planet. He sensed their energy levels. Goku at 32,000, indicating the gravity training was indeed effective. Piccolo at 30,000, surprisingly having caught up and devoid of any demonic aura. Tien Shinhan at 31,500, showcasing the resilience of the three-eyed race. Krillin at 24,000, truly living up to his reputation as the strongest earthling. Yamcha at 23,500, which was commendable, and Kaiatsu at 12,000, which was acceptable. It seems they are significantly stronger than in the storyline. I must find ways to maintain this advantage. Chen Gu pondered internally. The group, despite sensing Chen Gu's energy level of merely 5,000, did not dare to underestimate him, as he had previously demonstrated the ability to suppress his energy, a fact that remained somewhat enigmatic to them. King Kai glared at Chen Gu and exclaimed, You rascal. Where is the food? My stores are genuinely empty this time. I was even considering sending Goku and the others back to Earth. Chen Guqian was taken aback for a moment, and then recalled his previous promise to bring food. He smiled broadly at King Beijia and said, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I simply forgot last time. Is this technique of yours the instantaneous movement of the Adrat people? King Beijia inquired, not dwelling too much on the matter. Chen Gu laughed softly. It seems that nothing can escape the keen perception of Lord Beijiwang. Truly remarkable. I am now quite curious about just how powerful you truly are. Beijiwang gazed at Chen Gu, and the onlookers fixated their attention on him, their intentions unmistakable. Chen Gu, in a state of resignation, shook his head and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to know?" The crowd nodded affirmatively, even Piccolo acquiesced. Chen Gu let out a sigh and said, "Very well, then do take care." With that, he gradually elevated his energy. The surrounding plants rustled in response to the force of his aura, which continued to ascend 20, 000, 40, 000, 80, 000, 160, 000, finally settling at an intensity of 220, 000, currently without employing the Realm King Fist. My battle power stands approximately at an intensity of 220, 000, as you can all perceive, Chen Gu remarked. Chen Gu originally intended to express his slow progress, noting that he had devoted much of his time to mastering instant transmission and telepathy. However, upon noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of Tianjin Fan and Krillin as they regarded him, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Raditz trembled in the corner, and Yamcha pointed at Raditz's tail, inquiring, "Chen Gu, who have you brought with you? He seems to be another Saiyan." Chen Gu glanced at his head and exclaimed, "I almost overlooked the crucial detail. This is Raditz, a surviving Saiyan and also Goku's brother. I brought him to Earth this time." "My brother?" Goku inquired with curiosity. Chen Gu nodded and replied, "Indeed. However, he has been working under Frieza alongside the remaining two Saiyans. The aura emanating from him is quite malevolent." Jiaozi interjected, "Thus, I figured it would be best to bring him here. Who knows what chaos he might unleash on Earth?" Chen Gu shrugged his shoulders. "Do you consider this a shelter?" The King of the Worlds retorted angrily. No, in the future, this could serve as a combat force against Frieza, right?" Chen Gu chuckled. Raditz was taken aback, thinking, "He actually intends to confront Lord Frieza." Piccolo scoffed. "Is he relying on that mere 1500 aura?" Goku chimed in, "Don't say that. Weren't we weak before as well? It has taken us 3 years to grow stronger. There must be a reason behind my senior brother's arrangements." Piccolo snorted in response and fell silent. Then, as if struck by a thought, he continued, "Who exactly is Frieza?" Goku and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Gu. Chen Gu glanced at the North Realm King and remarked, "Surely, the North Realm King possesses a greater understanding of Frieza than I do. Perhaps it would be best for him to elaborate." The North Realm King gazed into the distance, his hands clasped behind his back. "Frieza, what a fearsome name it is. He declares himself the Emperor of the Universe, hailing from the race of ice demons, a lineage exceedingly rare. They are born endowed with formidable combat prowess, rendering them nearly invincible throughout the cosmos. However, they are notorious for their malevolent deeds. Earth, being a lower-tier planet, has thus far evaded Frieza's wrath. But it is only a matter of time before it succumbs. Frieza is indeed a source of great consternation for all of us Realm Kings." Yamcha interjected, "Just how powerful is he? Is he stronger than us?" "Infinitely so," came the reply. "To be frank, even your abilities pale in comparison to Frieza's elite squad. The Jinyu Force. They have been instrumental in his dominion over other planets. It is fair to say that the Jinyu Force has conquered nearly half of Frieza's territories." The North Realm King inhaled deeply. "Then, what level of strength do they possess?" Tianjin frowned. "How strong are they?" 3 of them boast combat powers exceeding 40, 000, while their captain, Jinyu, possesses an astonishing strength of 120, 000. Moreover, they each wield an array of peculiar abilities. For instance, one named Guldo, though significantly weaker than the others, has the unsettling power to pause time, making him exceedingly difficult to confront. However, a surprise attack may very well eliminate him. Chen Gu added. The group collectively gasped. Without the usage of the King's Fist, it seemed that only Chen Gu could stand against them. Fortunately, the King's Fist could provide a means of defense. Observing their lack of seriousness, Chen Gu continued, in addition to the Jinyu Force, Frieza commands countless subordinates with combat powers around 30, 000, so do not underestimate the pressure we face. The atmosphere of ease among the group was swiftly replaced by tension. Goku's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at Chen Gu. "Brother, just how strong is Frieza?" The others, feeling somewhat disheartened, also displayed expressions of intrigue. Frieza's standard combat power measures at 530, 000, Chen Gu informed them. "That's not insurmountable. We can still prevail," Yamcha sighed in relief. Chen Gu shook his head, stating, "Frieza possesses the ability to transform. His base form merely serves to restrain his combat prowess. He has 3 transformation stages, alongside a final form, whose battle power may well exceed tens of millions." Krillin chuckled awkwardly. "Hee. Chen Gu, are you certain you wish to confront Frieza? Is it not an option to refrain?" Piccolo regarded him with disdain. "You may choose not to go. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Observing their demeanor, Chen Gu reassured them, "Do not fret. I have methods to augment your strength. Frieza's minions pose no challenge, but I do have a strategy for dealing with Frieza, albeit it requires Goku's assistance. Perhaps there exists a solution to our Frieza predicament." With that, Chen Gu turned his gaze toward Goku. Goku beamed. "Sure. I am eager to face such a formidable opponent." Krillin tugged at Goku's sleeve. "Hey, Goku, are you aware of the magnitude of his power? Tens of millions of battle strength, while we barely reach a few thousand. Are you truly willing to engage?" Goku resolutely replied, "It is only through battling those who are stronger that I can grow stronger myself." The others regarded Goku with expressions of defeat. Chen Gu gazed at the North Realm King and inquired, "My lord, I wonder how Goku and the others are progressing in their training? I have imparted all the knowledge I could. The rest is up to them. Goku's talent is indeed remarkable. His cultivation speed far surpasses yours during your time." The North Realm King regarded Chen Gu with an enigmatic smile. Chen Gu's lips twitched slightly as he mused, "Can it not harm me? After all, Wukong is the protagonist. Who possesses greater talent than he?" He then remarked, "Indeed. I was the one who fervently recommended Wukong initially. Otherwise, how could the North Kai have acquired such an exceptional disciple, right?" Noticing that the North Kai remained silent, Chen Gu continued, "I intend to escort them back to Earth. My recent surge in strength is attributed to my cultivation methods, and I wish for them to experience it as well." "Very well, go ahead. Please take Wukong's brother, Raditz, with you as well. I have no desire to have such a malevolent energy lingering in my vicinity," the North Kai grumbled. "All right then, I shall take him with me." Chen Gu replied with a resigned gesture of his hands. Chen Gu turned to everyone and said, "You have all been here for 3 years. Let us return to Earth together." The group fell silent, as if it had just dawned on them how long it had been since they last set foot on their home planet. Wukong scratched his head and remarked, "Chi-Chi might be furious. Speaking of which, I really ought to hurry back and see her." The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Chen Gu continued, "Let us join hands and form a circle. I shall guide you back." Upon his words, everyone clasped hands and formed a circle, though Piccolo and Raditz were somewhat resistant. Ultimately, Piccolo placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder, while Raditz, intimidated by a mere glance from Chen Gu, behaved particularly obediently. Chen Gu waved at the North Realm King with a smile, saying, "Until we meet again, esteemed North Realm King." With that, he swiftly vanished along with Wukong and the others from the King of Worlds. Gyulagori gazed at their departure with a tinge of melancholy, admitting to himself, "I do miss them." The North Realm King, concealed behind his dark sunglasses, exhibited a flicker of sorrow as he murmured, "That brat still owes me food. He better not forget next time." Meanwhile, on Earth, the day remained splendid and bright. Bulma was engrossed in her research on a spaceship when suddenly, a group of figures materialized before her, causing Bulma to scream and stumble backward in shock. Chen Gu, quick on his feet, rushed forward to catch Bulma, preventing her from falling. The others, now at Bulma's residence, were filled with astonishment. Krillin exclaimed, "Chen Gu, your ability is truly remarkable. You've brought us to Earth in no time." The rest shared in the sentiment. Chen Gu smiled and said, "If you wish to learn, I can certainly recommend a path for you. However, I cannot ascertain how long it may take." Wukong inquired, "How long did it take you, senior brother?" "Our Chen Gu mastered it in merely 3 months. Impressive, isn't it?" Bulma boasted. The others were momentarily dazzled, as if contemplating the possibility of learning themselves. After a brief moment of reflection, Chen Gu remarked, "My swift progress is attributed to my prior training and mental fortitude. As for you, I cannot predict your timeline." Piccolo scoffed, "With such feeble strength, rather than focusing on frivolous pursuits, you should be contemplating how to enhance your abilities. Just wait and see how you will fare against Frieza." The group seemed to awaken to the reality of their situation, realizing they had been misguided in their thoughts. Chen Gu smiled and then shifted the conversation. "My strength has increased rapidly over the past few years, thanks to the gravity chamber. I am uncertain of its effect on you all, but for me, it has been remarkably beneficial." Subsequently, Chen Gu turned to Bulma, inquiring, "Bulma, is the gravity chamber available for use?" "Indeed," Bulma replied. "I have repaired both your spaceship and Goku's." Chen Gu approached Wukong's spaceship, speaking as he walked. Wukong's spaceship is the very vessel he used when he first arrived on Earth as a child. However, it is severely damaged. "I previously a doctor. Brief, Bulma's father, modify it and added a gravity chamber." Piccolo gazed intently at Chen Gu, as if trying to discern something. Chen Gu's lips curled into a subtle smile. As the group arrived at the entrance of the gravity chamber, Bulma remarked, "I shall not be entering. I do not possess your extraordinary physique." Chen Gu shook his head. After everyone entered the gravity chamber, he closed the ship's door and gradually activated the gravity device, adjusting it to 10 times the normal gravity. I have now set it to tenfold gravity, equivalent to that of planet Beijiwang. Please take a moment to experience it. Does it feel the same? The group felt the effects, and indeed, it was identical to the gravity of planet Beijiwang. However, they were largely unfazed, having long since acclimated to its gravitational pull. Clint inquired, will this truly have an effect? Chen Gu silently adjusted the gravity to 50 times its normal level. In an instant, everyone except Chen Gu found themselves prostrate on the ground, reminiscent of their previous experience on North Star, utterly immobilized. Raditz, in particular, appeared as if he were a disc, firmly adhered to the earth beneath him. Chen Gu gazed at the individual sprawled on the ground and chuckled. Let us savor this experience. How does it feel? It was not until half an hour later that Wukong could gradually rise to his feet. One must admit, the adaptability of the Scions is truly remarkable. It was only after an hour that Chen Gu finally deactivated the gravity chamber. Do you perceive any differences? He inquired. Wukong was the first to respond. It seems that the effects are indeed profound. My strength has significantly increased. Chen Gu stood in silence, acknowledging the undeniable enhancement that the gravity room provided for the Scions. Tianjin Fan shook his head, expressing, indeed, there is some effect. However, the strain on my internal organs and body is excessive. This method may not be suitable for me, as it could leave hidden injuries. Krillin and Yamcha also nodded in agreement, while the others maintained their stance. Chen Gu let out a sigh, pondering, is it truly impossible? It appears that the differences in physique are indeed substantial. He then surveyed the crowd, falling into a moment of silence before declaring, next, let us entrust the repair of this spacecraft to Wukong. Turning to Wukong, he continued, Raditz is your brother, so I leave the arrangements in your capable hands. But ensure he does not cause any trouble. Subsequently, he stored the spacecraft within a universal capsule and tossed it to Wukong. No problem, brother. Wukong replied eagerly. Chen Gu continued, a year from now, the remaining Scions will arrive on Earth. I hope to encounter even stronger individuals by then. The others nodded in agreement. Piccolo cast a glance at Chen Gu before soaring into the sky. Krillin, Tien Shannon, and the others followed suit, departing in succession. Chen Gu observed that Wukong remained behind, and inquired with curiosity, aren't you anxious to return and see Chi-Chi? Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, Senior brother, do you still possess any spirit beans? If so, my cultivation speed would significantly accelerate. Chen Gu smiled softly, retrieving a pouch from his bosom and handing it to Wukong. Wukong, within this pouch are approximately 50 celestial beans. Use them wisely during your training. It is likely that Frieza cannot be defeated by anyone but us. Why is that? Did not my elder brother mention a method to enhance her combat prowess? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Chen Gu, feeling helpless, remarked, indeed, I seek to enhance my combat prowess. Yet I fear I remain no match for Frieza. Among us Scions, there exists a legend that speaks of the Super Saiyan, a being capable of overcoming Frieza. Should I attain the status of a Super Saiyan, I might stand a chance against him. Raditz, overhearing this, was taken aback. Ever since he learned of Chen Gu's intention to confront Frieza, he had suspected the man was delusional. And now he was introducing a concept of which Raditz had never heard, this Super Saiyan. Goku, however, was unwavering in his belief. So, will we become Super Saiyans? If we diligently train. We surely can. Moreover, your potential is greater than mine. Chen Gu affirmed his faith. Goku responded, rest assured, senior brother, I will train with all my might. Once Goku departed, Chen Gu embraced Bulma and tenderly proposed, Bulma, will you marry me? Bulma seemed to have awaited this moment for an eternity. Tears streaming down her face as she fervently nodded. Chen Gu affectionately stroked her hair and gently assured her, after we resolve the matter with Frieza, we shall wed. A year slipped by unnoticed, and within the gravity chamber, a figure clad in a white training uniform relentlessly practiced, swinging his fists and shifting his stance. Observing closely, one could discern that Chen Gu's fighting style bore a striking resemblance to that of mixed martial arts and boxing, distinctly different from Goku and the others. At that moment, the gravity chamber's display had long reached its maximum limit of 300 times Earth's gravity. Chen Gu ceased his training after a while, deactivating the gravity chamber. He murmured, the gravity chamber has reached its limit. It appears this method no longer suits my current self. Perhaps it is time to seek new avenues for cultivation. The hour was drawing near. Chen Gu, dinner is ready, came Bulma's voice from outside. Coming. Chen Gu tidied himself and strode out. Bulma, the Scions are drawing near. They are likely to arrive by tomorrow. Will you join us? Chen Gu inquired, savoring a chicken leg. Bulma rolled her eyes and shook her head. I shall not accompany you to meet the Saiyans. They look just like you and cannot match your strength, so it would be of little significance. However, when it comes to confronting Frieza, I will certainly be there. Chen Gu chewed for a moment, then resumed his chewing and replied, All right. I will protect you well. After finishing his meal, Chen Gu did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he sought out Wukong's aura. After a while, he exhaled, found it. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Chen Gu vanished from his spot. At Baozi Mountain, two figures were engaged in an intense battle. Their auras were at the same level, as Wukong and Raditz deliberately restrained their energies, honing their martial skills. Just as their fists were about to collide, a white figure appeared between them, catching their punches with both hands. Chen Gu smiled and remarked, Is this how you welcome me? Upon feeling Raditz's aura, he noticed it had diminished significantly in its malevolence. Subsequently, Chen Gu suppressed his own aura to a strength akin to that of Goku and calmly declared, Come at me together. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Raditz bellowed. Without hesitation, Raditz and Goku charged forward, encircling Chen Gu. The three of them were on the brink of battle, engaging fiercely as they moved from the forest to the sea, and then soaring into the sky, causing the beasts near Baozi Mountain to scatter in panic, as if they had encountered an unimaginable calamity. After approximately 2 hours of intense combat, the trio finally ceased their struggle, panting heavily. Chen Gu exclaimed, What a thrilling experience. Goku inquired, Your martial arts are peculiar. They do not resemble the teachings of Master Roshi or Lord King Kai at all. They follow an entirely different path. Yet they are capable of withstanding the combined attacks of both of us. How is that possible? Chen Gu took out a universal capsule from his belt and sipped some water. My approach is indeed distinct from yours. I have eliminated unnecessary movements in my attacks, with each strike being a direct counter, aimed precisely at the target. Subsequently, the three engaged in a spirited exchange of martial arts techniques, continuing their discussion until dusk. Wukong. It's time for dinner, came a distant female voice. Brother, join us for a meal. Wukong invited. Chen Gu did not feign sentimentality, chuckling, All right. The trio then soared towards Wukong's abode. Upon arrival, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman awaiting Wukong's return at the entrance. Chen Gu immediately recognized her as Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi. Chen Gu and Chi-Chi exchanged greetings before entering Wukong's spacious abode. Chi-Chi called out, Gohan, come out for dinner. After a considerable wait, a young boy with a student haircut appeared before Chen Gu. Upon seeing Chen Gu, Gohan seemed rather shy, speaking little and merely bowing his head to eat. Senior brother. This is my child with Chi-Chi, named Son Gohan, Wukong introduced. Chen Gu smiled and nodded, turning his gaze towards Gohan. How old are you this year, Gohan? Gohan looked up at this peculiar older brother and replied, I am 5 years and 6 months old. Chen Gu continued, Gohan is truly astute, remembering everything so clearly. Gohan's face flushed, and he fell silent. Chi-Chi remarked, Gohan is destined to become a scholar. Such trivial matters are certainly no challenge for my Gohan, are they, Gohan? Gohan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Chen Gu took out a pre-prepared universal capsule from his pocket and handed it to Gohan, gently patting his head. Gohan. This is a gift from your big brother. If you ever wish to learn martial arts, feel free to seek me out. Gohan glanced at Goku and Chi-Chi before accepting the capsule from Chen Gu's hand, shyly responding, Thank you, big brother. After their meal, Chen Gu spoke in a serious tone. I sense the presence of Saiyans. They will likely arrive on Earth tomorrow. With that, he cast a glance at Raditz, who felt a cold sweat trickle down his back under Chen Gu's gaze. Chen Gu then smiled, adding, I will do my utmost to win over the Saiyans when they arrive, as they hold immense potential. If I cannot persuade them, we will address that when the time comes. Hearing this, Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him, completely trusting Chen Gu. He pondered the fate of Vegeta, knowing that opposing Chen Gu could spell disaster for him. I hope Vegeta does not act foolishly, Raditz silently thought. Subsequently, Chen Gu closed his eyes, and after a moment, he utilized telepathic communication to contact Piccolo, Tien, and the others. The Saiyans will arrive on Earth tomorrow. I will take you to meet them. Piccolo. Feeling the voice resonate within his mind, smirked, Chen Gu, I am truly curious about what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Ah, how impressive. What kind of technique is this? It feels as if the voice is emanating from within my very mind. Yamcha marveled from a distant location. Tien remained silent, his expression complex, lost in his thoughts. On Kame House, Krillin abruptly halted his training, gazing into the distance. Have they finally arrived? The Saiyans? He clenched his fists in anticipation. Master Roshi observed the halted Krillin and his words, reflecting, indeed, the new generation pushes the old aside. Before shaking his head and returning to his television. In a bustling city, Yamcha, engaged in a match, sighed in exasperation upon hearing Chen Gu's voice. They're already here? What an intrusion on my life. After Chen Gu concluded his spiritual communication, he suddenly felt an exhilarating sensation, akin to a voice traveling across vast distances. He greeted Gohan, who was stealthily observing from behind, and said, Goku, I shall return home now. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. With that, he vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, his abrupt disappearance sparked within Gohan a profound curiosity and yearning for power. The following day, the sun rose as it always did. And people continued with their lives, utterly unaware of the calamity that awaited Earth, fortunate to have the Dragon Ball warriors to protect them. At that moment, 2 spaceships were entering the atmosphere. Nappa gazed at the resplendent blue planet before him and remarked, the scenery of this planet is indeed quite splendid. A voice echoed from Vegeta, that guy will certainly pay for his actions. As the 2 spaceships descended, 2 enormous craters formed on the ground. Upon Vegeta opening the hatch, a group of individuals appeared as if conjured from thin air, clad in garments of various hues, 2 of whom sported tails. One was Raditz, and the other was an unfamiliar face. Vegeta's vigilance surged as he beheld the sudden appearance of these individuals. His heart racing in alarm. How did these people materialize here without my awareness? This group was none other than Chen Gu and his companions. As Chen Gu sensed the presence of 2 formidable and malevolent auras entering the atmosphere, he employed instant transmission to gather his companions. Once Vegeta landed, Chen Gu and his group materialized before him. The group scrutinized Vegeta intently, and one bald, noseless individual remarked, he doesn't seem particularly strong. Does he? Another, clad in a yellow training outfit, none other than Goku, added. He certainly appears weaker than I was a year ago. Vegeta, the proud prince, had never before been regarded in such a manner, akin to a mere monkey, which ignited his ire. However, being seasoned in battle, he swiftly activated his scouter to assess the combat power of the individuals before him. The readings uniformly indicated a combat power of 5,000. Vegeta relaxed instantly, dismissing them as mere weaklings, unworthy of his concern. He then mocked, Raditz, your strength has grown rather quickly. You are almost on par with Nappa. But tell me, why are you mingling with them when I tasked you with gathering the Dragon Balls? What punishment do you think you deserve? Raditz cast a furtive glance at Chen Gu and whispered, Vegeta, perhaps you should surrender. You cannot defeat them. Do you truly believe that a group with only 5,000 combat power can stand against me? I wonder what goes on in that head of yours, Vegeta continued to deride. Chen Gu glanced at Vegeta, who was mocking him and his companions, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He usually preferred to suppress his combat power to around 5,000, yet he was taken aback to find that everyone he picked up this time had powers hovering around the same number. Chen Gu's lips twitched. Realizing that this group was far from benevolent, Raditz furrowed his brow. He had previously been overshadowed by Vegeta and now found himself the target of his ridicule once more. However, Raditz chose not to voice his thoughts, as he had keenly sensed his own strength increasing over the past year. Having roamed the universe for many years, he understood the significance of power, and he believed that accompanying his brother would aid in enhancing his abilities, thus he opted for silence. The others also fell into a hush, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Vegeta and his companion regarded Chen Gu and the others as if they were a naive bunch, unaware of their own strengths. In contrast, Chen Gu and his companions observed Vegeta with a knowing smirk, contemplating how best to handle the situation. After a prolonged silence, Chen Gu broke the stillness. Who among you wishes to engage in a little sparring? Vegeta, suppressing his fury, retorted, You are the one who threatened me a year ago. Aren't you? Nappa, bring me his head. He then turned to Nappa. No problem, Nappa replied, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward and charged at Chen Gu. However, as Nappa approached, Chen Gu remained motionless, merely watching him with an indifferent gaze. Just as Nappa's fist was about to reach Chen Gu, a long-haired giant intervened, grasping Nappa's fist and calmly declaring, Allow me to take the lead. The one who caught Nappa's punch was none other than Raditz. Nappa bellowed in disbelief. How is this possible? You managed to catch my fist. You are merely a lower-class warrior. He then launched a flurry of attacks at Raditz, and their battle gradually ascended into the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds as if their power was on the verge of breaking through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Chen Gu glanced at the dominating Raditz and then turned his head towards Goku. You have taught him well. How has his strength developed? Goku, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "He's doing quite well. After I imparted my knowledge about ki to him, and with his use of the gravity chamber, his combat power has increased significantly." Meanwhile, Vegeta seemed to notice that Nappa was struggling, and after a brief assessment with his scouter, he was taken aback by Raditz's reading of 8,000. How is this possible? Do these Earthlings harbor some hidden secrets? At that moment, Nappa was gradually overwhelmed by Raditz and was struck down to the ground, losing consciousness. Vegeta, observing Nappa's defeated form, muttered a disdainful worthless before shifting his gaze towards Chen Gu's direction. Chen Gu spoke up, "Vegeta, do you intend to continue fighting? Allow me to inform you that Raditz is the weakest among us." Vegeta, filled with rage, retorted, "You must be jesting. Although I am unaware of why you two are a Saiyan, do you truly believe that your band of inferior warriors can triumph over me, the prince of all Saiyans? Let me enlighten you. My battle power boasts an impressive strength of 18,000, while your feeble powers barely reach the thousands. I hardly regard you as a threat." Chen Gu felt that someone like Vegeta needed to witness the vast disparity firsthand. Thus, he chose to remain silent and turned to ask, "Who will take the stage?" "Just don't kill him. I still have use for him." Piccolo scoffed, not interested. The others also shook their heads, indicating their lack of interest. Goku then said, "Senior brother, allow me to take this on." Chen Gu cast a glance at Wukong, slowly uttering, "Very well." Yet, within his heart, he mused, "Are these two arch-rivals destined to confront one another at last?" Before long, Wukong raised his energy to an astounding intensity of 18,000, addressing Vegeta. "Now, my energy matches yours. Let us engage." As Wukong heightened his energy, the readings on Vegeta's scouter surged continuously until they stabilized at 18,000. Astonished, Vegeta exclaimed, "How is this possible? I am a genius among Saiyans, and yet, there exists another with strength equal to mine." Chen Gu felt the chi of Wukong and inquired of Raditz, "How strong is Wukong now?" Raditz, taken aback by Chen Gu's question, replied, "Based on my perception of chi. If he were to unleash his full power, he would possess an approximate strength of 80,000. The others were momentarily stunned, pondering. Has he truly become this formidable in just a year's time? Chen Gudian nodded slightly. After a year, his combat power had increased by 50,000, likely due to the fact that he had shared the gravity chamber with Raditz. Otherwise, the growth would undoubtedly have been even more substantial. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta soared into the sky, with Vegeta fixing a fierce glare upon Goku as he declared, "How could a mere low-class warrior possibly defeat me?" Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Gu glanced at Wukong's techniques, noting a distinct evolution that mirrored his own martial arts while simultaneously incorporating Wukong's original moves. It seemed as though Wukong had masterfully fused his own style with Chen Gu's combat skills. Observing this transformation, Chen Gu could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly, Wukong possesses an unparalleled talent that is exceedingly rare." The onlookers were equally transfixed by the duel taking place in the heavens, perceiving it as an extraordinary opportunity to enhance their own prowess. As they witnessed the two combatants exchanging blows with palpable intensity, Chen Gu was overwhelmed by an impulsive urge to join the fray. However, he suppressed this instinct, standing resolutely in place while silently engaging in meditation. Furrowing his brow as he pondered, is this the nature of the Saiyan bloodline? So combative. The clash between the two seemed to invoke a shift in the weather. As ominous dark clouds gathered in the sky, crackling with lightning, seemingly protesting the fierce confrontation yet rendered powerless to intervene. After a vigorous exchange, both fighters found themselves breathless and battered. Krillin grumbled, "Why does Wukong insist on sparring? Wouldn't it be easier to resolve matters directly?" Shin Gushin pondered. Such is the nature of Wukong. He does not oppress the weak unless faced with a dire situation. As Vegeta engaged in battle, he sensed something amiss. His energy was waning, while his opponent appeared to thrive with increasing vigor. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Vegeta distanced himself from Wukong. He swiftly removed his scouter and retrieved a glimmering object from within his attire, casting it into the sky, whereupon a diminutive artificial moon materialized before everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, Chen Gu shut his eyes, still possessing his tail, wishing to avoid transforming into a mindless gorilla. Wukong, having had his tail removed, was immune to such a transformation. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a colossal gorilla, exclaiming in human speech, "My battle power will multiply tenfold in this form. Let us see how you contend with me." Raditz too metamorphosed into a great ape, his consciousness clouded as he rampaged. Sensing Raditz's escalating energy, Chen Gushin surmised that Raditz had indeed become a gorilla. He immediately amplified his own energy to 100,000, incapacitating the mindless Raditz with a single blow, who then reverted to his human form. Wukong, perceiving Vegeta's battle power at 180,000, smirked slightly. Oh, is that so? For reasons unknown, Vegeta felt an unsettling premonition as an overwhelming aura emanated from Wukong. The onlookers felt Wukong's energy surge to a staggering 80,000, followed by his thunderous declaration, double. Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped him, instantly doubling his power to 160,000. Piccolo scoffed quietly, for he and Chaozu were unable to learn the Kaioken due to their physical limitations. Witnessing Wukong utilize it stirred a minor discontent within him, though he refrained from expressing it too vehemently. Observing Vegeta wreaking havoc and growing in size, Wukong deemed further combat unnecessary and proclaimed, triple. Kaioken. The crimson aura intensified, amplifying his strength to 3 times its original, reaching 240,000. With the threefold Kaioken activated, Wukong regarded Vegeta with a sly grin before vanishing from his sight. Just as Vegeta searched for Wukong, a light-hearted voice emerged from behind him. Vegeta, I am here. Startled, the transformed Vegeta spun around, only to be struck down by Wukong's punch. After a prolonged struggle, Vegeta managed to prop himself up, shaking his head defiantly as he charged toward Wukong. Wukong continued to overpower Vegeta, who, despite his battered state, rose slowly, bloody but undeterred, declaring, continue. How could the Prince of the Saiyans possibly be bested by a mere low-class warrior? Before he could finish his assertion, Wukong delivered another kick, sending Vegeta flying once more. As Chen Gu sensed the diminishing aura of Vegeta, he turned to Tien Shin'an and urged, Tien, destroy the artificial moon. Upon hearing this, Tien unleashed an energy blast towards the artificial moon, which vanished in an instant, causing Vegeta's form to gradually shrink. After confirming the absence of an artificial moon, Chen Gu slowly opened his eyes. He beheld Vegeta, whose body was a mangled mess, yet he stood resolutely, undeterred by his injuries, which stirred a sense of admiration within Chen Gu. As Vegeta transformed into his humanoid form, Goku retracted his Kaioken technique. Due to the strain it imposed on his body, Goku's energy had diminished to a mere 60,000, and he began to gasp for breath. Vegeta's gaze was piercing as he looked at Goku, and the two resumed their fierce battle. Goku, sparing no effort, unleashed his full strength, swiftly overpowering Vegeta, who soon found himself lying on the ground, unable to move. Chen Gu, having tossed a magical beam to both Raditz and Goku, approached Vegeta and slowly spoke. Do you now perceive the extent of our power? Merely Goku surpasses you by a considerable margin. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. It seems that only Raditz's sibling, Kakarot, is stronger than I. What is there to boast about? You worthless fool? Hearing this, Chen Gu's temper flared instantly. He immediately raised his ki to its maximum level. After a year of cultivation, his combat power of 300,000 was fully exposed before Vegeta, the overwhelming pressure making it difficult for the Saiyan Prince to even breathe. The others around him were equally displeased, each unleashing their own ki to its peak. Aside from Goku and Raditz, Piccolo and Tien Shin'an both possessed combat powers exceeding 40,000, Krillin around 30,000. While Yamcha, who seemed to have slacked in his training, remained at a modest 25,000. Kaiatsu trailed behind with 18,000. Though Vegeta couldn't precisely gauge their strengths, the sheer pressure from every single one of them, except Raditz and that eerie, childlike figure, was immense. His face twisted in shock as he silently seethed. Damn it. How are they all so strong? Damn it. To think I, the proud Prince of Saiyans, would be humiliated like this. Damn it. Chen Gu looked at Vegeta with disdain and, after a moment of silence, remarked, We shall confront Frieza soon. Should you wish to join us, I might entertain the idea. The group was taken aback, and Piccolo's lips twitched in disbelief, exclaiming, This guy just loves to recruit others. Vegeta chuckled heartily, Ha ha ha. A jest indeed. How could I, the noble Prince of the Saiyans, ever submit to you? Even Frieza is insufficient to make me yield, let alone someone like you. Chen Gu seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. He was not angered. Slowly, he diminished his energy to 5,000 and gazed into the distance. In a certain part of the earth, a group of individuals stood together, clad in garments of various hues. The surroundings were in utter disarray, as if ravaged by a formidable weapon. The Dragon Ball warriors restrained their energy, quietly awaiting Chen Gu's forthcoming words. Chen Gu walked calmly to Naba, removed the detector from his face, and crushed it underfoot. He then returned to Vegeta's side and gently extracted the detector from Vegeta's grasp, applying just the right amount of pressure to shatter it. The onlookers gazed at Chen Gu's actions in confusion, prompting him to explain. It is prudent to ensure that our forthcoming conversation remains unheard by the technicians of Frieza's army. Raditz appeared utterly astonished, exclaiming, "The detector has a detection function." He then turned to Chen Gu, realizing, "No wonder you destroyed my detector the first time we met." Chen Gu's lips twitched. His actions had merely stemmed from a desire to prevent Raditz from locating Bulma and the others through the device. Vegeta, wearing a look of bewilderment, regarded Raditz, while his eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise towards Chen Gu, as if to say, "What meticulous thought." Chen Gu then turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Are you aware of how our homeland, planet Vegeta, met its demise?" Vegeta fixed his gaze intensely upon Chen Gu, as if eager to glean any revelation from his lips. Raditz, however, interjected, "Wasn't it destroyed by a meteorite impact?" He continued, "What sort of meteorite could obliterate planet Vegeta? Are the warriors from planet Vegeta merely idle?" Chen Gu cast a sidelong glance at Raditz, who suddenly appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Gu, demanding, "What are you implying?" Chen Gu smiled lightly and said, "What I wish to convey is that planet Vegeta was not obliterated by a meteor strike, but rather by the hand of Frieza. Prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, nearly all the warriors were summoned back. Do you not find this peculiar? It was indeed Frieza who called them back. But why would Lord Frieza take such action? The Saiyans are his most formidable fighting force." Raditz appeared utterly perplexed. Chen Gu slowly exhaled, gazing into the distance. "It is said that among us Saiyans, there once existed a Super Saiyan. The combat prowess of a Super Saiyan is extraordinarily formidable, and it was our ancestors, the Super Saiyans, who vanquished the progenitor of Frieza's lineage. Consequently, the Frieza clan has always harbored a profound belief in the existence of Super Saiyans, fearing that one might arise on planet Vegeta, posing a threat to his very existence." Super Saiyan. Goku felt a surge of excitement. Vegeta scoffed, saying, "Merely a legend. If Super Saiyans truly existed, the Saiyans would not be subjugated by Frieza." Chen Gu did not pay attention to Vegeta, but slowly spoke. "I am aware of your intentions to confront Frieza, Vegeta. There is no need for you to hastily dismiss my words. Allow me to speak." To everyone's surprise, Vegeta cooperated unexpectedly, refraining from any rebuttal. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed a legend. However, ordinary Saiyans possess a certain probability of transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. Chen Gu's words were astonishing. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Raditz appeared almost numb. Since his acquaintance with Chen Gu, what was once regarded as the pinnacle of Saiyan combat power, over 10,000, had now escalated into hundreds of thousands. Whatever Chen Gu proclaimed no longer seemed strange to Raditz. "Is that true, brother? Can we also become Super Saiyans?" Goku exclaimed with delight. Chen Gu nodded. "As long as one is a Saiyan, there exists a certain probability of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, there are numerous prerequisites." All the Saiyans present pricked up their ears, and Vegeta was no exception. Chen Gu looked at the reactions of the crowd and smiled, saying, "In my estimation, one must first attain a battle power exceeding 1 million, and then, combined with an extreme emotional state, it may be possible to transform into a Super Saiyan. Of course, this is merely my conjecture." "Humph. You mentioned that this is just your estimation. How can you ensure that it is indeed a fact?" Vegeta retorted. Raditz interjected. "Is it truly possible for a Saiyan to reach a battle power of 1 million? The strongest I have encountered thus far is you, Chen Gu. And even that barely reaches 300,000. How long will it take to achieve 1 million? Chen Gu's lips twitched slightly as he pondered. "This is merely my conjecture. Logically, if one's ancestors were Super Saiyans, attaining that form would be effortless. However, since my lineage does not possess such traits, the specifics remain unclear to me. My assumptions are solely based on witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan in my previous life." Nevertheless, Chen Gu maintained an unwavering facade, declaring, "I have inquired of the dragon, and this is the answer bestowed upon me." Vegeta and the others regarded him with evident perplexity. Chen Gu elaborated, "The dragon is a manifestation of the Dragon Balls, and the answers it provides are infallible." The others nodded in agreement. Vegeta, after a moment of contemplative silence, inquired, "Why do you share this with me?" The group gazed at Chen Gu with curiosity. Chen Gu smiled and said, "Because I believe you possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan." As soon as Chen Gu's words were spoken, a murderous intent surfaced on the faces of the crowd. If Vegeta were to transform into a Super Saiyan, Earth would surely be doomed. Vegeta glanced at the individuals behind Chen Gu and smirked. "Your companions do not seem to share that sentiment." Chen Gu's words dispelled the murderous intent of the crowd. It is of no consequence. I am uncertain about Raditz, but the likelihood of Goku and me becoming Super Saiyans is considerably high, and we will achieve it long before you. Chen Gu continued, forgive my candor, but Frieza's power far exceeds your imagination. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat him. Even with our combined efforts, victory remains elusive. However, the future holds uncertainties. At that moment, Vegeta crawled toward his spaceship, muttering, "Humph. Speak only when you possess the strength." Piccolo observed Vegeta's ascent to his vessel, his right fingers gathering energy at the center of his brow, a surge of electric light flickering as if he intended to eliminate Vegeta. Chen Gu slowly pressed down on Piccolo's hand, gently stating, "It is paramount to deal with Frieza first. We may yet require his assistance in the future." Piccolo gradually lowered his hand, choosing not to speak further. Chen Gu glanced at Vegeta as he struggled to climb into the spaceship, finally remarking, "You have a companion you haven't taken with you." Vegeta, seemingly incensed, bellowed, "Such trash is unworthy." He then turned to Chen Gu and inquired, "What is your name?" Chen Gu smiled faintly and said, "Chen Gu." After speaking, Vegeta's spaceship soared directly into the sky. Chen Gu cast a glance at Raditz and commanded, "Throw him into the spacecraft, designated as Frieza's domain, and send him on his way." Raditz swiftly complied, shoving Naba into the vessel. After a few moments of adjustment aboard the ship, he emerged. Subsequently, Naba's spacecraft gradually departed from Earth. Goku, observing Naba's departure, inquired, "Brother, why did you not choose to keep him here as well?" Chen Gu looked into the distance and slowly remarked, "He is not suitable for us." He then fell silent. In his heart, Chen Gu contemplated, Leitais is only worth recruiting due to his blood relation to Goku and his rejection by Vegeta. As for Nappa, he is a loyal subordinate of Vegeta. I do not wish to keep a ticking bomb by my side. Chen Gu watched as the spacecraft of the two vanished from sight. Turning to the crowd, he spoke, "We shall proceed to a place that will enhance your abilities, Namek." Joy illuminated the faces of the group. However, he added, "It is also the destination of Frieza, making it perilous. If anyone wishes to abstain, please speak up." After a moment of silence, no one chose to depart. Chen Gu thought to himself, indeed, they are a group passionate about martial arts. Subsequently, he utilized instant transmission to return to Bulma's residence, ensuring everyone was settled. Goku then stated, "I must return home to inform Chi-Chi." Chen Gu nodded. In the evening, within the confines of Chen Gu and Bulma's room, Chen Gu embraced Bulma gently and murmured, "Bulma, are you truly determined to go? This time, the peril is quite severe." Bulma replied, "Wherever you go, I shall follow. Besides, without me, how would you all operate the spaceship?" Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing the truth of the matter. The next morning, a colossal package appeared in the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Wukong, burdened with a large sack, accompanied by a miniature version of himself, Gohan. Chen Gu sensed Gohan's energy, estimating its strength to be around 1,000, and couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the second generation of warriors. He reminisced about his own childhood, recalling that at that age, his own strength barely reached the tens. Bulma, observing the hefty load brought by Wukong, chuckled, "Wukong, are you moving house?" Once they landed, Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. "I had no choice. Chi-Chi insisted that this is what Gohan needs to study. By the way, Gohan insisted on coming along, so I had no option but to bring him." Gohan turned to Chen Gu, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Brother Chen Gu, I wish to train in martial arts with you. Is that all right?" Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected request. Even Wukong was momentarily stunned, instinctively scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. Chen Gu curiously inquired, "Your father is a formidable martial artist. Why don't you train with him?" "My father is indeed powerful, but he isn't suited to be a teacher. I want to learn from you, if that's permissible," Gohan murmured softly. Chen Gu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Doesn't Gohan aspire to become a scholar?" For Chen Gu recalled that Gohan was a person who despised conflict and cherished knowledge. How had he changed? Gohan replied, "Indeed." Chen Guxin thought, "This is the Gohan I know." However, the words that escaped his lips left Chen Gu speechless. Gohan continued, "I aspire to become a scholar of martial arts, dedicating my future to the study of martial disciplines." Chen Gu's lips twitched slightly, sensing that something was amiss. If Gohan truly dedicates himself to the study of martial arts, he will undoubtedly become a great asset in the future, and accepting him as a disciple would not be a bad idea. However, what if one day he surpasses me? That would be quite embarrassing, Chen pondered. He then turned to Gohan and said, I can impart to you the knowledge I possess, yet I will not take you as my disciple. I hope we can cultivate a relationship that is both teacher and friend, engaging in mutual sparring in the future. For I believe your accomplishments may one day eclipse my own. At that moment, the crowd's perception of Chen Gu seemed to elevate to a new level. Gohan nodded vigorously. Goku, put your things down, Bulma urged. Goku quickly complied. Oh, all right. He then set Gohan's hefty bundle down. Bulma produced a universal capsule and stored the bundle within it. She subsequently handed Goku a box of universal capsules, saying, use this from now on. It will be much more convenient. We must not bring shame upon our fellow Earthlings when we venture outside. The crowd stifled their laughter. But Krillin could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. As Chen Gu gazed at the crowd, he declared, then let us depart. In an instant, a colossal spacecraft soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. On Baobao Mountain, Chi-Chi watched the receding vessel with tears in her eyes, lamenting, Gohan, you must remember to write to Mama. Simultaneously, at the sacred land of Kaelin, atop the Kaelin Tower, three figures engaged in discussion. Suddenly, the Kaelin immortal lifted his gaze toward the direction where Chen Gu and the others had disappeared, murmuring, have they set forth, Chen Gu? I wish you a smooth journey. Meanwhile, Yakinob continued to consume food, seemingly insatiable. Another figure, having heard the words of the Kaelin immortal, paused his training to glance into the distance. If Chen Gu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Saito, whom he had previously rescued. Saito fixed his gaze on the direction indicated by the Kaelin immortal, his heart resolute. I will strive diligently not to disappoint your guidance, brother Chen Gu. Time flowed like water, and in the vastness of the cosmos, there was neither day nor night, leading to a sense of weariness. It had been half a month since Chen Gu and his companions had embarked on their journey. A beam of light streaked through the universe. Within the expansive ship, on the uppermost level, Bulma was fervently searching for something. On the second level, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others were engaged in mental training, their bodies glistening with sweat. In a corner, Piccolo sat cross-legged, immersed in his own cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Gu and Gohan occupied another corner, with Chen Gu imparting various knowledge and practical methods regarding Chi, much to Gohan's satisfaction. Compared to his father's instinctual approach, Chen Gu's teachings were evidently more comprehensible. At the very bottom of the ship lay the gravity chamber. In the center, a control panel displayed a striking number, 100. The atmosphere within the gravity chamber was thick with a smoky haze, the result of excessive pressure. A figure tirelessly trained within, none other than Goku. Perhaps spurred by Chen Gu's influence, Goku had significantly intensified his training regimen in recent days, rapidly advancing his strength, as if fearful of being left behind by Chen Gu. At that moment, an alarm blared throughout the spacecraft. Chen Gu swiftly moved to Bulma's side and inquired, what is happening? Bulma's fingers danced across the controls as she replied, there is a planet ahead with an overwhelming gravitational pull. This planet is not recorded on the star map you provided, yet it has inexplicably appeared. The ship is likely to be drawn toward it, and this planet seems to possess an unusual ability to move. Chen Gu seemed to have stepped upon something as he gazed at Bulma. This may not be a planet. Do we have spacesuits? We do. Bulma inquired. What are you planning to do, Chen Gu? Chen Gu remained composed as he harnessed the reactive force of the Kamehameha to propel the spacecraft away from the colossal celestial body, clad in a spacesuit. He opened the hatch and emerged onto the vessel's exterior. Gazing upon the immense object before him, he placed his hands upon his hips, gradually concentrating his energy, and ultimately exclaimed, Kamehameha! A beam of azure light surged toward the vast planet, yet it proved insufficient to escape its gravitational pull. With determination, Chen Gu employed telepathic communication, conveying to the individuals aboard the spacecraft, come out and assist me. The gravitational force is overwhelming, and my strength alone is inadequate. Shortly thereafter, his companions, donned in spacesuits, joined him, channeling their own abilities toward the formidable planet, though their efforts yielded little effect. Undeterred, Chen Gu continued to transmit, everyone, exert your full strength and concentrate on a single point. Prepare to break free. In response, they intensified their efforts, focusing their energies at one focal point, and gradually, they began to liberate themselves from the planet's grasp, maintaining a telepathic link with Bulma. Chen Gu noted her assurance of safety before leading the group in an instant transmission back aboard the spacecraft. Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. As if liberated from a great burden, Chen Gu silently observed the receding giant planet, lost in contemplation. As time passed, more than half a month later, Bulma gazed at the immense green planet before them, rushing to the second level of the spacecraft and calling out to her companions, "We have arrived at Namek." Chen Gu communicated with Wukong through mental communication. After a while, a tremendous force emanated from the gravity chamber. The door leading to the lowest level gradually opened. Sensing Wukong's energy, Chen Gu remarked, "Only with pressure can there be motivation. It seems the results are quite remarkable." Wukong's energy had already reached an impressive strength of 120,000, having increased by 40,000 in just 1 month, surpassing Chen Gu's expectations. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, "It's not bad, but I'm still far behind my senior brother." Chen Gu was silent. Yet within, he harbored admiration for Wukong's innate talent. Reflecting on his own pace of growth and strength, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Chen Gu felt the intricate energy of Namek, a malevolent force whose intensity was disturbingly evil, even surpassing that of the demon clan. With a grave expression, he inquired, "Do you sense it?" Bulma, observing Chen Gu's furrowed brow, responded with curiosity, "What is it that you feel?" "Indeed, this energy is potent and exceedingly wicked." "It makes me quite uneasy," Goku interjected. The others nodded in agreement. "We must suppress this energy as much as possible. The lower, the better," Chen Gu stated solemnly, marking the first time he had felt such gravity since arriving in this world. The fearsome power of Frieza compelled him to take such measures. "Bulma, steer the ship towards that direction." After indicating a point to Bulma, which was on the opposite side of Frieza's location, he continued, "Why not land directly here? It would be much more convenient." Bulma questioned, "Do you wish to confront Frieza head-on?" Krillin asked. Bulma fell silent, navigating the ship to the designated side. "We're entering the atmosphere now. Everyone, hold on tight," Bulma warned earnestly. The ship swiftly pierced through Namek's atmosphere and chose a location distant from the village to land. Upon touching down, an oppressive silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen paused momentarily and remarked, "The Grand Elder of Namek possesses the remarkable ability to unlock the latent potential within individuals, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. This is the method I previously mentioned for rapidly augmenting your fighting capabilities, although the extent of enhancement ultimately depends on your inherent potential." Piccolo gazed at the scene before him, seemingly lost in thought, yet unable to grasp any specific memory, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In truth, this place was Piccolo's homeland. A series of unforeseen events had compelled him to seek refuge on Earth. The particulars of this tale are best conveyed by the Grand Elder himself. Chen attuned himself to the current essence of Namek. Chen Gu's mind pondered, "Has Vegeta not arrived yet? It seems we set off a bit too soon." However, the aura of the two individuals beside Frieza is formidable. They must be Shampoo and Dodoria. Their strengths are likely between 22,000 and 23,000, which is not a cause for concern. Yet, Shampoo appears to possess the ability to transform, so caution is warranted. There's another presence at 18,000, which should be Chioe. Yes, I've located it. This aura must belong to the Elder. Chen Gu instructed everyone. "We have located the Chi of the Grand Elder. Let us proceed. However, I urge you all to keep the Chi subdued, ideally around 2 to 3,000, as the combat strength of the Namekians is approximately within that range." Chen Gu turned to Bulma and inquired, "Will you seek refuge in a secluded place, or will you accompany us?" What a question. Naturally, I shall accompany you. I have no desire to remain alone in this unfamiliar territory. Bulma replied, "I have already stated, wherever you go, I shall follow." Chen Gu warmly pressed his lips against Bulma's, whispering, "All right." Chen Gu, cradling Bulma, once more sensed the direction of the Elder and declared, "Let us proceed." He then soared directly towards the Elder's location. The others, in silent agreement, nodded and suppressed their aura to 3,000, following Chen Gu's lead. Chen Gu glanced at the approaching crowd and murmured, "At our current pace, it will take us at least half a day to arrive." Clint inquired, "Chen Gu, why don't you utilize teleportation to take us there?" The others also wore expressions of bewilderment. Chen Gu, in a state of resignation, shook his head, stating, "Teleportation can only occur within the vicinity of previously encountered energy. Otherwise, it poses risks and potential complications." The group, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and resumed their flight in silence. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Namek, a being exuding an aura of indifference sat within a spacecraft, arms crossed over its chest, its blood-red eyes and purplish-black lips. along with a brown detector affixed to its face, marked its unsettling presence. If Chen Gu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as his most formidable adversary, Frieza. Frieza's lips parted slightly as he fixated on a striking young man with green skin, none other than Shambo. Mr. Shambo, we are still in need of 4 Dragon Balls. We must hasten our efforts. I find myself growing impatient, he declared, punctuating his words by striking the ground with his tail. A cold sweat broke out on Shambo's back as he bowed deeply, murmuring, "Understood, Lord Frieza. I shall expedite the process." He then turned to his subordinates and urged, "Let us move swiftly to the other villages." Beside Frieza, a corpulent figure with pink skin and flesh spikes, known as Dodoria, chuckled in response. Frieza, sensing Dodoria's amusement, smirked slightly and remarked, "It seems, Mr. Dodoria, that you are rather unoccupied?" Dodoria's grin faltered, his nervousness evident as he stammered, "No, Lord Frieza, I am quite busy." With a huff, Frieza continued, "Mr. Dodoria, please make arrangements to contact the Jinyu force immediately. I require their swift arrival on Namek, as I am eager to attain immortality." "Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria exclaimed, pressing a few buttons on the detector affixed to his face to initiate contact with the Jinyu force. On the other side, a massive yet frail Namekian reclined in an enormous chair, beneath which floated a colossal Dragon Ball, adorned with a single, shimmering star. Flanking the chair stood 2 young Namekians, both silent and watchful. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "I hope you can save Namek." Hearing his words, one of the young Namekians furrowed his brow and inquired, "Grand Elder, who is capable of saving Namek?" The Grand Elder cast a gentle glance at him and replied softly, "In due time, you shall find out. Naru, you are a good child. I entrust the future of Namek to you. My days are numbered." Naru solemnly declared, "I shall remain by your side, Grand Elder." He then stepped outside, falling silent. The Grand Elder sighed once more, gazing into the distance, towards the direction from which Chen Gu and his companions were approaching. After a lengthy journey, Chen Gu and his companions finally beheld a magnificent edifice perched upon a towering cliff. Chen Gu sighed, expressing his impatience. "At last we have arrived. This journey has indeed been sluggish." Soon after, the group descended at the threshold of the grand house. Klin pointed at the figure of Nailu before them and inquired of Bick, "Bick, look. He bears an uncanny resemblance to you." Bick turned and shot a glare at Klin, retorting, "Of course I see that." He then fixated his gaze upon Nailu in silence. Similarly, Nailu regarded the group before him, speechless. Chen Gu sensed the aura emanating from the individual before him, which possessed an approximate intensity of 42,000, nearly rivaling that of Bick. He then spoke, "Greetings. We have come to pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Naru, perceiving the energies of the group before him, noted their strengths to be a mere 3,000. Convinced that they could not possibly be the saviors of Namek as foretold by the Grand Elder, he resolutely declined, stating, "The Grand Elder is not someone you can simply approach at will." Chen Gugong wished to continue speaking when he heard a strange and feeble voice emanating from the room. "Naru, let them in." Naru hesitated for a moment before replying, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he stepped through the doorway and returned to the side of the Grand Elder, falling silent once more. Chen Gu and others followed Naru into the house. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the vastness of the interior space. Chen Gu could only see a colossal foot before him, and as he looked up, he beheld the imposing figure of the towering elder. Chen Gu slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise and greeted, "Elder." The elder nodded and replied, "I am aware of your intentions. I can grant you the Dragon Balls, but I have a request." Chen Guxin pondered, "After all this time, the elder believes we have come to seek the Dragon Balls." Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "Elder, please proceed." The elder exhaled slowly and expressed, "I hope that when Namek faces difficulties in the future, you might lend your assistance. Would that be agreeable?" "Certainly," Chen Gu responded without hesitation. The elder smiled, saying, "That is reassuring." Meanwhile, Nailu regarded the assembly with skepticism, voicing, "With their strength, how could they possibly protect Namek?" The elder admonished sternly, "Nailu, do not be disrespectful." Only then did Nailu cease his remarks, merely snorting in response. The elder then turned to Chen Gu, saying, "I beg your pardon. This child has such a temperament." Chen Gudao remarked, "Elder, there is no need for such formality. Since I have made my promise, I shall certainly exert my utmost efforts." "Huh. Yet, you must possess the requisite strength," Nailu interjected. Chen Gu was once again provoked by Nairu's antics. Have I offended you in some way? Why do you come at me right from the start? Chen Gu fixed his gaze upon Nairu, questioning, do you doubt my capabilities? Nairu regarded Chen Gu with an expression that suggested he was quite self-aware. Chen Gu suppressed his fury, stating, I have no obligation to prove anything to you. Our common adversary is Frieza, so please distinguish this clearly. Nairu replied, are you brave enough to compare? Chen Gu instantly surged his chi to an intensity of 100,000, appearing beside Nail in the blink of an eye and sending him flying with a single strike. Then, just as swiftly, he suppressed his chi back down to a mere 3,000. After what seemed like an eternity, Nail emerged from the wreckage, slowly making his way back to the Grand Elder's side. He remained silent, his gaze now filled with nothing but reverence for Chen Gu. Chen Gu felt a profound sentiment within. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Meanwhile, on the other side of planet Namek, the detector of Dodoria flickered momentarily before returning to tranquility. Dodoria, momentarily taken aback, chuckled softly. Impossible, it must be a malfunction. Frieza, noticing Dodoria's expression, inquired, what is it? The detector had just registered an extraordinarily formidable power level, nearing 100,000. How could such might exist on this planet? It must surely be an error. Dodoria responded respectfully. Frieza nodded, choosing not to reply, while contemplating, perhaps it is a race capable of altering their battle power. But a power level of 100,000 is merely trivial. Upon returning to the Grand Elder's chamber, the Grand Elder glanced at the two without displaying any ire towards Chen Gu, and gently inquired, Child, what is your name? Chen Gu returned, I am Chen Gu, Elder. Observing your demeanor, you appear to be a Saiyan. However, the aura surrounding you is not malevolent, and your combat prowess seems exceptionally formidable. I am quite intrigued by your origins. The Elder, wise with age, listened attentively as Chen Gu briefly recounted his experiences. The Elder glanced at Chen Gu, then shifted his gaze to Goku and Gohan, ultimately resting his eyes upon Piccolo, inquiring, You too are a Namekian, are you not? Piccolo was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. Chen Gu interjected, Our Earth's guardian is a Namekian, who, in his quest to inherit the mantle of guardian, severed his malevolent essence, giving rise to Piccolo. Furthermore, our Earth possesses Dragon Balls, also crafted by the Guardian. Why must it be so? The Elder pondered. To sever a part of oneself, yet retain such formidable combat strength, alongside the ability to create Dragon Balls, speaks to a truly versatile Namekian. The calamity that befell Namek resulted in but a scant few survivors, and those who did escape were indeed fortunate. Thus, it seems we share a bond. The Elder's gaze upon Chen Gu softened, reflecting a newfound warmth. Chen Gu silently nodded, pondering to himself. A significant portion of our martial arts lineage is derived from the Namekians. Considering this, the connection is indeed profound. The Elder gazed at the assembly and spoke slowly. Chen Gu, step forward. Allow me to enhance your abilities. I possess the capability to unlock a portion of the potential that lies dormant within your bodies. Goku and the others displayed expressions of intrigue, curious about how Chen Gu had acquired such extensive knowledge. Observing their reactions, the Elder inquired, What is it? Do you know something? Goku candidly replied, Brother, it is true that Chen Gu and we were initially focused on the Elder's potential development rather than the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu scratched his head, seemingly forgetting how he came to know this information, and then remarked, It was during a time when I encountered a bottleneck in my quest for strength that the Dragon of Earth revealed it to me. The Grand Elder then gazed at Chen Gu with profound eyes, lost in contemplation, yet soon a smile graced his lips. Everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as the person before us is not malevolent and can aid Namek, that is sufficient. The Grand Elder continued, Child, come forth. Allow me to lend you a hand. Chen Gu nodded slightly and approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his enormous hand upon Chen Gu's head, enveloping it entirely within his grasp. Soon, a faint white glow emanated from the Grand Elder's hand, and it was evident that Chen Gu's aura began to manifest involuntarily. The surroundings reverberated with the resonance of Chen Gu's aura, and before long, a white flame surged from his body. The oppressive atmosphere became so intense that it rendered the onlookers breathless, as though a mere flicker of Chen Gu's restraint could lead to their demise. After a moment, Chen Gu gradually retracted his aura, and the spectators felt as if a colossal mountain had suddenly been lifted from their shoulders, leaving them drenched in sweat. A thin sheen of perspiration trickled down the Grand Elder's brow as he gently remarked, "Your potential is truly formidable. I can only assist you in unveiling a fraction of it." Chen Gu felt as if every cell in his body was joyfully pulsating. A smile graced his lips as he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Elder." Although Chen Gu managed to suppress his own aura, he could not help but marvel at the latent energy hidden within his body, realizing that he had indeed come to the right place. The others, recalling the formidable aura that emanated from Chen Gu moments ago, felt a lingering sense of dread. It was truly terrifying. Subsequently, their gazes towards the Grand Elder grew fervent. At that moment, Niru stepped forward and remarked, "The Grand Elder has just assisted Chen Gu in unlocking his potential, and the exertion has been quite taxing. He requires a moment of respite." Chen Gu cast a glance at Nilu, then retrieved a celestial being from his bosom and presented it to the Grand Elder, stating, "This celestial being was developed by the immortals of our Earth. Consuming it can restore one's vitality." Nilu turned to the Grand Elder, displaying a look of perplexity. Upon seeing the Grand Elder nod in acknowledgement, he accepted the celestial being from Chen Gu and handed it to the Grand Elder. After consuming it, the Grand Elder's strength was indeed revitalized in an instant. With astonishment etched upon his face, the Grand Elder gazed at Chen Gu, exclaiming, "Earth is truly remarkable. Were it not for my impending end, I would yearn to see it for myself." Chen Gu seemed to have recalled something and remarked, "The Elder could facilitate communication between the Namekians and Earth. This would allow us to exchange ideas, fostering mutual learning and progress." The Elder nodded in approval and said, "Continue. Your strength is crucial in confronting Frieza." Subsequently, Goku and the others each underwent the Elder's potential enhancement, their abilities multiplying exponentially in an instant. Goku, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Brother, how strong are you now?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu's smile was enigmatic. "In due time, you shall understand." The others appeared displeased, harboring their discontent. Subsequently, Chen Gu addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "Grand Elder, my current strength is insufficient to defeat Frieza. However, there exists a method to rescue the remaining inhabitants of Namek." "What is it?" the Grand Elder inquired slowly. "We can utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to locate a planet suitable for the survival of Namekians and transfer the remaining Namekians there," Chen Gu articulated plainly. Nara furrowed his brow. "Is this truly necessary?" Chen Gu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the Grand Elder, awaiting his final decision. He pondered, "At present, I am unable to contend with Frieza. This is the only course of action available to me." Bulma, examining the Dragon Ball radar, remarked, "Chen Gu, 3 Dragon Balls on Namek have already gathered together. If we are to collect the Dragon Balls, shall we not have to seize them from Frieza?" Chen Gu remained calm and said, "It's fine. I have a plan. However, we must first familiarize ourselves with our strengths to avoid any unforeseen mishaps." He then proceeded to share his strategy with them. Subsequently, Chen Gu utilized instant transmission to transport everyone to the sacred temple on Earth. The deities, sensing the overwhelming aura of the group before them, struggled to maintain their composure. Chen Gu introduced his companions, and they began to unleash their powers, adapting to their newfound strengths. At this moment, Chen Gu truly sensed the capabilities of his comrades. Wukong had achieved a power level of 1.5 million, showcasing the formidable potential of the Saiyans. Piccolo stood at 500,000, Tien at 430,000, Krillin at 300,000, Yamcha and Kaiatsa hovered around 200,000, while Raditz boasted nearly 80,000 in combat prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dodoria stood beside Frieza, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, the hand clutching the Dragon Ball, trembling slightly. Frieza, displaying impatience, remarked, "Dodoria, you seem a bit off today." Dodoria stammered. The scanner just detected several unusual energy signatures, but they have since vanished. The weakest registered at 16,000 and the strongest. "How strong?" Frieza's blood-red eyes fixated on Dodoria, demanding an answer. "The strongest measured at 320,000. That is impossible. How could there be such a powerful individual? The scanner must be malfunctioning." Dodoria quivered. Frieza regarded him sharply. "Dodoria, a single error is one thing. How could the scanner malfunction so many times?" Dodoria fell silent. Frieza smirked. 320,000. How intriguing. It seems we have encountered a race that can alter their combat capabilities. When did Namek acquire such beings? I wonder what larger ants can stir up? Let us continue gathering the Dragon Balls. They will come to us in due time. Days passed swiftly, and Vegeta arrived on Namek. Upon detecting Vegeta's presence, Chio-E hurried to his location. Chio-E had always been at odds with Vegeta, but at this moment, Vegeta was more focused on achieving Super Saiyan status. After landing, he began to sense the power of others through Ki, a skill he had only previously gauged through numerical readings from a scanner. This tangible sensation intensified Vegeta's yearning for strength. Clenching his fists, he reflected, after being injured by Kakarot, my power surged to 24,000. Perhaps this could be the key to augmenting my abilities. He then felt Chio-E's ki approaching and suppressed his own aura down to around 15,000. One must admit, Vegeta was truly a genius after a single battle. He adeptly learned to control his ki and sense that of others. He waited patiently for Chio-E to arrive. Moments later, Chio-E appeared and mockingly exclaimed, "Isn't this Vegeta? I don't recall King Frieza dispatching you here." Vegeta snorted in response, remaining silent. Chio-E then used his scanner to assess Vegeta's power, a sly grin spreading across his face. Having always been at odds with Frieza, Chio-E taunted, "Vegeta, where are your two subordinates? Especially that particularly loyal one." If I recall correctly, named Nappa? Vegeta's fury ignited within him, but he suppressed it, knowing his strength was paramount. Nevertheless, he thought, Nappa was gravely injured by that traitor Raditz and is still unconscious in the healing tank. A bunch of worthless trash, how absurd. Chio-E, sensing an opportunity, commented, "You seem injured, Vegeta." Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, which he concealed, and he retorted, "What business is it of yours?" To Chio-E. This response only confirmed his belief that Vegeta was embarrassed by his injuries, so he continued, "Your power is at 15,000, while mine stands at 18,000. Do you think you can escape from me?" Feigning fear, Vegeta replied, "Don't push your luck. Once I'm healed, I want to let you off easily." Realizing Vegeta was indeed wounded, Chio-E approached him with malevolence. At that moment, Vegeta felt a flicker of satisfaction, thinking, "What a fool, falling for this so easily." As Chio-E closed in, he launched an energy blast at Vegeta, who, appearing genuinely injured, was slow to react and was struck, sending him flying backward. Chio-E, now convinced of Vegeta's vulnerability, narrowed his eyes, intent on eliminating him to prevent future complications. He ceased holding back, soaring toward Vegeta, and delivered a powerful elbow strike that landed squarely on Vegeta, who seemed unable to keep pace with Chio-E's speed. Chio-E continued his relentless assault. While Vegeta could only deflect a few strikes to particularly sensitive areas, hardly offering any resistance otherwise, Chio-E grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing Vegeta's ki diminishing, and reveled in the prospect of finally avenging himself, jeering, "You thought you were so powerful. You're just a Saiyan. What's so special about you? If Frieza had kept you around, you would have perished long ago. Saiyans deserve extinction. You should have perished alongside planet Vegeta." Then, as if recalling something, Chio-E added, "Did you know? Your home planet, planet Vegeta, was personally obliterated by King Frieza. I still remember the breathtaking scenery as it was destroyed, truly a rare beauty." Vegeta maintained a stoic demeanor, occasionally parrying a few of Chio-E's attacks. Soon enough, Chio-E stepped back, surveying the battered Vegeta, and slowly declared, "Do not fret. I shall send you to join your planet Vegeta in the afterlife." With that, Chio-E began to gather a purple energy wave in his hands. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed a slight increase in his own power, though it paled in comparison to his strength on Earth. Watching Chio-E gather energy, Vegeta muttered to himself, "Is my injury not severe enough? Must I be gravely wounded for my power to truly grow? Is it necessary to sustain serious injuries?" Chio-E, noticing Vegeta lost in thought, taunted, "What's the matter, Prince Vegeta? Do you have any last words? If you plead with me, perhaps I, Lord Chio-E, might grant your final wishes. What do you say?" Vegeta merely cast a cold glance at Chio-E, as if regarding a simpleton. Enraged by Vegeta's gaze, Chio-E shouted, "It's that look again. That same look as if you were someone formidable. You deserve to die." With that, he hurled the energy wave directly at Vegeta, shouting, "Die, Vegeta." Vegeta hesitated for a moment while observing the incoming energy wave. He thought, Kakarot has become so powerful, this is an opportunity. If being gravely wounded can significantly enhance my strength, I will certainly draw closer to Kakarot and that 1 million power level Chen Gu mentioned. Subsequently, Vegeta further suppressed his ki down to around 10,000. As he gazed at the energy wave before him, Vegeta's expression hardened, and he relinquished his defenses to confront the oncoming attack head-on. A tremendous sound erupted from his being. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shampoo, having arranged his tasks, observed the vast crater in the distance and the data displayed on the detector, turning to Frieza and saying, "Lord Frieza, Xiao-E and Vegeta have engaged in battle. It appears Vegeta has sustained injuries and his combat power has significantly diminished. Humph. Pay them no mind. Vegeta is not one to be underestimated." "While that fool Xiao-E is simply Navi," Frieza replied dismissively. At the battleground between Xiao-E and Vegeta, a massive pit marred the earth. At its center lay a battered figure, his battle suit in tatters, and his body visibly suffering from severe damage, as if he were on the brink of death. Vegeta's face reflected grave concern. "This is dire." Xiao-E looked down at Vegeta in the pit, checking his power level with the detector, which displayed a mere 1,000. Mockingly, he addressed Vegeta, "I believe this is our final encounter." He then casually conjured an energy sphere and hurled it towards Vegeta. Vegeta screamed before falling silent. Xiao-E checked Vegeta's energy levels again to ascertain whether he had truly perished. After several attempts yielded no signs of life, he departed slowly. After a while, Xiao-E reappeared at the site of Vegeta's supposed demise. Confirming Vegeta's death, he utilized his flight technique to soar into the distance, launching a colossal energy sphere into the pit where Vegeta lay before departing. In the crater, Vegeta appeared lifeless, unresponsive for an extended period. Eventually, his fingers twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Vegeta assessed his injuries, muttering, "Damn that Xiao-E," throwing an energy sphere at the end. "If it weren't for my battle suit, I might have truly met my end." He then fixed his gaze on the direction Xiao-E had flown away, resolutely stating, "Next time, I shall make you pay." With great effort, he activated his flight technique and headed in the opposite direction, seeking Frieza's spaceship, for only within it could he find the restorative nutrients he required. Upon returning to Frieza's ship, Shampoo reported to Frieza, "As you predicted, Lord Frieza, Xiao-E thought he had killed Vegeta. However, Vegeta is not dead. It seems he has returned to our ship." Frieza's crimson eyes fixated on the distant Dragon Balls, and he remarked slowly, "Not surprising. After all, Xiao-E lacks intelligence." Days slipped by swiftly, and on this day, 5 ships descended upon Namek. Frieza heard Jinyu's voice in his ear. "The Jinyu force has arrived at the destination. Awaiting your command, Lord Frieza." Frieza smiled slyly. "Proceed at full speed to scour the villages for the Dragon Balls. Show no mercy to those who resist." "Yes," came Jinyu's respectful response from the detector. On Earth, Chen Gu felt the surge of combat power fully under his control and looked at the others, asking, "How are you all adapting?" Krillin chuckled, "I didn't expect my combat power to increase so much. I'm completely adjusted now." The others nodded in agreement. "Then let us head to Namek. We have a formidable foe to confront," Chen Gu said, gazing into the distance. On Namek, Nail addressed the Elder, "Elder, do you think they might escape?" The Elder exhaled slowly. "I hope not. That young man gives me an extraordinary impression." "That one named Chen Gu?" Nail inquired, puzzled. "Indeed." The Elder nodded. With a whoosh, a group, including Chen Gu and his companions, materialized before the Elder. Chen Gu looked at the Elder and said, "I apologize for the delay. There is still time, but my life is drawing to a close. You must act swiftly." The Elder replied. Nail, sensing the group still maintained a combat power of 5,000, questioned, "Why do you always keep your power at 5,000? It was the same when I first met you." Chen Gu smiled gently and remarked, "The Frieza force possesses battle power detectors. Our intention is to evade their scrutiny. By feigning weakness, we create a favorable opportunity to strike." Upon hearing this, Nara ceased to dwell on the matter and inquired, "You previously mentioned relocating the Namekians to other planets, which is feasible. However, this necessitates the Dragon Balls, currently in the possession of various elders. Several have undoubtedly fallen into Frieza's hands. What shall we do about that?" Chen Gu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Nara furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was halted by Kaelin. "There's no need to rush. Whenever Chen Gu smiles like that, it signifies he has a solution. Let him gather his thoughts." Upon hearing this, Nara nodded and stepped aside. Chen Gu remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Elder, I wonder if you could contact the village where the Dragon Balls have not yet fallen into Frieza's hands and have them send over the Dragon Balls they possess?" "Certainly." The Elder nodded. "The Dragon Balls in our possession can be easily resolved, but the pressing concern lies with how to handle the Dragon Balls in Frieza's possession." Chen Gu smiled faintly, saying, "I have my own plans, though I shall refrain from divulging them for the time being. Before that, I must go to fetch someone." "Who is this person? Do we not have enough hands already?" Nilo inquired, puzzled. "Most of the individuals by my side can handle anyone other than Frieza on their own. However, when it comes to Frieza, having this person with me would increase my chances of success." Chen Gu contemplated, stroking his chin. Goku asked, "Who is it that commands such significance from you, senior brother?" Chen Gu smiled and said, "You all know this person. Surely, you do not wish for him?" Kaelin was the first to react. Chen Gu revealed a look of teachable innocence. Kaelin is indeed quick-witted. Vic displayed an expression suggesting he had anticipated this all along. Hey, who are you talking about? Speak up, Wukong said, visibly displeased. Vegeta, Chen Gu responded. Do you hold him in such high regard? After all, he once sought to annihilate Earth, and to be frank, his strength is rather unimpressive, Tianjin Fan remarked. Chen Gu explained that Vegeta is far more powerful than you can imagine. His innate talent is nearly on par with Goku's. With his assistance, my chances would greatly increase. The others looked at Chen Gu with skepticism, yet they knew that his decisions had always proven correct, so they refrained from arguing. Piccolo interjected. Are you certain he will aid us? Chen Gu Gao, with an enigmatic air, remarked, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Nailu, bewildered, stood nearby, as did the Grand Elder. Thus, Wukong took it upon himself to elucidate the situation regarding Vegeta to the Grand Elder. Nailu was the first to object, exclaiming, No. How can we allow the Grand Elder to associate with such a perilous individual? Chen Gu did not pay any attention to Nailu, but instead turned his gaze towards the Elder. If the Elder was unwilling, he would have to contemplate alternative methods. However, Chen Gu was genuinely reluctant to relinquish such a formidable force. The Elder seemed to ponder for a considerable time before slowly speaking. Chen Gu, do you have confidence in facing Frieza? I do not possess absolute certainty, but I would say there is a probability of around 60 to 70%. With Vegeta's assistance, that could increase by another 10%, Chen Gu replied. The Elder scrutinized Chen Gu's eyes as if attempting to discern whether he was being deceitful. However, he seemingly found no indication of falsehood and finally exhaled in relief. Bring him here. I am willing to assist him. Elder, Nailu interjected, furrowing his brow. The Elder waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Nailu. I understand the stakes, and besides, is Vegeta truly more formidable than Chen Gu and Goku? Nailu fell into contemplative silence. Chen Gu silently bowed to the Grand Elder. Subsequently, he sensed that Vegeta's aura was considerably stronger than before, yet it bore a hint of frailty, as if he had sustained an injury. Frowning slightly, Chen Gu then vanished in an instant, only to reappear within the confines of his spaceship. Chen Gu gazed at Vegeta, who was lying within the nutrient solution, while outside the glass enclosure stood a peculiar group of extraterrestrials, whom he surmised to be logistics personnel of Frieza's army. Without hesitation, Chen Gu unleashed an energy sphere, which swiftly rendered the group unconscious. At that moment, Vegeta seemed to stir, his closed eyes fluttering as if striving to open them. After a brief interval, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes wide. Initially, he was met with chaos surrounding him, his brow furrowing in concern. Then, as he turned to the left, he recognized the place he had encountered before, causing his frown to deepen even further. Chen Gu released the nutrient solution and waited patiently for it to fully drain, only to find that Vegeta showed no signs of reaction. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Vegeta's injuries were grave, and he had yet to recover. Vegeta clutched his arms, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Gu. The appearance of Chen Gu was entirely unforeseen for him, an unexpected turn of events. Chen Gu made no idle chatter and directly tossed a mystical bean over. Vegeta noticed the object that Chen Gu had thrown and reached out to grasp it, discovering it to be a green bean. He looked at Chen Gu with a perplexed expression. Chen Gu elucidated, This is a celestial bean. Consuming it will mend your wounds. He then retrieved another from his waist and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. Almost immediately, he felt a remarkable lightness in his body. Vegeta, not one to hesitate, followed suit and swallowed one whole, experiencing a complete recovery from his injuries. Astonished, Vegeta gazed at his own physique, his eyes regarding Chen Gu with an admiration akin to that reserved for his stunning beauty. Chen Gu remained silent and said, Please do not look at me in that manner. I have come to seek your assistance. Vegeta, with a sly grin, tightened his fists, reveling in his own strength, and replied, We are not well acquainted. What assistance could you possibly require from me? Do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present my terms first. Chen Gu insisted. Vegeta appeared to be thoroughly entertained by the unfolding situation. Chen Gu continued, I understand your desire to enhance your strength to confront Frieza. However, to be candid, reaching a power level of 60,000 is commendable, yet it remains insufficient for the challenges that lie ahead. Upon hearing the initial part of Chen Gu's statement, Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the astonishment of others. However, The latter part of the remark dampened his spirits considerably. Chen Gu was indifferent to him and continued, I possess a method to swiftly elevate your strength. You need not doubt it. Had it not been for this matter, I would not have sought you out. What are the conditions? Vegeta inquired directly. Chen Gu smiled. Finding comfort in conversing with intelligent individuals. You need to deal with Frieza. We must confront Frieza as well. Shall we collaborate? Vegeta seemed somewhat intrigued. Pausing for a moment before responding, how shall we cooperate? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Chen Gu's lips. First, let me help you enhance your strength. We can discuss other matters later. Come, I shall take you to the place where you can cultivate your abilities. As he observed Vegeta preparing for takeoff, Chen Gu hastily added, You are moving far too slowly. Vegeta looked at Chen Gu in confusion. Chen Gu placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace. Before the Grand Elder, two figures materialized out of thin air. Both possessed tails, yet the aura emanating from one was soothing and serene, while the other's was malevolent and chaotic, none other than Chen Gu and Vegeta themselves. The moment Vegeta arrived, he sensed the thick hostility surrounding him and spoke impatiently, Chen Gu. Hurry this up. Nail was the most displeased, yet he could feel that the other's strength surpassed his own. Moreover, since they had come to assist, he suppressed his fury. Though his gaze remained fixed on Vegeta with unwavering intensity, Chen Gu cast a glance at the Grand Elder, pleading, Grand Elder, I beseech you. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Vegeta, approach, Saiyan. Vegeta slowly advanced towards the Grand Elder, who placed a hand upon his head. A flicker of agitation surged within Vegeta's aura, as if he were preparing to resist. The Grand Elder spoke gently, do not resist. Yet, Vegeta remained steadfast in his defensive stance. Chen Gu inquired, do you no longer wish to enhance your strength? Vegeta scoffed, lowering his defenses. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from the Elder's hand. Standing beside Chen Gu, Bulma gazed at the fearsome Vegeta and asked, is he the Saiyan who intended to invade Earth? He doesn't seem particularly formidable, does he? Chen Gu swiftly covered Bulma's mouth and then discreetly glanced at Vegeta. Strangely, Vegeta seemed to disregard Bulma, as if he had not heard her at all. After a moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Vegeta's being, prompting Chen Gu to envelop Bulma and Gohan with his own energy. As Vegeta sensed the energy surrounding him, an involuntary laughter escaped his lips. Ha ha ha. Can Frieza still be my rival this time? The others looked at him as if he were a fool, and Chen Gu spoke up. And yet, with a battle power of merely 650,000, you feel so triumphant? Not to mention, Goku now possesses nearly 1.5 million in battle power. Vegeta appeared doused with cold water, slowly retracting his energy and subsequently compressing it back to a strength of 60,000. He inquired, so, if Kakarot has 1.5 million in battle power, does that mean he can transform into a Super Saiyan? Chen Gu's heart sank. How could this fellow only remember the Super Saiyan? With a quick thought, Chen Gu responded, the possibility is quite high. I've mentioned that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a battle power of over 1 million and extreme emotions. However, there is indeed another condition. What condition? Vegeta asked impatiently. Currently, the Saiyans are unable to transform into Super Saiyans due to their diluted bloodline, which renders their strength insufficient. Yet, since we have achieved such high power, we have overcome the limitations of lacking combat strength. Nevertheless, the issue of bloodline is indeed challenging to resolve. It can only be addressed through an alternative method. At this point, Chen Gu paused. What method? Goku inquired as well. Within our bodies exists a substance known as S-cells. Yet these cells are scarce at birth for Saiyans. If we wish to increase the number of these S-cells, there is but one way, Chen Gu contemplated. Vegeta, growing frustrated, interjected, can't you just say it all at once? Chen Gu waved his hand dismissively. The growth rate of Saiyan cells during times of peace far surpasses that of Saiyans who are perpetually engaged in battle. This is precisely why I previously stated that both Goku and I are more predisposed to transforming into Super Saiyans before you. Are you suggesting that even if I attain a battle power exceeding 1 million and reach the pinnacle of emotion, I still cannot become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's aura steadily intensified. I have already provided you with the method, but whether or not you can achieve it is entirely up to you. If you wish to make a move, I am prepared to engage. However, you must consider your decision carefully, Chen Gu stated with a grave tone. Vegeta seemed to regain his composure, and his aura gradually subsided. Now, let us discuss the plan to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Frieza. Chen Gu gestured for everyone to gather around. Why not simply seize them directly? Why complicate matters? Vegeta retorted confidently. Chen Gu let out as Saiyan spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have previously concealed certain matters from you, and I wish to express my apologies. However, there is a truth that I must share with you. The crowd displayed expressions of confusion. Chen Gu continued solemnly. Earlier I mentioned Frieza's usual power level of 530. 000 is accurate. However, in his ultimate transformed state, his true power, he possesses a staggering 120 million in combat strength. 120 million. Krillin's jaw dropped in astonishment, his mouth forming a perfecto. Vegeta's reaction was even more dramatic. What? That's precisely why I must approach the Frieza situation with utmost caution. Chen Gu explained. Even with my tenfold Kaioken multiplier, I cannot withstand Frieza's full-powered assault. We must strategize carefully. His gaze swept across their grave expressions. Now, let me outline our plan. Please listen attentively. Currently, Frieza remains in his base form with merely 530,000 power level, which works to our advantage. Should he transform, we'd face dire consequences. This is precisely why I've insisted we suppress our energy signatures. After a deliberate pause, Chen Gu continued. Our primary objective remains the Dragon Balls. I'll maintain constant communication through telepathy. No room for carelessness. Goku nodded earnestly. Senior brother, could a Super Saiyan defeat Frieza? Vegeta too fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Gu. Chen Gu did not respond but remarked, we shall do our utmost. Perhaps only by transforming into Super Saiyans will we truly understand. Subsequently, the group followed Chen Gu's plan and set forth towards their respective goals. Once everyone had departed, 3 figures stood outside the Grand Elder's door, 2 of them adorned with tails, while one was not. The trio consisted of Chen Gu, Vegeta, and Goku. Chen Gu slowly remarked, we must not be complacent. Confronting Frieza's pressure will likely be immense. Although he has suppressed his power, he remains fearsome. Vegeta seemed to have recalled something and wore a relatively relaxed expression. Chen Gu appeared to comprehend Vegeta's inner thoughts and inquired, Vegeta, if you were to suppress your power to a mere 10,000, could Jinyu from the Jinyu Force defeat you? Vegeta instinctively replied, if I were to suppress my power to 10,000, I would at most be unable to unleash my full potential. It is utterly impossible for him to kill me. Therefore, do not entertain the foolish notion of taking advantage of Frieza's untransformed state to eliminate him. Chen Gu stated coldly. Vegeta, as if exposed, felt a bit flustered and huffed, falling silent thereafter. Goku expressed his concern. Brother, do you truly believe Gohan can manage this? Chen Gu furrowed his brow, then relaxed and exhaled. We can only place our trust in him. For him, this is a test. Besides, he has the fairy beans, does he not? Wukong gazed into the distance with concern. All right, we must set off, Chen Gu declared. The 3 of them then soared directly towards Frieza. Shortly after their departure, Bulma emerged from the Grand Elder's abode, her gaze filled with worry as she watched Chen Gu leave. The planet Namek remained a vibrant green, with occasional trees flashing by. Gohan, sensing the aura of his target, felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first real battle, and his opponent was a ruthless killer. I can do this, Gohan affirmed resolutely, instinctively touching the fairy bean at his chest. With his hands outstretched before him, Gohan steadily approached his objective, feeling the sinister aura emanating from the foe. A flicker of fear coursed through him, yet as if recalling something, he ultimately propelled himself towards the target with determination. At that moment, not far from Gohan, a blue-skinned alien was making his way, when suddenly the detector indicated a power level remarkably similar to his own 16,000. The blue-skinned alien squinted into the distance. Moments later, a boy with a student haircut flew over. Upon seeing Gohan, he inquired, who are you? A little brat with such formidable power? Gohan's heart raced as he faced his opponent, stammering, I am Son Gohan. Haha. So, it's just a snot-nosed kid, the blue-skinned alien laughed dismissively. Gohan, serious and composed, murmured to himself, it's all right. Brother Chen Gu said that Chiu-Yi's power is only 2,000 greater than mine. I still have a good chance. Before him stood Chiu-Yi, who arrogantly claimed to have slain Vegeta, sneering, even the 18,000 battle power of Vegeta fell to me. You, little brat, are seeking death. Chiu-Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Vegeta's actual power was 18,000. Enough talk. I'm here to end you, Chiu-Yi, Gohan declared, feigning bravado. Chiu-Yi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Oh, you know me? Humph. I shan't divulge anything. Prepare yourself. With that, Gohan charged at Chiu-Yi. Chiu-Yi, despite dismissing Gohan's youth, recognized the threat. The boy's power was undeniably solid. They engaged in close combat. Gohan, with 0 battle experience, appeared naive compared to the seasoned Chiu-Yi, whose strength surpassed Gohan's by 2,000. Gohan found himself repeatedly struck by Chiyoyi's attacks, while most of his own were easily deflected. As their battle intensified, the surroundings bore the brunt of their fierce exchanges. Initially bruised and battered, Gohan gradually matched Chiyoyi's speed. His attacks began to land more frequently and slowly. Chiyoyi's advantage waned, leading to a stalemate. Frustrated, Chiyoyi thought, what s with this kid? He couldn't hold his own before. Yet now he is on par with me. Could he also be a Saiyan? But he has no tail, damn it. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan's tail had also been removed. If Chiyoyi knew his assumption was correct, he would surely be infuriated. Gohan sensed he was no longer at a disadvantage and accelerated his assault. Chiyoyi, overwhelmed, had to distance himself from Gohan. They hovered in the air, both panting heavily, their exertion taking a toll on their stamina. At that moment, Chiyoyi unleashed an energy blast towards Gohan. Taken by surprise, Gohan was struck, exacerbating his injuries. Clutching his wounded arm, he moved sluggishly. Chiyoyi laughed heartily, brat. Your growth is indeed surprising. In such a short skirmish, you've managed to catch up to me, but the gap in our strengths is hard to bridge. He continued to hurl energy blasts at Gohan, most of which found their mark. Gohan's wounds multiplied, yet he refused to relent. Observing the barrage of energy blasts, he shouted, gathering yellow energy orbs in front of him. Some of Chiyoyi's blasts were deflected, but many still struck Gohan. After a fierce exchange, Gohan was left battered and bruised. Although Chiyoyi had sustained minimal injuries, the prolonged exertion took a toll on his stamina, and he gasped for breath. No matter who you are, little brat, now that you've arrived, you want to get to leave, Chiyoyi proclaimed, channeling his strongest technique, the Kikaho. Gohan's left eye was swollen, obscuring his view of Chiyoyi. Yet he sensed a powerful aura gathering opposite him. He placed his hands at his waist, preparing the Kamehameha that Chen Gu had taught him. As their energy swirled, the air around them crackled with intensity. A collision of forces that threatened to explode at any moment. Kikaho, Chiyoyi shouted, while simultaneously, Gohan thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue beam that hurtled towards Chiyoyi's Kikaho. They poured their energies into their attacks, striving for supremacy. At the junction of their energy waves, a conflux of blue and purple lights sparked and flickered, as if on the verge of detonation. Gradually, Gohan's Kamehameha began to wane, the blue beam shortening as the purple Kikaho inched closer to him. Damn it, is this it? Gohan lamented. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. If you die, how heartbroken will your mother be? Do you wish to see her suffer? Exhausted, Gohan found newfound determination and shouted, I do not. A surge of power enveloped him, thickening the Kamehameha and forcefully pushing Chiyoyi's Kikaho back. Chiyoyi, witnessing the expanding blue energy wave, despaired, why? And with that, the Kamehameha obliterated him, erasing him from existence. Gohan, with one eye opened, watched Chiyoyi vanish, a smile of relief gracing his lips before he collapsed. As he began to fall, a figure appeared beside him, catching him and placing a fairy bean in his mouth before vanishing. Once Gohan regained consciousness, he found himself alone, the space around him empty. Realizing Chiyoyi had indeed disappeared, he understood that the encounter had not been a mere dream. Feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, he realized that his power had significantly increased, reaching approximately 30,000. A delighted smile graced his lips. Subsequently, he sensed the aura of the Elder and soared towards his direction. In a certain location on Namek, a figure suddenly materialized in the air. A person clad in yellow gazed at the unexpectedly appearing figure in white and urgently inquired, so, did Gohan win? The two individuals were none other than Goku and Chen Gu. Concerned for Gohan, Chen Gu kept a close watch on his aura. With a smile, Chen Gu remarked, well, it's time for us to attend to serious matters. Humph, I truly cannot fathom your logic. If you have sent him, why go to his aid? Vegeta huffed, visibly displeased. Chen Gu and Ryukong exchanged a glance and chose to disregard Vegeta. Subsequently, Chen Gu shifted the conversation. Let us depart. Frieza awaits us. He then employed telepathic communication to convey messages to Krillin and Yamcha. As they drew nearer to the malevolent and formidable aura of Frieza, Chen Gu felt an increasing sense of dread. Chamber adjusted his scouter and turned towards Frieza, stating, Lord Frieza, 3 power levels are approaching us. 2 at 50,000, and 1 at 60,000. The 1 at 60,000 appears to be Vegeta. Upon reflecting on his own battle power, which was merely 23,000 in its normal state and barely exceeded 30,000 even in transformation, Chamber couldn't help but swallow hard. Frieza smirked slyly. Oh, is that so? How intriguing. From a considerable distance, Chen Gu could discern Frieza, accompanied by Shambo and Dodoria. A wave of astonishment surged within him. This sensation is overwhelmingly oppressive. It was Chen Gu's first encounter with Frieza, who wore a faint, somewhat sinister smile. His blood-red eyes fixated on Vegeta, and Chen Gu could distinctly sense a slight tremor coursing through Vegeta's body. Subsequently, the three of them gradually descended to a spot not far from Frieza. Frieza regarded Vegeta and remarked nonchalantly, "Vegeta, what brings you here? Have you come to present me with the Dragon Balls?" He punctuated his statement by licking his lips. Vegeta scoffed, "You overestimate yourself. There is no way I would assist you in acquiring the Dragon Balls." Before Frieza could respond, Dodoria interjected mockingly, "How dare you speak to Lord Frieza in such a manner? Vegeta, do you wish to forfeit your life? I am not like you, merely a dog at Frieza's beck and call," Vegeta retorted coldly. Dodoria's anger flared instantly. However, recalling Shambo's earlier remark about Vegeta's combat power being around 60,000, he refrained from further provocation. At this moment, Chen Gu was fixated on the three Dragon Balls clutched by Shambo and Doria. Given the considerable size of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Doria held one in each hand. The dashing figure with green skin beside Doria was presumably Shambo. If one were not aware of the grotesque transformation that awaited Shambo, even Chen Gu might have found him quite handsome. In his right hand, Shambo also grasped a Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza remained unperturbed, maintaining his characteristic sly smile as he casually remarked, "Vegeta, are you merely here to mock Shambo and Doria? Or do you believe yourself capable of challenging me?" Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. "What if I can?" Frieza raised an eyebrow, as if observing a playful child. Indeed, in light of Frieza's own combat power of 120 million, Vegeta's current strength of 60,000 seemed almost juvenile in comparison. Frieza chuckled, "I wonder who bestowed upon you such misplaced confidence. Is it your 60,000 combat power that emboldens you?" After Frieza's statement, both Shambo and Doria erupted into laughter, believing themselves to be the foremost authorities on Frieza's prowess. Against Frieza's 530,000 combat power, Vegeta's 60,000 held no chance whatsoever. Regrettably, their understanding of Frieza and Vegeta's combat abilities was based solely on their suppressed states. As Chen Gu perceived the opportune moment had arrived, he stepped forth with a smile, "Greetings, Lord Frieza." Frieza, upon observing Chen Gu's emergence in the swaying tail behind him, momentarily furrowed his brow before relaxing it. He could not recall any surviving scions, which caused him to frown slightly. However, upon considering that a single scion posed little threat, he eased his expression and replied, "May I inquire as to your identity? I, along with my companion here, known as Kakarot, are scions." "Ah, and by the way, I am Chen Gu," he stated unhurriedly. Frieza responded with a faint smile, exuding an air of gentlemanly demeanor, and inclined his head slightly towards Chen Gu. "Might I inquire if Mr. Chen Gu and Mr. Kakarot would be inclined to serve under my banner, with privileges and benefits akin to those of the Ginyu Force?" Chen Gu paused, taken aback by Frieza's unexpected move. Then, as if a thought struck him, he replied, "I fear that even if we were to agree, Your Majesty Frieza, you would not feel entirely at ease." "Oh, I am curious to know what you mean by that, Mr. Chen Gu." Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chen Gu smiled faintly, directly elevating his combat power to 600,000, which equaled Vegeta's current total power. The overwhelming energy surged around him, creating a whistling sound in the air. Shambo and Dodo Lee stared at the numbers on the scanner, rendered speechless by the sheer intensity of this power, as its magnitude had reached a level they believed to be on par with Frieza's strength. Chen Gu slowly remarked, "I wonder if such strength can truly be trusted by King Frieza." Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen Gu, you never cease to surprise me. Allow me to assure you, even if your strength were to multiply tenfold, I would still have no reservations in employing you. What do you say, Mr. Chen Gu? Would you consider becoming the second in command of the Frieza force?" Observing Chen Gu's inclination to decline, Frieza continued, "Mr. Chen Gu, I am genuinely in search of talent at this moment. Why not ponder it carefully? The terms are negotiable, and I hold a keen interest in you." As he spoke, Frieza's crimson eyes seemed to deepen, as if he yearned to see straight through Chen Gu. After all, never before had a scion exhibited such formidable strength, reaching an intensity of 600,000. Chen Gu smiled and shook his head, saying, "I have come this time to engage in combat with Lord Frieza, not to surrender." Frieza squinted at Chen Gu, as if attempting to discern something deeper. Then, regaining his composure, he slowly replied, "Since Mr. Chen Gu harbors such intentions, it seems that I must demonstrate my strength, lest Mr. Chen Gu be reluctant to join my ranks. It would be more courteous to comply. Let us find a tranquil place to avoid damaging the Dragon Balls." Chen Gu responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Frieza then turned to Chamber and Dodoria, commanding, "I entrust you both with the protection of my Dragon Balls. I shall be back shortly." Though seemingly polite, his tone brooked no argument. Dodoria and Chamber replied in unison, "Yes." Subsequently, Chen Gu signaled to the two companions beside him and led Vegeta and Goku as they soared into the distance, with Frieza following closely behind. Chen Gu glanced at Frieza, who had followed closely behind. He utilized telepathic communication to connect with Krillin and Yamcha, conveying, "Frieza has been lured out by us. Wait for our signal before you make your move. Otherwise, it will become troublesome if Frieza detects us. Be decisive and act swiftly." Chen Gu remained ever vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Frieza behind him, unwilling to let his guard down. At that moment, Frieza spoke, "I am quite curious as to how Mr. Chen Gu possesses such formidable combat prowess. If memory serves me right, the highest battle power of a Saiyan was merely over 10,000. Oh, wait, that record now belongs to Vegeta, boasting an impressive strength exceeding 60,000. Chen Gu glanced at the distance that had almost been traversed and, with a smile that was neither fully joyful nor entirely mocking, fixed his gaze upon Frieza. He spoke slowly, "I wonder if Lord Frieza has ever heard of the Super Saiyan." Frieza's body abruptly froze, his expression shifting to one of heightened vigilance as he stared intently at Chen Gu, his crimson eyes seemingly ready to devour him. Then, with a slight parting of his lips, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you are a Super Saiyan?" Chen Gu chuckled softly, remarking that King Frieza holds him in far too high regard, for he is merely an ordinary Saiyan. As for the Super Saiyan, it is likely that King Frieza has heard of it. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so intensely. One wonders how Mr. Chen Gu came to know of the term Super Saiyan. Frieza narrowed his eyes, and the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable. Chen Gu released the formidable power he had previously demonstrated, unleashing a staggering combat strength of 600,000. He spoke slowly, "If King Frieza wishes to know the answer, perhaps you should allow us to witness your strength?" Frieza retracted his menacing gaze and replied with a sly smile, "It appears that without showcasing my own prowess, Mr. Chen Gu will not be inclined to provide me with an answer." Chen Gu raised his hand to block in front of himself and said, "I don't wish to fight you yet. Let him face you first." Chen Gu pointed at the nearby Vegeta. Both Vegeta and Frieza furrowed their brows simultaneously. Vegeta gazed at Chen Gu, seemingly trying to comprehend his intentions. Frieza, with a puzzled expression, fixed his gaze on Chen Gu, pondering the meaning behind his actions. In Frieza's eyes, Vegeta, possessing merely a battle power of 60,000, was an entity he could effortlessly eliminate. Chen Gu smiled silently at Vegeta and said, "This is your opportunity to enhance your strength, is it not?" "What enhancement?" Vegeta was about to retort, but suddenly seemed to recall something. He turned to Frieza and declared, "Frieza, bring it on." Frieza extended a finger, pointing mockingly at Vegeta, and taunted, "Vegeta, you appear quite confident. But I wonder if your confidence aligns with your actual power?" In an instant, a beam of violet light shot forth from his fingertip, striking Vegeta squarely in the chest. Without even a glance at Vegeta, Frieza turned to Chen Gu, preparing to speak when, out of nowhere, a fist collided with Frieza's face. Stunned, Frieza mumbled incoherently, "How is that possible?" before being sent crashing into the lake, momentarily dazed. Vegeta observed Frieza's splashdown with a smug grin, taunting, "Frieza, I never expected you to possess such meager strength. You have truly disappointed me. I always thought you were someone to be feared." After a brief interval, a figure slowly emerged from the lake. It was Frieza, though his flying apparatus lay in ruins beneath him. With a furious glare directed at Vegeta, he noted the scouter displaying a combat power of 650,000, his surprise evident, before bursting into laughter. "I never anticipated that even Vegeta could become so formidable, Mr. Chen Gu. You have certainly piqued my interest." He then licked his lips as if savoring a delectable feast. Vegeta, relishing Frieza's discomfiture, wore an expression of triumph. Frieza regarded the three before him and stated coolly, "I concede that you are impressive, but do you truly believe this level of power can defeat me?" With that, Frieza began to roar incessantly, as if striving to unleash some suppressed force within. Chen Gu communicated through spiritual connection to the two individuals, cautioning them to be wary. For Frieza had transformed. Although they had heard of Frieza's ability to change forms from Chen Gu, their curiosity was piqued as they had yet to witness it firsthand. After a brief interval, Frieza's physique appeared to swell, his horns elongating and curving menacingly. Vegeta, sensing Frieza's overwhelming power exceeding 1,000,000, found it difficult to swallow his apprehension. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Instead, he soared directly towards Frieza. At this juncture, Frieza no longer regarded Vegeta, whose combat power was merely 650,000, as a threat. Yet, perhaps due to a prolonged suppression of his own strength, Frieza initially struggled to harness his newfound power, finding himself only slightly advantaged over Vegeta. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Shanbo and Dodoria, the latter inquired, "How long do you think it will take Frieza to deal with those individuals?" Shanbo replied, "Though their abilities are commendable, they are but playthings in Frieza's hands. We shall wait patiently to see how long he wishes to toy with them." Behind them, two shadowy figures flitted past. Suddenly, two figures materialized before Shanbo and Dodoria. Shanbo scrutinized them. One was bald and noseless, while the other sported long hair. He furrowed his brow and demanded, "Who are you?" The newcomers were none other than Krillin and Yamcha, part of Chen Gu's plan. Krillin turned to Yamcha and asked, "Which one do you want?" Yamcha surveyed the scene and replied, "I want that chubby one." Noting the bald figure's silence and their apparent division of prey, Shanbo and Dodoria activated their scouters to assess the combat power of the two, discovering it to be less than 10,000. They scoffed, "With such feeble power, you dare to pretend to strategize against us?" Shanbo then turned to Dodoria, commanding, "You guard the Dragon Balls, and I shall handle them." Krillin retorted, "It seems you are the ones confused, thinking you can take us on alone?" He exchanged a glance with Yamcha, and they both elevated their power levels to 80,000. This increase was strategic, as Chen Gu had advised them against raising their power too high, lest Frieza detect them. As Shanbo observed their escalating power, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. He thought, "Damn, how many races possess the ability to alter their combat power like this?" At that moment, Krillin and Yamcha received a message from Chen Gu. "End this swiftly. Do not linger. The Dragon Balls are our primary objective." Understanding the directive, they charged towards Shanbo and Dodoria. Without hesitation, Shanbo transformed into a grotesque frog-like form. The clash was imminent. Krillin, witnessing Shanbo's transformation, struggled to suppress his disgust. After unleashing a ki blast, Shanbo attempted to flee towards Frieza. However, Krillin seized the opportunity, executing his most potent technique, the Kienzan, slicing Shanbo cleanly in half. He then collected the two Dragon Balls that had fallen to the ground and awaited Yamcha at their designated rendezvous. Meanwhile, Yamcha engaged Dodoria in close combat. Dodoria, clutching a Dragon Ball in one hand, found himself increasingly unable to withstand Yamcha's relentless assault. Eventually, Dodoria was forced to relinquish the Dragon Ball, casting it aside. Despite his efforts, he could not withstand Yamcha's overwhelming power and soon began to falter. Recognizing the impending danger from Yamcha's ki sphere, Dodoria desperately called into his scouter, "Frieza, save me," before vanishing from existence. Yamcha, oblivious to Dodoria's final words, gleefully picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground, exclaiming, "That went splendidly." He then proceeded to the meeting point with Krillin. On the other side, upon hearing the distress signal through the scouter, Frieza's voice turned grave. "You dare covet my Dragon Balls." He immediately ceased holding back, unleashing his full power against Vegeta. Aware of his disadvantage, Vegeta persisted stubbornly, clinging to Frieza like a relentless parasite. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Chen Gu communicated telepathically with Krillin and Yamcha, urging, "Hurry. Frieza has sensed that his subordinates have perished." Krillin and Yamcha were momentarily taken aback, realizing that encountering Frieza could very well lead to their swift demise. They then quickened their pace, and upon reaching the designated meeting point, they swiftly soared towards the Elder's location. Chen Gu gazed at Vegeta, who had been felled to the ground by a single punch from Frieza, yearning to rush to his aid, yet ultimately restrained himself. As Vegeta lay on the brink of incapacitation, Goku urgently exclaimed, "Master, shall we assist him?" Seeing that the situation was nearly ripe, Chen Gu contemplated rescuing Vegeta. The trio's mental connection remained intact, and Vegeta's faint voice resonated in their minds, urging, "Do not approach, I can still fight." With that, he charged once more towards Frieza. Chen Gu gazed as Vegeta relentlessly charged towards Frieza, only to be repeatedly struck down. With each return, his injuries seemed to worsen. Yet, Vegeta appeared to be a machine devoid of fear, instinctively rushing towards Frieza at the first opportunity. Frieza, seemingly fatigued, unleashed his death beam. Numerous violet rays materialized in Frieza's hand, hurtling towards Vegeta. Weary, Vegeta looked at the approaching beams and smiled. Moments later, he was pierced by several of the rays and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Goku watched as Vegeta lost consciousness, his gaze fixated on Frieza. Although he was not particularly close to Vegeta and had previously fought against him, it was unsettling to witness one of his own fall. A faint smile lingered on Frieza's lips as he spoke. Now, tell me, where have you hidden the Dragon Balls? If you return them to me, I might spare your lives and allow you to continue serving me. Mr. Chen Gu, what do you think? It appears I may once again disappoint King Frieza. We still have two individuals on our side, Chen Gu replied, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded Frieza. Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, just the two of you? Even if your powers rival Vegeta's, you are still no match for me. Goku stepped forward, his voice resolute. Frieza, I challenge you. Frieza glanced at Chen Gu, noting his lack of reaction, before responding, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Once you are all dead, I will retrieve my Dragon Balls. Goku amplified his ki to 1.05 million, assessing his strength before addressing Frieza. Come on, Frieza, show me just how strong you are. Frieza, as if amused by a new toy, observed the numbers on his scouter and remarked slowly, oh, a combat power of 1.05 million. Indeed. It seems only Saiyans make the best playthings. Chen Gu naturally sensed the formidable combat prowess of Chen Gu 105W. He rubbed his forehead and inwardly lamented, that fellow Yukong. Whether from what I witnessed in my past life or from our current encounters, is ever so enamored with battle. Given the chance, he must thoroughly relish the experience. It truly is. Chen Gu gazed at the distant sky, where Frieza and Goku faced each other in midair. Goku assumed a combat stance, his left arm bent, his right hand resting on his waist, and his left foot stepping forward, as if in search of Frieza's vulnerability. Frieza, meanwhile, floated serenely in the air, his blood-red eyes glinting with a smile that was neither wholly joyful nor entirely mocking, as if he were intent on savoring this toy. At some point, a leaf drifted between the two, and with a gentle breeze, it fluttered past them. Their figures shifted in response, and soon the air was filled only with the sound of their clash, echoing like the collision of colossal entities. Chen Gu's eyes shifted with the changing positions of the two combatants, reflecting their movements. The air crackled with the intensity of their clash, each blow resonating with power. Frieza regarded Goku with a mocking expression, his strikes unrelenting, seemingly unfazed by the pain he inflicted upon himself, as though he were immune to the sensation. Continuing to assault Goku with fervor. Goku, on the other hand, was alight with exhilaration, as encounters with rivals of equal caliber were a rarity for him. He soon realized that his punches against Frieza felt like a mere mortal striking a steel plate. Frieza appeared impervious, while Goku himself suffered greatly from the onslaught of Frieza's fists and feet. Gradually, Goku began to amplify his energy, elevating it to his current limit of 1.5 million before halting. At this moment, he perceived that facing Frieza had become significantly easier. The intensity of Frieza's strikes had diminished, and his own attacks began to yield results. With renewed vigor, he launched an all-out assault on Frieza. Observing the steadily rising combat power reading on the scouter, which peaked at 1.5 million, Frieza's lips curled into an excited smile. It had been ages since he had experienced such exhilaration. I'm thrilled as well, Goku replied, enthusiasm radiating from him. The two then separated, and Frieza casually cracked his neck, remarking, after all these years, aside from my father and brother, you are the first to push me to this extent. You are indeed the strongest opponent I have encountered. Goku assumed a fighting stance in response. Frieza continued, given your confidence, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that, Frieza bent down, his expression contorted in what appeared to be discomfort. Yet Goku could distinctly sense Frieza's energy surging significantly. He chose not to intervene, permitting Frieza to transform. After a moment, Frieza's muscles expanded further, his physique taking on a more imposing form. Chen Gu observed Frieza before him and couldn't help but remark that this was the most grotesque of all Frieza's forms, resembling the minion Pui Pui from Babiti's ranks. The hideous Frieza proclaimed, "This is my third form, with a battle power nearing 3 million, twice yours. I wonder if you can maintain your confidence now." Unperturbed by Frieza's hideousness, Goku marveled, "Wow, that's incredible. You can transform, and this energy is double mine." Frieza's lips involuntarily curled into a smile at Goku's admiration, seemingly pleased by the praise. However, Goku's subsequent words swiftly deflated Frieza's pride. I can grow stronger too. My body just 1T change. Goku placed his hands on his hips, slowly gathering energy, before shouting, Kaioken times 2. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped Goku, and his power doubled, reaching 3 million. Goku turned to Frieza, eyes sparkling. Shall we continue? Frieza paused for a moment, then exclaimed, interesting. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. He repeated the word thrice, as if he had never encountered a Saiyan like Goku before, then glanced at Chen Gu. Chen Gu and Frieza locked eyes, and he thought to himself, it seems Frieza has already anticipated that I would employ this technique. I must exercise caution. He is not yet taking things seriously. If he decides to focus his attention on me, I will be in grave danger. At present, I am no match for him. Witnessing Frieza divert his gaze elsewhere, Goku followed suit, only to discover that Frieza was now looking at Chen Gu. Without any reservations, Goku boldly declared, this technique is known as the King Kai Fist, and my brother, Chen Gu, is also capable of it. Now, let us resume our battle. Frieza's expression conveyed a sense of confirmation. Chen Gu listened to Wukong boldly revealing his techniques, a smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. What audacity, such a grandiose heart. Sun Wukong and Frieza hovered in the air, as if bound by an unspoken agreement, both vanishing and reappearing in unison, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The devastation they wrought upon their surroundings seemed to amplify exponentially. As their forms flickered about, mountains and trees were obliterated in their wake. Wukong regarded Frieza with an exhilaration that seemed to swell the very essence of his being. Realizing their strikes had done little to harm one another, they momentarily separated. Wukong, with relentless vigor, thrust his hands forward, conjuring a series of yellow energy orbs that surged toward Frieza. Frieza, observing the approaching energy spheres, gathered power in his hands and deftly swirled them about, swiftly deflecting Wukong's projectiles, which transformed the area into a desolate ruin. With a sinister grin, Frieza proclaimed, now you shall taste my multiple death beams. He extended a finger toward Wukong, a swirling violet orb coalescing in his grasp. In an instant, beams of violet light erupted from the orb, racing toward Wukong. In response, Wukong crossed his arms before him, channeling his energy to envelop his form. Just as he completed this maneuver, Frieza's multiple death beams struck him directly. Chen Gu gazed upon Wukong, who had been struck by the death beam, as the incessant sound of explosions reverberated around him. Each detonation seemed potent enough to obliterate a small city. Gradually, the mist enveloping Wukong dissipated, revealing him unscathed. Floating in the air, he proclaimed, triple, King Kai Fist. In that instant, his energy surged, surpassing its initial strength and reaching an astounding intensity of 4.5 million. Chen Gu gazed at Wukong, whose fiery red aura blazed intensely. His heart, once heavy with concern, gradually lightened, and a faint smile graced his lips. This fellow truly enjoys prolonging the encounter until absolutely necessary. Frieza, observing Wukong's escalating power, moved his lips slightly. Oh? You can enhance your battle prowess further? I wonder just how much you can amplify it. With that, Frieza revealed a menacing expression, and in an instant, he underwent his transformation. Now, Frieza appeared diminutive, with his head and shoulders adorned in purple, while the rest of his form was a ghastly white. Chen Gu frowned at Frieza's petite form. Has he finally transformed? This is Frieza's ultimate state. Subsequently, Chen Gu utilized telepathic communication to reach out to Krillin. Have you arrived at the Grand Elder's location yet? Mid-flight, Krillin momentarily paused before resuming his trajectory, responding mentally, not yet. But we are nearing, it will take a little longer. Chen Gu urged, make haste to the Grand Elder without suppressing your battle power. Frieza, now in his initial form, regarded Wukong and spoke slowly. You are quite fortunate. This is my primordial state, with a battle power estimated at 3 million. However, as he spoke, Frieza's energy began to surge. Sensing the impending danger, Wukong charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Frieza, who calmly parried Wukong's onslaught. The two engaged in an aerial duel, and initially, Chen Gu's eyes could keep pace with their movements. Yet, as the battle intensified, he found himself unable to track their speed without the use of the Kaioken, resorting to sensing their positions through energy. Wukong's voice resonated through the air, 4 times. Kaioken. He then plunged back into the fray. 5 times. Kaioken. 6 times. Kaioken. 7 times. Kaioken. 8 times. Kaioken. 9 times. Kaioken. 10 times. Kaioken. Ultimately, After his final shout, Wukong fell silent, and Chen Gu speculated that this tenfold Kaioken was Wukong's limit. Afterward, the two fighters separated. Chen Gu observed that Frieza remained unscathed, a faint smile still adorning his lips, while Wukong was now covered in wounds, his energy in disarray. Chen Gu and Wukong exchanged glances, feeling the ever-increasing aura of Frieza, and their hearts sank involuntarily. Ultimately, the intensity of Frieza's energy conveyed to Chen Gu an approximate battle power of 25 million, and it continued to rise, causing Chen Gu's expression to darken to the utmost. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, using telepathic communication to inquire of Wukong. Wukong, are you able? Their energy has already reached 25 million and continues to rise. Wukong replied resolutely, no problem. Senior brother, if I truly cannot prevail, I shall rely on you. Chen Guzue's lips twitched slightly. I too could not withstand it. Nevertheless, I responded, all right. Frieza gazed at Goku and remarked nonchalantly, at present, I have only unleashed approximately 1/5 of my combat power. Are you truly unable to contend with that? Goku was taken aback, exclaiming, what? He then adopted a grave demeanor, realizing the dire situation. If Frieza had indeed only revealed 1/5 of his power, it was likely that his master would not stand a chance. Goku initiated a mental connection with Chen Gu, declaring, Master, there is no alternative. We must fight to the death. Chen Gu, with a sense of resignation, replied, there is no other course of action available to us. Chen Gu gazed at Frieza and inquired, Lord Frieza, since you are so formidable, would you mind if we, as brothers, joined forces? Frieza replied with a sinister smile, and what of it, even if you both attack together? To this, Chen Gu responded boldly, since you have said so, I shall not hold back. With that, he placed his hands on his waist, his voice deepening as he steadily enhanced his combat power until it reached an impressive 320 million. He then declared, tenfold. Kaioken. Instantly, a fierce crimson aura erupted from his body, even more intense than that of Goku. Although Chen Gu's strength far surpassed Goku's, he had previously attempted to push the Kaioken to 10 times and found himself nearly overwhelmed, as if this tenfold enhancement was the limit of his physical capacity. In the serene desolation of Namek, amidst the ruins, two young men enveloped in red flames and a pale-skinned extraterrestrial locked eyes, Chen Gu, Goku, and Frieza. Frieza, observing the 320 million combat power displayed on his scouter, grinned wickedly and remarked, Mr. Chen Gu, you truly have astonished me beyond measure. Chen Gu humbly replied, just a little, I am still quite weak. I am far from matching Lord Frieza's prowess. Chen Gu and Wukong exchanged a glance, then charged towards Frieza from either side. Frieza, observing the two assailants, darkened his expression and declared, I had initially intended to spare your lives, but now I have changed my mind. I have decided to eliminate you both. Chen Gu sneered, enough of this nonsense. With a single punch, he struck Frieza's face, sending him hurtling into the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Gu unleashed a flurry of attacks with his fists, elbows, legs, and feet upon Frieza. Following this, he began to gather energy orbs with both hands, launching them directly at Frieza, while Goku joined in, hurling energy blasts as well. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, and after a moment, Chen Gu beheld Frieza, who appeared as though he had just emerged from the earth, and mockingly remarked, it seems that King Frieza has a penchant for dirt? Frieza, infuriated, felt his power surging as he bellowed, Chen Gu, I will see you dead. Chen Gu laughed and said, you wish for my demise? I must admit, King Frieza, you are the first to address me in such a manner. However, it seems rather manageable. To wish for my death is not merely a casual statement, is it? Although Chen Gu appeared at ease on the surface, he felt no sense of relaxation within. He was acutely aware that Frieza had only been wounded due to the intensity of his aura being merely 500 watts, and it was his carelessness that allowed Chen Gu to strike him. However, Chen Gu had just distinctly sensed that Frieza's aura was once again escalating, gradually surpassing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and finally reaching a formidable intensity of 6,000 watts. Chen Gu's brow remained furrowed in concern, a sentiment echoed by Goku, who also wore a troubled expression. Chen Gu cast a glance at Wukong. Shall we join forces as brothers? Wukong, seemingly enlightened, returned Chen Gu's gaze with a smile. Certainly. My brother. The two then adopted serious expressions, their eyes fixed intently on Frieza. Frieza, observing their grave demeanor, declared, prepare to meet your demise, and charged directly at Chen Gu and Wukong. Chen Gu raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying by Frieza's punch. Immediately thereafter, Frieza unleashed his energy wave upon Chen Gu. He crashed through numerous mountains, ultimately becoming embedded within a small hill. Observing his slightly trembling arm, Chen Gu couldn't help but mock himself. My strength is truly lacking. Glancing around for Goku, he realized that the latter had vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had fallen amidst another cluster of rocks. Chen Gu extricated himself from the hillside and looked toward Frieza, exclaiming, "You truly are formidable, Frieza." Yet, strangely, I find myself growing exhilarated. With that, he charged once more at Frieza, while Goku surged forward from another direction. Together, Chen Gu and Goku unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Frieza. Unfazed, Frieza adeptly countered each of their attacks with a single hand, occasionally shifting to evade their lethal strikes. Although Chen Gu and Wukong inflicted no tangible harm upon Frieza, they remained relentless in their pursuit, unleashing their utmost power. Frieza, while fending off their assaults, continuously retaliated against both Chen Gu and Wukong, causing their bodies to sustain numerous injuries. As the battle wore on, the mountains and rivers seemed to tremble under the immense force of their confrontation. Wukong gradually began to tire, his energy waning and his ki diminishing. Chen Gu also experienced a notable decline in his own ki, while Frieza showed no signs of fatigue or change. Chen Gu understood that the situation was becoming dire. He summoned a thread of psychic energy to construct a mental bridge, reaching out to Kaelin. "Have you arrived? We can barely hold on." Kaelin, upon hearing the familiar voice, responded joyfully, "Chen Gu, we have arrived. The remaining Dragon Balls are on their way as well. Hurry and make your way here." Chen Guxin thought they had finally arrived. Yet there was no sense of relief. He replied, "Please prioritize your safety and do not underestimate the members of the Jinyu Force." Upon witnessing that Krillin had returned the Dragon Balls in Frieza's possession to the Grand Elder, Chen Gu felt a sense of relief and resolved to return to the Grand Elder himself. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he flashed a sly smile at Frieza. For reasons unknown, Frieza felt a slight jolt within him at the sight of Chen Gu's wry grin. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself that even if Chen Gu possessed a combat power of 32 million, it would not suffice to defeat him, allowing him to relax once more. The battle among the three continued, and Chen Gu realized that Goku's energy was nearing its limit. Just as he contemplated confronting Frieza alone, Goku's voice echoed in his mind. "Senior brother, I can do this." Chen Gu cast a glance at Wukong and nodded slightly. However, it wasn't long before Frieza's assault intensified abruptly, leaving both Chen Gu and Wukong feeling an overwhelming surge of pressure. Chen Gu speculated that Frieza was eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet he found himself lacking effective means to counter Frieza's might. Suddenly, Frieza's onslaught became focused upon Wukong, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that overwhelmed them. Chen Gu attempted to rush to his aid, only to discover that Frieza continually obstructed him, rendering any attempt to rescue Wukong futile. "Damn it," Chen Gu cursed. Yet he remained powerless to shield Wukong from the relentless attacks. Before long, Wukong's energy appeared exceedingly diminished. Frieza gathered a planetary penetration blast aimed directly at Wukong, hurtling towards him with deadly intent. As Chen Gu sensed the weakening aura of Wukong, he surmised that if this continued, Wukong would surely perish. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed instant transmission, positioning himself between Frieza and Wukong. In an instant, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, colliding it with Frieza's planetary destruction beam. However, the disparity between Chen Gu's energy and Frieza's was insurmountable. The planetary destruction beam detonated perilously close to Chen Gu. A violent explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of dust that lingered for an extended period. At the moment, Chen Gu abruptly appeared between Frieza and Wukong. Frieza narrowed his eyes in surprise, as he had failed to discern how Chen Gu had manifested himself between them. Soon, a malevolent glint appeared in his gaze, as he resolved to eliminate both opponents, particularly targeting Chen Gu. Gradually, the dense smoke began to dissipate, revealing Chen Gu's form. One of his arms lay numb, his body marked with numerous wounds, while Wukong had already succumbed to unconsciousness, rendered completely senseless. Chen Gu gazed at the still-breathing Wukong, releasing a slight sigh of relief as he slowly remarked, "It is fortunate that you are alive. Otherwise, I would be a most unworthy elder brother." Chen Gu suddenly turned around, only to find Frieza standing directly before him, a white fist hurtling toward his face. At that moment, Frieza had abandoned all semblance of gentlemanly decorum. The abilities that Chen Gu had just displayed instilled a sense of urgency within Frieza, compelling him to eliminate Chen Gu without delay. In a moment of distraction, Chen Gu was struck by Frieza and sent hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was momentarily inattentive, Chen Gu swiftly retrieved a magical beam from his robe and consumed it. Instantly, his injuries and energy were restored. With renewed vigor, he advanced towards Frieza. Observing Chen Gu's approach and noticing his recovery, Frieza unleashed his full power to confront him. Chen Gu engaged directly with Frieza, their figures flickering across the battlefield as if they were merely apparitions, a testament to their extraordinary speed. Chen Gu realized that his strength had notably increased. Under the influence of the tenfold King's fist, his combat power reached an astounding 35 million. Chen Gu was acutely aware of the vast disparity between his own strength and that of Frieza, thus he refrained from allowing Frieza any opportunity for ranged combat. Instead, he engaged Frieza in close-quarters confrontation without relent. Frieza, on the other hand, displayed an air of indifference. His physical resilience far surpassed that of Chen Gu. And it was evident that Chen Gu's defeat would merely be a matter of time. Chen Gu felt the impact of Frieza's punches landing upon him. With each blow, it seemed as if his muscles were absorbing the force, becoming increasingly robust and refined, while his chi experienced a subtle enhancement. Realizing this, Chen Gu relinquished his defensive posture and immersed himself wholly in the assault. Frieza, exhibiting remarkable resilience to physical attacks, adopted an aggressive strategy as well. The duel unfolded in a state of utter vulnerability, with Chen Gu acutely aware of the continuous transformation within his muscles, placing him in a paradoxical state of both comfort and discomfort. The pleasure stemmed from the sensations of his muscle transformations, while the pain was a direct result of Frieza's relentless strikes. As time progressed, Chen Gu discerned that his muscles had seemingly reached a saturation point, unable to further augment their strength. Nevertheless, Frieza's onslaught persisted, and he found himself perplexed, pondering how Chen Gu could endure such a barrage despite his full exertion with each attack. Chen Gu felt an overwhelming ache radiating through his muscles, as if on the brink of collapse, while Frieza's relentless assaults continued to rain down upon him. With a mighty roar, Chen Gu realized he had no choice but to persist in his battle against Frieza. As time passed, his body could no longer withstand the onslaught. He was drenched in blood, teetering on the edge of total ruin. Observing Chen Gu, who was now at the end of his strength, Frieza decided to unleash his signature move, Death Beam, shooting a piercing light from his eyes directly towards Chen Gu's gaze. In a moment of distraction, Chen Gu was struck directly in the eyes by Frieza's death ray, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Blinded and momentarily dazed, Chen Gu was swiftly knocked to the ground by Frieza's energy wave. A flicker of panic coursed through him, reminiscent of his past life as a severe myopic. The fear of losing his sight gripped him. Observing Chen Gu's distress, Frieza relentlessly unleashed energy blasts upon him. Chen Gu, battered by Frieza's onslaught, shielded his chest with his hands, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Chen Gu forced himself to regain composure, whispering reassurances to himself. It's all right. I can still use my ki. Stay calm, Chen Gu. Remain calm. He then attempted to sense Frieza's attacks through his ki, yet still found himself struck. His ki waned, and after being hit by Frieza's flame burst, he collapsed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Frieza regarded the defenseless Chen Gu and calmly remarked, Mr. Chen Gu, it seems your strength does not align with the confidence you previously exhibited. With his vision lost and his arms numb, Chen Gu retorted, it appears that Lord Frieza harbors considerable confidence in himself as well. Do you not wish to learn about the Super Saiyan? With your meager strength, you are far from the legendary Super Saiyan. After I eliminate you, there will be no Saiyans left in this world, nor will there ever be a Super Saiyan. Will there? What do you say to that, Mr. Chen Gu? Frieza articulated with a cold analysis. Chen Gu felt a sudden shock. This Frieza was indeed not easily deceived. Just as he was about to utter a word, he sensed something. Having lost his sight, Chen Gu relied entirely on his perception of chi to navigate the world. Discovering that Goku's chi had regained a trace of vitality and that Vegeta still possessed a faint presence, despite the inky darkness of his eyes, Chen Gu turned his head towards Frieza, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are you so certain, Lord Frieza, that you can annihilate us? Frieza narrowed his eyes and replied with a chuckle. You are merely a dying ember. Extinguishing you will be effortless. Chen Gu's smile remained undeterred, as if Frieza's threats were directed at another. Frieza conjured a death beam, particularly thick this time. Feeling the immense power coalescing within Frieza, Chen Gu's heart raced with vigilance. Frieza pointed at Chen Gu, speaking slowly. This is our final farewell, Mr. Chen Gu. I must admit, your surprises have been delightful, and I have thoroughly enjoyed our encounter. He then unleashed the gathered death beam towards Chen Gu. Just as the beam was about to strike, Chen Gu whispered, now. In an instant, he vanished from the path of the attack, reappearing beside Goku. Leaning against Goku, he swiftly disappeared again, leaving behind a massive crater, the handiwork of Frieza. Now beside Vegeta. He flashed a wicked grin at Frieza, saying, "I told you, you cannot kill me." With that, he vanished once more. Frieza stared at the spot where Chen Gu had just been, frustration mounting as he pressed several buttons on his scouter, only to discover that he could no longer detect Chen Gu and his companion's energy signatures. With narrowed eyes, he exclaimed in anger, "I hope I never have to encounter you again." After further attempts to locate anyone, including the Jinyu Force, Frieza shouted, "Is anyone there? Respond." After a lengthy silence, a stranger's voice finally emerged from the scouter. "Lord Frieza, is it truly you? This is splendid news. We are saved. What is the situation? Where is the Jinyu Force? And my soldiers?" Frieza frowned, demanding answers. The stranger replied in a panic, "Lord Frieza, several unfamiliar individuals boarded our ship, and now it is nearly destroyed. The Jinyu Force has gone dark." Frieza bellowed, "Quick! Investigate any high-energy life forms on this planet." "Yes, Lord Frieza," the man replied respectfully. Meanwhile, back beside the Grand Elder, Chen Gu succumbed to unconsciousness, his energy nearly depleted. Krillin expressed his concern, "Is Frieza truly that powerful?" Even Chen Gu was nearly slain. Bulma, seeing Chen Gu bloodied, cradled him in her arms and began to weep. Suddenly, recalling something, she rummaged through Goku's belongings until she unearthed a bag of Senza beans. Tenderly, Bulma placed a bean in Chen Gu's mouth, holding him close. Krillin took a Senza bean from Bulma's hand and fed one to Goku. After a while, both Chen Gu and Goku gradually regained consciousness. As Chen Gu's vision slowly returned, he found himself in Bulma's embrace and, moved by her tear-streaked face, gently wiped away her tears. Rising, he noticed Vegeta still unconscious and retrieved a Senza bean from Krillin to revive him. Moments later, Vegeta too awoke slowly. Finally, Chen Gu turned to his companions, observing that all the Dragon Ball warriors were present. With a slight smile, he inquired, "How did your objectives fare? Were they resolved?" "Yes, but they were somewhat weak," Raditz candidly replied. The others, seeing the three revived, broke into relieved smiles and nodded in agreement. Chen Gu then addressed Piccolo and Tien. "Did you both resolve your encounters as well?" "Indeed," Tien replied quietly. Piccolo grumbled, "I didn't expect someone to return in such a state." Chen Gu felt a sense of awkwardness as he scratched his head. Piccolo observed Chen Gu's disheveled attire and furrowed his brow, questioning just how formidable Frieza truly was to inflict such grievous injuries. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Chen Gu, eagerly anticipating his response. Chen Gu shook his head and sighed. "I was the last to engage in battle with Frieza, whose combat power reached an astonishing intensity of 60 million. "What?" Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. Vegeta's expression was also somewhat unnatural, for the disparity was indeed overwhelming. "How fortunate it is that you managed to return alive, Chen Gu." Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly grateful that Chen Gu had escaped from the jaws of death. Chen Gu, feeling helpless, remarked, "At that time, I utilized the Kaioken technique multiplied by 10, resulting in a combat power of 35 million, while Ryukon possessed 15 million. Yet, we could barely withstand a few attacks from Frieza. Is there truly no way out?" The Grand Elder sighed and gazed into the distance. Chen Gu asked, "Klin, what about the Dragon Balls? Have they been gathered?" "Oh, the Dragon Balls have been collected, and the other elders have also delivered theirs." Klin seemed to be taken aback by Frieza's formidable power, as if it took him a moment to fully comprehend the situation. Chen Gu's gaze swept around the room, and he slowly spoke. "Everyone, our adversaries this time are exceptionally perilous. Now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, I have devised a plan." "What plan?" Vegeta's tone, once cold, seemed to soften slightly. Chen Gustin took a deep breath, as if he had made a momentous decision, and slowly said, "Transfer everyone except for me off Namek." "No way." Bulma and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. Chen Gu gently gazed at Bulma and expressed, "Frieza is indeed exceedingly perilous. I lack sufficient confidence in confronting him. If it becomes absolutely necessary, I can utilize instant transmission to vacate this place. However, what will become of you all? To speak frankly, your strength pales in comparison to Frieza's." The others furrowed their brows in discontent, yet refrained from contesting his words, for they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Bulma resolutely declared, "Chen Gu, you once promised that wherever you go, I shall accompany you. I wish to remain by your side. What significance does leaving alone hold? Even in death, I desire to face it alongside you." Chen Gu gazed at Bulma, whose eyes shimmered with tears yet reflected unwavering determination, as if something within him had been stirred. He mused, "How fortunate I am. It is the first time someone has shown me such kindness. How I wish to remain by your side forever. I shall not depart either. You have proclaimed that I am among those most likely to become a Super Saiyan. I will stay to assist you, Goku declared resolutely. I too shall remain. As fellow Saiyans, I am no less capable than you. Vegeta scoffed. Namek is my homeland, and I bear the responsibility to protect it. I will not leave. Piccolo stated matter-of-factly, arms crossed over his chest. Tianjinan and Chaos exchanged glances. We will not leave either. Not a single individual among them expressed a desire to depart. Chen Gu gazed upon the assembly before him, and an indomitable spirit within him was rekindled, gradually giving way to a smile. Very well. We shall not retreat. Together we shall confront Frieza. He turned to Naru. I beseech you to summon the Eternal Dragon and relocate all the Namekians to a habitable planet. As for us, Chen Gu surveyed the resolute expressions of his companions and decided to remain for the time being. Surprisingly, Naru did not oppose Chen Gu's command, nodding in agreement. I shall ensure their safe passage while I stay behind to assist you all. Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback, but then a thought crossed his mind, and he nodded in understanding. The group arrived at the location behind the house where the Dragon Balls were placed. Chen Gu gazed at the 7 remarkably large Dragon Balls on the ground and murmured, Every time I behold the Dragon Balls, I experience a peculiar sensation. It is truly strange. What did you say? Bulma inquired, standing beside Chen Gu. Nothing, it may just be my imagination, he replied, gently ruffling Bulma's hair as he turned his attention back to the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu looked towards Nilo, saying, Let us commence. Indeed, Nilo replied. Subsequently, Nilo directed a reverent gaze at the 7 Dragon Balls before him, inhaled deeply, and uttered in the incomprehensible Namekian tongue, Arise, Dragon. Please grant our wishes. In a certain location on Namek, the 7 luminous orbs flickered incessantly, as if something were about to emerge from within. Indeed, moments later, a brilliant yellow light burst forth from the spheres, and a dark cloud materialized in the sky, enveloping the area for miles around. Before the onlookers appeared a colossal dragon, seemingly emerging from the Dragon Balls themselves. Chen Gu scrutinized the dragon before him, noting its red eyes akin to those of Earth's dragon, a humanoid upper body, and a serpentine lower body, all adorned with formidable muscles that left a striking impression. Krillin swallowed nervously, exclaiming, This dragon appears quite peculiar. The dragon's gaze seemed to fixate on Krillin, rendering him speechless with fear. Nala clarified, I cannot attest to the nature of your earthly dragon, but our Namekian dragon is a figure of immense respect among all Namekians. Please show it the reverence it deserves. Krillin obediently sealed his lips. Goku, filled with curiosity, remarked, This dragon seems significantly larger than the one on Earth, and it appears quite formidable. Can we engage in a contest with it? Nilo, exasperated, thought to himself, What manner of person is this? Chen Gu also wore a helpless expression. Yukong, stop fooling around. But senior brother, I genuinely wish to test my skills. Wukong protested innocently. Fine, you can take the lead when we face Frieza, all right? Chen Gu replied with a resigned shake of his head. Deal. Wukong answered bluntly. Nail, listening to their exchange, found his worldview and convictions wavering. Piccolo urged impatiently, Hurry and make the wish. We're wasting time. Don't forget Frieza is still on this planet and could find us at any moment. The group's expressions instantly turned grave, falling silent as their gazes shifted toward Nail. Nail gave a solemn nod before turning his attention to Shenron, just as he was about to voice his wish. An overwhelming and malevolent energy surged from the distant sky, crushing them beneath its oppressive weight. It radiated pure evil and was rapidly closing in on their location. Chen Gu solemnly exclaimed, This is not good. It is Frieza. Quickly make a wish. Do not squander any time. He shouted at Nara. Sensing the gravity of Chen Gu's expression and the suffocating aura emanating from the distance, Naru immediately began to express his wish to the dragon in the language of Namek. Chen Gu directly employed the dance of the void, soaring upwards and charging towards Frieza. Goku and Vegeta swiftly followed suit, with the others closely behind, leaving only Bulma behind to vociferously express her grievances. In the distance, Frieza gazed at the dragon and bellowed, I demand eternal life. Chen Gu observed Frieza with a playful expression, silently appraising him without uttering a word. After Frieza concluded his shout, he hovered in the air, attempting to sense the changes within himself. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he discerned no alterations whatsoever, continuing his course towards the dragon. Frieza soon spotted Chen Gu and his companions. Noticing Chen Gu's amused gaze directed at him, Frieza decided to bide his time, for in his perspective, the dragon could be sought anew. However, the individuals before him, Chen Gu and his entourage, were destined for demise. With a sly grin, he remarked, Mr. Chen Gu, I did not anticipate our meeting again so soon. Subsequently, upon observing the figures floating beside Chen Gu, Frieza's expression shifted to one of caution. After scanning them with his device, he scoffed, "Mr. Chen Gu, do you truly believe that this motley crew is capable of confronting me?" Ha 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 ha. Chen Gu looked at Frieza, who was laughing arrogantly, and said nonchalantly, "Lord Frieza still enjoys underestimating others, doesn't he? I wonder if this time will also leave you astonished." Frieza replied slowly, "Oh, I am rather looking forward to Mr. Chen Gu surprising me once more." However, soon after, a purple orb of light began to coalesce at Frieza's fingertip, and Chen Gu could sense an immensely powerful aura gathering in Frieza's hand. Chen Gu felt an ominous premonition and exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" "I have little interest in engaging with the worthless. It is far better to resolve this swiftly." Frieza taunted in response. Vegeta and Piccolo charged directly at Frieza. But before they could reach him, they were met with Frieza's multiple death beams. Chen Gu shouted, "Everyone, stay safe. This technique possesses tremendous power." In an instant, Chen Gu unleashed the Kaioken tenfold, yet he was still unable to save everyone in time. Chen Gu, with great effort, managed to save Gohan, while Goku stood resolutely in front of Piccolo. Vegeta endured Frieza's onslaught, leaving the others gravely injured and unconscious, their energy waning to a perilous low, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. Frieza gazed at the 5 individuals suspended in the air before him, noting the crimson aura enveloping Chen Gu and Goku, signifying the Kaioken technique. Observing the readings on his scouter, Frieza mused on the peculiar nature of the Saiyan race, whose power seemed to have escalated. Under the influence of Chen Gu's tenfold Kaioken, his battle power soared to an astonishing 50 million, while Goku's reached 30 million. Though Vegeta lacked the Kaioken, his strength nonetheless peaked at 2 million. In Frieza's eyes, Piccolo and Gohan appeared relatively feeble, just as Chen Gu furrowed his brow in contemplation. He sensed the energy on Namek diminish almost instantaneously. Instinctively, he glanced towards Nail, who signaled him with a knowing glance, and Chen Gu understood the unspoken message. Chen Gu looked at Naru, establishing a bridge of understanding. "It seems we have succeeded." Indeed. However, it came at the cost of 2 wishes, one for locating a suitable planet, and the other for transporting the remaining individuals to that fitting celestial body, Naru replied. Chen Gu let out a sound of acknowledgement, then fell silent. His gaze fixed upon Frieza, apprehensive of any potential movements he might make. Suddenly, the voice of Naru reached his ears. "Chen Gu, I hope you can lead everyone in vanquishing Frieza." Chen Gu subconsciously responded, "I will do my utmost." After a moment of hesitation, Nyla said solemnly, "Please help me call Bick. I have matters to discuss with him." Chen Gu seemed to have recalled something, pondering, "Will you still make this decision, Nylu?" Subsequently, Chen Gu addressed Piccolo beside him, instructing, "Nylu is looking for you. You must go. He may have no other choice. And do take Gohan with you." Piccolo, somewhat perplexed by Chen Gu's words, realized his inability to intervene and simply nodded, turning to Gohan, "Let us be off, young one." Gohan glanced at Chen Gu, then at Goku, before following Piccolo as they soared towards Nyla's direction. Frieza observed the departure of the two, uttering not a word. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Goku turned to Frieza and stated, "Brother, we agreed that I would go first, but you must not have any regrets." Before Chen Gu could utter a word, Vegeta interjected, "I never agreed to this." Subsequently, the two charged directly at Frieza. Frieza, observing the approaching duo, let his lips curl slightly. "With your mere combat prowess, you hardly warrant my serious attention." He then concentrated a purplish-red energy wave in his hand and unleashed it towards them. Goku managed to withstand Frieza's casual assault, yet Vegeta sustained significant injury. Vegeta cursed, "Damn it, what kind of techniques have Chen Gu and Kakarot learned? Their foundational battle power is only a couple of million higher than mine, yet they can amplify their combat strength tenfold. Infuriating. I cannot even contribute." As he continued to berate, Vegeta pressed on towards Frieza. The villain, engaged in close combat with Goku, noticed Vegeta's approach and unleashed a death beam that struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. "Damn it, not this move again. I cannot even evade it." In his fury, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Gu gazed at the unconscious individuals and decided to employ the Wukong technique in order to soar towards them and administer the celestial beams. However, just as Chen Gu took flight, Frieza unleashed a devastating energy wave directed at him, compelling Chen Gu to defend against Frieza's formidable attack. Chen Gu looked towards Frieza and questioned, "If they are not your adversaries, why must you engage them?" "Mr. Chen Gu, your surprises have been numerous, and they bring me great displeasure. Therefore, I shall indulge in all that distresses you," Frieza replied with a sinister grin. You. Despicable, Chen Gu retorted. Ah, mister. Chen Gu can indeed get angry. It appears these individuals hold considerable significance for you. Frieza narrowed his eyes, surveying the injured on the ground, and without hesitation unleashed a death beam upon the gravely wounded. How dare you? Chen Gu exclaimed, propelling himself towards Frieza. No. Goku shouted, channeling all his ki in a strike against Frieza. Observing the approaching duo, Frieza's lips curled into a smile of triumph, and he directed the death beam at Goku and Chen Gu. Chen Gu cursed. Is this a trick? He quickly enveloped his arms in ki, shielding his chest. However, just as Chen Gu regained his composure, he was met with a barrage of death beams. Taken by surprise, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a massive boulder, momentarily immobilized. Senior brother, Goku cried out, resuming his fierce melee with Frieza. Meanwhile, Naru turned to Piccolo, stating, Only by doing this do we stand a chance of victory. This is my choice. At that moment, Piccolo comprehended the weight of Chen Gu's earlier words regarding the absence of choice, and he simply nodded. I understand. Seeing Piccolo relent, Naru beamed with a liberated smile and unleashed his ki. Piccolo placed a hand upon Naru's chest, and a pure ki surged into his body. He felt an overwhelming sense of completeness, as though his former self had been lacking. Yet, this sensation soon faded, leaving him to ponder if it had merely been an illusion. At the moment Naru offered his essence, far away on a distant Namekian planet, the elder sighed deeply. Naru, you have chosen this path. As Naru's ki dissipated entirely, Piccolo's energy surged from 500,000 to 1,000,000, 2,000,000, 0,000, 5,000,000, finally stabilizing at an astonishing strength of 5,000,000. Clenching his fists, he reveled in his newfound power and turned his gaze towards Frieza. Simultaneously, Goku, engaged in combat with Frieza, halted. Both Frieza and Goku looked toward Piccolo, with Frieza remarking, How intriguing. The Namekian has grown so formidable. Goku, filled with joy, exclaimed, Piccolo has become incredibly strong. This is wonderful. Chen Gu extricated himself from the boulder, exclaiming, Damn. If I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, I would obliterate you. Ouch, that really hurts. After a moment of introspection, he sensed Piccolo's energy reaching an astonishing intensity of 50 million. He mused, I recall that in my previous life, Piccolo's battle power, even after merging with Nail, barely exceeded 1 million. Even if Piccolo's strength has surged by several times, it shouldn't have escalated to 50 million. Moreover, there is a trace of Dragon Ball's energy emanating from him. Indeed, it is the essence of the Dragon Balls. What could this mean? Unbeknownst to Chen Gu, Piccolo and Nail had merged without sustaining any injuries, both operating at their peak states. Their mutual acceptance had rendered their fusion exceptionally harmonious. And with Piccolo's original battle power of 500,000, this had culminated in his remarkable strength. Subsequently, Chen Gu felt a wave of relief and chuckled. With an additional battle power of 50 million, our chances of success have significantly increased. Thereafter, Chen Gu and Piccolo arrived almost simultaneously at Goku's side. Frieza, observing one individual with a battle power of 30 million and two others at 50 million, wore a broad smile. Piccolo, emboldened by his newfound strength, retorted, You possess merely 60 million in battle power. With our two at 50 million and one at 30 million, what is there to laugh about? Chen Gu's mouth twitched slightly, and he pondered, How is it that Bix seems somewhat overconfident? I seem to have forgotten to mention that Frieza is currently only utilizing half of his power. Oh, why don't you all join forces then? I am quite eager to see how you intend to confront me, Frieza remarked as if he had just heard an amusing joke. Chen Gu could no longer concern himself with trivialities. He exchanged a knowing glance with Piccolo and Goku, subtly nodding in agreement. Chen Gu charged forward, with Goku flanking him on the left and Piccolo on the right. The three of them surged toward Frieza almost simultaneously. Humph, you think you can challenge me? Frieza bellowed, as a violet flame ignited around him. With a swift kick, he aimed directly at the advancing Chen Gu, while simultaneously parrying Goku's left punch with his right hand and deflecting Piccolo's right fist. He then executed a sweeping motion, targeting all three of them. The battle was poised to erupt, the air resonating with the sound of violent tremors, akin to explosions. Nearby, Gohan, standing protectively by Bulma, was awestruck by the cacophony of clashes above. How impressive! If only I could be that powerful, he mused, determination glinting in his eyes. Bulma, covering her ears, cast a worried glance skyward, murmuring, "Chen Gu, you must not come to harm." At the outset, the battle involving Chen Gu and his companions proceeded relatively well. However, as the number of combatants increased, it became increasingly difficult to maintain control, resulting in unintentional harm to their own ranks. Frustration mounted with each passing moment, prompting Chen Gu to employ mental communication to establish a spiritual bridge. "From now on, heed my command." Both Piccolo and Goku recognized that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to their defeat and nodded in agreement towards Chen Gu. Although Chen Gu and the other two engaged in amental communication within their minds, their actions remained unimpeded. However, they inflicted minimal damage on Frieza, while expending considerable physical energy themselves. Chen Gu silently communicated through mental connection, saying, "From now on, we shall proceed in this manner." He then gradually articulated his plan. Subsequently, the three of them abruptly separated. Piccolo charged forward, unleashing his full strength upon Frieza without reservation. Observing Piccolo's intensifying assault, Frieza, though perplexed, effortlessly countered each of Piccolo's attacks. Chen Gu and Wukong occasionally feigned attacks, both engaged in a continuous accumulation of energy. Upon closer observation, one could discern that the energy of Chen Gu and Wukong was steadily converging towards their hands, growing increasingly potent. Meanwhile, Piccolo was fervently engaged in a hand-to-hand combat with Frieza. Initially, Frieza exhibited little reaction to the trio's actions, but as time elapsed, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He scrutinized the three assailants, yet failed to perceive any notable differences. The battle progressed imperceptibly, and with the passage of time, Frieza's apprehension intensified. Subsequently, Frieza propelled himself backward, extricating himself from the encirclement of the three fighters. Chen Gu shouted, "Now is the time." Subsequently, he placed his left hand upon Wukong's shoulder and utilized instant transmission, transporting both of them directly behind Frieza. In unison, they cried out, "Kamehameha!" Two azure beams of energy initially intertwined in an S shape before merging into one. The unified Kamehameha instantly expanded 4 or 5 times its original size, striking Frieza with tremendous force. Meanwhile, as Chen Gu and Wukong unleashed their Kamehameha, Piccolo pressed his hands against his forehead and exclaimed, "Special beam cannon." The combined forces of the Kamehameha and Piccolo's special beam cannon struck Frieza simultaneously. From the side, Gohan shouted, "We did it!" Bulma, hiding behind Gohan, expressed her astonishment. "Really? Is Frieza dead?" The tremendous explosion resonated, causing a ringing in their ears, enveloping the entire Namek in the cacophony of destruction. The sheer power unleashed by their clash was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. However, the brows of Chen Gu and his companions furrowed in unison, for they sensed that Frieza's energy had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified and was continuing to grow stronger. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Frieza's figure emerged, still wearing a faint smile that now appeared more terrifying than ever. He casually rotated his neck and remarked, "It's been many years. You are the first to compel me to unleash my full power. I must admit, you have provided me with quite the thrill." Quite the thrill. The repetition of "quite the thrill" echoed in Chen Gu and his companions' ears like a harbinger of death, instilling a profound sense of helplessness akin to that of an infant facing a robust adult. Piccolo, upon witnessing Frieza unscathed, gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza was suffocating. Both Wukong and Piccolo wore expressions of utter astonishment, and even Chen Gu felt a sense of discomfort. Frieza, observing their shock, fixed his blood-red gaze upon them and said, "This is my full power. What I used against you previously was merely half of my strength." What? Piccolo exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. Chen Gu felt a profound sense of awe, reflecting, "The overwhelming pressure of a combat power amounting to 120 million is indeed formidable. Experiencing this intensity firsthand is truly suffocating." Chen Gu directly interrupted the stunned duo in mental communication, declaring, "Frieza's strength is somewhat unexpected. We can only fight to the death." Goku and Piccolo nodded in agreement, their expressions growing increasingly grave. With a faint smile, Frieza inquired, "Do you know what I cherish most?" Before anyone could respond, he continued, "What I adore most is the look of despair and shock that people exhibit just before their demise. That expression of hatred and hopelessness is my absolute favorite." Upon finishing, Frieza licked the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, In the afterlife, a being with blue skin and antenna-like protrusions was sweating profusely as he gazed intently in one direction. If Chen Gu and the others were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as King Kai of the North. Trembling, King Kai remarked, "I never imagined Frieza's full power could be so formidable. Chen Gu and his companions are in grave danger. What should I do?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Then, a voice echoed in Chen Gu's mind. "Chen Gu, don't you possess the instantaneous movement technique of the Yard Rat people? Now that the planet is left with only you, you should use that ability to bring them back. You are already quite powerful. With further training, you may indeed defeat Frieza in the future." "Lord King Kai, I have considered this method, but they are too scattered. I cannot save so many." Chen Gu replied inwardly, furrowing his brow. "If all else fails, just bring Goku and Piccolo back. Isn't they're the Dragon Ball on Earth? You can use it to resurrect them," King Kai said with a sense of resignation. Chen Guxian initially considered it feasible, but then replied, "It is not possible, Lord North Kai. The Dragon Balls require a physical body for resurrection. If I were to leave with Goku and Piccolo, the remaining individuals' bodies would surely be destroyed along with Namek, rendering their resurrection impossible. I find myself at a loss as well," Lord North Kai sighed in resignation. The intercommunication between Chen Gu and the North Realm King transpired in but a fleeting moment. Frieza, still gazing at the three individuals before him, refrained from making any further moves, as though he sought to relish the resentment and fear emanating from them. However, Frieza found little pleasure in the encounter. For Chen Gu merely regarded him with a cold stare. Sun Wukong cautiously kept his eyes trained on his opponent, as if a flicker of desire for a contest lingered deep within his gaze, and Piccolo simply cast an irritated glance in his direction. The trio bore little semblance of resentment or fear in their eyes, although Chen Gu and his companions harbored a certain trepidation towards Frieza's formidable power. They did not possess an overwhelming sense of animosity towards him. After all, they were still alive, and they understood that Chen Gu possessed the ability of instant transmission, allowing for a swift retreat when necessary, thus rendering fear of Frieza somewhat moot. Frieza gazed at the trio before him with a sinister smile and remarked, "It seems that you do not regard me with utter despair and hatred. Have I been too merciful towards you? Perhaps I must adopt a more ruthless approach." With that, he raised his hand. Chen Gu seemed to have realized something and shouted, "Stop!" However, Frieza continued to wear a faint smile, as if he had not heard Chen Gu's words at all. Before long, the injured individuals in the distance were all uncontrollably lifted into the air. Chen Gu gazed at the multitude hovering in the air, reminiscent of the moment in his past life when Frieza mercilessly dispatched Krillin, who had ascended into the sky only to be obliterated in an instant. Chen Gu, disregarding everything else, unleashed his entire aura and charged towards Frieza, intent on intercepting him before he could make a move. Frieza, with a malicious grin, remarked, "Now this is more like it, Mr. Chen Gu. Allow me to let you experience the anguish of witnessing your comrades perish." With that, as Frieza raised his hand and clenched it fiercely, Raditz exploded in a spectacular display, leaving not a trace of his being, reminiscent of a firework detonation. Piccolo and Goku were initially oblivious to Frieza's intentions. However, upon witnessing Raditz's obliteration before their very eyes, a wave of dread washed over them, and they were reminded of their comrades suspended in midair. Without a second thought, they surged towards Frieza. Observing the enraged trio, Frieza effortlessly utilized his remaining hand to unleash a ki blast, sending them sprawling back to their original positions. With an icy demeanor, he coldly inquired, "Who shall be next?" Though Chen Gu was infuriated, he maintained his composure, for he understood that even in death, the Dragon Balls held the power to resurrect. Piccolo also exhibited a semblance of calm. However, Goku charged forward once more, for to him, his friends were everything. "Let us bring them all together." Frieza's hand tightened slightly, followed by 3 resounding explosions, bang, 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 echoing around the trio. In an instant, Tianjin Han, Dumpling, and Yamcha, who floated not far away, disintegrated into mere dust, leaving not even a trace behind. Chen Gu and his companions gazed at the 3 who had once again succumbed to death, their anger gradually intensifying. Goku, witnessing his former closest allies being mercilessly slain by Frieza, roared, "Frieza, you are doomed." Subsequently, a tumultuous change swept through the atmosphere above Goku, as the clouds were seemingly dispersed by an invisible force. Chen Gu distinctly sensed the air around them growing heavy, as if it were on the verge of solidifying. While the sky fell into an eerie silence, Goku fixed his gaze upon Frieza, his eyes ablaze with an intangible fury. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning materialized from the heavens, striking near Goku. In rapid succession, an array of blue lightning appeared not only around Goku, but also encircling Frieza and Chen Gu. These bolts of lightning seemed to unleash their pent-up wrath. Frieza, sensing the shift in his surroundings, merely acknowledged it with indifference, choosing to disregard it. Instead, he regarded Goku's fury with a sense of twisted admiration, remarking, "Such an expression of rage is truly delightful. Allow me to amplify your fury." With a swift motion, Frieza clenched his hand, causing Krillin and Vegeta's bodies to explode instantaneously, as if they had never existed in this world. "Frieza!" Goku bellowed. Chen Gu stood beside Wukong, sensing the ever-increasing energy emanating from him, while the surrounding blue lightning intensified, as if poised to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes turned completely white, seemingly devoid of consciousness, his entire being slipping beyond control, yet his aura continued to escalate. As if boundless. "Frieza!" Wukong roared. It was then that the energy surrounding him appeared to be influenced by some unseen force, becoming exceptionally ferocious. Chen Gu felt a subtle, uncontrollable surge of chi within himself while standing beside Wukong. Astonished, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even the chi within me is partially beyond my control." Piccolo, equally taken aback, gazed at Wukong with wide eyes, swallowing hard before inquiring, "Chen Gu, is this what you refer to as a Super Saiyan?" Chen Gu shook his head. "Not yet. Not yet." Piccolo inquired, perplexed. "Let us continue watching." Chen Gu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light enveloped Goku, soaring into the sky, its destination unknown. However, the energy emanating from the beam left both Chen Gu and Piccolo gasping for breath. Goku's clothing and hair danced in the absence of wind, rising uncontrollably as if caught in a tempest, while an eerie silence surrounded them. This energy felt extraordinarily potent to Chen Gu, as though it had transcended into a new realm. The crimson aura that once enveloped Goku had vanished entirely, overshadowed by the brilliant yellow beam. Chen Gu carefully sensed and discovered that at this moment, Wukong's energy possessed only a strength of 3 million, indicating that he was not in the state of the Kaioken times 10. However, it imparted a profoundly dangerous feeling to Chen Gu. Frieza shared a similar sentiment, yet the 3 million displayed on the scanner eased his tension somewhat. Subsequently, as if on the verge of an explosion, Wukong roared, "Frieza!" His eyes, still a stark white, contrasted with his hair, which began to defy gravity, gradually standing upright. Simultaneously, his eyebrows and hair oscillated between black and yellow, as if poised to transform entirely into yellow at any moment. The atmosphere around them shifted instantaneously from a state of silence to one of tumult, as if influenced by some ferocious force. Wukong's eyes transitioned from pure white to reveal emerald green pupils, while his hair and eyebrows solidified in yellow. At this moment, his hair had indeed turned a golden hue, standing upright in a defiant display against gravity. Chen Gu felt the aura emanating from Wukong, approximately 150 million in intensity. Yet, it also imparted a profound sense of intimacy, as if there existed an intricate connection between them. However, upon closer inspection, he could sense nothing at all. The surrounding crimson flames that enveloped Wukong transformed into a golden blaze, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in its path, continuously emitting a piercing roar into the air. The atmosphere around them appeared to revert to its original state, while the clouds above had long been swept away to an unknown destination. Sensing the overwhelming power coursing through him, Wukong turned to Chen Gu and said, "Senior brother, please take Bulma, Gohan, and Piccolo and leave. I cannot guarantee that I can control myself at this moment." Chen Gu was aware that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time, he would be unable to harness the immense power coursing through him, risking the potential for uncontrollable fury. He nodded in determination. Frieza narrowed his eyes, surveying Chen Gu and his companions. "None of you shall escape today. All shall perish here." Chen Gu gazed at Frieza, tauntingly remarking, "Frieza, have you not always harbored a deep-seated fear of the Super Saiyan amongst the Saiyans? Allow me to enlighten you. Goku's current form embodies that very Super Saiyan." Frieza, seemingly taken aback by such an astonishing declaration, exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. That is merely a legend. You cannot be a Super Saiyan. It is inconceivable." Goku fixed a cold stare upon Frieza and declared, "Frieza, today marks your demise." For reasons unknown, Frieza felt a sudden chill within. as though the specter of death loomed over him. Nonetheless, he managed to chuckle. Even if you're a Super Saiyan, what of it? I have obliterated your entire race. Even the Super Saiyan shall fall by my hand. Goku continued to regard Frieza with an icy demeanor before vanishing in an instant, reappearing directly behind him. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. This is merely the disparity of power. Goku retorted impassively, delivering a swift elbow strike to the back of Frieza's neck. Frieza gasped, hurtling towards the ground. Goku swiftly followed suit, appearing beneath Frieza and executing a spinning kick that sent him soaring back into the air. After several exchanges, Frieza found himself on the defensive. Yet, it appeared that no combatant could maintain an upper hand indefinitely. Gradually, Frieza seemed to acclimate to Goku's strength, initiating a direct confrontation as the two engaged in a fierce melee battle. Chen Gu gazed at the distant battle between the two figures and remarked gravely, "This bodes ill." "What?" Pick asked. Chen Gu analyzed. Frieza's physical form is remarkably formidable. Even the body of a Super Saiyan cannot engage in prolonged hand-to-hand combat with the warriors of Frieza's lineage. Goku's current advantage lies not in physical strength, but in the intensity of his ki. Subsequently, Chen Gu initiated a telepathic communication with Goku. "Goku, Frieza's physical prowess far surpasses yours. Strive to leverage your advantages to defeat him, but remain cautious of unforeseen circumstances." After waiting for a considerable time, Chen Gu received no response from Goku. The two continued their fierce battle, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Chen Gu furrowed his brow. Could it be that Goku truly cannot rein in his impulses? This could pose a significant problem. The conflict between Goku and Frieza escalated in intensity, and Chen Gu initially contemplated departing. However, there were virtually no spacecraft available on this planet. If he were to evacuate them, Goku would be in peril. For Saiyans lack the capability to survive in the vastness of space. Chen Gu continued to reach out to Wukong through mental communication, yet he received no response. Frustrated, he muttered a curse under his breath and decided to disregard Wukong, who was ensnared in a frenzy of battle. The clash between the two warriors reverberated throughout Namek, as if the very planet itself were on the verge of annihilation. They seemed to have reached a momentary equilibrium, perhaps seeking respite, when they suddenly broke apart. Observing the panting figures of Wukong and Frieza, Chen Gu felt an ominous premonition, though the source of his unease eluded him, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. Frieza spoke. "You are indeed formidable." Wukong, as if regaining his senses, replied nonchalantly, "You are not weak either. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far. However, you must die today." Frieza continued, and with that declaration, he raised both hands skyward. Two orbs of purple light coalesced in his palms, subsequently forming two purple discs resembling Krillin's key slicer, which then appeared in Frieza's grasp. He hurled the slicing discs directly at Wukong. Sensing the power of the approaching discs, Wukong remained vigilant, evading the attack with a swift sidestep. The slicing discs circled around behind him, redirecting their trajectory back toward Wukong. Feeling the energy approaching from behind, Wukong dodged once more and declared, "Your technique cannot kill me. Although its power is substantial, its speed is far too slow." "Oh, is that so?" Frieza responded dismissively. He then began to gather more slicing discs in his hands. In no time, a dozen or so slicing discs were homing in on Wukong, who found himself compelled to evade continuously in midair, unable to mount a swift counterattack. Frieza manipulated the discs, relentlessly pursuing Wukong. Despite Wukong's agile maneuvers, wherever he darted, the slicing discs relentlessly followed, leaving him in a state of disarray. As the attention of the onlookers focused intently on Wukong and the slicing discs trailing him, several more discs veered toward Chen Gu and Piccolo. However, Chen Gu and the others remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Frieza, observing Wukong's valiant stance, remarked, "I wonder if you can control your own power. If it spirals out of control, who knows who will perish first?" For reasons unknown, the insinuation in Frieza's words intensified Chen Gu's sense of foreboding. In that instant, two purple slicing discs rapidly approached the rear of Chen Gu and Piccolo. While the speed may not have been alarming to Wukong, it was decidedly swift for Chen Gu and Piccolo. Chen Gu felt the sudden emergence of an aura behind him, and the hairs on his body stood on end in an instant, as if foretelling the approach of peril. Chen Gu grasped Piccolo and, with a swift motion, vanished from their original location, reappearing directly behind Goku. The spot they had previously occupied was now reduced to mere fragments. Chen Gu gazed back at the remnants, a shiver of dread coursing through him. He then touched his face, discovering a crimson gash that oozed with blood. He wiped it away, his expression darkening. Goku, noticing Chen Gu and Piccolo's sudden arrival behind him, quickly registered the devastation left in their wake. With a thunderous roar, Goku exclaimed, "Frieza, you have gone too far. What is this compared to the chaos you create when you lose control?" Frieza's blood-red eyes seemed devoid of any emotion. He licked his lips, as if struck by a thought, and grinned wickedly. "Ah, right. There is more to come." Upon hearing the continuation of Frieza's words, a sudden pang of anguish pierced Chen Gu's heart, as if he had lost something profound. He then turned sharply towards Bulma, only to find her gazing at him with genuine concern, which momentarily eased his troubled spirit. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Bulma's expression was unnaturally rigid, maintaining that countenance without change. In a swift motion, Chen Gu utilized his ability of instant transmission to appear beside Bulma. The moment his hand made contact with her, he observed glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, and to his horror, her body suddenly split in two. It was not only Bulma. Gohan's form also fractured in a similar manner. Chen Gu gazed in disbelief as Bulma shattered before his eyes, his expression turning to one of desolation. "Bulma? Bulma? Bulma!" he cried out, sensing her essence gradually fading until it vanished entirely. In that moment, it felt as though he had lost the very core of his being. With a roar of anguish, he shouted, "Bulma!" Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped him. Chen Gu could perceive no sound, as if he had been plunged into a void, surrounded solely by darkness. Chen Gu's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, as if he were entirely deprived of sunlight. He felt like a helpless child, gazing at the surrounding pitch-black void. No matter how hard Chen Gu looked, he could discern no trace of light, as though this world were consumed solely by shadows. Chen Gu, heedless of everything, began to run recklessly in a singular direction, continuing until he was utterly exhausted, yet still found no end in sight. Chen Gu fell into a state of confusion, as if he were unaware of the reason for his presence in this place. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierced through the distance, subtle yet striking. In the midst of this profound darkness, it appeared particularly radiant. Chen Gu raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting at the beam of light as if he had discovered a lifeline. However, the exhausted Chen Gu did not rush towards the light. Instead, he stared blankly at it, as though lost in contemplation. Chen Gu, with his hoarse voice, murmured to himself, "Why am I here?" Yet, no one answered his inquiry. Only that beam of white light seemed to grow ever more resplendent. Chen Gu had no choice but to continue squinting his eyes. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, and as he gazed at this apparition, tears unconsciously streamed down his cheeks. The young girl cast a glance at Chen Gu, then beckoned him with a wave of her hand and dashed towards the direction of the light. Chen Gu gazed at the departing silhouette of the young girl, his heart pierced by an unseen ache. Instinctively, he called out, "Do not leave." Accompanying this plea, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, all centered around the girl before him. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Bulma at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Her vibrant figure and whimsical personality captivated him entirely. The countless moments they had shared over the years felt as if they had transpired only moments ago. Chen Gu looked back at his memories, yet Bulma's figure continued to recede into the distance. Chen Gu cried out, "Bulma, don't go." However, Bulma's steps did not falter. She pressed onward towards a radiant light. With great effort, Chen Gu dragged his heavy body in her direction, expending every ounce of strength to reach her. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood beside Chen Gu, observing as he cradled the battered Bulma, his body trembling uncontrollably, his energy fluctuating dangerously, as if it might explode at any moment. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Chen Gu's eyes had lost their pupils, turning a ghastly white. Goku, gazing at the severed Gohan, felt his own eyes gradually lose their focus, becoming mere orbs of white, while the golden aura surrounding him began to blaze uncontrollably, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. A violent energy surged through the atmosphere, rendering Namek's energy exceedingly unstable, causing the planet itself to tremble. Goku's azure eyes fixed on Frieza as he declared, "Frieza, I will make you pay with your life." With that, he lunged at Frieza, his mind seemingly stripped of all reason, driven by an instinctive desire to annihilate his foe. Frieza, unfazed by Goku's rage, erupted into laughter. "Huh? Come on. Let us see how long you can keep this up." The two engaged in a fierce struggle, Goku's attacks becoming erratic yet ferocious. Frieza deftly evaded Goku's onslaught, occasionally countering with well-timed parries. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his strikes, Goku roared in frustration, escalating his assault from hand-to-hand combat to a barrage of energy blasts. Piccolo, Witnessing the cacophony of explosions and the devastation of the landscape around him, sensed that the world could crumble into ruins at any moment. Standing beside the trembling Chen Gu, he felt the volatile energy emanating from him while remaining vigilant against the potential onslaught of energy blasts from afar. Goku, consumed by fury, unleashed every technique capable of inflicting harm upon Frieza. Frieza, take this, he bellowed, channeling a Kamehameha wave aimed directly at Frieza. Frieza, recognizing the imminent threat, swiftly evaded the incoming attack and veered in another direction. Yet, Goku deftly redirected the Kamehameha, sending it in pursuit of Frieza. The sky bore witness to the dramatic chase as the blue energy sphere, brimming with formidable power, closed in on Frieza, who hastened his escape. As time passed, Goku's Kamehameha continued its relentless pursuit, but the prolonged exertion drained Goku's energy significantly, compelling him to disperse the attack into the sky. Panting heavily, Goku glared at the returning Frieza, his anger mounting. Frieza, seemingly relieved, fixed his blood-red gaze on Goku and taunted, "Super Saiyan, huh? Even with such power, you cannot control it. How pitiful." Ignoring Frieza's derision, Goku launched a right hook towards him, but Frieza effortlessly dodged, as though he had anticipated Goku's every move. Piccolo, observing Goku's increasingly precarious position, frowned in dismay. This fool, he's made his intentions all too clear. Even I can predict his movements, let alone Frieza. Goku, lost in his fury, continued his assault until, gradually, he began to regain his senses. His eyes shifted from pure white back to their original azure hue. Upon seeing Frieza, he struggled to suppress his inner rage, determined not to succumb to madness once more. Frieza, noticing Goku's moment of clarity, taunted, "Oh, has Mr. Son Goku returned to himself?" Goku met Frieza's gaze but remained silent, instead looking toward Chen Gu, who was trembling violently, his energy spiraling out of control, threatening to erupt. The sight of Bulma, now unrecognizable in Chen Gu's embrace, filled Goku with an overwhelming sense of guilt. If only he had heeded his brother's advice and approached Frieza with caution, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. As these thoughts consumed him, his anger was gradually overshadowed by remorse, as though he bore the weight of responsibility for all that had transpired. Piccolo, sensing Goku's turmoil, shouted, "Goku, this is not your fault. You must defeat Frieza to avenge Bulma." Goku heard Piccolo's words, but the guilt that enveloped him was suffocating, rendering him powerless to resist. Gradually, his rage was eclipsed by this overwhelming sense of guilt. Suddenly, Goku's golden hair and azure eyes flickered back to black, his expression one of deep remorse as he focused solely on Chen Gu. Frieza, observing Goku's transformation, pressed his scouter, noting Goku's battle power had diminished to 300,000. "It appears that the Super Saiyan has its limits. Now let us see how you fare against me, Goku." At that moment, Goku realized his grave error in neglecting to deal with Frieza. He began to gather his energy, striving to transform into a Super Saiyan once more. However, before he could harness his energy, Frieza struck, unleashing a death beam that pierced Goku's chest, sending him plummeting from the sky. As Goku fell, he lamented, "Brother, I'm sorry." Piccolo, witnessing Goku's descent, cursed, "This idiot." He soared upward, charging at Frieza. Yet, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. Piccolo's attacks merely tickled Frieza, causing no real damage, while Frieza retaliated mercilessly. With each passing moment, Piccolo's injuries worsened as Frieza toyed with him, inflicting increasingly severe wounds without delivering a fatal blow. Reveling in Piccolo's despair, Chen Gu's body continued to tremble incessantly, while the chi within him seemed to undergo certain changes, yet it remained as tumultuous as ever. Chen Gu's consciousness continued to race through the darkness, yet that beam of light seemed painfully distant. Dragging his weary body, he advanced slowly toward the place where Bulma had headed. Time became irrelevant, and Chen Gu felt a growing numbness. Yet, something within him persisted, as if he were destined to reach that light, where the answers he sought awaited him. On planet Namek, thunder rumbled ominously, injured and sprawled on the ground. Sun Wukong watched as Piccolo was mercilessly ravaged by Frieza, fresh wounds appearing on his body. He struggled to rise, but found himself unable to stand. Piccolo, however, let out no cry. He merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged again at Frieza. In his heart, Piccolo lamented, "Chen Gu, when will you awaken? We can only rely on your instant transmission to escape." Deep down, Piccolo knew that even if Chen Gu regained consciousness, he would recklessly seek revenge against Frieza. Witnessing the death of a loved one in his embrace could easily drive anyone to despair. Yet, Piccolo had no choice but to buy time. Frieza observed the increasingly weakened Piccolo and the unconscious Chen Gu, finally turning his gaze to the fallen Sun Wukong. It seems the Saiyans are not as formidable as they claim. Even the Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary. Just as Sun Wukong attempted to respond, he coughed up blood. Placing a hand over his chest, falling silent, yet glaring at Frieza with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour him. "I truly enjoy the fire in your eyes," Frieza remarked with a satisfied grin. "What a pity, such talent cannot be utilized for my purposes." A smirk lingered on Frieza's lips, though it was unclear whether his tone conveyed genuine regret or was merely a taunt. "Yet, I find such hatred in your gazes utterly delightful," Frieza continued, captivated by Wukong and Piccolo's expressions. He then raised his right hand and pointed at Piccolo, unleashing a purple beam that struck Piccolo's right leg. Instantly, Piccolo winced, feeling his leg go numb. Laughing, Frieza remarked, "That sound is truly melodious. I wish to hear it again." Another beam struck Piccolo's left leg, rendering it similarly senseless. "Ah, splendid, but still not sufficient," Frieza continued, directing two more beams that left Piccolo's arms weakly pressed against his body, barely keeping afloat. "Now, it is time to deliver the final blow. So you may learn the consequences of provoking me, Frieza the Great." Frieza's blood-red eyes narrowed as he pointed his finger, launching a stronger purple beam directly at Piccolo's chest. As the beam rushed toward him, Piccolo's eyes could barely keep up, and he instinctively closed them, bracing for impact. "Lend me your strength, Piccolo," Sun Wukong shouted from the ground. Just as the beam was about to make contact, it suddenly veered off course, soaring into the sky. Gradually, Piccolo opened his eyes. Realizing he was still alive, the lethal attack had been thwarted, as if the sensation of impending doom had been but an illusion. Before him stood a sturdy young man with short black hair, donned in a white training outfit, his black tail swaying in the wind. The young man made no grand gestures, he simply floated serenely in the air. Piccolo recognized him as Chen Gu, who had just moments ago lost consciousness. Seeing Chen Gu standing before him stirred something within Piccolo. Though they had practiced together, they had rarely fought side by side, and Piccolo had never fully entrusted Chen Gu. For the first time, he considered that having Chen Gu as a partner might not be such a poor choice, at least more reliable than Wukong. While Wukong was powerful, he often became too enamored with battle, occasionally neglecting his wits. Upon seeing Chen Gu before Piccolo, Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at his own injuries with a look of guilt, Frieza, observing the sudden appearance of Chen Gu, noted that he had not changed significantly. He had not transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure, which relieved Frieza somewhat. A closer look revealed that Chen Gu's hair remained black, and his pupils were still dark. However, Chen Gu's aura was quietly intensifying, as if striving to break free from its shackles. Chen Gu gazed at the scene before him, momentarily lost in a daze. Before swiftly regaining clarity, his consciousness had traversed through the darkness for an extended period, ultimately arriving at the source of light, where he beheld an exit. Bulma's figure had already stepped through, and without a second thought, Chen Gu followed suit. Subsequently, his awareness returned fully, and as he looked down at Bulma's disfigured remains cradled in his arms, his fury seemed to manifest tangibly, causing an uncontrollable surge of energy to swell within him. Chen Gu felt the chi within him. Unlike Wukong's previous violent rampage, Chen Gu's chi was relatively tranquil. Although the chi continued to rise, it remained well within Chen Gu's control. Although Chen Gu did not transform into a Super Saiyan, the ever-increasing chi made him feel that, whenever he wished, he could effortlessly ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Chen Gu felt the feeble aura emanating from Piccolo behind him. He turned to glance at Piccolo, then tossed a pouch of senzu beans from his bosom, coldly stating, "Leave the rest to me." Following this, Chen Gu wore a reassuring expression towards Piccolo, who, upon seeing this, soared directly towards Goku. Frieza, observing Piccolo's approach to Son Goku, was determined not to allow him to succeed. He concentrated his energy into a death beam and aimed it straight at Piccolo. As Chen Gu flashed into action, he effortlessly raised his hand and dispersed Frieza's death beam. Observing Piccolo advancing towards Goku, Chen Gu redirected his gaze back to Frieza. The moment Chen Gu's eyes landed on Frieza, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, amplifying his ki at an astonishing rate, more than tenfold. When Frieza's gaze met Chen Gu's, he felt as though a mere mortal was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, instilling within him a sense of fear and unease. Chen Gu was inherently a person unaccustomed to articulating his anger. Though typically calm and rational, he adeptly repressed his negative emotions deep within his heart. Individuals of this nature seldom exhibit rage, yet the terrifying aspect is that when they do become enraged, their fury possesses the capacity to wreak unparalleled havoc. Chen Gu's eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he were staring at a corpse. He fixed his gaze on Frieza and spoke with a detached tone. Frieza, you are the first person to anger me since my arrival here. Without waiting for Frieza's response, Chen Gu let out a fierce shout. Ha! In an instant, his energy surged to its peak. His pupils transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, while his hair stood upright, turning golden along with his eyebrows. Enveloping him in a radiant golden aura, Chen Gu felt an extraordinary power coursing through his body, as if he possessed an inexhaustible strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that this sensation was merely an illusion brought about by the surging of his own abilities. Upon closer reflection, the 50-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan transformation imparted an overwhelming sense of might. However, this augmentation bore a distinct difference from the sensation evoked by the Kaioken technique. As the multiplier of the Kaioken increased, so too did the strain on his body. In contrast, the Super Saiyan state bestowed upon Chen Gu a sense of effortless resilience, as if his physique could easily accommodate the immense power. What Chen Gu was unaware of was that when Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the strain on his body, while not as intense as the Kaioken tenfold, was still considerable, rendering Wukong unable to endure it for an extended period. In contrast, Chen Gu effortlessly bore the burden of the Super Saiyan, as if it were a bespoke enhancement crafted just for him. Observing the floating figure of Chen Gu, radiating a golden aura and exuding a power far surpassing that of Wukong, Piccolo murmured, "This sensation imposes a subtle psychological pressure on me. A feeling absent when Wukong transformed. What could this possibly signify?" Wukong gazed in astonishment at the shimmering golden Chen Gu, exclaiming, "My senior brother has also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he seems to possess far greater strength than I." In his Super Saiyan form, Chen Gu appeared almost enchanted, seamlessly merging with the surrounding nature, exuding an air of effortless grace. Frieza, observing the transformed Chen Gu, maintained a facade of calm despite the crimson hue enveloping his eyes, remarking, "What of your transformation into a Super Saiyan?" Son Goku reverted to his original form, did he not? Although Frieza appeared nonchalant on the surface, internally he was anything but composed. Since encountering the Saiyan known as Chen Gu, Frieza's understanding of power had been continually challenged. Soon, a thought crossed Frieza's mind. That previous Son Goku transformed into a Super Son but reverted after a time. Perhaps if I endure long enough, Chen Gu will falter as well. Chen Gu stared intently at Frieza before vanishing from sight in an instant. Frieza, bewildered by Chen Gu's sudden disappearance, exclaimed, "Where did he go?" "I am right here," came Chen Gu's cold voice from behind Frieza. In the next moment, Chen Gu swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Frieza's neck. "Ah!" Frieza spat, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chen Gu, seemingly questioning how Chen Gu could possess such immense strength. Chen Gu did not wait for Frieza to react. He vanished from his original position once more. When he reappeared, he was behind the retreating Frieza, and with a calm demeanor, he declared, "This kick is for my fallen comrades." With that, he concentrated his energy in his leg and executed a powerful spinning kick that struck Frieza squarely in the chest. At the moment of impact, a palpable wave of tremendous force radiated outward. Frieza's chest visibly caved in at an alarming rate. As Frieza plummeted downward, Chen Gu's cold, piercing gaze shimmered momentarily with a brilliant light, and he vanished again, reappearing behind Frieza to catch him. He stated, "Next, this is for Bulma." Upon uttering Bulma's name, Chen Gu's aura surged to its zenith, causing the very ground of planet Namek to tremble, as though it could scarcely contain such overwhelming power. Chen Gu focused intently on Frieza's head and chest, unleashing a flurry of punches, straight jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, accompanied by whip-like kicks, all directed at Frieza with unrelenting force. With each strike, Chen Gu infused his attacks with concentrated energy, amplifying their power exponentially. Frieza could do nothing but endure the onslaught. After consuming the senzu beans, Piccolo and Goku found their senses utterly unable to keep pace with Chen Gu's assaults on Frieza. Not only they, but even Frieza himself struggled to match Chen Gu's extraordinary speed. The air was filled with the sounds of relentless collisions and Frieza's anguished roars, alongside the rippling waves created with each of Chen Gu's strikes. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is he so powerful?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. Why is my brother's transformation into a Super Saiyan so formidable? I feel like my power has increased 50-fold after transforming, and surely my brother's has too. But what? Piccolo inquired, turning to Goku. However, my brother gives off an aura reminiscent of a higher being, almost as though he exerts a psychological pressure over me. Goku replied, perplexed. Piccolo, taken aback, thought, even Goku can sense it. What has transpired with Chen Gu? Yet, no answers emerged to resolve Piccolo's unspoken questions. Frieza, initially confident that his robust physique would withstand Chen Gu's attacks, had previously been able to contend with Goku in hand-to-hand combat, even gaining the upper hand. However, against Chen Gu, he found himself consistently on the defensive, enduring a barrage of blows. As he felt the severity of his injuries escalating, Frieza suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Chen Gu glanced at Frieza as he relinquished his defenses, though such measures would scarcely mitigate the impact of his impending assault. His fist paused momentarily before descending with unyielding force, delivering a resounding blow that indented Frieza's visage. The tyrant crashed violently to the ground, and the earth surrounding him fractured like a spider's web. Though Frieza endeavored to rise, he found himself ensnared in a futile struggle. A closer inspection would reveal that not a single bone in Frieza's body remained unscathed. They were either dislocated or utterly shattered. With fury, Frieza exclaimed, "Chen Gu, do not take advantage of me. Did I not say to wait a moment?" In stark contrast, Chen Gu regarded Frieza with an icy detachment, as though surveying a lifeless corpse, and gradually amassed a golden energy sphere within his palm. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he allowed the energy to dissipate, maintaining a cold gaze fixed upon Frieza, eager to hear what he might utter. Observing Chen Gu's withdrawal of the energy sphere, Frieza slowly capitulated, "I concede. I implore you to be magnanimous and spare my life." He then bent his body in a gesture of sincerity, hoping to convey his earnestness. Chen Gu, like a war deity, floated in the air, coldly observing the hunched figure of Frieza. A chilling voice emanated from his lips. "What is this?" The proud Frieza. "The mighty king is conceding?" Frieza, bending forward, revealed a familiar wicked grin upon hearing Chen Gu's reply, as if everything were unfolding according to his scheme. He hastily responded, "Indeed, Mr. Chen Gu's prowess has garnered my utmost respect. From the very first encounter, I recognize that you are no ordinary individual. I have little patience for idle chatter. Should you continue to prattle on, I shall not hesitate to end your existence, for I detest those who waste words," Chen Gu declared, raising his palm as energy coalesced into a formidable sphere. Frieza felt a jolt of alarm within, yet maintained his composure, chuckling as he spoke, "With your immense strength, Mr. Chen Gu, might you be interested in joining me to conquer the cosmos? Together, we could become the sovereigns of this universe." Chen Gu contemplated for a moment, seemingly intrigued, and replied softly, "Please, continue." Seeing Chen Gu's interest, Frieza proceeded, "I have a father named King Cooled, but he has always stifled my growth. If possible, I would like to join forces with you, Mr. Chen Gu, to eliminate my father, King Cooled. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Chen Gu gazed at Frieza's narrowed eyes and replied coldly, "What do I stand to gain?" Frieza, as if anticipating the question, responded, "My father's territory will be granted to you, Mr. Chen Gu, provided that you promise not to impede my future territorial expansion." Chen Gu fell into deep contemplation, and then, resting his chin in his hand, he said softly, "A pleasant collaboration." Frieza was taken aback. Was it truly that simple to gain his agreement? Frieza even contemplated conceding half of his territory to Chen Gu, reasoning that after a period of training, he would undoubtedly be able to vanquish Chen Gu. At that point, the entire universe would belong to Frieza. However, observing how readily Chen Gu had acquiesced, Frieza continued, "In that case, shall we proceed to my planet to discuss the intricacies of our arrangement in detail?" After speaking, Frieza inclined his body slightly, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. "Very well," Chen Gu responded coolly. Sun Wukong, overhearing Chen Gu's decision, exclaimed in anger, "Senior brother, are you truly going to ally with Frieza? Do not forget that Bulma and the others perished at his hands." Piccolo regarded Chen Gu with a cold stare, as if deep in thought, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. When Wukong mentioned Bulma, it was evident that Chen Gu's aura surged dramatically, radiating with intensity in all directions. Chen Gu replied calmly, "As for Bulma and the others, I can resurrect them with the Dragon Balls. There is no need for concern." However, Wukong attempted to voice further objections, but Piccolo stepped in front of him, signaling him to remain silent. Wukong glared at Piccolo, choosing not to speak further. Subsequently, Chen Gu consciously withdrew from his Super Saiyan state. His hair and eyebrows returned to their natural black, and his pupils regained their original hue. Chen Gu glanced at Frieza and said indifferently, "Let us depart, Frieza." Frieza, with a mocking gaze, responded, "Ha ha ha, I did not expect this. Mr. Chen Gu, you two are so enamored with power." He then continued coldly, "I merely sought to deceive you a little, yet you fell for it so easily. How effortless it is to ensnare you. Are all Saiyans this naive?" Chen Gu looked at Frieza in confusion. "So, are you saying that everything you said before was a deception?" Frieza erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, clutching his stomach. "Do you truly believe that I would join forces with you to conquer the universe? The universe belongs solely to me. Even my father, King Cold, can only be vanquished by my hand. How could the mighty Frieza possibly ally with a Saiyan like you?" "Oh, so all those words you spoke earlier were merely to coax me out of my Super Saiyan state?" Chen Gu inquired, a subtle smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. His curiosity piqued. "You're not entirely foolish." "Precisely so." Frieza continued to chuckle. Chen Gu's face twisted with rage. "Frieza, do you dare to toy with me?" Son Wukong and Piccolo also cast displeased glances at Frieza, while Wukong shot an irritated look at Chen Gu. "Your expressions are simply delightful," Frieza chuckled. "Such anger is truly a sight to behold." Chen Gu looked at Frieza, who was laughing heartily, and suddenly joined in the laughter. Son Wukong observed the two in mirth, utterly perplexed by the situation, casting bewildered glances at them. Piccolo, with his furrowed brow, relaxed slightly, revealing an expression that suggested, as expected. Frieza, glancing at the laughing Chen Gu, pondered to himself, "Has this kid lost his mind? What could possibly be amusing at a time like this?" Chen Gu appeared to have just regained his composure as he gazed at Frieza, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Do you truly believe that by merely exiting the Super Saiyan state, as Goku did, you would find it effortless to eliminate us?" Frieza displayed an expression of unwavering confidence, for the disparity in their strengths was so vast that it required no further contemplation. Chen Gu's lips curled into a faint smile as he respectfully bowed to Frieza. "Oh, Lord Frieza, I truly apologize for my previous ignorance of your intentions. I fear I may disappoint you." Frieza scoffed disdainfully. "It is mere bluster. Son Wukong cannot master his transformations. Do you truly believe you can metamorphose into a signal machine Saiyan at will?" Chen Gu no longer paid any heed to Frieza. With his hands resting on his hips, he let out a confident "ha." In an instant, he transformed once more into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, surrounded by a blazing aura of golden energy. A subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "I wonder, does King Frieza find my mastery over the Super Saiyan form satisfactory?" Frieza gazed at the resurrected Super Saiyan Chen Gu, as if witnessing an astonishing phenomenon, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Clearly, Son Goku could not maintain control. Why can you? Why indeed? This world is not filled with endless inquiries. I simply can control it." Chen Gu retorted with a wicked grin. "Was this your intention all along? From the very beginning, feigning interest in attacking my father, only to make me believe that everything was within my grasp, and ultimately plunging me into despair?" Frieza demanded. "Why? Isn't this the very tactic that King Frieza relishes? Relishing the sight of others in despair and fury? I merely wished for you to experience it." Chen Gu replied. Piccolo, who had been frowning, finally relaxed his brow and scoffed. "This guy." Meanwhile, Son Goku wore a look of relief, scratching his head with a smile. "I knew my senior brother would never ally with Frieza. Otherwise, he wouldn't be my senior brother. Were you not the first to doubt him?" Piccolo retorted with a cold snort, fixing his gaze on Son Goku. Frieza, in a fit of rage, unleashed his energy, radiating it outward as if to release it all. "Chen Gu, you have gone too far." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Gu countered, exuding his own aura while casting a wicked glare at Frieza. Chen Gu stared at Frieza, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Frieza, witnessing Chen Gu's disappearance, roared in fury, "If you possess the ability to suddenly appear elsewhere, then have the courage to face me without resorting to such tricks." Chen Gu seemed to have heard an amusing joke, bursting into laughter. "Lord Frieza, you jest. Why would I need to use instant transmission to engage in battle with you? Is it possible that my speed is so extraordinary that you cannot keep up?" Frieza's complexion turned a deep shade of purple as Chen Gu continued to mock him relentlessly. With both hands, Frieza incessantly gathered energy to form cutting discs, which he then hurled forward, aimed directly at Chen Gu. Chen Gu glanced at the incoming cutting disc, yet displayed no interest even in a fleeting glance. He merely continued to clench his fists, It was as if he were attempting to discern any differences within his own body compared to moments ago. Upon Chen Gu's recent exit from the Super Saiyan state, he felt as though he had regained a semblance of youth, his physique reminiscent of that in his early 20s, which astonished him greatly. Thus, the scene unfolded where Chen Gu remained suspended in place, indifferent to Frieza's onslaught, primarily because he perceived little threat from Frieza's cutting disc. Observing Chen Gu's inaction, Goku shouted, "Senior brother, be cautious." Frieza, noticing Chen Gu's lack of evasion, sneered coldly, "I refuse to believe you can survive this." "Oh? Is the mighty Frieza so confident in his technique?" Chen Gu's voice echoed from a distance. There, he was seen effortlessly pinching Frieza's cutting disc between two fingers, the disc continuing to spin relentlessly in his grasp. "How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Gu developed a keen interest in the cutting disc, fixating his gaze upon it, as if disregarding Frieza entirely. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "I have stated before, nothing is impossible." Having uttered those words, he resumed his intense observation of the spinning cutting disc. This spectacle, witnessed by Frieza, was undoubtedly the greatest affront to his dignity. Frieza clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, and glared furiously at Chen Gu, exclaiming, "You are crossing the line." Chen Gu seemed to have just recalled the existence of Frieza. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance in Frieza's direction before returning his focus to the technique derived from Frieza's abilities. After a brief moment, the fingers of Chen Gu, which were gripping the cutting disc, suddenly ignited with a golden blaze. With a decisive force, the purple disc shattered, dispersing into a cascade of energy. How could this be possible? A look of horror crossed Frieza's face. "I no longer wish to hear you utter the words impossible. My ears are becoming calloused from it," Chen Gu remarked coldly. As he reached up to clear his ears, it was evident that his gaze held no trace of emotion, only a chilling indifference and disdain. Then, Chen Gu slowly raised his right hand, gradually coalescing a sphere of yellow energy. Piccolo, observing Chen Gu's stance and the gathering ki, gasped, "Could it be that he?" Realizing what technique Chen Gu was about to unleash, Frieza swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Chen Gu glanced at the retreating Frieza, but made no effort to impede him. Instead, the gathering speed of the ki in his right hand quickened. In no time, a disc resembling Frieza's cutting disc materialized in Chen Gu's hand. However, unlike Frieza's purple disc, this one was a translucent yellow. Chen Gu gazed at the spinning yellow cutting disc in his hand and remarked, "It somewhat resembles the air sphere / however. It appears to allow for directional control and possesses significantly greater power than the air sphere / Upon seizing Frieza's cutting disc, Chen Gu found himself inexplicably intrigued and began to delve into its intricacies. After perceiving the trajectory of the chi emanating from the cutting disc, Chen Gu endeavored to experiment with it. Only to his astonishment, he inadvertently unleashed its power. Chen Gu murmured to himself, "I am astonished that I can perceive the flow of chi within the movements." Chen Gu was somewhat astonished himself. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he first noticed that he had significantly rejuvenated, followed by an enhanced perception that allowed him to discern the trajectory of energy. As he spoke, Chen Gu realized that Frieza was still fleeing. Glancing at the yellow cutting disc rotating in his right hand, he exhaled softly, "Go," with a gentle flick of his wrist. The yellow cutting disc surged towards Frieza, moving even faster than the cutting disc Frieza had employed. Before long, Frieza, noticing that Chen Gu had not caught up, let out a slight sigh of relief. However, upon turning his gaze, a yellow silhouette flashed past him, prompting Frieza to instinctively strike out. It became evident that what had approached was a disc-shaped energy disc. Yet, Frieza's reaction was a fraction too late. He stared at the severed portion of his tail that lay twitching on the ground, a wave of dread washing over him. This was indeed a cutting disc, albeit not entirely. After observing for a moment, Frieza's expression darkened. Meanwhile, from a distance, Chen Gu noted that his attack had missed. He brought his index and middle fingers together and gently curled them back. The yellow cutting disc, which had been launched, returned once more, hurtling towards Frieza. Frieza, disregarding everything else, charged straight towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu gazed at the swiftly approaching figure of Frieza, surmising his intentions. As they neared each other, Frieza not only maintained his speed, but accelerated. Observing Frieza's actions, a barely perceptible smile curved Chen Gu's lips. Just as their bodies were on the brink of collision, Frieza abruptly veered upward. In that fleeting moment, face to face, Chen Gu caught sight of a long-lost smile gracing Frieza's lips, as if his own scheme had come to fruition. Indeed, the yellow cutting disc pierced through Chen Gu's form, and a look of agony suddenly contorted his features as his body was severed in two. Frieza's smile blossomed into a radiant grin. Mr. Chen Gu, you remain as careless as ever. Subsequently, the bifurcated Chen Gu began to blur, twisting momentarily before gradually vanishing from existence. Frieza, observing Chen Gu's disappearance, felt an unsettling apprehension within. Chen Gu looked at Frieza, his expression shifting from surprise to gravity. He remarked softly, "Oh, Frieza, how naive you remain. Do you truly believe I would commit such a fundamental error?" Above the planet Namek, a figure enveloped in a golden aura floated gracefully, a tail swaying nonchalantly, exuding an air of dominion over the universe. Chen Gu coldly regarded Frieza, refraining from unleashing a ki blast or mounting an attack at that moment, his gaze imbued with a hint of hesitation. Frieza, observing Chen Gu's inaction, maintained an outward composure, yet internally pondered the true intentions behind Chen Gu's demeanor. Subsequently, Frieza's hands began to tremble rapidly, incessantly releasing frenzied death beams. A slight smirk graced Chen Gu's lips as he concealed his left hand behind his back, elevating his right hand slightly, focusing his ki into it. With a gentle motion of his arm, he effortlessly dispelled Frieza's multiple death beams, causing them to detonate. In the instant of the explosion from the frenzied death beams, Frieza's expression hardened as he swiftly darted down to the ground. Placing both hands on the earth, he exerted a subtle force, propelling himself back to his previous position. The entire maneuver was executed seamlessly, nearly imperceptible to onlookers. Chen Gu effortlessly dismantled Frieza's technique, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He realized that observing the trajectory of the moves proved remarkably beneficial. He had just comprehended the path of Frieza's death beam with remarkable clarity. Chen Gu pointed his right finger at Frieza, attempting to unleash a technique. The first attempt yielded no beam of light. However, on his second try, a yellow beam shot forth from Chen Gu's fingertip towards Frieza. Initially perplexed by Chen Gu's actions, Frieza's expression darkened upon realizing that Chen Gu had unleashed one of his own techniques. His eyes glinting with murderous intent, he was determined to eliminate Chen Gu right then and there. Piccolo, observing Chen Gu's repeated execution of Frieza's technique, murmured to himself, "What kind of ability does this fellow possess that allows him to so swiftly master the moves of others?" Goku exclaimed, "Incredible." Piccolo cast a resigned glance at Goku, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Frieza turned his gaze towards Chen Gu and remarked, "Mr. Chen Gu, you truly astonish me. To master my technique in such a brief span of time is no small feat. Since you wish to witness it, allow me to showcase it to you in full." With that, Frieza raised his right index finger skyward, a blazing sphere of crimson energy swelling dramatically, radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun. Piccolo, feeling the overwhelming energy, gasped, "This intensity is more than sufficient to obliterate planet Namek. What exactly does Frieza intend to do?" Chen Gu was equally perplexed, yet he found himself engrossed in surreptitiously mastering Frieza's techniques. As he gazed upon the ever-expanding crimson sphere of energy, he felt as though he could distinctly perceive the intricate pathways of chi within it. Instinctively, Chen Gu exclaimed, "Truly remarkable. Prepare yourself, Mr. Chen Gu. This technique is known as the Planet Destruction Sphere, the ultimate version of the attack I used to annihilate planet Vegeta. I hope you enjoy it." With a swift motion of his right index finger, Frieza propelled the fiery Planet Destruction Sphere, which continued to swell until it loomed 10 times the size of the North Kai's planet as it approached Chen Gu. Chen Gu's eyes were profoundly captivated by the trajectory of the skill before him, as if he were immersed in its depths. When the planetary destruction bomb approached him, he reluctantly extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the surface of the planetary destruction bomb. Chen Gu's form continually advanced towards the surface of Namek. Propelled by the planet destruction bomb, wherever he passed, the ground was obliterated as if it were mere tofu, vanishing without a trace. Goku gazed upon Chen Gu, whose figure was gradually revealed, and softly uttered, "Senior brother." It was only when Chen Gu's form was entirely enveloped by the planet destruction bomb that he began to slowly raise it upward. Gathering ki in his right hand, he steadily lifted it toward the heavens. Frieza, observing this scene, felt no surprise. Based on Chen Gu's overwhelming strength when battling him, this maneuver would prove utterly ineffective. Frieza's actions were merely a means to buy time. Chen Gu slowly pushed forward the planet destruction ball, directing it back towards Frieza. Frieza, seemingly taken aback by this turn of events, cursed, "Damn it." He then proceeded to gather energy for yet another identical planet destruction ball. The two fiery red energy spheres collided with one another, resembling the cataclysmic clash of miniature planets, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwaves from the blast forcefully propelled Goku and Piccolo away, while a brief, blinding white light enveloped Namek, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. As the chaos subsided, tranquility returned, and Chen Gu, radiating a golden aura, floated in the air, gazing ahead. Following his line of sight, one could discern a severely injured figure with pale skin. It was Frieza. Chen Gu's eyes gently closed as he mentally simulated the trajectory of the planet destruction bomb. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a wicked smile spreading across his face, and raised his right index finger. Meanwhile, Frieza, covered in wounds, gazed at Chen Gu, his face drenched in cold sweat. Before long, a marble-sized, magma-colored energy orb materialized at the tip of Chen Gu's right index finger, gradually expanding and growing larger. Chen Gu gazed at the planet destruction bomb he had conjured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he prepared to test its formidable power, naturally aiming at Frieza. Just as Chen Gu was about to hurl it forth, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. A torrent of fiery red magma erupted from the depths of the earth, engulfing Chen Gu entirely. When the molten flow receded, his clothing was rendered unrecognizable, leaving only his belt, protected by chi, which contained the universal capsules. Chen Gu cast a glance at himself, only to discover that magma was incessantly gushing forth from the surface of Namek, as if the very planet were on the brink of annihilation. Subsequently, Chen Gu directed his gaze toward Frieza. Yet, where once stood Frieza, there was now only emptiness. He had long since fled to the fringes of Namek's atmosphere. Chen Gu swiftly executed a teleportation maneuver, arriving directly beside Frieza. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Was it you?" Frieza, unabashed, let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Mr. Chen Gu, it appears you have yet to foresee this outcome. My race thrives in the cosmos, while the Saiyans seem unable to do so. Moreover, it seems that the vessels on planet Namek have all been destroyed. Regardless of your strength, in the end, victory belongs to me." Chen Gu gazed at Frieza's triumphant smile, remaining silent as if the truth were indeed as Frieza proclaimed. Observing Chen Gu's composed demeanor, Frieza assumed it was a facade of calmness and, with a sinister grin, remarked, "The planet Namek is on the verge of exploding. Is Mr. Chen Gu not inclined to seek a spaceship? Perhaps you might yet discover one." Chen Gu's cold, indifferent gaze fixated on Frieza. "Are you so certain that I will meet my demise here? Do not forget that my battle power far surpasses yours." Frieza, unfazed, replied, "What of it? I am already here. Do you truly believe you can pursue me into the cosmos? Ah, but of course, if you are unafraid of death, you may attempt it." With that, Frieza swiftly ascended beyond the atmosphere of Namek. Chen Gu watched as Frieza vanished into the distance, refraining from pursuit. For as Frieza had asserted, Saiyans lacked the capacity to survive in the vastness of space. With a sigh, Chen Gu placed his hands upon his waist, steadily augmenting his ki. As his energy surged, the very fabric of Namek seemed to hasten towards its obliteration. In due course, enveloped in a golden blaze of energy, Chen Gu gradually concentrated all of his ki into his hands at his waist, uttering softly, "Came." He was poised to eliminate Frieza in one decisive strike. Should Frieza escape, it would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of troubles. Chen Gu thrust his hands towards the direction in which Frieza had departed. In an instant, an immense blue beam of light surged forth, emanating from Chen Gu's hands and hurtling towards Frieza at an astonishing speed. Frieza, sensing the approaching blue beam, felt a surge of trepidation and hastened his flight. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was not easily surmountable. As Frieza realized he was on the verge of being caught, he gathered his energy and unleashed the planetary penetrating bullet in the opposite direction. If a gap of 100 million in battle power allows you to escape, then I might as well give up. Chen Gu scoffed, intensifying his output of ki. The Kamehameha planetary penetrating bullet collided in an explosive moment, creating a vast ripple throughout the cosmos, reminiscent of a planetary explosion. Chen Gu shouted, and in that instant, the Kamehameha doubled in size, charging ferociously towards Frieza. Frieza watched as his planetary penetrating bullet was gradually subdued by the blue Kamehameha, inching ever closer. In a fit of rage, Frieza proclaimed, "I, the mighty Frieza, Emperor of the universe, shall not perish here." With a fierce determination, Frieza pulled his hands forward, concentrating all his ki into them, enhancing the planetary penetrating bullet, which swelled in size. Piccolo observed the two energies clashing in the cosmos, neither willing to yield. However, it was evident that Chen Gu's Kamehameha was steadily advancing towards Frieza. "Today marks your demise." Chen Gu's eyes widened as he recalled the moment of Bulma's death, his fury escalating. He bellowed, "Ha!" The power and diameter of the Kamehameha surged once more, swiftly overpowering Frieza's planetary penetrating bullet. Frieza, witnessing the Kamehameha closing in, exerted even more force, yet it did not waver. "No. How can I, Frieza, Emperor of the Universe, perish here?" As Frieza felt the Kamehameha impact him, he gazed at the impending explosion of Namek, his expression twisted in rage. "Even in death, I will take you all with me." Chen Gu gazed at Frieza, who was struck by his Kamehameha, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Frieza's mind, Chen Gu's voice echoed, "Allow me to enlighten you. My instant transmission enables travel between planets. Hence, even in the absence of a spaceship on Namek, we can depart safely. Once again, I have disappointed you, King Frieza." Frieza, unwilling to accept this, retorted in his mind, "Chen Gu, should we cross paths again, I shall deal with you at once." With that, Frieza's energy dissipated into the cosmos. On Namek, Chen Gu floated at the edge of the atmosphere, watching the spot where Frieza's energy vanished, murmuring, "What a pity there are no what-ifs. Even if we meet again, you may find yourself facing a far graver fate." A resounding crack reverberated beneath Chen Gu as a massive tectonic plate fractured on Namek. Observing the devastated landscape, he shook his head in resignation before releasing his Super Saiyan transformation. With a swift motion, he utilized instant transmission to appear beside Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Sun Wukong, upon seeing Chen Gu's arrival, inquired, "Senior brother, what transpired?" Chen Gu nodded slightly, refraining from uttering a word. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Bulma in the distance, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. Bulma was the one who, upon his arrival in this world, rekindled within Chen Gu the warmth and joy of home. Chen Gu gazed at the spot where the Namekian Dragon Balls had once been, but now there was nothing left. He swiftly flew to Bulma's lifeless body and inquired, "Where are the Namekian Dragon Balls?" Piccolo responded gravely, after merging with Nail. "The Namekian Dragon Balls vanished. I don't know their exact whereabouts, but it's highly likely they've returned to the Grand Elder." Chen Gu pondered for a moment, then sensed the aura of the Grand Elder and sighed in relief. "Fortunately, it is not too distant. With my current spiritual strength, I can reach it." He then crouched down and gently caressed the terrified visage of Bulma, whispering softly, "I will certainly save you." Subsequently, he placed the bodies of Bulma and Gohan into the universal capsule. Piccolo observed Chen Gu's actions in silence, while Goku beside him displayed a look of guilt. After a prolonged silence, Piccolo spoke, "You should find some clothes to wear, in your current state." Shin Gusun followed Bik's words and glanced at his own body. When he was engulfed by the magma of Namek, apart from the belt containing the universal capsule, which he had protected with his ki, all his other garments had turned to ashes. Now, Shin Gusun was essentially as if he were clad in nothing at all. Chen Gu retrieved a white training suit from the all-purpose capsule. In a swift motion, he donned it with ease, then tenderly caressed the belt crafted by Bulma, which held the all-purpose capsule, before fastening it around his waist. Piccolo, observing Chen Gu's sorrowful demeanor, remarked with a huff, "If you do not take us with you soon, we shall be reduced to dust alongside Namek." Chen Gu awakened from his reverie. Realizing that there was scarcely a place to stand around him, Namek was on the brink of annihilation. With a nod, he placed his hands upon the shoulders of Piccolo and Goku. In an instant, they vanished from the spot. Just as they departed, Namek swiftly turned to ash. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, on a verdant planet, the Namekians were observing their new home. With a whoosh, 3 figures materialized out of thin air. One was clad in a white training uniform, another donned a tattered yellow outfit, and the last bore skin akin to that of the Namekians. Yet, the aura emanating from him was extraordinarily powerful. It was Chen Gu and his companions, having arrived on the new Namek. Chen Gu gazed at the cerulean sky, inhaling the fresh air, and softly remarked, "Such an environment is truly delightful." A group of Namekians, initially harboring hostility towards the 3 seemingly materializing individuals, mistook them for foes. However, upon recognizing Chen Gu and his companions, they led them to a vast expanse of grassy land. From a distance, Chen Gu observed that the crowd was clustered around a particular spot, their activities shrouded in mystery. As he approached, he discerned that the center of attention was the Grand Elder of Namek, though he had already succumbed to the embrace of death. A gathering of Namekians mourned the loss of their esteemed leader. At that moment, an elder Namekian, slightly more aged than the others, stepped forward from the assembly. Gazing at Chen Gu and his companions with a strained smile, "At last, you have returned." Chen Gu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the late elder, signaling for the individual before him to continue. The slightly aged Namekian also looked in the direction of the elder, letting out a sigh. The elder has recently passed away, having reached the end of his days. My name is Mulan. I was formerly the third elder of Namek, and I am now the grand elder of Namek. Chen Gu nodded respectfully at Mulan. Those who attain the position of grand elder among the Namekians are individuals of immense reverence within their society. Thus Chen Gu demonstrated ample respect. Mulan gazed at Chen Gu and his companions and inquired, Chen Gu, where are the warriors who fought alongside you? Upon hearing Mulan's question regarding Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong's expression turned somber. Mulan discerned Wukong's demeanor and continued, is Frieza truly that terrifying? I have already vanquished Frieza. Chen Gu interjected directly, feeling a sense of urgency concerning Bulma. He was apprehensive that Bulma's soul might have been sent by the King of Hell to reincarnate. Thus he needed to expedite her revival. What? You killed Frieza? Is that true? Mulan exclaimed in disbelief. He then turned his gaze to Piccolo and Sun Wukong, who both nodded affirmatively. It was only then that Mulan accepted Chen Gu's assertion, breathing a sigh of relief. Chen Gu furrowed his brows and inquired, Elder Mulan, may I ask if the Dragon Balls are still usable? Mulan paused for a moment and replied slowly, the passing of the Grand Elder has rendered the Dragon Balls petrified. For the time being, they are not functional. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu furrowed his brow even deeper. But Mulan hesitated, seemingly lost in thought. But what? Chen Gu urged impatiently. Follow me, Mulan instructed. He then approached the Grand Elder, bowing respectfully before him. Chen Gu and the other two followed suit, honoring the Grand Elder who had once aided them in enhancing their abilities. After Mulan finished his bow, he continued to lead the trio into a dense thicket. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Chen Gu noticed 7 stones on the ground and turned to Mulan. Mulan continued, the Grand Elder imparted to me the creation and utilization methods of the Dragon Balls, but the restoration of the Dragon Balls requires a certain period. On our planet Namek, a single Dragon Ball can grant 3 wishes, with each wish necessitating a year, equivalent to 130 days. Chen Gu nodded and inquired, before the passing of the Grand Elder, 2 wishes were utilized to locate Namek and to transport the Namekians, leaving 1 wish remaining. Does this imply that it can be employed in just over 80 days? Unfortunately, that is not the case. We must wait until after 130 days have elapsed before it can be utilized, Mulan replied. Chen Gu furrowed his brow and then helplessly shook his head. Senior brother, isn't it true that the Dragon Balls on Earth can also revive everyone? Why not utilize the Dragon Balls from Earth? Sun Wukong inquired. Piccolo pondered for a moment before responding. The Dragon Balls restore souls, however, without physical bodies. Souls can only wander the mortal realm. The reason you were able to be revived before was due to your corporeal form entering the underworld. But, Piccolo paused, glancing at Chen Gu, who displayed no discernible emotion. But what? Wukong pressed on. However, Bulma, Gohan, and Tianjinhan's bodies were all destroyed by Frieza, which means that if we were to revive them, their souls would have no place to return to. Chen Gu sighed, placing his hands behind his back and gazing into the distance. Wukong's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he fell silent. Piccolo turned to Chen Gu. Chen Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Next, Chen Gu directed his gaze toward the horizon, the direction of Earth. I intend to return to Earth. Piccolo and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. However, before that, there is one more matter I must attend to. Chen Gu glanced at Elder Mulan. What is it? Piccolo asked, observing Chen Gu as if he had matured significantly. Compared to his previous fervent training and impulsiveness, Chen Gu now exuded a sense of steadiness and trustworthiness. Chen Gu did not respond to Piccolo directly, but instead posed a question. What plans do you have? I wish to learn instant transmission from my senior brother, and then embark on my own journey through the cosmos, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering determination. Observing Sun Wukong's resolute ambition, Chen Gu reflected inwardly. Through this experience, Wukong has matured significantly. And what about you, Piccolo? Chen Gu inquired, turning his gaze toward him. Piccolo scoffed, with you all absent. The Earth will be mine. It would be a trivial matter for me to dominate this planet. Chen Gu listened to Piccolo's words, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Piccolo, feigning the demeanor of a villain while harboring the desire to protect the Earth, truly exemplified his character. Chen Gu cast his gaze towards Mulan and remarked, Elder Mulan, I recall that the Grand Elder once expressed a desire to visit Earth. I believe the Grand Elder's intention was to enhance the communication between Earth and the Namekians. Indeed, the Grand Elder believed that Earth, being the cradle of such remarkable warriors as yourselves, must be an extraordinary planet. Thus, the Grand Elder hoped for greater exchanges between our worlds. Mulan nodded in agreement. Chen Gu's lips curved slightly as he inquired, "Our Earth's deities are also Namekians. I trust Elder Mulan is aware of this." "Mr. Chen, feel free to speak candidly. You are indeed a benefactor to us Namekians. So there is no need for such circumlocution," Mulan replied earnestly. Chen Gu momentarily paused, then smiled and said, "Indeed, I may have harbored some ulterior motives. Allow me to speak plainly. I believe that the inhabitants of Namek are predominantly benevolent and wise, and moreover, our deities on Earth are also Namekians." Upon hearing this, Piccolo gazed at Chen Gu in astonishment, as if finally grasping the true intent behind his words. However, the deities of Earth are aging and are in search of candidates for the next generation of deities, while we warriors do not relish being constrained. Thus, I wish to inquire whether Elder Mulan could assist in finding a versatile Namekian to serve as a candidate for deity on our planet, which would also foster communication between our two worlds. Chen Gu expressed his purpose candidly in one breath. Elder Mulan contemplated for a moment, and Chen Gu asked, "If this is not feasible, I shall not insist. It is of no consequence. That is not the issue. It is merely that there are not many versatile Namekians, and I am uncertain if they would be willing to journey to Earth. Allow me to gather everyone and inquire. I shall provide you with an answer shortly." Elder Mulan replied, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Elder Mulan." Chen Gu smiled. "This is a matter beneficial to both parties. There is no cause for disturbance." Elder Mulan replied sincerely. With that, Elder Mulan departed to convene a meeting. Chen Gu glanced at the gathered Namekians from the past, let out a gentle sigh, and then turned his gaze toward the cosmos, as if contemplating his forthcoming plans. Only 3 individuals remained at the scene. Piccolo inquired, "Shouldn't you explain to me the situation regarding the Super Saiyan?" Chen Gu and Piccolo were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Chen Gu slapped his forehead and remarked, "From my experience, the Super Saiyan transformation likely offers a power increase of approximately 50-fold. In other words, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, my strength would escalate to 50 times its current level. And Goku should experience a similar enhancement." After speaking, Chen Gu turned to gaze at Sun Wukong, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Piccolo, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. 50-fold increase. Observing Piccolo's astonishment, Sun Wukong elaborated, "My base combat power stands at 3 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it surges to 150 million. However, I find that I cannot freely control the Super Saiyan transformation. While its strain on my body is not as severe as that of the Kaioken, I still find it challenging to adapt to it instantaneously." Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. After Chen Gu finished listening, he felt a slight sense of unease. It was because he found that he could control his transformation with ease from the very first time, and the burden on his body was not as significant as Wukong had described. It seemed he could maintain this state indefinitely without issue. Lost in thought, Chen Gu furrowed his brows. Wukong and his companion appeared to notice Chen Gu's expression, and Wukong inquired with curiosity, "What is it, senior brother? Did I say something amiss?" Chen Gu glanced at the 2 individuals before him and remarked, "Firstly, I have felt a sense of control over my transformation since the very first time I transformed. Secondly, the burden of becoming a Super Saiyan seems almost negligible. If I were to quantify the strain of the Kaioken times 10 as a value of 10, then the burden of the Super Saiyan might only equate to." At this point, Chen Gu paused, "Perhaps only 1.5. And it might even be slightly less than the burden of a 2-fold Kaioken. I am uncertain whether I should even mention this." "Speak your mind." Piccolo interjected candidly. "I feel as though, since my initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, my mental fortitude has undergone a qualitative leap. It's as if my very essence has ascended to a higher plane, a sensation I struggle to comprehend, and I also feel as if I have become younger." Chen Gu expressed, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing Chen Gu's analogy regarding the burden of being a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong opened his mouth to speak, ultimately concluding, "Perhaps each individual experiences the transformation into a Super Saiyan differently, with varying burdens." Piccolo, however, was particularly intrigued by Chen Gu's mention of an elevated state. He took a moment to attune himself to the pressure emanating from Chen Gu. Yet, due to the fact that Chen Gu had reined in his ki, Piccolo sensed nothing at all. "Release your ki so I may perceive the level you speak of," Piccolo urged. Upon hearing Chen Gu's words, he promptly unleashed his formidable aura of 5 million, merging it with his spirit energy. Piccolo and Goku exchanged glances, beads of cold sweat forming upon their brows. After a prolonged silence, Sun Wukong spoke, "Brother, you evoke a sensation akin to that of a celestial being, yet there is an undeniable distinction." Piccolo scoffed, "I cannot discern what transformation has occurred within your body. It seems your dimension has ascended to my level, and I can faintly sense a suppressive force emanating from you." Chen Gu was astonished. "Bick, do you mean that I am elevating my dimension? That is the impression I get. Yet it does not seem akin to the simple elevation of realm like that of the celestial deity. It feels as though both my physical and spiritual powers are being enhanced, though it certainly feels different." After a moment of contemplation, Bick could only provide this answer. Chen Gu continued to analyze, stating that his dimension had ascended to the realm of the celestial beings, thereby extending his lifespan and restoring his youth. This explanation was the only one that made sense. However, what was peculiar was that he had never encountered a mortal capable of such an elevation of dimension before. He was the first. Pick looked at Chen Gu with eyes filled with intrigue. Chen Gu spread his hands, pondering to himself, "It seems I should inquire with the elders of planet Yardrat later. Dimensions and mental energy are intrinsically connected, and perhaps they possess some records." At that moment, two Namekians approached him and his companions. Chen Gu glanced over, recognizing Elder Mulin, accompanied by a Namekian of similar stature to Gohan. Chen Gu looked at the young Namekian child and felt a stirring in his heart. Could this be Tian Tian? It seems fate has conspired for our paths to cross. A subtle smile crept upon Chen Gu's lips. In his mind, Tian Tian was a Namekian endowed with remarkable healing abilities. Although not as potent as the magical beings, his skills were nonetheless impressive. Most importantly, Tian Tian had the capacity to restore the dragon. Thus, should Earth's guardian retire, Tian Tian could inherit the mantle, ensuring the continued use of the Dragon Balls. As Mulin and Tian Tian approached, Chen Gu's gaze inquired for clarity. Elder Mulin smiled gently, saying, "This is Tian Tian, a rare genius among our Namekian kin. His friend fell victim to Frieza's minions, and upon learning about your endeavors, he expressed an eagerness to accompany you to Earth. I have brought him along." Piccolo regarded the diminutive Namekian with skepticism. "Hello everyone, I am Tian Tian," the child introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Chen Gu," Chen Gu replied, his warmth evident as he affectionately patted Tian Tian's small head. Observing Chen Gu's enthusiasm towards the child, Piccolo reassessed Tian Tian, but chose to remain silent. "Ah, you are Chen Gu, brother," Tian Tian exclaimed gratefully, bowing deeply. Chen Gu understood this gratitude stemmed from the vengeance he and his companions had exacted on behalf of Tian Tian, thereby safeguarding the Namekian race. Sun Wukong chuckled. "I am Sun Wukong. There is no need for such formalities." Piccolo coldly retorted, closing his eyes in response. Tian Tian similarly bowed and expressed his thanks to both Piccolo and Sun Wukong. "Chen Gu, should we not return to Earth?" Piccolo urged. Chen Gudian nodded and addressed Elder Mulin, saying, "Elder Mulin, we shall take our leave now. Should any matters arise, please do not hesitate to contact us through the Divine Dragon, and we shall respond promptly. Until we meet again." Elder Mulin replied with a nod. Chen Gu looked at the three individuals and spoke, "Just place your hands on me." Piccolo and Goku, familiar with the routine, rested their hands on their shoulders. Noticing Tian Tian's puzzled expression, Chen Gu smiled and directly took her hand. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Elder Mulin, saying, "Farewell, Elder Mulin." As his voice faded, the four of them vanished in an instant before Elder Mulin's eyes. Mulin stood in stunned silence for a while, gazing at the spot where they had disappeared, and remarked with a smile, "Chen Gu's methods are indeed quite extraordinary." In the northern galaxy, on Earth, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and everything appeared so tranquil. At the Divine Palace, the deity observed the various changes occurring on Earth, while Bobo tended to the flowers and plants. Suddenly, a ripple in the air occurred, and four figures materialized in the Divine Palace. Chen Gu and his companions surveyed the familiar surroundings, each wearing expressions of comfort and nostalgia. Tian Tian, however, gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, seemingly fascinated by everything. Chen Gu, noticing her intrigue, said, "This is the Divine Palace of Earth. Feel free to explore, it's perfectly fine." Tian Tian shyly shook her head, obediently standing beside Chen Gu, though her eyes continued to dart around. Observing her, Chen Gu could only smile and shake his head helplessly. Chen Gu, Goku, and Piccolo, is it truly you? The deity's voice resonated from a short distance away. Son Goku scratched his head and replied, "Yes, my lord. But why are only the three of you back? Where are the others?" The deity continued to inquire. With a sorrowful expression, Son Goku began to explain to the deity the events that had transpired over the past few days. Chen Gu explained to Tian, "This is the deity of our earth. He is also a Namekian, originally one with Piccolo, but due to certain circumstances, they were separated. I believe you can sense it as well." Tian nodded. "I can feel the connection between Uncle Piccolo and the deity's souls." Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards the deity. At that moment, the deity also looked at Tian, offering a warm smile. Instantly, Tian's face flushed, and he averted his eyes. Chen Gu redirected his gaze towards the celestial being and inquired, "Celestial being, may I ask if the Dragon Balls on Earth are currently gathered together? I surmised that upon your return from planet Namek, you might find them useful. Hence I instructed Bobo to collect them in advance. To my surprise, they have indeed proven to be of great utility." The celestial being gestured slightly towards Bobo. With a stoic expression, Bobo replied, "Please follow me." He then proceeded into the celestial palace, with Chen Gu and the others closely trailing behind. As the celestial being approached Chen Gu, he sensed the faint yet imposing aura emanating from him and remarked in astonishment, "Chen Gu, why does it seem that your dimension carries an aura that subtly suppresses me?" Chen Gu shook his head and said, "I am not well versed in the specifics, but I shall inquire further with someone who may possess the knowledge. However, it seems that dimensional enhancement is indeed a reality." The celestial being, drenched in cold sweat, swallowed hard and remarked, "You never fail to astonish me with each encounter. I wonder when your surprises will lead to my demise." Chen Gu felt a sense of awkwardness, offering a faint smile and falling silent. The deity turned to Tian, who stood beside Chen Gu, and spoke gently, Tian, would you like to accompany me from now on?" Tian glanced at Chen Gu, saw him nodding in affirmation, and then turned back to the deity, responding, "All right, grandfather deity." The deity gazed fondly at the adorable Tian, reminiscent of his own childhood, and a warm affection blossomed within him. Bobo pushed open a long-sealed stone door, inviting everyone to enter with a gesture. The group, not wishing to be overly formal, stepped inside without hesitation. Chen Gu's gaze fell upon the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls before him, and he finally felt a slight relaxation on his face. Piccolo sensed the aura emanating from the Dragon Balls, as if they were intricately connected to him. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he found himself unable to perceive anything at all. Chen Gu approached the 7 Dragon Balls, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "Come forth, Sharon." In an instant, a dark cloud materialized in the sky, accompanied by a beam of yellow light shooting upward. A resounding roar of a dragon pierced the heavens, and ultimately, the yellow radiance transformed into a verdant dragon that hovered before Chen Gu. As he gazed upon the dragon, it seemed less divine than he had imagined. Unlike his previous encounters, this time Chen Gu sensed that the dragon was a being akin to himself. "State your wish. Whatever your desire may be, I can grant it." The emerald dragon slowly articulated in human speech, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the assembly before it. Tian observed this dragon, distinctly different from the one on Namek. With wide-eyed curiosity, Chen Gu boldly inquired, "Is it possible to resurrect the bodies of those who perished on Namek at the hands of Frieza and his minions?" "This wish is rather straightforward." The eternal dragon responded without hesitation. Subsequently, the crimson light within the dragon's red eyes intensified suddenly, flickering in a fleeting moment. Before Chen Gu, a multitude of bodies suddenly materialized, consisting of the Dragon Ball warriors and Bulma. "Well, your wish has been fulfilled. It is time for me to depart." Upon uttering these words, the eternal dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, ascending into the sky and scattering across the world. Chen Gu gazed upon the enchanting figure of Bulma before him, as if she were ensconced in a deep slumber, yet exuding an undeniable allure. He stepped forward, cradling her form gently in his arms, tenderly caressing her cheek, and softly implored, "Bulma, wait for me." Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden revelation, Chen Gu retrieved Gohan and Bulma's corporeal forms from the universal capsule. In an instant, the 2 once vibrant bodies transformed into starlight, vanishing into the vast expanse of the universe. Chen Gu's heart was filled with astonishment. Does the emergence of a new body imply the disappearance of the old one? It seems this is the very law of this world. Chen Gu gazed upon the bodies of those strewn across the ground and promptly cast a universal capsule, which enveloped them within its confines. He secured the capsule to his belt and turned to the celestial deity, stating, "I must venture into the underworld. I request that you merge their bodies with their souls." "Not a problem," the deity replied without hesitation. Pick looked at the decisions of the others and remarked coolly, "I, too, must take my leave. You may handle the remaining matters." With that, he did not wait for Chen Gu to respond, but instead activated his aerial technique and soared away from the divine hall, vanishing into the horizon. Chen Gu gazed in the direction where Piccolo had vanished and softly remarked, "Piccolo, from this day forth, Earth shall be entrusted to you." As Piccolo departed from the heavenly temple, a subtle smile graced his lips as he silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, Lord of the Heavens. It is time for us to venture into the underworld. I fear that delays may invite unforeseen changes." Chen Gu urged with urgency. The deity nodded in agreement. "Follow me." "Ah, Bobo, please escort Tian Tian to familiarize herself with the surroundings of the heavenly temple." "Understood," Bobo responded, maintaining a stoic expression. Shortly thereafter, the deity led Chen Gu and Wukong to the chamber Chen Gu had previously returned to. This time, Chen Gu observed the array on the ground, which seemed to bear a resemblance to the principles of instantaneous movement. Without allowing Chen Gu a moment to ponder further, the deity proclaimed, "Let us embark." Chen Gu glanced at the celestial deity and proposed, "We should seek out Lord Yama directly. There are matters I must discuss with him first." "Certainly," replied the celestial being. As he, Chen Gu, and Wukong stood upon the formation, in an instant, the trio vanished from the earth. In hell, vibrant clouds floated across the sky. Lord Yama sat in his grand hall, meticulously reviewing the souls before him, one of which was an extraterrestrial with pallid skin, exuding an air of unwarranted arrogance. Suddenly, three figures materialized before Lord Yama. A Namekian, leaning on a cane, addressed him, "My Lord Yama, I apologize for the intrusion." Lord Yama nodded, choosing not to respond to the Namekian, but instead focusing his gaze on Chen Gu, who smiled warmly and said, "It has been a while, Lord Yama." Lord Yama scrutinized Chen Gu for a considerable time, expressing his astonishment. "Is that you, Chen Gu? It is quite rare that you are remembered." Chen Gu scratched his head sheepishly. Lord Yama furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long moment before remarking, "Chen Gu, you give me the impression that you do not quite belong to the realm of mortals." Chen Gu expressed his helplessness, stating, "I am uncertain about this matter as well. Perhaps I can find an answer after I inquire with Lord Realm King." Yan Wang nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, "What brings you to seek me this time?" Chen Gu contemplated for a moment, about to speak, when he was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony. "Who are you? Release King Frieza at once, or I shall not spare you." As Chen Gu listened to the familiar voice, his brow arched in intrigue. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Frieza, the very being he had dispatched not long ago. With a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, Chen Gu addressed Frieza. "Ah, is that not the esteemed Frieza? I did not anticipate our paths crossing so soon again." Frieza, upon hearing Chen Gu's voice, seethed with rage. "Chen Gu, it is you once more. I shall not let you escape. The very first opportunity one find, I will ensure your demise." Such audacity! Before Chen Gu could utter a word, the thunderous roar of the King of Hell reverberated through the air. Feeling the force of the King's fury, Chen Gu noted the absence of the soul-wrenching tremor he had once experienced. In stark contrast, Frieza was left quaking in terror, collapsing to the ground. The King of Hell continued, "Now that you have arrived in Hell, you best behave and cease your ruckus." Chen Gu looked at Frieza and chuckled. "I recall that before your demise, King Frieza proclaimed that the next time we met, he would surely kill me. Yet, it appears that even after our reunion, you have not fulfilled that promise." Frieza's eyes widened in fury, as if he were intent on devouring Chen Gu whole. Chen Gu glanced at the King of Hell, then at Frieza, and inquired, "Might I ask how the Lord of Hell intends to deal with Frieza?" The King of Hell, perusing Frieza's past deeds, took a considerable time before concluding with a furious declaration, "Having committed so many atrocities, it would be just to consign you to the 18 layers of hell. Perhaps it would be better if the Lord of Hell considered this option." Chen Gu interjected boldly before the king could finalize his decision. He then established a mental communication with the King of Hell. Upon hearing Chen Gu's thoughts, the king's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he regarded Frieza with renewed fascination, as if viewing a mere plaything. Frieza, feeling the intensity of the gaze, was filled with trepidation, realizing that Chen Gu likely harbored no benevolent intentions. However, with no means to counter Chen Gu, he could only sulk in silence. The King of Hell issued a few commands to his attendant, who momentarily appeared taken aback before promptly escorting Frieza away from the Hall of Hell, heading towards the direction of heaven. In a secluded part of heaven, Frieza, enveloped in a cocoon, was unceremoniously deposited upon a tree, surrounded by the continuous sound of Swana music. Ah, Chen Gu. You have yet to inform me of the purpose of your visit. The King of Hell turned his attention back to Chen Gu. Chen Gu's eye suddenly recalled his true purpose. He then retrieved the universal capsule from his waist and placed it on the ground, which instantly manifested a multitude of physical forms. A throng of spirits gazed hungrily at the bodies, their anticipation palpable. With a disdainful snort, the King of Hell silenced the restless spirits in an instant. What do you mean by this, Chen Gu? The king inquired, perplexed. Chen Gu recounted his battles alongside the Dragon Ball warriors against Frieza, expressing his uncertainty regarding the whereabouts of his friends in the afterlife. He wished for them to possess physical forms to continue their training in the realm of the deceased. The King of Hell responded, stating that these warriors were individuals of great virtue, and he could have arranged for their ascension to paradise. However, they had chosen to train under the guidance of the great King of Worlds instead. Lacking physical bodies, they were temporarily housed in the King of Hell's domain. With a sweeping gesture, a grand door materialized beside him, through which the souls of the warriors began to emerge. The King of Hell continued, suggesting that they should first merge the souls with their physical forms. Chen Gu nodded and turned his gaze toward the celestial deity. I beseech you, great celestial. Of course. Without hesitation, the celestial deity merged the souls of the group back into their respective bodies, watching as each of their physical forms stirred back to life. Chen Gu finally allowed a relieved smile to grace his face. Yet, as the last of them awakened, Bulma alone remained motionless. No surplus souls lingered nearby. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chen Gu turned to King Yama. Your Majesty, where is Bulma? King Yama regarded him silently for a moment before replying. Bulma? A girl from Earth who came with us, my beloved, Chen Gu clarified. Flipping through the records, King Yama paused briefly before speaking again. Ah, yes, there was such a person. However, he glanced at Chen Gu cautiously. Do not be distraught when I reveal this. Chen Gu furrowed his brows even deeper, inhaling sharply before exhaling softly. Speak. Although Bulma, who had accompanied them, perished during the confrontation with Frieza, she had not exerted herself in the battle. Thus, according to the judgment of the underworld, she was sent for reincarnation, the King of Hell slowly explained. What? Chen Gu bellowed. Are you saying Bulma has been sent for reincarnation? The King of Hell observed Chen Gu's contorted visage and, with a resigned nod, clarified, unlike your other companions, Bulma did not accumulate significant merit. Hence she was sent for rebirth. However, rest assured, she will be reborn into a splendid family. Upon hearing that Bulma was to be reincarnated, Chen Gu's expression darkened immediately. Why? What? The King of Hell inquired. Why? Why did you not wait before deciding Bulma's fate, but instead sent her for reincarnation immediately? Why? Chen Gu's face twisted with rage as he glared at the King of Hell, his aura surging uncontrollably, as if he might erupt at any moment. Though the King of Hell had always regarded Chen Gu favorably, he would not permit such unruliness. His countenance grew stern. Chen Gu, you must understand. This is the decree of the underworld. Judgments must be rendered as they are, and ordinary souls possess no options. Chen's spirit soared with intensity as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, what a predicament for an ordinary person, devoid of any choices. You are fully aware that Bulma came here with them. Why could you not allow her a moment's respite? Instead, you hastily sent her on to the afterlife. Why? Why? The energy emanating from Chen Gu had grown increasingly potent. Wukong sensed the escalating aura surrounding Chen Gu and opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately thought better of it and remained silent. Humph. Chen Gu, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. The King of Hell declared fiercely, directing a piercing gaze at Chen Gu. Chen Gu no longer suppressed the energy within him. He unleashed it entirely, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura radiated from his being. His hair and eyebrows turned to a resplendent gold, while his eyes shifted to a striking emerald hue. Gazing coldly at the King of Hell. In the moment when Chen Gu transformed into a Super Saiyan, the surrounding spirits were violently propelled in all directions, with some cowering on the ground, trembling as though confronted by an unspeakable terror. The King of Hell, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Gu, spoke sternly. Chen Gu, what are you doing? What am I doing? Today, I shall dismantle your King of Hell's palace. I shall see what rules truly are. Chen Gu bellowed, his fury manifesting in his piercing gaze. Sun Wukong and the others, who had just gained corporeal forms, gazed at Chen Gu, whose golden aura illuminated the heavens. Initially, they were taken aback by the sheer intensity of his aura, and then they turned their attention to Chen Gu, falling silent. The King of Hell, observing the spirits scattered by Chen Gu's overwhelming presence, was filled with rage. Chen Gu, if you destroy the King of Hell's palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. The spirits of the underworld will descend into chaos, and the entire universe will be affected. Chen Gu merely gazed at the King of Hell with a faint, wicked smile playing on his lips, retorting, "Consequences? What concern are they of mine? You are utterly oblivious to the greater picture. I truly misjudged you." The King of Hell trembled with fury. "If I cannot even safeguard my own woman, what significance does this world hold for me?" With a sweeping gesture, Chen Gu unleashed an overwhelming force, causing everything around them, save for the King of Hell and the Dragon Ball warriors, to vanish without a trace. Chen Gu Piao floated in the air, gazing at the King of Hell within his domain. He then pointed his right index finger toward the heavens, summoning a fiery red energy that materialized at the tip of his finger, continuously expanding, an attack he had mastered from Frieza, known as the Planet Destruction Bomb. With this in mind, he declared, "I shall have this underworld serve as a grave for my Bulma." With a slight downward motion of his right index finger, the Planet Destruction Bomb swelled larger, its internal energy amplifying as it surged toward the King of Hell. The king, watching the ever-enlarging bomb, swallowed hard. Fully aware that this was an energy he could not hope to resist. Resigned, he closed his eyes. However, after a prolonged wait, the king felt no impact from the Planet Destruction Bomb. Just as he opened his eyes, he discovered that he, along with Chen Gu and a throng of individuals he had brought, was not far from the entrance of the king's palace. As the king was about to inquire why Chen Gu had spared him, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, sending shockwaves that left him momentarily dazed. Instinctively, he turned his gaze, only to witness his palace disintegrating into ash in an instant, leaving the entire underworld in utter disarray. Staring at the ruins before him, the king opened his mouth in shock, yet words eluded him for what felt like an eternity. Chen Gu glanced at the ruins that were once the underworld, as if his anger had subsided somewhat. Soon after, another planetary annihilation orb began to coalesce upon his index finger, gradually expanding in size. The King of Hell, witnessing the recent terrifying power, shouted, "Chen Gu, it matters not that you have destroyed my throne, but if you were to obliterate the machinery of the underworld, chaos would truly ensue in the cosmos." The onlookers, feeling the destructive energy emanating from Chen Gu's hand, could not help but grow tense. Although it was not directed at them, the intensity of the energy weighed heavily upon them, leaving them breathless. Chen Gu gazed at the energy orb in his hand, his mind drifting to the chaotic scenes he had witnessed in his previous life within the underworld. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he recalled the malevolent energy fluctuations, although he was uncertain whether such formidable beings would manifest. The thought of their potential emergence filled him with dread, leaving him to ponder how one might meet their demise in such an event. Subsequently, the planetary annihilation orb in Chen Gu's grasp began to diminish gradually, until it eventually vanished entirely. Observing the dissipating aura that Chen Gu had concentrated, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief. Chen Gu turned his back to Yin Wang and the others, softly stating, "I spare your life because you have aided me in the past. I refuse to become a person devoid of gratitude. The Hall of Yin Wang serves as my resolution. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Gu swiftly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Chen Gu looked at the newly corporeal Dragon Ball warriors, his tone devoid of any fluctuation as he said, "Whether you choose to train with the King of Worlds or elsewhere is entirely up to you. I can only express that you are still far too weak. Numerous dangers await Earth in the future, and you are ill-equipped to confront them." "Brother Chen Gu, where are you going?" Gohan inquired, glancing at Chen Gu, who exuded an aura of chill. "Gohan, focus on your training. Your innate talent is no less than that of any among us. I hope that one day you can stand alongside everyone to protect Earth," Chen Gu replied, his voice softening as he regarded Gohan. Vegeta, meanwhile, fixed his gaze intently on Chen Gu, initially astonished by his Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing Chen Gu assert that Gohan's talent was on par with anyone else's, he couldn't help but scrutinize Gohan with renewed interest. Subsequently, Chen Gu seized Goku's hand, and with a swift motion, they vanished from the realm of the dead. King Enma, confronted with the ruins before him, appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. The Dragon Ball warriors were left to ponder Chen Gu's recent words. Soon after, They resolved to return to the King of Worlds for further training. Gohan, who had previously developed an interest in martial arts due to Chen Gu, became even more determined to train diligently, vowing not to disappoint Chen Gu's expectations. On planet Yardrat, Chen Gu and Goku materialized before Kashu. Sensing their sudden appearance, Kashu initially thought that someone from Yardrat was attempting to master instant transmission but had miscalculated their arrival. However, upon recognizing that the visitors were Chen Gu and Goku, who belonged to the same race, he exclaimed, "Chen Gu, it has truly been a long time." Chen Gu looked at the old acquaintance before him and managed to force a faint smile. "Indeed, Chief Kashu, it has been quite some time." Kashu replied, "What brings you to my humble abode, Chen Gu? The past few years have seen peace on Yadalat Star, free from the assaults of Frieza's army, which has certainly eased my worries. However, I remain uncertain as to when Frieza's forces may set their sights on our planet. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in this matter." Chen Gu shook his head. Upon witnessing this gesture, Kasyu furrowed his brows. Assuming that Chen Gu was no longer inclined to honor the promise made years ago, as if he were about to inquire about Chen Gu's change of heart. Chen Gu continued, "Frieza has met his demise at my hands. His legion should no longer pose a threat to the planet Adrat." "What?" Kasyu exclaimed, his hand trembling. And then he swiftly initiated a telepathic communication. In a short while, Cardon's figure appeared before the three of them. Chen Gu bowed respectfully to Kadu and said, "Master Kadu." Kadu nodded and inquired, "Chen Gu, is what you say true?" "Indeed, absolutely true," Chen Gu affirmed with a nod. "This is wonderful news. I never imagined you could vanquish Frieza. The universe will surely enjoy much greater peace," Kadu remarked, gazing into the distance with a sense of wonder. Kashi, too, joined Kadu in a light-hearted laugh. As their spirits lifted, they began to tease Chen Gu. Kadu then asked, "Chen Gu, how has your progress been with the third step of spiritual communication over the years?" Chen Gu remained silent, but shortly thereafter, a voice resonated within the fragmented recesses of his mind. Korin gazed at Chen Gu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly happening?" "Ha." As expected of a prodigy, how long has it been? 2 years? Korin erupted into laughter once more. Chen Gu nodded. It had indeed been nearly 2 years. If they were to learn that Chen Gu had mastered telepathic communication merely 6 months after returning to Earth, their astonishment would be beyond imagination. However, Chen Gu was not in the mood to jest with them. Chen Gu directly got to the point, "Master of Lag, I have come to seek your assistance. Feel free to articulate your needs, Chen Gu. You have aided us in overcoming a crisis. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to assist you," replied Lag with enthusiasm. Chen Gu nodded slightly, then pointed to the figure beside him, Sun Wukong. "This is my fellow disciple, a scion who fell to earth in his youth, yet possesses a kind heart. We have come hoping that Master Kaelin can teach him instant transmission." Sun Wukong nodded at Kaelin, saying, "I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to your guidance." Kaelin observed Sun Wukong, noting that his mental prowess was neither particularly strong nor weak. He then turned to Chen Gu and replied, "No problem. However, the time it takes to learn will depend on him." "Indeed, I understand. Thank you for your assistance, Master Kaelin." Chen Gu expressed his gratitude. Kaelin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We need not stand on ceremony with each other. By the way, where is your girlfriend? I recall you brought her along when you came to study on Yardrat." Upon hearing Kaelin's inquiry, Sun Wukong felt a pang of guilt, his heart sinking. Chen Gu gazed into the distance and said, "Master Kaelin, until we meet again." With that, he vanished in an instant. At the moment of Chen Gu's departure, Kaelin distinctly sensed a fluctuation in his mental energy and noticed the change in Sun Wukong's emotions, causing him to furrow his brow. Looking at Sun Wukong, Kaelin offered a warm smile. "Sun Wukong, come with me. I shall teach you the art of instant transmission." Upon hearing instant transmission, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Kaelin continued, "I am curious to know what transpired during your time. Could you share your experiences with me?" With a sigh, Sun Wukong began recounting his journey to Namek to Kaelin and Kashu. Meanwhile, in West City on Earth, a loud and discordant voice pierced the air. "Get out of the way. Are you looking for death?" A driver yelled, irritated by a figure standing in the middle of the road. "You look clean. What are you doing daydreaming in the street? Do you want to die?" The individual standing in the road, dressed in a pristine white training uniform, was none other than the vanished Chen Gu from Yardrat. Ignoring the driver who had nearly hit him and was now cursing, Chen Gu turned his gaze toward a nearby location. Following Chen Gu's line of sight, the words Universal Capsule Company gleamed on the wall. This was the very place where he and Bulma had lived. However, in stark contrast to the usual, as he gazed at the shining letters before him, Chen Gu felt an immense ache in his heart. Chen Gu arrived at the doorstep of the Buma residence, and before he could utter a word, the voice of the intelligent robot resonated, warmly welcoming its master home. After listening, Chen Gu stood at the door for a considerable time. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and stepped into Bulma's home. Observing everything around him felt so familiar, evoking memories of the whimsical Bulma. Just as Chen Gu was lost in his reverie, a voice shattered the tranquility. "Ah, Chen Gu has returned. Do you have time to go on a date with me?" Chen Gu gazed at Mrs. Brief before him, forcing a faint smile. "No, Mrs. Brief. Alas, where has that child, Buma, wandered off to this time?" Mrs. Brief glanced around, failing to spot any sign of Buma, and inquired. Chen Gu's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. Mrs. Brief, observing Chen Gu's hesitance, assumed he and Buma were up to some clandestine activity, and with a playful smile, remarked, all right, I won't pry any further. Enjoy yourselves. I have a date to attend." With that, she promptly exited the room. Chen Gu gazed at the silhouette of Mrs. Brief, extending his hand as if to speak, yet hesitating, ultimately allowing his hand to fall gently to his side as he directed his gaze toward the distant evening glow. For reasons unknown, the twilight hue seemed to mirror Chen Gu's sorrow, adopting a somewhat somber tone. Accompanied by the dimming sunset, Chen Gu traversed the streets of the western capital, feeling like an outsider observing the unfolding events around him, experiencing for the first time a profound sense of disconnection from his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself beside a modest yet stylish restaurant. In front of the establishment, two frail figures leaned on each other for support. Chen Gu glanced over and saw a grandfather and his grandson. Both were dressed in tattered clothes. The grandson wore oversized, worn-out shoes, while the grandfather had nothing on his feet. The evenings in the western capital were always accompanied by a chilling breeze, and the nights grew even colder, prompting the duo to huddle together for warmth. As the grandson looked up, Chen Gu noticed the remarkable size of his eyes, which unexpectedly reminded him of the whimsical gaze of Bulma. The grandson weakly uttered, "Grandpa, I'm so cold." Fear not, everything will be all right. Grandpa will fetch you something to eat." The grandfather embraced his grandson tightly, yet the gesture offered little comfort. Chen Gu, witnessing this scene, could not help but reminisce about the wise teachings of his venerable elder. Silently and discreetly, he brushed past them, leaving behind a universal capsule at the feet of the grandfather and grandson before vanishing into thin air. The old man, observing Chen Gu's sudden disappearance and the capsule on the ground, trembled as he picked it up, kneeling in gratitude and exclaiming, "Thank you, divine being." If Chen Gu were present, he would surely be at a loss for words, for he was no deity. On Alpha Star, a figure materialized within the forest. A creature resembling a dinosaur was consuming its meal, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that a significant portion of its tail was missing. As it spotted its prey, it lunged forward, opening its jaws to bite down directly at the head of the newly appeared Chen Gu. Chen Gu looked at the creature charging towards him and shook his head in resignation. He slowly raised his right hand, releasing his energy and swiftly overpowering the dinosaur-like creature, which collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. As the creature lay trembling on the ground, it was overwhelmed by the realization of the immense power emanating from the figure before it, feeling an unparalleled sense of insignificance. Chen Gu gazed at the creature before him, a dinosaur-like being that had grown considerably larger than he remembered. "It has been over a decade since we last met, and you have certainly increased in size." The creature, as if comprehending Chen Gu's words, fell into a contemplative silence, becoming motionless. Suddenly, it began to shake violently, its tremors intensifying, as if exclaiming, "It is you." Remarkably, "It is you." Chen Gu, disregarding it further, surveyed his surroundings before seeking the direction of the old man's grave. Subsequently, he employed the dance of the void technique and soared towards the tomb. The dinosaur-like creatures, witnessing Chen Gu's ascent, displayed expressions of astonishment and promptly fled in the opposite direction. In a brief span, Chen Gu arrived at the old man's grave. "Oh," he exclaimed, landing to discover that the grave was surprisingly free of excessive weeds and had been meticulously maintained. Could it be that someone, perhaps a familiar acquaintance of the old man, frequented this place? Shaking his head, Chen Gu mused, "This is for the best, after all. We cannot allow the grass on the old man's grave to grow taller than I." Chen Gu took out 3 incense sticks from the versatile capsule at his waist, releasing a slight aura before igniting them. He approached the grave of the old gentleman, inserting the incense while uttering, "It has been quite some time since my last visit. I sincerely apologize." Subsequently, Chen Gu settled by the grave, producing a flask of wine and exclaiming, "Initially, I practiced martial arts merely to survive in this world, but later, my pursuit became the essence of martial cultivation. Alas, I have lost the girl I cherish the most. What am I to do?" After uttering these words, he took a hearty swig of the wine. Suddenly, a laugh escaped him. "Ah, old man, if only you were still here. Allow me to toast to you." He poured a portion of the wine onto the ground. Then, after another sip, he continued, "I find myself in a state of confusion. I am uncertain whether to persist in my martial journey, for I fear losing even more loved ones in the process. Can you offer me guidance?" With a sigh, Chen Gu reclined on the ground, pondering, why did you insist on pursuing martial arts in the first place? In this technologically advanced world, you were the sole martial artist. Gazing up at the sky, he fell into deep reflection. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped away in this manner. One night, as a gentle breeze swept through the forest, it caressed the slumbering Chen Gu. Chen Gu's closed eyes seemed to flutter slightly before he gradually opened them, gazing at the expanse of twinkling stars above. Suddenly, a colossal shadow surged into the sky, relentlessly climbing higher, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Upon closer inspection, Chen Gu discerned that it was a magnificent eagle, seemingly attempting to transcend the atmosphere. Yet, each time it neared the boundary of the atmosphere, it was thwarted by the pressures and lack of air, unable to proceed further. Nevertheless, it persisted with unwavering determination, as if this pursuit embodied the very essence of its aspirations. Chen Gu gazed at the soaring eagle and murmured with measured calm, "Utterly meaningless." He then raised his hand to take another sip of wine, but his movement faltered abruptly. Slowly, reluctantly, he lowered his hand once more. Chen Gu self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, it is utterly nonsensical." At that time, I too seemed to lack understanding. Despite lacking the requisite strength, I still led everyone to planet Namek to confront Frieza. I wonder, if we had been capable of becoming Super Saiyans beforehand, would the outcome have been different? Chen Gu remains uncertain. Chen Gu shook his head, becoming increasingly bewildered. As time passed, the eagle continued its relentless assault. Wounds appeared upon its body, and feathers were intermittently singed. Yet, the eagle's gaze remained unwavering, as if it were determined to breach the atmosphere, even at the cost of its own life. Such was its purpose, its reason for existence. Chen Gu looked at the soaring eagle, initially perceiving it as incomprehensible. Gradually, he became inspired by its fearless bravery. His gaze began to solidify with determination. My decision is not flawed. The error lies in my lack of strength. Only by becoming more formidable can I safeguard myself and those I cherish in the face of adversity. Having arrived in this world, I must live an extraordinary life. I shall relentlessly cultivate my abilities and ascend to the pinnacle of this realm. Only in this way can I truly embody the essence of my desires. With a sudden motion, Chen Gu hurled the wine bottle to the ground, his eyes burning as he gazed at the eagle soaring in the sky. "Old man, I shall return to visit you," he murmured, offering a slight bow towards the old man's grave. In an instant, he vanished from Alpha Star. Shortly thereafter, a spacecraft descended at the spot where Chen Gu had disappeared, and a woman with golden hair emerged. She surveyed the 3 piles of ashes atop the grave and the discarded wine bottle, gazing into the distance. "Chen Gu, is that you?" If Chen Gu were present, he might recognize this girl as Fang Duo, the one he had saved in his childhood. On Yadralat Star, Sun Wukong was listening intently as Master Cardon elaborated on the nuances of instantaneous movement. Suddenly, Master Cardon appeared to sense something, halting mid-sentence and directing his gaze toward a specific point. Sun Wukong noticed the master's sudden silence and followed his line of sight, yet saw nothing amiss. Moments later, a figure materialized before them, clad in a white training outfit. The figure radiated a faint, almost divine aura. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, senior brother." Cardon, recognizing Chen Gu, relaxed his furrowed brow. Chen Gu nodded slightly to the 2 individuals, bowing slightly as he expressed his apologies. "I am deeply sorry. I failed to manage my emotions earlier. I hope you will not take offense." "Brother, what are you saying? We are, after all, brothers in arms," Sun Wukong replied, a hint of remorse in his voice. "If I were in your position, I might have lost my composure as well. This matter is not solely your fault. I too bear some responsibility. Had I acted sooner and eliminated Frieza, we would not have encountered the subsequent troubles." Korin also smiled and nodded in agreement, indicating that all was well. Chen Gu replied, "Wukong, this matter is not your fault. It can only be said that we are too weak, which is why we failed to protect those around us. We must become stronger, strong enough to safeguard our loved ones." "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Cardon observed the enlightened Chen Gu and smiled gently. "It is truly wonderful that you can see things this way. I initially thought it would take you much longer. Your resilience has surpassed my expectations. Chen Gu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He then glanced at Wukong and inquired of Kaelin, Master Kaelin, how has Wukong progressed with his instant transmission? Kaelin rolled his eyes, retorting, do you truly believe that everyone can master instant transmission in a mere 3 months? However, as if recalling Chen Gu's own rapid acquisition of telepathic communication, he decided to disregard Chen Gu altogether. Chen Gu, feeling a sense of helplessness, scratched his head and directly inquired, Wukong, how's your progress with instant transmission? Wukong replied, I am not quite there yet. But I sense that I am on the verge of grasping it. His words, though somewhat ambiguous, hinted at his determination. Chen Gu mused to himself. Recalling that Wukong's innate talent was formidable, he had sensed a similar feeling when he was nearing mastery of instant transmission. Yet, that elusive final step remained difficult to seize. He pondered why the original son Wukong took so long to learn it, suspecting it was to achieve perfect control. Is the transformation into Super Saiyan manageable now? Chen Gu continued to inquire. Son Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze fervently fixed on Chen Gu. I have been able to control it for a month now, and my base power has significantly increased. Senior brother, shall we engage in a spar? Upon observing the self-assured demeanor of Goku, Chen Gu inferred that he had likely experienced the formidable power bestowed by the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With a nod, he remarked, if you believe this is sufficient, feel free to call it a day. Goku nodded in agreement, and the distance between the two was immediately established. Just as they were poised to engage in battle, Kaelin suddenly materialized between them. Chen Gu and Wukong simultaneously turned their gazes toward Master Kaelin, their faces reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Kaelin cleared his throat and said, well, during Wukong's last training session, he accidentally destroyed my house. You two should battle at a distance. Embarrassed, Son Wukong scratched his head and then, alongside Chen Gu, soared into the distance. Senior brother, let us ascend to the heavens, Wukong suggested, glancing at Chen Gu as he adjusted his flight. Chen Gu nodded and said, all right. As the two ascended to an altitude of several thousand meters, Chen Gu declared, this will do. They then floated silently in the air, gazing into the distance at Wukong. Son Wukong, observing Chen Gu, placed his hands on his waist and gradually began to gather energy. With a deep, resonant shout, he exclaimed, ha! In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the clouds within a radius of several kilometers above them dispersed. Wukong transformed, his eyes turning emerald and his hair becoming golden, adopting a combative stance as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Gu. Chen Gu gradually elevated his aura, effortlessly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although both individuals had assumed the form of a Super Saiyan, their auras were strikingly distinct. Son Wukong's energy surged with a fierce and tumultuous intensity, reminiscent of an enraged child, instilling a sense of fear. In contrast, Chen Gu's aura emanated a composed and serene demeanor, akin to an exceedingly tranquil child. Thus, the two stood face to face, neither willing to make the first move. This is the first time Chen Gu has transformed into a Super Saiyan alongside another. As he senses the key shared with Goku, a thought lingers in his mind. Though both transformations yield a 50-fold increase, Goku's initial battle power must be around 4 million, which may seem somewhat inadequate. Yet, perhaps I am feeling a bit too at ease. Meanwhile, Son Goku, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from Chen Gu, finds himself perplexed. We are both Super Saiyans, yet why does my senior brother exude such an overwhelming sense of pressure, particularly on a mental level? Subsequently, a realization dawns upon Chen Gu, and a faint smile graces his lips as he murmurs, is this the disparity of dimensions? It seems that the sensations from different dimensions are indeed distinct. Chen Gu was eager to comprehend the transformations within himself and intently warned, Wukong, be cautious. He subsequently suppressed his own energy to approximately 80% of Wukong's level and charged toward him, his fist instinctively swinging in Wukong's direction. Wukong, too, felt a surge of tension and soared toward Chen Gu. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the point of contact. With the initial sound of the explosion, their exchanges became increasingly frequent. Kaelin observed the fray from a distance, listening to the cacophony above, murmuring, these two lads are truly formidable. The Yatarat aliens, hearing the continuous roars from the sky, displayed expressions of anxiety, with some retreating to the safety of their homes. Kaelin then shook his head lightly and swiftly appeared beside Kashi, informing him of the battle occurring in the sky, urging everyone to remain calm. Once Kashi communicated this through mental connection to the Yatarat aliens, their spirits lifted somewhat, though they still felt an overwhelming dread toward the two combatants' power. Suddenly, the two fighters separated, fixing their gazes upon one another. Chen Gu, feeling a fiery determination igniting within him, bellowed, "That was enough of a test. Let us continue." Yet, he maintained his energy at around 70% of Wukong's. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "All right." Their previous bout had merely been a mutual probe. Neither willing to reveal their full strength at the outset, they charged at each other once more, and as their seriousness intensified, the sounds of their attacks and the resulting shockwaves grew ever more powerful. Wukong delivered an elbow strike aimed directly at Chen Gu's left cheek, while Chen Gu raised his knee intending to strike Wukong's abdomen, only to evade the blow deftly. Wukong rubbed his belly and called out to Chen Gu, "Brother, I will unleash my full strength now." "Very well. I am eager to see just how strong you truly are," Chen Gu replied, gently massaging his bruised face. Wukong fixed his gaze on Chen Gu as his energy escalated. The golden flames surrounding him began to shimmer more brilliantly, their temperature rising significantly, as if the very air around him was being scorched and crackling under the intensity of the golden aura. Chen Gu exerted approximately 80% of his strength, amplifying his chi to a formidable intensity equivalent to that of Wukong, reaching an astounding 200 million. However, the aura emanating from Chen Gu was markedly less volatile, and the surrounding atmosphere appeared serene. Moreover, the golden aura enveloping Chen Gu was significantly more substantial than that surrounding Wukong. Chen Gu's voice was calm as he said, "Come." In an instant, the two figures broke through the sound barrier, and in the blink of an eye, they stood beside each other. Goku raised his fist and struck directly at Chen Gu's forehead. Chen Gu observed as Wukong's fist approached. Unperturbed, he raised his hand and concentrated his energy, effortlessly catching Wukong's punch. In a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a kick aimed at Wukong. However, Wukong was no easy opponent. Upon noticing that Chen Gu had evaded his strike, he bent down in an attempt to dodge Chen Gu's kick. Yet, he was a moment too slow and was ultimately sent flying by Chen Gu's powerful leg. Chen Gu felt a similar aura to that of Wukong. However, confronting Wukong had become relatively easier. If I maintain 80% of Wukong's aura, I can probably hold my ground against him. Yet, once it drops to 70%, I find myself at a disadvantage, Chen Gu pondered. As he observed Wukong charging towards him, he continued to wield an aura of equal intensity, allowing him to counter Wukong's techniques with relative ease. Noticing Chen Gu's ability to withstand his assaults, Wukong instantly intensified his onslaught, hastening his attacks against Chen Gu. It seemed that Chen Gu had discovered a balance. Gradually, his hands adapted, with his right hand intercepting Wukong's strikes while his left occasionally rose to deflect any attacks that slipped past. Suddenly, Wukong came to an abrupt halt. Chen Gu clenched his fists and turned to Wukong, inquiring, "What is it? Shall we proceed? Why are we not continuing?" Wukong, puzzled, replied, "Senior brother, you possess the same intensity of chi as I do. Yet why do I always feel at a disadvantage during our sparring?" Chen Gu stood in silence for a moment and then spoke. "I have just conducted an experiment. I discovered that regardless of the intensity of your chi, I can match you with approximately 80% of your strength." Wukong gazed at Chen Gu's expression, and apart from confusion, there seemed to be nothing else. Chen Gu touched his head, speechless, and remarked, "I am uncertain as to why this is. Perhaps it is a consequence of dimensional elevation. However, during my previous battle with Frieza, the disparity in strength was so vast that I failed to perceive it." Goku, with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, inquired, "Is it truly so miraculous? Can I also elevate my dimension?" "I do not know," Chen Gu replied, casting a sideways glance at Goku. Chen Gu asked, "Shall we continue?" "No more," Wukong replied, feeling too constrained. He then relinquished his Super Saiyan form, reverting to his original black hair and dark eyes. Chen Gu smiled and subsequently relinquished his Super Saiyan form, suggesting, "Let us seek out Master Cardon. Perhaps he possesses the knowledge we seek." Goku nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Following this, Chen Gu placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder and utilized instant transmission, vanishing into the sky with a swift motion. Master Cardon was engaged in meditation when, suddenly, two figures materialized before him. As Goku beheld the transformed scene, an inner sensation stirred within him, as if he had grasped a fleeting understanding. Chen Gu gazed at Master Cardon and inquired, "Master Cardon?" Slowly, Master Cardon opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded Chen Gu. "Is it over?" "Yes." Chen Gu responded, "I have a question I would like to ask you, Master Cardon." Observing the serious expression on Chen Gu's face, Master Cardon gradually lowered his legs and approached a nearby table. He retrieved 2 stools for Chen Gu and Wukong, then poured 2 glasses of water for them. He spoke, "Go ahead and share your thoughts. I may not possess knowledge about everything, but I will certainly assist you with what I know." Chen Gu nodded, subsequently elevating his aura and seamlessly entering the Super Saiyan state. Kadu, observing the radiant Chen Gu, initially failed to grasp his intention. However, upon noticing a distinct aura emanating from Chen Gu's spiritual energy, he began to scrutinize him closely and then spoke. Revert to your normal form and unleash your aura and spiritual energy for me to see. Chen Guxian was momentarily taken aback, then he relinquished his Super Saiyan form, simultaneously releasing his aura and mental energy. Cardan, with his eyes closed, took a moment to absorb the atmosphere, letting out a gentle sigh before lifting his cup and savoring his tea slowly. Chen Gu gazed at Cardan, sighed, and took a sip of tea, his lips twitching slightly. Master Cardan, could you please speak plainly? You just had me exit the Super Saiyan mode without uttering a word. Cardan set down his teacup and replied, Are you implying that you wish for me to perceive the fluctuations of your dimension? Chen Gu's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself that he had indeed not inquired of the wrong person. He quickly replied, Exactly. If my senses do not deceive me, your dimension appears to have ascended to a new level, likely reaching the realm of a celestial being of a planet. Cardan cast a glance at Chen Gu, imbued with a hint of profundity. Chen Gu was slightly taken aback. The answers obtained by Bic, the celestial being, and Master Carton were all identical. You truly are quite fortunate. Carton continued, grinning broadly. Chen Gu looked at Master Cardan and inquired, What do you mean? The deities possess a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary beings, and the elevation of dimensions offers the remarkable advantage of encountering more exalted divine entities. Cardan continued. How does Master Cardan possess such profound knowledge? Chen Gu pondered. Cardan sighed and responded, Are you aware of why the inhabitants of our planet possess such formidable mental prowess? It is precisely due to the methods and applications of mental cultivation. However, the techniques for cultivating and utilizing mental power are not innate to us. They are legacies bestowed by our ancestors. Our forebears were the deities of this planet, and in their wisdom, they imparted the practices of mental cultivation to ensure the well-being of the people, just as our planet's immortal Kaelin instructs those on Earth in martial arts. Sun Wukong interjected. Chen Gu cast a glance at Wukong, revealing an expression of understanding. Cardan chuckled softly and continued. Though I am unaware of the reasons behind your ability to transcend dimensions, I believe it is intricately linked to the enhancement of both mental strength and overall power. Chen Gu nodded and replied, In fact, I have heard the celestial beings of our planet speak about dimensional elevation before. This time, however, I wish to inquire about a different matter. Cardan nearly spat out the tea he was drinking, thinking to himself how he had just pretended to be knowledgeable, only to be nearly unmasked. He then continued, Ahem, so it's a different question, is it? Please, go ahead. When I engaged in battle with Wukong earlier, I realized that I could match him using roughly 80% of his energy. Is this a consequence of dimensional elevation? Chen Gu glanced at Wukong. Cardan furrowed his brow and responded, According to the records of our ancestors, dimensional elevation merely aids in the cultivation of mental strength and the prolongation of life. It should not significantly enhance one's inherent power. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, pondering. Even the master of stagnation is unaware of this. Noticing Chen Gu's expression, Cardan remarked, To the best of my knowledge, while dimensions do aid in the enhancement of one's strength, it is implausible to wield 80% of another's power in confrontation. Could you enlighten me as to when your dimension was elevated? In the realm of Namek. During my inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan, I subsequently realized that my dimension had indeed ascended. Chen Gu replied candidly. Therefore, it follows that your dimensional elevation is attributed to your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is that correct? Cardan continued. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment. At present, one could certainly say that. However, but what? Cardan inquired, puzzled. Since my initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, my mental fortitude has significantly enhanced. Akin to a dimensional shift, resulting in a fundamental transformation, Chen Gu replied. Cardan chuckled helplessly. Your situation is truly unprecedented for me. No. I fear it may be unparalleled throughout the entire universe. Chen Gu scratched his head, saying, All right, I believe your strength should exceed merely 80% of others, enabling you to engage in a stalemate. It may be attributed to the enhancement of your own combat prowess. Master Cardan continued his analysis. What do you mean? Chen Gu inquired, puzzled. Cardan chuckled softly and elaborated. It is possible that the simultaneous transformation of your strength, mental energy, and dimensionality has augmented the intensity of your own aura, rather than relying on the strength of others' aura as a benchmark. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Gu stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering. Does this imply that the enhancement of my mental prowess and dimension will reciprocally bolster my strength, enabling me to possess the same chi as others, yet in reality, my chi is even more formidable than my own? This is a plausible interpretation. For instance, in your battle with Wukong, if you were to maintain your chi at 80% of Wukong's, is it truly just 80%? Chen Gu seemed to comprehend the situation, pulling Wukong outside. Master Kaelin followed suit. Chen Gu remarked, Wukong, let us maintain our chi at an intensity of 10,000. Oh, all right. Wukong, though lacking understanding, complied without hesitation. Subsequently, both Chen Gu and Wukong sustained their chi at the specified intensity. Chen Gu unleashed his full power, casting an energy orb that exploded upon impact, creating a substantial crater in the ground. Turning to Wukong, who grasped the implication, he too summoned his strength and hurled an energy orb, resulting in yet another significant depression in the earth. Chen Gu leaped into the newly formed pit, observing the disparities in size between their respective craters, murmuring, indeed, my pit is approximately 25 times larger than Wukong's, indicating that the enhancement of my mental prowess and dimensional capacity bestows a 25-fold increase in my strength. This is quite extraordinary. Wukong, gazing at the uneven craters, inquired, Senior brother, is this the reason you wanted me to perform this exercise? It appears your abilities are quite formidable. Kiki, I share your sentiment. Chen Gu chuckled. Master Kaelin then appeared beside them, surveying the two large pits, and remarked slowly, generally speaking, the enhancement of mental strength and dimensionality does not impact one's power. Otherwise, deities would vastly surpass mortals of the same tier. Yet, paradoxically, many mortals possess strength far exceeding that of divine beings. After hearing this, Chen Gu nodded in agreement. The Realm King deity cannot possibly overpower you. Your condition is likely due to the fusion of chi and spiritual energy within your body, which has subsequently elevated your dimensional state and provided a remarkable enhancement to your physique. Such a phenomenon is indeed rare in this world. Kaelin took a deep breath. Chen Gu found it utterly astonishing. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in cultivation on the planet Yadalat. Most of his time was dedicated to this practice. And having recognized the significance of mental strength, he diligently engaged in meditation. Occasionally, he would spar with Wukong. One day, beneath the vast sky of Yadalat, a figure gazed intently into the distance. Before long, the clouds in the horizon morphed into the shape of a tiger, only to swiftly transform into that of a divine dragon, its entire form resplendently white. Chen Gu gazed at the ever-shifting clouds in the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, it has come to fruition. I never anticipated that thought-controlled manipulation would be so captivating. In the past 2 months, Chen Gu has been diligently honing his skills while also learning a new technique called telekinesis from Master Kaelin, enabling him to manipulate objects with his mental prowess. Suddenly, a ripple of energy permeated the air, and a yellow figure materialized beside Chen Gu, dressed in yellow robes. Sun Wukong gazed at the ethereal white dragon in the sky and exclaimed, Is that the divine dragon? Wait, no, it merely resembles one. Ah. It is merely a product of my practice in telekinesis, a means for me to refine my abilities, Chen Gu replied, waving his right hand and dispersing the cloud shaped like a dragon. Wukong marveled, Indeed, senior brother, you are truly impressive. You have also mastered teleportation within these 2 months. Chen Gu responded, You are remarkable as well. Wukong nodded, Yet, I still find it somewhat unfamiliar. At times, it works, but I must concentrate and focus my mental energy. Chen Gu gazed at Wukong as he placed his finger upon his brow, comprehending Wukong's intent. There is no rush. Practice makes perfect. He then turned his gaze towards the horizon. Wukong nodded and affirmed, Indeed. Subsequently, he too directed his attention to the distance. The duo, one clad in white and the other in yellow, appeared remarkably peculiar against the sky. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen Gu inquired, Wukong, what are your plans moving forward? I shall continue to cultivate. I aspire to grow even stronger. Only by becoming more powerful can I protect those around me. This is what you, my senior brother, have said, is it not? Wukong replied, with his hands resting behind his head, a smile gracing his face. Indeed. I meant to ask where you intend to cultivate next, Chen Gu clarified. Wukong, puzzled, responded, Where to? I shall cultivate right here. You, my senior brother, are also present. It is through mutual sparring that we can progress more swiftly. Do you intend to depart? Chen Gu nodded and said, You have mastered the art of teleportation. Although it may occasionally falter, it functions adequately for the most part. Only through relentless practice can one truly become a formidable force. Do you grasp my meaning? Chen Gu borrowed a phrase he had encountered online in a previous life, saying, "Senior brother, are you embarking on a journey to cultivate in the cosmos?" In an instant, Wukong comprehended Chen Gu's intention. Chen Gu smiled lightly, saying, "Indeed, I have lingered here long enough. It is time for me to cultivate in the diverse environments of the universe and strive to surpass my own limitations." After speaking, Chen Gu clenched his fist. Surpass myself? Can a Super Saiyan truly transcend? Goku seemed to have found a point of intrigue. Chen Gu, with a mysterious smile, leisurely remarked, "Of course. The reason why Super Saiyan has attained the status of Super is due to its ability to perpetually transcend limits." Chen Gu felt the surge of his own power and murmured to himself, "In the past 2 months, my mastery of the Super Saiyan state has become firmly established, and my foundational combat strength has risen from 5 million to an impressive 7 million. Meanwhile, Goku's strength had also ascended to a formidable 4 million. Chen Gu looked at Wukong with excitement in his eyes and articulated his understanding of the Super Saiyan 1 phase. "Through my recent training, I have discovered that the Super Saiyan state can indeed be transcended. I refer to our current condition as Super Saiyan First Level, which represents the initial state of Super Saiyan and possesses rather average combat power. Does that imply there is a second level?" Wukong inquired eagerly. "Based on my analysis, there should indeed be a second level, a third level, and so forth. However, the specifics can only be determined once we advance in our training," Chen Gu replied. "We might be among the very few Saiyans who are currently cultivating the Super Saiyan realm on our own. Therefore, it is prudent to withhold definitive conclusions until our training progresses. In any case, the path of the Super Saiyan appears to be long, and there should be ample room for enhancement in our abilities." Chen Gu reflected thoughtfully. Chen Gu gazed at Wukong's yearning eyes and pondered inwardly. Super Saiyan 1 is divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the normal state. The second stage sees an exponential surge in power. The third resembles future Trunks' muscular bulking form, culminating in the ultimate full power manifestation. I wonder if my dimensional capabilities will continue ascending. Should they progress further, upon reaching Super Saiyan 2, wouldn't that transcend all conceivable limits of power? In his heart, Chen Gu incessantly conjured vivid imaginations, while his exterior betrayed an expression of utter bewilderment. Observing Chen Gu's dazed demeanor, Wukong softly inquired, "Senior brother? Senior brother? Huh? What is it?" Chen Gu roused from his reverie upon hearing Wukong's call. With a look of disdain, Sun Wukong scrutinized Chen Gu, pointing at him with a gesture of distaste, and remarked, "Senior brother, what were you just thinking? Your expression was rather lewd." Chen Gu's face instantly flushed crimson as he swatted away Wukong's hand, exclaiming, "Where's the lewdness in that?" With that, he resolutely ignored Wukong. "Hey, brother." Wukong called out with laughter. "What's the matter? Speak." Chen Gu replied impatiently, clearly still reeling from Wukong's earlier jest. "When do you plan to depart?" Wukong asked, somewhat reluctantly. Chen Gu cast a glance at Chen Gu, then turned his gaze towards the distance, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, after much time had passed, Chen Gu spoke slowly, "Tomorrow. I shall set out as soon as I awaken." "Very well. I too shall depart tomorrow," Wukong replied directly. Chen Gu and Wukong exchanged a glance, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. In the abode of Master Cardon, 2 silhouettes appeared beside him, embodying Chen Gu and Wukong. The two, unwilling to concede defeat, cast defiant looks at one another before sharing their plans with Master Cardon, who wholeheartedly endorsed their ideas. The following day, the sun of the planet Adratra blazed with unusual intensity, allowing Chen Gu the rare indulgence of a leisurely slumber. As he gradually awakened and attuned himself to the surrounding energy, he wondered where Wukong was. In a flash, he materialized beside Master Cardon, observing Chen Gu's sudden appearance. Cardon remarked, "You truly are quite the sluggard, rising only now." Chen Gu smiled and said, "We are about to set off. It is rare to enjoy a leisurely slumber." Has Wukong gone out to cultivate? Wukong, on the other hand, had risen early that morning. After packing his belongings, he departed, though I am unaware of his destination. Upon hearing Chen Gu inquire about Wukong, Cardon let out a slow sigh and gazed up at the sky. Chen Gu was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, "Did Wukong have any message for me?" "Indeed." Kata nodded, his expression growing considerably more serious. Chen Gujian noticed that Master Kata suddenly became serious, and he too adopted a solemn demeanor, inquiring, "What words might that be?" Kata continued, "Wukong mentioned the matter of everyone's resurrection on Earth. He intends to seek out the elders of Namek. Chen Gujian, you need only focus on your cultivation." Chen Gu nodded slightly, then, with a hint of sorrow, inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Indeed," Carton continued. "Could you not just convey everything at once?" Chen Gu shot a glare at Master Carton. seemingly oblivious to Chen Gu's gaze. Kaelin calmly responded, Yukong mentioned that you were quite lazy. What? Chen Gu was taken aback, then chuckled as he scolded, that rascal. The next time I see him, I shall give him a good lesson. He then turned his gaze towards the cosmos, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, I wonder if you will surprise me when we meet again. Come, let us share a meal, Master Kaelin suggested. Chen Gu and Master Kaelin shared a farewell meal together. Subsequently, Chen Gu returned to his room, surveying the items within. He gently touched the slightly worn belt at his waist and murmured, if only Buma were here. Now I possess the ability to protect you. As if entranced, Chen Gu became immersed in his memories. Before long, a sudden cry from outside the window jolted him from his reverie. He gazed at the peculiar bird-like creature outside, shaking his head in resignation. He then began to pack his belongings. In the afternoon, Chen Gu placed all his luggage into a universal capsule, subsequently tucking it into his belt. With the belt secured around his waist, he stepped out of his room. Chen Gu gazed at the desolate room, murmuring, once, we departed as two. Now, I leave as one. The memories linger vividly, impossible to forget. Shaking his head, Chen Gu exited the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. Are you leaving? Master Kaelin inquired, observing Chen Gu, still clad in his white training attire, with a somewhat tattered belt at his waist, creating an incongruous appearance. Chen Gu bowed respectfully to Master Kaelin and spoke slowly. I am immensely grateful for your guidance, Master Kaelin. Your mentorship has been akin to that of a teacher. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Kaelin regarded the suddenly serious Chen Gu, paused momentarily, and then let out a gentle sigh. Chen Gu. I hope that in the future, you will disseminate the skills I have imparted to you. That alone would suffice for my contentment. If I encounter suitable individuals, I certainly will. Chen Gu nodded in affirmation. Kaelin then displayed a satisfied smile, as Chen Gu was, at present, his most favored disciple. I shall take my leave now. Master Kaelin. Chen Gu bid farewell. Safe travels. Master Kaelin replied, watching as Chen Gu's form swiftly vanished from the planet Adralat. Observing the disappearance, Master Kaelin murmured, I hope this lad achieves his aspirations. In the cosmos, on a dusty yellow planet, two children with pointed ears and elongated noses were frolicking joyfully while their parents prepared a meal nearby. Everything appeared so harmonious, reminiscent of the tranquil life on Earth. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the sky, shaking the very core of the planet. The ground began to erupt with flowing magma, as if heralding the apocalypse. The inhabitants of the planet displayed expressions of despair, gazing at the ever-expanding darkness above them, which seemed capable of devouring even light itself. Simultaneously, a torrent of magma erupted in front of the two playing children, engulfing nearby structures. The ominous black void in the sky continued to enlarge, soon large enough to consume half the planet. The two children, akin to frightened birds, sat paralyzed in place, bursting into tears. Their parents had long since vanished in the molten chaos, the calamity arriving with shocking abruptness, just as the fierce magma threatened to engulf the children. A figure clad in white appeared out of nowhere. With a swift motion, he lifted the two children, cradling them in midair. It was none other than Chen Gu, employing his instantaneous movement technique. Upon arriving, Chen Gu immediately discovered the two children on the brink of losing their lives and promptly rescued them. Gazing at the impending destruction of the planet before him, he furrowed his brow in concern. Chen Gu had randomly selected a planet infused with energy and arrived here using teleportation. Looking up, he beheld a colossal black void obscuring the sun's radiance, continuously expanding. Witnessing this scene, Chen Gu exclaimed in frustration, What on earth? Is this a black hole? Could it truly be my luck to encounter this? The two children in his arms continued to wail, as if crying was the only thing they could do. Chen Gu gazed at the approaching black hole in the sky, concentrating his mental energy before attempting to utilize instant teleportation. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself still in the same place, with no discernible change. Could it be? This is quite dire. Undeterred, Chen Gu persistently endeavored to activate instant teleportation. Yet, regardless of how he attempted it, there remained no sign of response. Chen Gu stared at the approaching black hole, beads of cold sweat gradually forming on his brow. However, it seemed as though teleportation was beyond his grasp. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the master of stuttering, who had previously mentioned that teleportation involves the theory of space. If there were drastic alterations in the spatial fabric, then teleportation would inevitably fail. Thus, it was imperative not to employ it in unstable spatial environments. Chen Gu looked at the approaching black hole, his mouth agape, as fear washed over him for the first time. In a moment of panic, he thought, I can't just vanish like this. No, he must not give up. Chen Gu's gaze suddenly hardened with determination. He relentlessly activated his instant teleportation ability, and after countless attempts, he finally sensed a glimmer of success. It worked. With a whoosh, Chen Gu and the two children vanished from the doomed planet. Moments later, the entire planet was consumed by the black hole. The cosmos is perpetually imbued with mystery and chaos, especially when the fabric of space is unstable, leading to a myriad of unforeseen occurrences. Hey, are you all right? How are you doing? A voice repeatedly pierced through Chen Gu's hazy consciousness, accompanied by persistent shaking. Gradually, Chen Gu opened his eyes, gazing at the individual before him, who was cradling his painfully throbbing head. In a whisper, he inquired, "Are you from Earth?" The other person, looking at him as if he were a fool, replied, "What do you mean? If I'm not from Earth, then what else could I be?" Chen Gu, with his mind clouded and heavy, gradually regained a semblance of clarity as he gazed upon the earthling before him. In an instant, he was jolted awake, his thoughts swirling. Where am I? Earth? No, I was on that planet destined to be consumed by a black hole, wasn't I? Ah, yes. My teleportation worked. I have escaped. Phew. With this realization, Chen Gu exhaled a sigh of relief and exclaimed, I have finally escaped. He silently resolved to refrain from recklessly using teleportation in uncertain situations in the future. Upon realizing his safety, Chen Gu reclined and allowed himself to relax. Shortly thereafter, he inquired, "Where are those two children?" He promptly sat upright. The onlookers, observing Chen Gu's erratic behavior of lying down and then abruptly rising while babbling nonsensically, speculated that he had lost his senses. One individual, fixated on the universal capsule affixed to Chen Gu's belt, exhibited a covetous glint in his eyes and reached out with the intention of seizing it. However, Chen Gu, now sitting, swiftly grasped the man's hand, for he detested others touching his possessions, especially that belt. He admonished, "What are you doing?" and unleashed his formidable aura, instantly propelling the man away with great force. Chen Gu glanced at the man who had succumbed to unconsciousness, choosing to divert his attention from him and instead surveying the surroundings. It was then that he realized the area was a desolate ruin, as if ravaged by some cataclysmic force. The scattered individuals nearby huddled together, casting fearful glances towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu observed the lives of those around him, a peculiar existence that seemed to have persisted for quite some time. His curiosity intensified as he murmured, "Could it be that some calamity has befallen Earth? No, that cannot be. The android saga has yet to commence. Moreover, Goku's strength should be sufficient to confront such challenges. How can this be?" With that, Chen Gu released his own energy, simultaneously attuning himself to the auras of those nearby. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow, for he could not sense the presence of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, or any other Dragon Ball warriors. Instead, he detected an aura of approximately 600,000. Chen Gu furrowed his brow and remarked, "How can there be such a formidable aura? Aside from the Saiyans and Piccolo, could there be others possessing such potent energy?" Just as Chen Gu was enveloped in confusion, he sensed the aforementioned aura rapidly approaching his direction. Without further ado, Chen Gu decided to remain calm. He sought out a secluded area and summoned a universal capsule that transformed into a house. He stepped inside and began to indulge in the abundant food within the capsule, contemplating the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. However, attempting to think while eating proved to be quite unsatisfactory. Forget it, I'll put my thoughts aside. Once that aura arrives, everything will be revealed. With that, Chen Gu resolved to focus solely on his meal. Before long, a young man bearing a sword appeared outside the house conjured by Chen Gu's universal capsule. The young man scrutinized the capsule before him, his brows knitting together in a perplexed manner. Yet, as he sensed the energy emanating from within, he hesitated, unsure whether to venture inside and investigate further. Chen Gu indulged himself in the lavish feast before him, as if the sustenance laid out was his entire world. Only after satiating his hunger did he become aware of the atmosphere outside. With a hint of nonchalance, Chen Gu remarked, "Have you finally arrived? Allow me to discern your true identity." Subsequently, he wiped his mouth, approached the door, and with resolute determination, turned the handle and stepped outside. The moment Chen Gu stepped outside, he noticed a young man before him, burdened by a sword and wearing a furrowed brow. The youth was clad in a violet coat emblazoned with the emblem of a capsule corporation, beneath which he wore a black vest. Upon a fleeting glance at the young man before him, Chen Gu found himself momentarily stunned. All his prior anxieties dissipated into thin air, and internally he marveled, Trunks? Could it be that I utilized instant transmission to traverse a tear in the fabric of time, much like Bardock? Is this the future of my own world, or a parallel realm where Trunks resides? As Chen Gu scrutinized Trunks, the latter reciprocated the gaze, seemingly intrigued yet cautious about the scion clad in a white training uniform. complete with a tail. Most notably, he possessed the distinctive universal capsule from the Capsule Corporation. The two regarded each other, sensing no hostility in the other's aura. Merely a profound silence. At last, Chen Gu cleared his throat and inquired, "Might I ask, is this Earth?" Chen Gu inquired with a question he already knew the answer to. "Indeed," Trunks replied calmly, gazing intently at Chen Gu. "Who are you?" Trunks asked. Chen Gu replied directly. "I am Chen Gu, a Saiyan." He then made a point of bringing his tail forward to signify his identity. "I am Trunks," Trunks responded. "For reasons unknown." Trunks felt an inexplicable fondness for this individual before him, despite lacking any knowledge of his background. "Perhaps it is because my father is also a Saiyan," Trunks consoled himself. "Hello, may I inquire how Earth has come to be in this state?" Chen Gu asked once more. "You know of Earth?" Trunks expressed a look of bewilderment. Chen Gu explained, "Indeed, I have fought alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and my own strength has significantly increased since my time on Earth." "So, you too have battled on Earth. Yet, why has my mother never mentioned you?" Trunks displayed a look of skepticism. "Is your mother still alive?" Chen Gu responded. Both astonished and elated, Trunks observed the sudden excitement of the person before him and slowly replied, "My mother has always been alive." "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. Are you implying that my mother once perished?" Chen Gu's expression was intricate as he gazed at Trunks before him. In that moment, Chen Gu had indeed confirmed that he had arrived in the parallel world of future Trunks. Chen Gu gazed at Trunks with a complicated expression and said, "Trunks, tell me about the history you know. Then I'll share the history I'm familiar with. We might not be from the same parallel world." Trunks was startled, not fully understanding Chen Gu's meaning, but he nodded nonetheless. "Come in, let's sit and talk." Chen Gu gestured for Trunks to enter his Capsule Corporation house. He stepped inside first, and Trunks followed. As Trunks observed the various decorations in the room, a look of curiosity crossed his face. Noticing this, Chen Gu casually remarked, "Feel free to look around. It's fine." Chen Gu, pouring water, pondered, "Trunks had a tumultuous childhood in this world, and it has been ravaged." He then gently placed the water beside Trunks and said, "Would you share the history of your world?" Trunks nodded and began recounting the tale. Starting from the moment Bulma encountered Goku, Chen Gu shared the tale of his world with Trunks, yet he refrained from divulging anything regarding himself and Bulma. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Gu felt an aversion to discussing Bulma with Trunks. Upon hearing the story, Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chen Gu, exclaiming, "So, Mr. Chen Gu, you hail from an alternate parallel universe? This is truly astonishing." Chen Gu took a sip of water before responding slowly. Trunks nodded, silently sipping his tea. Suddenly, Trunks seemed to recollect something and hastily interjected, "Mr. Chen Gu, since you just mentioned your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, could you assist me in confronting androids 17 and 18? Upon uttering these words, Trunks' countenance darkened, as if burdened by a profound enmity. "Certainly. However," Chen Gu hesitated, "whatever the conditions may be, I will fulfill them, provided I am able. The inhabitants of Earth have endured much suffering for far too long. I only hope that you, Mr. Chen Gu, can join me in dealing with those two androids and restoring peace to our planet." After speaking, Trunks inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu looked at Trunks' respectful demeanor, gently assisting him to his feet, and said slowly, "I have not yet finished speaking. There is no need to rush into promises." Trunks, with his violet eyes fixed on Chen Gu, inquired, "Mr. Chen Gu, do you perhaps harbor some unspoken concerns?" Chen Gu slowly approached the window, gazing into the distance, and softly remarked, "Let us find a time to test their strength. I am uncertain of their true capabilities. 17 and 18 are rumored to possess several billion in battle power. My current battle power stands at 7 million. And even when transformed into a Super Saiyan, it barely reaches 350 million. With a 25-fold increase, I might be able to match an opponent with approximately 440 million in battle power." Chen Gu furrowed his brow in contemplation. The key issue is that Cell should be lurking somewhere, stealthily attacking humanity. When the time comes, we must do our utmost to locate him. If we cannot find him, we will have to confront him in the past. My strength remains insufficient. I must accelerate my training. Determined, Chen Gu inadvertently crushed the blanket he held in his hands. Trunks observed Chen Gu shatter the blanket but refrained from commenting, choosing instead to sip his tea in silence. "Trunks," Chen Gu called out. What is it, Mr. Chen Gu?" Trunks immediately rose to his feet. Chen Gu gazed at Trunks and pondered, "How strong are you now?" "Well, I'm not entirely certain of my exact strength. Ever since I transformed into a Super Saiyan due to Gohan's death, I have remained in this state," Trunks replied earnestly. So you haven't trained at all since becoming a Super Saiyan, have you? Chen Gu remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation and muttering under his breath, "What a waste of talent." Trunks lowered his head in embarrassment and replied softly, "It's just that Uncle Goku and my father are no match for me, and Gohan wasn't able to contend with the androids either. I really have no idea how to train. Gohan only taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan." Chen Gu, rendered speechless, remarked, "Very well. Then I shall impart to you the ways of cultivation." Yet, internally he hesitated, pondering, in this world, Gohan was originally a novice. And Piccolo has always taken a hands-off approach to his training. It is indeed peculiar to expect otherwise. Trunks, not intending to belittle Chen Gu, cast a furtive glance his way and continued, "Although you possess the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, it does not necessarily imply that you are stronger than I am. I harbor no intention of undermining your prowess. Rather, we must no longer allow for reckless sacrifices." Chen Gu listened to Trunks' words, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He mused, after all this fellow still doubts me. No. It is more accurate to say he doubts my abilities. Shall we engage in a sparring session? Chen Gu fixed his gaze on Trunks, slightly narrowing his eyes. Trunks, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Chen Gu's scrutiny, nevertheless replied resolutely, "If possible, I would be more than willing." Following this, the two exited the capsule house. "Let us ascend to the heavens," Chen Gu declared slowly. With that, he activated his sky dance technique and soared into the sky. After a brief pause, Trunks followed suit, taking to the air as well. Chen Gu spoke softly, "Let us exert our full strength. There is no need for mere probing." With that, he slightly concentrated his energy and transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Trunks gazed at the golden-haired Chen Gu. Although he had previously heard that Chen Gu would become a Super Saiyan, witnessing it firsthand and feeling its power was an entirely different experience. A smile crept onto Trunks' lips, but it gradually morphed into a look of fury as he bellowed, "Ah!" With Trunks' roar, the air around them became increasingly turbulent. Moments later, as if struck by a thought, Trunks let out a cry, and his lavender hair stood upright before transforming into a radiant gold, flowing gracefully in the wind. Chen Gu observed Trunks' transformation, pondering to himself. It appears he can barely manage the transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet this energy feels rather insubstantial. "Come forth." Chen Gu slowly extended his right hand, while his left hand rested behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "I beg your pardon," Trunks replied with a slight solemnity, before charging directly at Chen Gu. Chen Gu gathered chi in his hands, which emanated a golden aura. However, it was notably more intense than in other areas. Chen Gu gazed at the incoming strikes from Trunks, deftly catching Trunks' right punch with his left hand while his knee intercepted the left. He exhaled lightly, remarking, "Your intent to attack is far too apparent, and your force excessive. You cannot retract in time. When confronted with an adversary superior to yourself, although it is essential to exert your utmost, you must first master your own body." "How pitiful." "Come again." Chen Gu bellowed softly. "There are too many superfluous movements. Do you expect me to strike here?" "Pathetic." "Again." Chen Gu continued to admonish. Trunks, seemingly ignited by the reprimand, swiftly drew his great sword from behind and lunged at Chen Gu. In response, Chen Gu concentrated his chi into the two fingers of his right hand, observing as Trunks swung the sword towards him. The index and middle fingers swiftly converged, pinching the blade. With his left hand resting behind his back, he regarded Trunks with a calm demeanor, shaking his head. "I shall temper my chi and engage in this battle purely through technique. Let us proceed." Chen Gu suppressed his chi to a level slightly below Trunks, maintaining parity in strength with an approximate enhancement of 25. The two engaged in an aerial exchange, punctuated by Chen Gu's occasional scoldings, while Trunks diligently corrected his actions. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, as the evening glow gradually illuminated the horizon. The sun's fading rays bathed both Chen Gu and Trunks in warmth. Trunks gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Gu, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Chen Gu also breathed faintly, casting a subdued glance at Trunks. "Let us stop here." A flicker of disappointment crossed Trunks' eyes, for such opportunities for combat were rare. Ever since Gohan's passing, his own strength had remained stagnant. Yet this brief encounter had surprisingly allowed Trunks to experience a slight enhancement in his abilities. Chen Gu felt the surge of his own chi and discovered that it had indeed elevated somewhat. He murmured to himself, "I never anticipated that the enhancement of dimensions would also improve my talents. This is quite an unexpected delight." After Chen Gu and Trunks landed, Chen Gu retrieved the multifunctional capsule house, and the two of them indulged in a sumptuous feast. Trunks savored the food with unparalleled delight. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Chen Gu. "Mr. Chen Gu, I have a humble request." "What is it?" Chen Gu asked, his words muffled as he chewed on his meat. Trunks swallowed his food, stood up, and earnestly bowed to Chen Gu, then slowly articulated, "I hope Mr. Chen Gu can become my mentor and guide me in my cultivation." Chen Gu seemed oblivious to Trunks' words, merely indulging in the meat before him. Meanwhile, Trunks remained hunched over, patiently awaiting Chen Gu's response. An unexpected silence enveloped the air, and after what felt like an eternity, Chen Gu finally spoke. "I fear I cannot grant you this request." "Why?" Trunks inquired, his expression reflecting disappointment. Chen Gu smiled faintly and replied, "Do not rush. My reluctance is not due to any deficiency in your talent. On the contrary, your character possesses the potential to make you an exceptional martial artist. However, at this point," Chen Gu sighed, "I will not remain in this world for long. Once I return, I fear I will be unable to continue guiding your cultivation. Moreover, my strength is not significantly superior to yours. I too must strive for continual improvement. I care not for your prowess. Indeed, I believe you will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. How about this, while I am by your side? You may guide my cultivation instead, if you would be so kind?" Trunks spoke earnestly. Chen Gu, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head, pondering. Trunks possesses considerable talent, and his personality, shaped by his upbringing, is marked by caution and decisiveness, enabling him to truly become a warrior. Subsequently, Chen Gu smiled as he helped Trunks to his feet, saying, "If you don't mind that my skills are not particularly high and that my time to guide you is rather limited, I would be happy to mentor you. However, let us be both teacher and friend, without the need for excessive formality." "Really? That's splendid. Thank you, Teacher Chen Gu," Trunks replied respectfully. Chen Gu gazed at Trunks, who displayed an unusual respect towards him, and with a helpless shake of his head, he continued to indulge in the feast alongside Trunks. "If my mother were to learn of this, she would surely be very delighted," Trunks remarked jovially as he ate. Observing the ease in Trunks' smile, Chen Gu mused, "This Trunks, having grown up in such an environment, is rather pitiable. I hope he can become stronger in the future." However, when Chen Gu heard Trunks mention his mother, he momentarily halted his chewing and then resumed eating. "Bulma." Chen Gu's heart sank a little. Sensing Chen Gu's change in mood, Trunks cautiously suggested after they finished their meal, "Mr. Chen Gu, would you accompany me to meet my mother?" Chen Gu felt a sudden pang within. His lips parted for a considerable time, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, he merely nodded. Trunks guided Chen Gu towards Bulma, the latter soaring silently alongside him. Trunks chose not to disturb Chen Gu, instead leading the way in quietude. "How do you perceive my strength compared to those two androids?" Chen Gu finally broke the silence, deciding to voice his thoughts. Trunks pondered for a moment before responding, "Teacher, you give off a slightly weaker impression than they do. However, they lack aura, so I cannot ascertain their true strength." Chen Gu nodded thoughtfully, formulating his subsequent plan. The atmosphere once again fell into a profound silence, and before long, the two found themselves soaring above a city. From a distance, Chen Gu sensed the distinct essence of this place. Although the city appeared to be a mere ruin on the surface, he could unmistakably feel an aura permeating the air. Just as Trunks descended with Chen Gu onto an open expanse, a group of individuals clad in green military uniforms approached Trunks. They wielded an array of firearms and ammunition, ranging from teenagers to the elderly. Upon seeing Trunks, the group greeted him with exuberance, and a child eagerly extended a piece of candy towards him, as if Trunks were their deity. Chen Gu gazed at the scene before him, feeling somewhat disheartened. Is this the plight of humanity in the apocalypse, clinging to hope? Without it, it seems the burden would be too great for anyone to bear. Upon witnessing Chen Gu and Trunks descend from the heavens, the crowd's demeanor towards Chen Gu warmed considerably, particularly among the younger women, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation as they regarded him. At that moment, a young woman with long flowing hair emerged from the throng and approached Trunks. Observing this interaction, Chen Gu's expression shifted to one of knowing amusement as he regarded Trunks and the young woman. He mused, "This must be Trunks' girlfriend, Mai, the leader of this battalion." Trunks, noticing the smile on Chen Gu's face, turned to Mai with tenderness, softly saying, "Mai, this is my teacher. I will be training in martial arts with him. When I return, I will confront the androids." His eyes gleamed with determination. Mai looked at Trunks with hope, nodding in affirmation, "Yes. Teacher, this is my dear friend." Trunks introduced, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, aware of Chen Gu's knowing smile. Chen Gu and Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their acquaintance. In contrast to the Trunks of his own world, Chen Gu found himself more fond of this world's Trunks, who not only exhibited unwavering resilience but also possessed a deep sense of loyalty and attachment to his loved ones. Chen Gu believed that such individuals might indeed embody the essence of true heroes in the hearts of the people. Subsequently, Xiaowu organized the group to return to their previous location, and Trunks turned to Chen Gu, saying, "Teacher, please follow me. We are going to meet my mother." Upon hearing Trunks mention Bulma once more, Chen Gu's heart was suddenly filled with a complex array of emotions. Chen Gu followed Trunks' footsteps, gradually entering the city. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over Chen Gu, more intense than when confronted with a black hole. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Trunks' home. Trunks called out, "Mom, I'm back." A voice, both familiar and yet strange, echoed from within. "Trunks has returned. Come, let's eat." Chen Gu listened to this voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It carried a sense of weariness and fragility that tugged at one's heartstrings. She must have endured much suffering over the years, Chen Gu thought silently. "Teacher, please come in," Trunks said, stepping aside to invite Chen Gu. Chen Gustin took a deep breath and slowly stepped through the threshold of Trunks' home, gently closing the door behind him. "Oh, Trunks has brought a friend home?" Bulma's tone was tinged with mild surprise. Chen Gu finally discerned the figure of Bulma, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar person before him. Chen Gu felt a sudden lump in his throat as waves of sorrow surged unbidden within him. "Oh, I apologize. It's just that Trunks seldom has friends." So I was rather taken aback. "Hello, my name is Bulma." Bulma introduced herself. Chen Gu gazed upon the familiar figure before him. Yet she appeared significantly older than the Bulma of his memories, as though the passage of years had inscribed their marks upon her visage. Has even her most cherished skin become so wrinkled? He pondered. "Bulma, how much suffering have you endured?" Chen Gu's heart was enveloped in an indescribable turmoil as he beheld Bulma. Chen Gu swallowed hard, an abundance of words swirling in his mind, yearning to be shared with Bulma. Yet, he understood that the Bulma before him was not the lively and charming individual he once knew. Ultimately, he managed to utter a few words. "Hello, my name is Chen Gu." Upon witnessing this, Trunks interjected, "Mom, this is my teacher. He is a scion from another timeline and has fought alongside Uncle Goku." "Oh, fought alongside Goku?" Bulma arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chen Gu as if attempting to unearth the fabrications of his tale. However, Chen Gu remained ensnared in his sorrow, offering no reply. Subsequently, Trunks recounted the history of Chen Gu's world to Bulma. As she listened, a peculiar expression graced her features, and she occasionally cast curious glances at Chen Gu's tale. Chen Gu seemed to have just regained his composure as he spoke. "Our worlds do not exist within the same continuum. Many things may indeed differ. However, my origins are genuine, and there is no need to deceive you. It is entirely possible that I do not exist in your realm, which is not surprising. That is true. I have never heard your name before, nor have I laid eyes on you. Were it not for Trunks' assertion, I would almost think you a charlatan." Bulma remarked, scrutinizing Chen Gu, though skepticism lingered in her gaze. "Well then, let us eat." Bulma continued. Trunks, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, "Mom, we have already dined." "Mr. Chen Gu possesses capsules from our Universal Capsule Company, containing a plethora of food. We indulged after our sparring session." Bulma raised an eyebrow once more and exclaimed, "So there truly are Universal Capsules. It seems you are indeed acquainted with me. By the way, how is that version of me faring?" Chen Gu avoided Bulma's gaze, refraining from responding. Trunks skillfully took over the conversation, slowly elucidating matters to Bulma. It was evident that Bulma wore an expression of displeasure as she inquired, "Why did I die? And why was I reborn?" Chen Gu paused for a moment, acknowledging, "This matter is chiefly my fault." 4. Internally conflicted, Chen Gu eventually found solace, reflecting, "Indeed, this Bulma is not the Bulma I once knew. Why must I subject myself to such torment?" Chen Gu seemed to have come to a realization, thus he decided to lay everything bare, explaining to Bulma the nature of his relationship with another version of her from a different timeline, along with the entirety of the preceding events. Upon hearing this, both of them gazed at Chen Gu with expressions of disbelief. Bulma scrutinized Chen Gu once more, remarking, "Given your youth, I initially thought you were just a friend of Trunks. I never imagined that in another timeline, the relationship would be of this nature." Trunks, equally incredulous, looked at Chen Gu and said, "Teacher, you never mentioned this to me before. You and my mother." Chen Gu, feeling helpless, shook his head. "I initially did not wish to disclose this to you, yet the histories of the two realms are entirely distinct, and the individuals in our hearts differ accordingly. Therefore, I have opted to speak candidly." Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable to keep it bottled up inside. Chen Gu seemed to exhale in relief, his shoulders relaxing with a slight shrug. You're quite handsome, you know, Bulma teased with a playful lilt in her voice. Had you been the first one I met, perhaps I truly would have fallen for you at first sight. A soft, melodious chuckle escaped her lips. Chen Gu smiled gently at Bulma's light-hearted teasing. Yet a hint of bitterness lingered within him as he recalled the ever-adhesive Bulma who had been by his side. Bulma circled around Chen Gu and inquired, Does this mean you two can transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course, my teacher is far more formidable than I am, which is why I have resolved to train under him. Ever since Gohan's passing, there has been no one to guide me, Trunks interjected. This is for the best. My Trunks must grow stronger to better protect everyone in the world. Bulma nodded in agreement. Chen Gu discovered that the Bulma of this world was strikingly different from his own, as if they embodied entirely distinct personalities. Perhaps the passage of time had shaped them into such contrasting beings. By the way, Trunks, the energy for the time machine is nearly fully charged. It should be operational in about a month. Will you still be going back to seek out Goku? Bulma inquired. Chen Gu felt a surge of astonishment within. Is it possible that I can utilize the time machine in just a month? This implies that I have spent over half a year within the rift of time and space. Trunks, too, was engulfed in uncertainty. His previous quest to seek out Son Goku was driven by the hope that Mr. Goku could assist him in vanquishing the androids. However, with Chen Gu's presence now, Trunks found himself at a crossroads, contemplating whether he should return to seek Goku's aid, his gaze directed towards Chen Gu. Chen Gu feigned ignorance, inquiring, What is this time machine? Trunks succinctly elucidated, it is a device capable of traversing back to the past. However, whether it can truly succeed remains theoretical, as we have yet to conduct practical experiments. But, Chen Gu interjected, if the time machine were to transport you to a past that is not your own, then I too might find a way to return to my world. Bulma furrowed her brow, asking, What do you mean? Chen Gu remarked, I fell into this timeline due to the instability of space. If the time machine is capable of traversing time, it may also have the ability to navigate through space, thus presenting me with an opportunity to return. Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That seems quite reasonable. If what you say holds true, there is a possibility of reaching your original timeline. However, it could also lead us to other timelines, which makes it rather unpredictable, doesn't it? Bulma furrowed her brow. Upon hearing Chen Gu's words, he continued, As long as there is a possibility, no matter how slim, I shall give it a try. Very well. I will continue to supply energy to the time machine. In a month's time, you shall journey into the past, Bulma declared with determination. Chen Gu and Trunks nodded in agreement. In the days to come, Trunks and I would embark on a journey of training, striving to enhance our strength before our departure. If possible, I would also seek a way to resurrect those who have perished in this world. Chen Gu's words were bold and unwavering. What? You can bring everyone back to life? But Piccolo has already fallen, and the Supreme Kai perished alongside him. The Dragon Balls are no longer functional, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Gu smiled faintly and remarked, But we still have the Dragon Balls from Namek. There will surely be a way. Really? That's wonderful, Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Subsequently, Chen Gu retrieved a universal capsule from his belt and extracted over 100 Senza beans, placing them into a bag before handing it to Trunks. These are Senza beans, which I obtained from Kaioken in our world. Keep them for your use. Trunks gazed at the abundance of Senza beans, his eyes gradually softening. If only we had some Senza beans back then, my brother Goku would not have perished. Chen Gu gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry. They will all be revived. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Trunks bowed deeply once more to Chen Gu. Chen Gu quickly helped Trunks to his feet and said, Then let us set forth tomorrow morning. All right, Trunks replied. Bulma, observing their conversation, smiled and said, That is for the best. Please take good care of my Trunks. Chen Gu nodded earnestly. Early the following morning, Chen Gu, Trunks, and Bulma gathered together. Chen Gu stated directly, Let us prepare to embark. Trunks nodded in agreement, then inquired with a furrowed brow, But how shall we reach Namek? The previous spaceship was destroyed in the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu's lips curled into a slight smile. Who said we are heading to Namek? Trunks and Bulma were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, If not Namek, then where? Naturally, we are going to the underworld, to rendezvous with Goku and the others, and ascertain whether it is the optimal moment for their resurrection. We shall discuss the subsequent matters upon our meeting, Chen Gu explained while adjusting his belt. Trunks, astonished, interjected, The underworld? Chen Gu nodded and remarked, upon death, one is destined to descend to the underworld, where the ordinary soul typically undergoes reincarnation. However, those endowed with immense virtues seldom reincarnate directly. I surmise they ascend to the realm of the King of Worlds for further cultivation. Thus, we can simply seek out the esteemed King of Worlds to encounter them. The King of Worlds? Who is that? Trunks inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. You are aware of the existence of the heavenly god, are you not? Chen Gu pressed on. Trunks nodded slightly before shaking his head in response. What does your nodding and shaking signify? Chen Gu's lips twitched in bemusement. I am aware of the heavenly god's existence, yet I have never beheld him in person. After our demise, the matters concerning the heavenly god elude us. Therefore, strictly speaking, I cannot claim to know him, Trunks elucidated. Chen Gu, resting his head in exasperation, replied, in simple terms, the celestial deity is the divine being of earth, while the world king holds a higher rank among the celestial beings. You may understand it in this manner. Oh, then how shall we seek out this world king? Trunks inquired further. Chen Gu replied, you need not worry about this. The realm kings are divided into 4, east, south, west, and north. This time, we are to seek the North Realm King. Place your hand upon my shoulder. Although Trunks did not comprehend why Chen Gu requested this of her, she complied obediently. Resting her hand upon his shoulder, Chen Gu felt the aura of the North Kai and murmured, although this is not the same world. The aura of the North Kai is remarkably identical. How wondrous. I found it. After a moment, Chen Gu exclaimed suddenly, we're off. Bulma, with a swift sound. Chen Gu's voice echoed through the air, yet he had already vanished. Bulma stared at the 2 figures who had just disappeared before her, opened her mouth, and finally shook her head slowly, returning her focus to her research on the time machine. In the underworld, on North Kai's planet, 2 figures materialized behind North Kai. Chen Gu surveyed the familiar surroundings with a sense of delight, exclaiming, it still looks just as familiar. Trunks, however, appeared bewildered, gazing around as if struggling to comprehend why the 2 of them had suddenly appeared in this place after being at home moments ago. Suddenly, the inhabitants of North Kai's planet shifted their attention to Chen Gu and Trunks, their expressions a mix of surprise and caution. Then, a young man with one arm stepped forward, looking at Trunks and exclaiming, Trunks, is that you? Trunks, still in a daze, recognized the familiar voice and turned around sharply, tears streaming down his face. Gohan, is that you? It's me, Gohan replied. Did you also perish? How did you end up in the underworld? Gohan then introduced Trunks to the others, causing the group's wariness to dissipate. Trunks opened his mouth, unsure how to respond to Gohan's inquiry. When Gohan mentioned Goku, Trunks displayed a look of admiration, eagerly greeting Goku. A solemn-faced man stepped out from behind the group, observing Trunks, yet remained silent. Trunks failed to recognize him, merely acknowledging the others one by one. It was only when Gohan introduced Vegeta that Trunks suddenly realized, looking at his father with a sense of unfamiliarity. As they exchanged introductions, Chen Gu also scrutinized the group, noting that the Dragon Ball warriors of this world appeared significantly weaker. Moreover, Gohan had lost an arm, and Goku seemed as if he had not trained in a long time. Strikingly, with the exception of Gohan, their auras were surprisingly not as potent as Trunks. Chen Gu, feeling helpless, shook his head silently, pondering whether the life in the underworld had rendered them complacent. However, this Gohan seemed quite formidable, possessing a constant aura of approximately 10 million. Goku was around 5 million, Vegeta at 4 million, while the others appeared rather weak in comparison. After a brief moment, it seemed that everyone had noticed Chen Gu standing behind them. Goku approached Chen Gu and inquired, Hello, may I ask who you are? The group turned their attention towards Chen Gu as well. Chen Guzue's lips twitched slightly, and he mused, after all this time, only now do you notice my presence? Even Trunks failed to introduce me. If I am not mistaken, the only ability that allows one to appear out of thin air is instant transmission, a technique of the Yard Rat people. And you possess it as well. Goku gazed at Chen Gu in astonishment. Chen Gu gazed calmly at Sun Wukong, though it was evident that Sun Wukong's complexion had turned pale, as if he were enduring some unseen torment. The story is lengthy. Allow Trunks to elucidate it further, for I have matters to attend to. With that, Chen Gu continued to sense the aura of the Namekian elder, Mulin. With his eyes closed, Chen Gu exuded an aura that seemed to repel any intruder. Vegeta, observing Chen Gu's demeanor, felt a surge of discontent and turned to Trunks. Meanwhile, Wukong also directed his gaze toward Trunks, who awkwardly scratched his head before proceeding to explain to them all, "I will make a quick trip to Namek and return shortly." Just as Trunks was about to speak further, Chen Gu's voice resonated in his mind. Subsequently, Trunks looked toward Chen Gu, and the attention of the group shifted to him. In an instant, Chen Gu vanished before their eyes. Sun Wukong stared at the spot where Chen Gu had just been, increasingly convinced of his extraordinary origins, while Trunks began to recount the story of Chen Gu's background to the others. Chen Gu's figure reappeared on Namek, and upon gazing at the Namekians before him, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had not made a mistake. After the last encounter with the Time Rift, a shadow of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Elder Mulin, observing the sudden arrival of Chen Gu, consoled his fellow villagers and calmly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here from afar, esteemed guest?" Chen Gu scrutinized the figure of Mulin before him and replied, "I hail from Earth. As you must be aware, our planet has faced a grave calamity. The creator of the Dragon Balls has passed away, rendering them unusable. I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek, if you would permit it." "Certainly." Mulin, upon hearing that he was from Earth, promptly instructed those nearby to prepare the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu Suwa casually took out the universal capsule house and lay down inside it, falling into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and when Chen Gu awoke, it was already evening. Chen Gu glanced at the still bright sky outside, shook his heavy head, and stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he was met with the sight of Namekians surrounding the 7 enormous Dragon Balls on the ground. Mulin smiled at Chen Gu and said, "Shall we begin?" Chen Gu nodded slightly, then turned to observe Mulin speaking in the language of Namekian to the 7 enormous Dragon Balls on the ground. Before long, dark clouds enveloped the sky. A colossal dragon manifested before the crowd, and the inhabitants of Namek bowed respectfully to this majestic entity. "The dragon's dimension is quite similar to my own." Chen Gu silently mused. "State your wish. I can grant any desire you may have." The dragon proclaimed in a language that Chen Gu could comprehend. Chen Gu pondered, "I can understand the dragon, but it seems I must articulate my wish in Namekian. I truly wonder how the Namekians established such a requirement." Chen Guzhong directly addressed Mulin. "My first wish is to resurrect the Namekian Piccolo on Earth." Mulin nodded in response and began to murmur to the dragon. Before long, the crimson glow in the dragon's eyes gradually intensified, and it slowly regained its form, stating, "Your wish has been granted. Please proceed with your next wish." Meanwhile, in the underworld, Piccolo suddenly noticed that the yellow halo above his head had vanished. Simultaneously, atop the heavenly temple on Earth, the 7 Dragon Balls, which had transformed into stone, returned to their original appearance, brimming with vitality. Bobo gazed at the now golden Dragon Balls and remarked softly, "This is splendid." Namek. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Is it possible to heal the ailments and injuries afflicting the bodies of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan?" Mu Lin continued to relay the message. Before long, the eyes of the dragon, just as before, began to glow red, intensifying momentarily before returning to their original state. Chen Gu understood that success was assured. "All right, the second wish has also been fulfilled. Please hasten to articulate the third." Chen Gu organized his thoughts and slowly spoke. "Is it possible for you to help a reincarnated individual regain her memories from a past life?" After Lin translated the question, the divine dragon fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, the voice of the divine dragon gradually reached Chen Gu's ears. "I apologize, but this wish is beyond my capabilities." Upon hearing this, Chen Gu displayed a look of disappointment and murmured, "Is it truly impossible?" However, he contemplated, "Perhaps my celestial dragon might be capable." The voice of the dragon continued to resonate in Chen Gu's ears. Suddenly enlightened, he thought, "Indeed, I could seek the Super Dragon Balls. It appears I must first return to the previous timeline." Just as hope flickered within him, he was once again engulfed in despondency and inquired, "What is the extent of what you can accomplish?" The dragon seemed momentarily lost in thought, ignoring Chen Gu's question. With a twitch of his lips, Chen Gu refrained from pressing further. After a pause, the dragon gradually responded, "I can only locate individuals after their reincarnation." Chen Gu's heart raced as he implored, "Then please assist me in finding the reincarnated person. Her name is Bulma." Meanwhile, Mulin, who was translating, wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by Chen Gu's intentions. After another brief moment, the dragon softly uttered, "I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill your wish." Chen Gu cursed, "Damn it. Are you playing me for a fool? Didn't you say you could do it before? Now you're claiming it's impossible. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully?" Listening to Chen Gu's tirade, Mu Lin's lips twitched slightly as he translated, May I ask what is deemed impossible? The Bulma of this timeline is thriving. The reincarnated individual you seek may not exist in this realm, thus I am powerless. You may wish in the appropriate timeline. Do you have a third wish? If not, I shall take my leave. The dragon seemed to comprehend Chen Gu's outburst, and its tone appeared markedly more indifferent. Chen Gu continued, "Could you bestow upon me the ability to traverse parallel dimensions? I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist," the dragon replied once more. Chen Gu was rendered speechless and finally declared, "Grant me mastery over the language of Namek and the tongue of the divine." Shortly thereafter, the dragon's eyes glimmered a fleeting crimson. In a voice devoid of emotion, the dragon proclaimed, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Thus, farewell." With that, it transformed into 7 stones, scattering in all directions across Namek. At the moment when Chen Gu's eyes turned an even deeper shade of crimson, it seemed as though something had awakened within his mind. Subsequently, he found himself capable of comprehending the hushed exchanges of the Namekian beings below. Chen Gu's temperament was rather foul as he scolded, "If this world is not the realm of Dragon Ball Super, then where do the Super Dragon Balls come from? It's perplexing. I wonder whether the original world would have progressed towards the storyline of GT or that of Super. Never mind, I shall ponder it later." After venting his frustration, Chen Gu turned to Elder Mu Lin, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, and said coolly, "Thank you." With that, he vanished in an instant from planet Namek. On North Kai's planet, Chen Gu reappeared before everyone once more. This time, the expressions of the crowd were filled with astonishment and gratitude as they gazed at Chen Gu's face. Chen Gu was in a rather gloomy mood, yet he noticed that Sun Wukong's complexion had greatly improved and that Gohan's severed arm had healed. He directly inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Sun Wukong looked at Chen Gu with a hint of gratitude, as the heart condition that had plagued him for many years had finally been cured. Although they were in the underworld, the presence of his physical body meant that, while he could not die, the pain it inflicted was undeniably real. Sun Wukong candidly stated, "We intend to cultivate for a while longer, and then use the Dragon Balls from Earth to resurrect everyone. After that, we shall deal with the androids." Chen Gu frowned, stating, "By the time you cultivate your skills to the point of defeating the androids, it will be far too late. I must utilize the time machine to return to the past within a month. Time is of the essence." At this moment, Chen Gu was fervently determined to locate the Super Dragon Balls, yet he found himself at a loss, his heart in turmoil. "I shall return to Earth to resurrect you all, and then take you to a place where we can rapidly enhance our powers, thereby shortening the duration of our endeavor." Chen Gu continued, "What place could possibly facilitate a swift augmentation of our strength? Do not even mention the gravity chamber. Its efficacy is rather diminished for us at this stage, and given the current circumstances on Earth, constructing a gravity chamber is out of the question." Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Chen Gu glared at Vegeta, enveloping him with his mental power, gradually asserting dominance over the dimensional realm. He spoke softly, "There are indeed other methods. If you do not wish to come, you need not do so. I will not press you." Vegeta, feeling the psychological pressure emanating from Chen Gu's gaze, broke into a cold sweat and remained silent, merely snorting in response before stepping aside. The others watched with keen curiosity, as it was a rare sight to witness the proud Vegeta in such a humbled state. With a swift motion, Chen Gu vanished before the crowd. On Earth, Bobo gazed at the figure clad in a pristine white training outfit, sensing that the aura surrounding Chen Gu did not emanate malevolence. With a hint of friendliness, he inquired, "May I ask who you are and what brings you to Earth?" "I am Chen Gu, but I shall refrain from divulging further details. The Dragon Balls on Earth should be operational. Kindly proceed to resurrect everyone," Chen Gu replied, surveying the heavenly temple and sighing in relief upon noticing that all the facilities remained intact. Had the heavenly temple been destroyed, the time chamber would likely have been rendered unusable, jeopardizing his promise of swift power enhancement for everyone. Bobo expressed mild astonishment. "Very well, I shall go and resurrect everyone." As he sensed Chen Gu's dimension, a wave of curiosity washed over him. "Are you the new Kai?" "Absolutely not." "Why do you ask?" Chen Gu responded, puzzled. "Isn't there a Kai on Earth?" Bobo's expression turned apologetic. "The Kai of Earth has merged with Piccolo, leaving us currently without a Kai. However, your dimensional energy bears a striking resemblance to that of previous Kais, leading me to speculate that you might be the new one. If that is not the case, I apologize for the intrusion." With that, Bobo hastened to prepare the Dragon Balls. Chen Gu gazed around, murmuring, Hasn't Tian come to Earth to become a deity? How peculiar. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall first attend to my own affairs, leaving these chaotic matters aside. Before long, the divine dragon of Earth had granted Bobo's wish. Subsequently, the Dragon Ball warriors materialized before Chen Gu. Observing the vanishing halos above their heads, he remarked nonchalantly, "As long as you are all resurrected, that suffices." Bobo, witnessing the sudden appearance of those who had long been absent, felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. It was only upon confirming that everyone had indeed returned to life that he accepted this new reality. Chen Gu cast a glance at Bobo and inquired, "Is the room of spirit and time still operational?" Bobo hesitated, noticing the peculiar expression on Chen Gu's face, and asked, "How do you know about the room of spirit and time?" It was not only Bobo, but the others also looked bewildered. Wondering what the room of spirit and time was, I inquired with the dragon of Namek, and he informed me of its existence. "Now, please answer my question. Can the room of spirit and time be utilized?" Chen Gu pressed on. "Indeed." Bobo nodded in affirmation. Chen Gu signaled, "Then lead us in. I wish to enter with Trunks first. 2 days hence, you will escort them inside." With that, Chen Gu proceeded to follow closely behind Bobo, accompanied by Trunks. Before long, a modest door appeared before them, which Bobo opened. Chen Gu felt a wave of spatial disturbance emanating from within the door, reminiscent of the spatial fluctuations experienced during instantaneous movement, yet distinctly different. Chen Gu turned to the crowd and said, "Trunks and I will enter first. After we emerge, you may follow us inside. Let Bobo introduce you to the room of spirit and time." He then glanced at Trunks, prompting, "Shall we proceed?" Trunks surveyed their companions before nodding in acknowledgement and following Chen Gu inside. Once the two entered, Chen Gu swiftly closed the door behind them, wary of an excessive number of individuals causing the entrance to vanish, potentially trapping them in this realm. As soon as they were inside, Sun Wukong eagerly approached Bobo, inquiring, "What is the room of spirit and time? What does it contain that can accelerate our cultivation?" Bobo hesitated, responding, "Accelerate cultivation?" The others nodded, with Gohan adding, "Chen Gu mentioned he would take us to a place where we could rapidly enhance our abilities, and then we arrived here." Bobo bluntly stated, "The room of spirit and time does not enhance cultivation." "What? I knew it. That guy is a fraud," Vegeta exclaimed. His disappointment mirrored in the expressions of the others. Unfazed by their discontent, Bobo continued, "The room of spirit and time is an isolated space where the flow of time differs significantly from the outside world. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. The environment is harsh, making it suitable for training, but it does not increase one's power. Such a place exists. Why didn't you mention this before?" Vegeta shouted. Bobo coolly retorted, "You never asked me." The group fell silent, realizing that the prospect of rapid cultivation was not as they had envisioned, especially with Chen Gu having entered first. Vegeta declared, "No, I must go in as well. I want to enter right now." With that, he attempted to charge forward. Bobo swiftly blocked Vegeta's path, stating calmly, "Only 2 individuals may enter the room of spirit and time at a time, and one can only stay for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, the door will disappear, leaving those inside trapped forever." "Humph, that Chen Gu, when he emerges, I shall have my reckoning." Vegeta scoffed, halting his advance and instead positioning himself at the entrance as a sentinel, for his son was within. He did not wish for his son, whom he had just seen, to vanish from his sight once more. After sealing the door, Chen Gu observed the spacious interior, which featured a bathroom, ample food, and a kitchen, all in abundance. Gazing into the distance, he saw nothing but an expanse of blankness, as if devoid of anything else. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "The air here is exceedingly thin, almost more so than the upper atmosphere of a planet." Trunks looked on in astonishment at the scene before him, then turned to Chen Gu, reflecting inwardly, since meeting this manner, "I am continually astonished." A small notion began to take root in Trunks' mind, yet he chose not to express it outwardly. Chen Gu looked at his surroundings and explained to Trunks, "Here, 1 year is equivalent to 1 day outside. We will train for 2 years in this realm before returning." Trunks was taken aback. "What? A year here equals a day outside? Indeed. Do not be so astonished. As my disciple, you may encounter even more surprising events in the future. Remain calm in the face of adversity." Chen Gu slowly opened his hands behind him, embodying the demeanor of a profound martial arts master, further enhancing the mysterious and grand image he held in Trunks' mind. Chen Gu smiled and said, "Let us first rectify the unnecessary movements in your attacks to avoid expending superfluous energy. Otherwise, during prolonged battles, Your stamina will not withstand the strain. All right. Thank you, Master. Trunks replied respectfully. Chen Gu waved his hand, spending 2 months imparting nearly all of his experiences and knowledge to Trunks, who learned remarkably swiftly. 2 months later, Chen Gu addressed Trunks, stating, "Next, I shall instruct you on the cultivation of the Super Saiyan." The cultivation of the Super Saiyan? Have I not already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Trunks inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chen Gu spoke slowly. We are currently only at the first stage of Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan transformation can be divided into 4 distinct stages. However, the 3rd stage has its flaws, and I intend to bypass it entirely. What? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing Chen Gu's indifferent glance directed at him, Trunks cleared his throat awkwardly and regained his composure. Teacher, please guide me. Chen Gu continued. Over the next 2 years, I shall impart to you the specific divisions and practices of the 4 stages of Super Saiyan. However, I have no objection to your training in the 3rd stage. The details are as follows. Half a day later, Trunks swallowed hard, astonished by the meticulous classifications. I am truly astounded. I shall strive to reach the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan within these 2 years. How disappointing, Chen Gu retorted. With your innate talent, should you apply yourself diligently, you might very well aspire to the ultimate stage, the full power of Super Saiyan. Setting your sights so low is beneath you. Do not let it be said that I took on such a disciple. Yes, indeed, Trunks replied, bowing his head. The subsequent days passed as Chen Gu dedicated himself to training and guiding Trunks in his own practice. 6 months swiftly elapsed. On this day, it marked Chen Gu's endeavor to ascend to the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks returned to the house at the entrance, gazing at the distant pale expanse, which continually emanated a golden energy, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. Ah, Chen Gu roared, relentlessly amplifying his ki, seeking to shatter the barriers of the 1st stage in one decisive surge. With a sudden, forceful increase of his ki, he unleashed a powerful exhalation, elevating his energy to its zenith, and gradually, the tumultuous surroundings began to settle. Chen Gu clenched his fist, sensing the energy coursing through him. Essentially, he had not grown stronger, still retaining the 50-fold increase. A tinge of disappointment washed over him as he murmured. One would expect that upon reaching the 2nd tier of Super Saiyan, there would be a noticeable enhancement. Why does it seem that, aside from becoming more solidified, there is no significant change? In the distance, Trunks observed Chen Gu, whose muscles had swelled impressively, with his aura radiating even more intensely. He spoke up, "Congratulations, Master, on successfully breaking through to the 2nd stage." Chen Gu smiled and said, "Let us see if there is any difference." All right, Trunks responded with a grin, before swiftly transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging directly at Chen Gu. The clash between the two was imminent, and Chen Gu sensed the distinction between himself and Trunks. His aura seemed denser, with both speed and strength noticeably enhanced. After a brief moment, Chen Gu halted, murmuring, "It appears there is no significant change." Subsequently, he suppressed his aura to match Trunks' intensity and engaged him once more. Before long, Chen Gu discerned a variation. It seems my amplification has indeed increased, likely from 25 to 30. However, the energy consumption in this state appears to be somewhat greater, Chen Gu remarked. This indicates that if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan at full power, the amplification should rise further, though I am uncertain by how much. Meanwhile, Trunks found himself on the receiving end of Chen Gu's focused strikes. Although their auras were equal in strength, Trunks was almost in a defensive position against Chen Gu's 30-fold amplification. Chen Gu said, "Let it be this way. I believe I understand the distinction now." Trunks nodded in agreement and then resumed his rigorous training. 6 months later, on this very day, Trunks ascended to the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. Chen Gu gazed at the golden aura engulfing Trunks and slowly remarked, "Let us give this a try." Without waiting for Trunks' consent, he soared into the air. This time, Chen Gu focused solely on matching the intensity of his energy to that of Trunks, engaging in a relentless exchange. Then, he exclaimed, "I see now." "What do you mean?" Trunks halted his actions, bewildered. Chen Gu paused for a moment and inquired, "What do you feel at this moment?" "Well, I sense that my strength and speed have surged significantly in an instant. Although I cannot quantify the exact increase, it seems markedly superior to the 1st stage. Yet, the intensity of my energy remains unchanged at 50 times, Trunks replied, scratching his head in confusion. Chen Gu replied, "Your strength experiences a fleeting enhancement when transitioning to the 2nd tier, potentially augmenting its intensity by approximately 1/4. However, the precise origin of this enhancement remains unclear to me." Chen Gu murmured, This bears some resemblance to my enhancement, though my augmentation incurs no cost to myself, whereas this one demands a substantial sacrifice. I wonder what changes will occur at full power. With that, Chen Gu nodded, resolved to continue his cultivation. On this day, the atmosphere within the spirit time room was remarkably tranquil, almost surprisingly so. Both Chen Gu and Trunks sat cross-legged in the air, as if in a deep meditative state. Soon after, Chen Gu abruptly opened his eyes, his aura steadily ascending until it settled at a certain point. He then dispersed the energy enveloping him, yet even as the surrounding flames dissipated, his hair remained a striking golden white, and his eyes retained their emerald hue. Chen Gu smiled and remarked, "It's accomplished. This sensation is truly delightful. With an approximate enhancement of 40%, and the expenditure on my body, oh, ha ha ha." Suddenly, Chen Gu let out a laugh. At that moment, Trunks beside him felt his own aura surge to its zenith in an instant. Just as he was about to surpass that pinnacle, it gradually receded. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. Do not be disheartened. Your foundation was not particularly solid. Focus on reinforcing it first, and next time you will break through. You are merely a hair's breadth away from full power. Chen Gu reassured him. Indeed. Thank you, teacher. Trunks replied earnestly. By the way, teacher, what were you laughing about just now? Was there something good happening? Chen Gu smiled gently and replied, It's nothing much, simply the joy of enhancing one's strength. Chen Gu discovered that while maintaining the full power of a Super Saiyan, the energy of the Super Saiyan would gradually nourish his own being, akin to a constant state of training. With this progression, his foundational combat strength would continue to elevate, prompting Chen Gu to smile uncontrollably. However, he refrained from sharing this revelation with Trunks. Trunks nodded and remarked, Shall we venture outside? It has been 2 years. Indeed, it is time to emerge. I feel as though I am starving. Chen Gu replied, patting his stomach. Trunks chuckled and patted his own belly as well. Since their entry a year prior, they had consumed not only the meat reserves in the hyperbolic time chamber, but had also depleted all the meat from Chen Gu's universal capsule, subsequently relying on a meager vegetarian diet to sustain themselves. Chen Gu has consistently maintained a state of full power, his muscles remaining in peak condition. Conversely, Trunks has returned to his normal state, his muscles gradually reverting from their previously inflated form. Teacher, do you think we will frighten them once we step outside? Trunks remarked with a light chuckle. Chen Gu observed that Trunks had undergone a slight change in character and inquired, What is your current base combat power? 80 million. And you, master? Trunks replied, 100 million. Chen Gu chuckled. Exchanging knowing glances and faint smiles, the two stepped through the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. As the door swung open, 2 disheveled figures emerged. The onlookers, captivated by the sight of the open door, saw Vegeta and Goku hastening towards it. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the 2 newcomers, they were momentarily struck by an overwhelming feeling, as if confronted by 2 unfathomable abysses. After taking in Chen Gu's state, the crowd paused in surprise, pondering why he had maintained his Super Saiyan form. However, recalling Chen Gu's inherently peculiar nature, they soon dismissed their curiosity. Goku, gazing at Chen Gu's appearance, felt a stirring within, as if a new idea was taking root. Chen Gu called out, Is there any food? I'm starving. Bobo adeptly retrieved food from the sacred world, while Chen Gu and Trunks sat down, devouring their meals with abandon, oblivious to those around them. The reason for their ravenous appetite was simple. It had been far too long since they had savored meat. I expected your training results to be impressive. Yet, it seems there has been little change. You've merely grown slightly stronger. Once I emerge, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Vegeta scoffed, eyeing the 2 unrefined individuals with disdain. Chen Gu cast a glance at Vegeta, immediately exerting his formidable presence. Just as Vegeta was about to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, he found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. How infuriating! Vegeta, lying prostrate, protested vehemently. In a fit of rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet remained unable to rise from the ground. If you are displeased, feel free to surpass me. I detest mockery in my presence. Chen Gu, gnawing on a roasted leg of an unknown beast, remarked, That was merely 2/10 of my pure physical power suppressing you. I hope you can exceed me upon your emergence. Having said that, he disregarded the others and continued to devour his meal. Trunks, witnessing his father sprawled on the ground, paused momentarily before thinking, My teacher surely knows his limits. He then chose to ignore the 2 of them, though Gohan and the others did not directly bear the brunt of Vegeta's pressure. As Chen Gu's aura was solely directed at him, they could sense the overwhelming power emanating from Chen Gu, a force that seemed capable of obliterating everything with ease. They were filled with trepidation yet brimming with hope to defeat the androids. Gohan approached Chen Gu, inquiring, "Mr. Chen Gu, would you be willing to lend your strength to vanquish the androids?" "Not interested," Chen Gu replied, his words somewhat muffled. "Why not?" Gohan asked, perplexed, glaring at Chen Gu. Chen Gu continued to consume his food, disregarding Sun Wukong, and instead turned his gaze towards Trunks. "Trunks, would you take on the androids?" "No way," Trunks asserted. Certain that he could not triumph over the two androids, he could not bear the thought of sending Trunks to his doom. Sun Wukong interrupted Chen Gu's contemplation. "Mr. Chen, why can't you take action?" "I have no inclination to harm women," Chen Gu replied, lifting his gaze to meet Sun Wukong's. In an instant, Sun Wukong collapsed, followed swiftly by Krillin and the others. Trunks was momentarily taken aback by Chen Gu's response, forgetting to chew his food. It seemed he eventually regained his composure and slowly responded, "All right, as you wish, teacher." "Trunks, do not jest," Vegeta interjected. "It appears they do not trust in your abilities. Would you care to demonstrate your strength to earn their belief?" Chen Gu inquired after taking a large sip of water. Trunks wiped the remnants of food from his mouth and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, teacher." Soon, everyone sensed the aura emanating from Trunks intensifying, quickly surpassing Wukong and culminating at a staggering 40 million before it stabilized. He then slightly bowed his head and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What an overwhelming presence! How formidable! Sun Wukong felt the aura radiating from Trunks and broke into a cold sweat. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement as he watched Trunks. "I cannot fully control my power yet. To prevent inadvertently destroying the Divine Temple, I shall only unleash half of my strength for now," Trunks declared with unwavering resolve. "What?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Vegeta echoed, his expression one of disbelief. "What?" Piccolo and Krillin looked at Trunks as if he were a monster, their expressions mirroring the incredulity of the moment. A faint smile graced Chen Gu's lips as he bit into a chicken leg, pondering, "I never expected this fellow, who appears quite serious, to be so adept at feigning. Are you not even more formidable than Chen Gu, Trunks?" Vegeta on the ground glared at Trunks, then cast a furious gaze at Chen Gu. Chen Gu glanced at Vegeta and immediately discerned his intentions. He continued to exert pressure on Vegeta, rendering him speechless. For reasons unknown, Chen Gu felt an intense discomfort while observing Vegeta. Trunks stated candidly, "No, I cannot surpass my teacher. If he were to unleash his full power, I wouldn't last but a few moves against him." Upon hearing Trunks' admission, Goku's conviction about his previous thoughts grew even stronger. "Have you finished your meal, Trunks?" Chen Gu inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, teacher," Trunks replied after sipping some water. "Come with me to a certain place." Chen Gu then addressed the others. "We shall resolve the situation with the androids together later. For now, I will take Trunks somewhere." Without waiting for a response, he and Trunks vanished from sight. Bulma was busy replenishing the energy of the time machine when suddenly, two figures materialized before her. Startled, she quickly recognized them as Trunks and Chen Gu, and she immediately embraced Trunks, exclaiming, "Trunks, you're back." "Yes, Mom," Trunks replied, somewhat shyly. "Did you manage to complete everything so quickly?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed. Teacher traveled to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect Uncle Piccolo, and then used the Dragon Balls from Earth to revive everyone. They are all now at the Sacred Chamber." "Is that true? Everyone has been revived? What about Vegeta? Has he returned as well?" Bulma queried anxiously. Chen Gu's heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he was aware that the Bulma before him was not his own, he could not shake the unsettling feeling within. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "They have all been resurrected." Only then did Bulma breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Gu suddenly felt a sense of disinterest and inquired, "Do you know the origins of artificial beings?" "Indeed. Over the years, I have conducted extensive research on artificial beings, including their bases, which I have successfully identified. Previously, Trunks visited one of these locations and retrieved all pertinent data." Bulma rummaged through the documents on the table. "You went there?" Chen Gu directed his gaze towards Trunks. "Yes. My mother instructed me to gather information on artificial beings approximately a few months ago," Trunks replied. "Did you encounter any other life forms?" Chen Gu continued to probe. Trunks furrowed his brow. "Other life forms? Are you referring to any other aura you sensed at the time?" "No, there was no aura present, only chaotic documents and machinery." Trunks shook his head in negation. Chen Gu furrowed his brow, then gradually relaxed. "It seems he has hidden away somewhere. I can only devise a solution for him later." "Him? Could there be other artificial beings?" "Artificial beings lack chi. In that case, I truly might not have sensed them." Trunks furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chen Gu smiled lightly. They are not artificial beings. They are something else. However, since they are not here, let it be. Perhaps we will encounter them in the future. Let us return to the heavenly temple. After pondering for a moment, Chen Gu spoke up. All right, teacher, why should we not directly confront the artificial beings alone, but instead wait for everyone to join us? Trunks inquired. In this world, relying solely on one's own strength is the most dependable. We must apply pressure to them, urging them to grow stronger. Only then can the Earth be better protected in the future, Chen Gu gradually elucidated. What is your objective? Chen Gu gazed intently into Trunks' eyes. Speaking earnestly, Trunks straightened his posture and replied slowly, in the past, I merely wished to eliminate the artificial beings, but now it seems that is no longer the issue. After resolving that, my aim is to protect the Earth, alongside everyone else. However, Chen Gu nodded, understanding that Trunks harbored such thoughts was not surprising. But what? Since meeting his master, he realized that his previous aspirations were rather modest. Ever since their time on North Chaos Planet, he had yearned to follow his master and grow stronger. Trunks declared resolutely, Follow me? But I will be leaving this place, and what about your mother? Are you not planning to accompany her? Chen Gu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Trunks. Trunks glanced at Bulma beside him, a flicker of hesitation evident in his eyes. I support your decision, whatever it may be. Bulma smiled encouragingly at Trunks. Besides, your father has returned. Pursue what you truly desire. Observing the slight uncertainty etched on Trunks' brow, she continued, If you wish to accompany me, I have no objections. However, it would be prudent for you to contemplate whether this is truly what you desire. Inform me once you have made up your mind. With that, he promptly transported himself and Trunks to the sacred world of the Kais using instant transmission. They had returned to the sacred world, where Chen Gu and Trunks found themselves once more. Chen Gu glanced around, but found no trace of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon sensing the surroundings, he realized that he could not detect their energies either, indicating that the two had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Have you completed your tasks? Son Gohan inquired as he observed the returning duo. There was a minor mishap. We shall discuss it later, Chen Gu replied. Did Sun Wukong and Uncle Vegeta enter? Yes. Father and Uncle Vegeta just went in, Gohan responded. Mr. Chen Gu, please do not hold Uncle Vegeta's demeanor against him. That is simply his nature, Son Gohan remarked slowly. Gazing at Chen Gu believed he had not held a grudge against Vegeta. He merely found him quite bothersome. Perhaps due to Bulma's circumstances, Chen Gu harbored a strong aversion towards this world's Vegeta. Rest assured, it's nothing, Chen Gu replied. Sun Wukong smiled and said, That's good. Trunks glanced at Chen Gu and tentatively inquired, Teacher, may I share the details about the Super Saiyan transformation with Brother Gohan? Certainly. I just find it tedious to explain to each person individually, Chen Gu responded. He sought a secluded corner and sat cross-legged to meditate. This scene piqued Piccolo's curiosity. This Saiyan actually engages in meditation. Typical Saiyans, like Sun Wukong and his companions, usually cultivate ki rather than mental fortitude. This Saiyan is not ordinary, Piccolo concluded. Meanwhile, everyone gathered around Trunks. Although only Sun Wukong and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans, there seemed to be a collective interest among all. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had elapsed. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber gradually opened, and at that moment, Chen Gu sensed the ki of both individuals. Silently, he noted, Sun Wukong possesses only 12 million units of ki, while Vegeta is slightly stronger, around 15 million. Has this world's Sun Wukong become rusty from lack of training? Chen Gu shook his head, choosing to disregard them. It seemed that Vegeta had learned his lesson, refraining from provoking Chen Gu and flying off into the distance. His destination unknown. 2 days later, Son Gohan and Piccolo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Chen Gu sensed that Son Gohan's energy had reached an astounding intensity of 50 million. He marveled. Indeed, Gohan's innate talent is exceptional. Trunks hurried over and inquired, Brother Gohan, have you surpassed Super Saiyan? Yes, I've successfully attained the second level of Super Saiyan, Gohan replied, clenching his fist with a smile. Just then, a figure streaked through the sky from afar, accompanied by 2 youthful silhouettes, one male and one female. Chen Gu exclaimed in surprise, for he felt no energy emanating from the 2 youths, which was quite remarkable. Soon, the foremost figure soared directly towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon reaching its edge, he plummeted downwards. The group quickly gathered around, discovering that it was a severely injured Vegeta. Trunks swiftly retrieved the Senzu bean that Chen Gu had given him and administered it to Vegeta. Before long, Two more figures descended upon the Supreme Kai's temple, androids 17 and 18 from this world. Chen Gu scrutinized the two individuals before him. They appeared somewhat youthful, yet their faces bore an unmistakable aura of hostility. A twinge of discomfort surged within him as he observed them. The two newcomers, having just landed, fixed their intense gaze upon the group, their own aura barely contained. Notably, Trunks and Son Gohan seemed on the verge of launching themselves into battle against these adversaries. "Didn't you perish many years ago? How is it that you still draw breath?" inquired a strikingly beautiful young girl, Android 18. Before anyone could respond, she continued, "Regardless, since you are alive, I shall relish the opportunity to eliminate you once more." With that, she prepared to strike. Chen Gu's voice, neither too light nor too leisurely, drifted over from the side. "Vegeta, how did you end up in such a state? Logically, even if you were unable to defeat them, it shouldn't have been this dire." The android number 18, poised to intervene, regarded Chen Gu, whose white and yellow hair bore a resemblance to the transformed Saiyans yet was distinctly different, with a look of curiosity. As if she had stumbled upon an intriguing toy, and she hesitated to strike. "Humph. I could have dealt with them, but I was caught off guard." Vegeta replied with a scowl. Chen Gu raised an eyebrow, continuing to gaze at Android 18 for a few moments. He realized that she was indeed quite stunning. Her beauty and physique impeccable. If not for his lingering thoughts of Bulma, he might have genuinely developed feelings for 18. "Goku, are you ready to step in?" Chen Gu inquired, observing Goku, who was eagerly cracking his knuckles. Sun Wukong leaped forward, exclaiming, "Of course. I've been itching for this." Turning to Android 18, he added, "Come on." Vegeta also sprang into action, his eyes fixed on Android 17, and with a grunt, he declared, "Humph. You just ambushed me. Let us see you try that again." Exchanging glances, Androids 17 and 18 responded in unison, "Sure." Goku and Vegeta also exchanged a look before unleashing their energy, transforming into Super Saiyans with a resounding ha. The battle was on the verge of erupting, with shockwaves radiating from the epicenter of the confrontation. With a swift motion, Chen Gu conjured an energy barrier, enveloping himself and the others. Sun Wukong discovered that he could indeed suppress Android 18, and after a prolonged hiatus from battle, his fervor only intensified. Vegeta, fueled by his inner fury, relentlessly escalated his assault. Meanwhile, Android 17 and 18 found themselves gradually retreating, their expressions shifting as if the unfolding events were far from their expectations. Chen Gu sat cross-legged in midair, quietly observing the duel between the two parties. With Trunks standing beside him, Chen Gu tilted his head and inquired, "How long do you think it will take for Sun Wukong and your father to defeat Androids 17 and 18? Trunks pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Uncle Wukong's combat prowess is roughly on par with that of Android 18, so it may take quite a while. However, my father possesses a significantly higher fighting capability than Android 17. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to vanquish Android 17 rather swiftly." As Chen Gu listened to Trunks' analysis, he gradually nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Within the protective barrier of Chen Gu's chi, everyone was shielded. Yet the immense currents outside relentlessly battered the barrier, rendering the clouds above a dismal sight. Each time the currents struck the barrier, it felt as if a stone had sunk into the sea, as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. This provided a measure of comfort to the Dragon Ball warriors within the enclosure. Vegeta hovered in the air, arrogantly gazing at the distant number 17, sneering, "Is that all you've got? If it weren't for your ambush, I would have eliminated you long ago." Number 17 glared at Vegeta with fury, as if he intended to devour him. "Well then, it's time for you to descend into hell. You'll surely enjoy the ambience." Vegeta swiftly gathered his chi, and after a moment, a thunderous shout erupted from his lips. Ultimate flash. A beam of bluish-purple light surged towards number 17, who wore an expression of panic as he beheld the oncoming attack. Observing number 17's fluster, Vegeta's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Die." Just as the ultimate flash was about to strike number 17, he smirked mischievously, as if his scheme had succeeded, swiftly launching a ki blast to propel himself out of the attack's range. "Sister," number 17 shouted. Meanwhile, 18, engaged in battle with Goku, swiftly distanced herself from him and relentlessly directed her hands towards Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of yellow ki blasts. "Ah!" 18 cried, her ki blasts multiplying rapidly as they soon overwhelmed Vegeta. At the same time, Goku sought to assist but was directly obstructed by number 17. "Move aside," Goku bellowed. attempting to push number 17 away with his chi. However, number 17's combat power was on par with Goku's at that moment, rendering Goku unable to budge him. Planning to interrupt my sister? Did you even ask me? Number 17 replied nonchalantly, a faintly sinister smile playing on his lips. Following a thunderous explosion, Vegeta's battered form emerged from the center of the blast, glaring angrily at 18, shouting, "You all shall perish." Humph. Let us see if you have the capability. 18 continued to unleash her ki blasts without pause. This is infuriating. With infinite energy, she can keep firing ki blasts, leaving Vegeta with no chance. Krillin remarked, observing the beleaguered Vegeta from a distance. Chen Gu was inclined to nod, but sensing something amiss, he replied, that may not necessarily be the case. It all depends on whether he can seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Big narrowed his eyes and murmured, could it be? Chen Gu cast a knowing glance at Piccolo. Hey, could you refrain from speaking in riddles and just tell me directly? Krillin grumbled with a scowl. Trunks. Observing Krillin's anxious demeanor, prepared to offer an explanation, but Chen Gu continued, just keep watching and you'll find out. Trunks raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As if to say, it's not that I won't tell you, it's that the teacher won't allow me to. Just as Goku and Android 17 were locked in an intense struggle, Android 18 was relentlessly unleashing energy blasts towards Vegeta. An exceptionally furious voice erupted from the chaos of the explosion. I ask you, are you done yet? What? Android 18 exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, his muscles expanding instantaneously, and his golden flames became fiercely intense. Indeed, Piccolo murmured. What do you mean, indeed? Krillin inquired, clenching his fists. Trunks, equally astonished, exclaimed, I never imagined my father had achieved the second level of Super Saiyan. Yet, I distinctly did not inform him. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Chen Gu turned his gaze towards Goku and murmured, truly, Goku is exceptional, a martial arts genius indeed. How could this be possible? You were completely unscathed? Number 18 exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Vegeta smirked and remarked, foolish android, how could you possibly comprehend the might of a Saiyan? Allow me to enlighten you. I have surpassed the realm of Super Saiyan and attained my current prowess. Humph. Yet you remain unchanged. What difference does it make? Number 18 retorted defiantly. In an instant, Vegeta darted forward, appearing beside number 18, and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. What? The words tumbled from number 18's lips in a haze of incredulity as her body was propelled away, unable to keep pace with her thoughts. Meanwhile, on another front, Son Goku chuckled, in that case, I shall unleash my full strength as well. He swiftly elevated his ki, and with a fierce cry of ha, the aura surrounding him intensified dramatically. Come forth, Goku stated calmly, assuming a combat stance. Number 17 scoffed and stepped forward to engage. Trunks expressed his delight. I never expected that both Father and Uncle Goku have reached the second level of Super Saiyan. This implies they should be able to dispatch them swiftly. With that, Trunks exhaled in relief. Not necessarily, it ultimately depends on their execution. Chen Gu interjected unexpectedly. Trunks, puzzled, asked, why? Chen Gu felt the unstable aura emanating from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and slowly remarked, they must have recently ascended to the second tier, unlike you. Their transition to this level has been remarkably swift, yet their bodies are ill-equipped to endure such an influx of energy. If a decisive outcome cannot be established in a brief period, then, Chen Gu paused for a moment and declared, the outcome is still uncertain. Trunks had long since transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second grade, and he was acutely aware of the physical toll it exacted, perhaps even more so than Chen Gu himself. While Chen Gu maintained a state of full power, he had not extensively studied the second grade transformation. However, Trunks could only sustain this form for half an hour before his body could no longer endure it. One could easily imagine the limited endurance of Goku and his companions. With a furrowed brow, Trunks anxiously observed the two confident figures in the sky, hoping fervently for their success. As the battle progressed, androids 17 and 18 began to find themselves in a precarious situation. Goku executed a spinning kick that sent android 18 hurtling into the distance. Simultaneously, android 17 was propelled backward by Vegeta's energy wave. The two androids collided midair, their faces a portrait of astonishment, unable to comprehend how the two they had just dominated had suddenly grown so formidable. Absolutely fantastic, exclaimed Yamcha from the sidelines, while the others wore expressions of relief and joy. Chen Gu's eyes were gently closed as he slowly absorbed the atmosphere before opening them again. He remarked, "They have yet to be resolved. Is it not premature to celebrate so soon?" Completely disregarding Chen Gu's words, Kaelin laughed. "Goku and Vegeta are about to win. Is that so?" Chen Gu inquired softly. Trunks, sensing the energies of his father and Goku, gradually furrowed his brow, acutely aware that their auras were beginning to wane. Goku, who was engaged in battle, seemed to perceive this as well, solemnly addressing Vegeta. "Vegeta, we must finish them swiftly." "Humph, what's the hurry? I haven't had the chance to truly torment him yet." Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Android 17, retorting. Undeterred, Goku channeled his energy, his golden aura flaring with an intensity that was almost boiling, radiating with brilliance. He then placed his hands at his waist, gradually gathering energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to engage in close combat with 17, seemingly deriving pleasure from the thought of incapacitating him. Although Android 18 could not sense energy, she inferred Goku's intentions from his posture. In a flash, she darted beside Goku, launching a flurry of attacks. Yet Goku appeared to anticipate her every move, skillfully evading her strikes and engaging her in a tactical battle, the accumulation of energy in his hands accelerating with each passing moment. The Kamehameha can be unleashed in an instant. Goku has been gathering energy for quite some time. Is he planning to eliminate one of them in a single blow? However, Android 18 must be on guard, prepared for any eventuality. It seems unlikely that he could strike a fatal blow, Chen Gu mused, stroking his chin as he observed Goku's actions. Android 18 remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the blue orb of energy in Goku's hands, ready to counter any imminent attack. Concurrently, she and Android 17 unleashed a relentless barrage against Goku, striving to disrupt his movements. Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the gradually faltering Vegeta, who could merely hold his own against number 17, and even appeared to be at a disadvantage. Turning his gaze back to Goku, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "No wonder it's Goku. This is indeed his strategy." Trunks, listening to Chen's words, continued to watch the combatants, seemingly piecing together the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and others fervently cheered on Goku. Before long, Chen noted that Vegeta was clearly struggling. While Goku had concentrated his energy in his hands, he remarked, "Such an opportunity is rare." Sensing Vegeta's apparent decline in strength, number 17 intensified his assault, mockingly taunting. "I thought you could maintain that formidable power. Turns out, you are not so impressive after all." He then displayed a scornful grin. On the other side, no. 18's strikes intermittently landed on Goku, as if he too had weakened. Goku continuously evaded number 18's relentless attacks. Chen Gu cast a disdainful smile at number 17, his lips curling slightly upward as he spoke. "Now is the moment." As soon as Chen Gu's words fell, Sun Wukong placed his left hand upon his brow and vanished from sight. Number 18, observing the disappearance of Sun Wukong, suddenly recalled something and shouted towards number 17, "Quick! Take cover!" "What?" Number 17 regarded number 18, bewildered. In the instant of Sun Wukong's disappearance, he reappeared beside Vegeta. Sun Wukong, witnessing number 17 looking at number 18, bellowed, "Kamehameha!" A beam of azure energy surged forth from his hand, hurtling directly towards number 17. "Idiot!" Number 18 exclaimed in frustration. As number 17 turned around and beheld the oncoming blue beam, he attempted to evade it, but it was too late, and with resentment he uttered, "Damn it." Before long, number 17's form completely vanished into the air, as if he had never existed. Number 18 gazed at the void where number 17 had been. Her face contorted with terror as she cried out, "Number 17. I will ensure you all suffer for this." Having spoken, she unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, her boundless energy rendering her attacks exceedingly ferocious. Sun Wukong, who had just reverted from his Super Saiyan form, looked at the incoming energy waves with a wry smile, saying, "I didn't anticipate this." Vegeta, determined, exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand the multitude of energy waves hurtling towards him. In an instant, Gohan and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans and soared towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, intent on shielding them from the relentless onslaught of energy blasts. Chen Gu gazed at the scene before him, shaking his head, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Trunks, witnessing Goku and Vegeta engulfed by the energy wave, shouted in fury, "Father." He then glared at Android 18 with an intensity that suggested he might devour her whole. Gohan, too, wore an expression of deep regret. pondering that had he and Trunks taken the stage from the onset, such a predicament could have been averted. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a white figure materialized before the gathered crowd. It was Chen Gu, clad in a white training uniform, floating gracefully before Goku and Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. A circular shield of ore materialized around Chen Gu and the two others, as all of number 18's attacks collided with the barrier. The three individuals within remained unscathed. How could this be possible? Number 18 gazed at Chen Gu, whose hair was a striking white-yellow, as if he were a creature from another realm. Chen Gu, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head. Having just revived you all, it would be troublesome if you were to perish again. He then turned to Son Gohan and Trunks. Which of you shall take care of her? Trunks responded, Teacher, wouldn't it be swifter if you intervened? I refuse to strike a woman. Chen Gu's voice drifted from a distance. Trunks paused, recalling that Chen Gu had indeed stated something similar before. After a moment of contemplation, he finally replied, All right, I shall go. 18, observing Trunks, felt no fear. Having clashed with him numerous times, she believed she understood his capabilities well. Trunks wasted no words. Transforming directly into a Super Saiyan level 2, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside 18. It is your turn to meet your end. Trunks' emotionless voice whispered in her ear. He raised his hands to his forehead and shouted, Masenko. A brilliant yellow light enveloped 18, and soon her figure vanished from existence. After confirming 18's demise, Trunks let out a slow sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, After all these years, it is finally resolved. Chen Gu gazed at Trunks, who had effortlessly vanquished Android 18, and remarked with a smile, Truly deserving of the title of the most steadfast Saiyan. Sun Wukong and Piccolo also displayed expressions of relief, as the long-pressing threat of the androids had finally been resolved. The sky cleared, seemingly jubilant in celebration of Earth's liberation. Trunks, observing the brightened heavens, erupted into a carefree laugh. Chen Gu looked at Trunks with a relaxed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused. He must have been suppressing his feelings for quite some time. Subsequently, Trunks floated before Chen Gu, bowing deeply and solemnly expressing, Thank you, teacher. There's no need for such formalities between us, Chen Gu replied, waving his hand with a smile. Yes, Trunks nodded. Then addressed everyone, Come to my house. My mother must be eagerly awaiting you all. Great. I happen to be quite hungry. Goku replied, patting his belly with a grin. With that, they formed a circle, and Chen Gu swiftly employed instant transmission, causing them to vanish in an instant. Bobo, watching the group depart, felt a few tears escape his eyes as he murmured, Heavenly God, peace has finally returned to Earth. Bulma gazed at the time machine before her, lost in thought as she softly pondered, Trunks, are you all right? Suddenly, a multitude of people appeared out of thin air. Bulma gasped, stumbling backward. Trunks, quick to react, caught her just in time. As Bulma looked at Trunks and the familiar face of Chen Gu, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. Upon recognizing the familiar figures before her, she asked in disbelief, Goku? Krillin? Is it really you? Of course it's us. Goku replied with a laugh, scratching his head, while Tien, Gohan, and others joined in the merriment. At that moment, Vegeta slowly emerged from the crowd, glancing at Bulma with a hint of awkwardness, and softly inquired, Are you well, Bulma? Bulma burst into tears, throwing herself into Vegeta's embrace, exclaiming, Ah, you're finally back. Do you have any idea how exhausting these years have been? I was so terrified that the androids would come after me. Chen Gu looked at the devastated Bulma, his brow instinctively furrowing. However, he soon found a sense of tranquility. Internally reassuring himself, she is not herself. Why must I torment myself? The fist he had clenched gradually relaxed. Chen Gu stepped outside and ascended to the rooftop, where he gazed vacantly at the ruins before him. Teacher? After an indeterminate passage of time, a gentle call roused Chen Gu from his dazed reverie. Chen Gu discovered that Trunks was seated beside him as the sky darkened. He inquired, What is the matter? Trunks reclined beside Chen Gu, gazing at the night sky, and asked, Teacher, what is your aspiration? Chen Gu smiled faintly, then lay down resolutely, declaring, to become the supreme powerhouse in the universe. Trunks gazed at Chen Gu's determined visage, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, Why? Is not the era of peace enjoyable? Chen Gu shook his head and replied, How could it possibly be bad? Then, teacher, why? Trunks hesitated, yearning to express his thoughts. In order to live freely and to reclaim and protect those I love. As he spoke, Chen Gu felt a surge of emotions rising within him. Teacher, I have made my decision, Trunks declared resolutely. Oh, Chen Gu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. Trunks continued, I have decided to accompany you. To encounter those who are stronger, and to become a stronger person myself. Chen Gu was somewhat taken aback. What about your mother? And your Xiao Wu? I discussed it with my mother, and she consented. My father is in agreement as well. Trunks hesitated as he mentioned Xiao Wu. Chen Gu paused for a moment, surprised that Vegeta had actually consented to allow his son to accompany me. He continued, Trunks, while it is indeed important to grow stronger, do you understand the reason behind your pursuit of strength? At times, the individuals worthy of cherishing around you hold greater significance than mere power. I once faltered due to my own inadequacies, making mistakes that cost me the most precious person in my life. Only after losing her did I learn the value of cherishing those dear to me, but alas, it was far too late. Chen Gu shook his head. However, Master. Trunks hesitated. Isn't it true that only by becoming stronger can one protect those we hold dear? That is indeed correct, Chen Gu acknowledged. But if in your quest for strength you end up losing those around you, does that not represent a fundamental misplacement of priorities? You are fortunate, Trunks. You should cherish those who are close to you. Moreover, who says that following me is the only path to gaining strength? Chen Gu raised an eyebrow. Trunks fell silent, seemingly caught in a struggle within himself. Chen Gu continued, the Super Saiyan, even in its full power, is merely the starting point of the Super Saiyan's potential. What? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, as each revelation from Chen Gu seemed to expand his understanding of the world immeasurably. Chen Gu smiled faintly, saying, after reaching full power, there exists Super Saiyan 2, which is not merely a secondary phase. Even the subsequent Super Saiyan 3 is a reality, though my certainty diminishes for the stages that follow. Trunks, with a mouth agape as if he could fit an egg within, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. He had initially believed that full power was the pinnacle of strength, only to discover that there was yet a greater level to attain. The ultimate limit of the Super Saiyan remains a mystery to all. Hence, as Chen Gu gazed into Trunks' eyes, he added, if you seek to grow stronger, I can illuminate the path for you, yet the journey ultimately rests in your hands. Chen Gu glanced elsewhere and slowly remarked, I believe that both Wukong and your father, Vegeta, will continuously grow stronger. Otherwise, they risk being outpaced. I hope that when we meet again in the future, you will astonish me. Trunks listened to Chen Gu's words and then recalled the adorable smile of Mai, which gradually relaxed his expression. He nodded toward Chen Gu and said with a smile, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Enough with the formalities, Chen Gu replied. By the way, what brings you to me? Trunks slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot. Mom sent me to ask you to come down for dinner. All right, let us go. Chen Gu patted Trunks on the shoulder and then retrieved a universal capsule from his belt, handing it to Trunks. This contains my preliminary thoughts on the training issues concerning Super Saiyans. It may not be entirely comprehensive, but I present it to you. Thank you, teacher. Trunks exclaimed joyfully. And together, the two descended from the rooftop and made their way indoors. Upon entering the house, all the occupants turned their gaze toward Chen Gu. They then stood up and bowed deeply to him, including Mai and several unfamiliar individuals clad in military uniforms. Sun Wukong said, we are grateful for Chen Gu's assistance. Without it, Earth might have remained in dire straits for much longer. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Gu smiled softly, stating that his arrival here was merely a fortuitous happenstance, and he was willing to lend assistance whenever possible. Moreover, he observed that there were individuals akin to him in his own world, and he could not remain indifferent to their plight. Please, sit down and eat. This food has been preserved for us, Trunks remarked. All right. Chen Gu nodded in agreement. Once Chen Gu was seated, Bulma inquired, Chen Gu, Trunks wishes to train alongside you. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Chen Gu was about to respond when Trunks earnestly interjected, Mom, I've discussed it with my teacher, and I've ultimately decided to train in this world. Bulma, however, was persistent, questioning, is it that Chen Gu is reluctant to let you go? Surely not. That would be rather petty. Chen Gu raised an eyebrow and instinctively remarked, I have discussed this matter with Trunks. If he insists on going, then he might as well spend some time training. After all, he possesses a time machine and can return at any moment. Trunks, the Dragon Ball warriors in my world are significantly stronger than those here. If you decide to go, you may learn a great deal. Of course, the choice is entirely yours. Chen Gu took a sip of water. Trunks paused for a moment and said, all right, teacher, I am indeed curious to experience your world. Let us go together, but do not keep those waiting for you too long. Chen Gu cast a discreet glance at Xiao Wu and smiled. Trunks also stole a glance at Xiao Wu, noticing her blushing and looking at him. causing him to awkwardly scratch his head. Understood, teacher. Since the disappearance of the androids, the sun on Earth seemed to have become more vibrant, shining down on the land each day. On this particular day, Chen Gu donned a white training outfit, secured at the waist with a somewhat worn belt. Standing beside him was Trunks, clad in a denim jacket, with a small pouch containing a universal capsule attached to his waist and a sharp sword slung across his back. Chen Gu looked at the time machine before him and said, "At last, I can return. Teacher, this is a special remedy that can cure viral heart disease. Since the timeline of your world precedes this moment, Uncle Wukong undoubtedly requires this." Trunks handed a vial of medicine to Chen Gu. After glancing at it a few times, Chen Gu directly placed it into his universal capsule. Observing the 10 or so individuals surrounding him, Chen Gu jested, "Is this really necessary? Do you truly need so many people to see me off?" "You are different, Chen Gu. Your assistance has been invaluable to us," Bulma replied earnestly, setting aside her playful demeanor. Chen Gu's expression grew serious. "The challenges facing Earth may be more numerous than you can imagine. I hope you can grow stronger. And I also look forward to our future encounters." With that, Chen Gu leaped onto the time machine, gazing at the array of buttons before him. He felt a tinge of confusion and murmured, "Without Trunks, I might truly be at a loss on how to operate this." Chen Gu raised his head and beheld Trunks engaged in conversation with Xiaowu, whose cheeks flushed increasingly crimson, as if she could burst into tears at any moment. Chen Gu was not in a hurry. He sat leisurely in his seat, delving into the intricacies of the time machine, though regrettably, he did not uncover anything of significance. Before long, Trunks soared to Chen Gu's side. "Have you finished?" Chen Gu inquired calmly. "Yes." Trunks nodded, yet the blissful expression on his face was impossible to conceal. Chen Gai, filled with exuberance, declared, "Let us embark." "Indeed." Trunks responded with equal enthusiasm. As the glass cover of the time machine sealed shut, Chen Gai called out to everyone, "The mountains remain steadfast, and the waters flow eternally. May we meet again by fate." The others gazed at Chen Gai with puzzled expressions before waving their hands in farewell. Chen Gu felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, then transitioned to waving. "Teacher, at which point in time shall we go?" Trunks continued to manipulate the controls on the machine before him, inquiring of Chen Gu. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment. "Let us consider the time when Frieza and his father, King Cold, descended upon Earth." He pondered internally, "I have slain Frieza. I wonder if King Cold will still arrive on Earth. All right." Trunks then began to deftly manipulate the keyboard, and before long, the time machine ascended directly into the air. As Chen Gu felt the machine rising, he suddenly inquired, "Is this truly all right?" Trunks, observing their ascent, expressed a hint of uncertainty. "This is my first time using it. Theoretically, it should be fine. Practically, it ought to be fine as well." Chen Gu's facial muscles twitched slightly as he murmured, "I hope nothing goes awry." Just as the time machine ascended to approximately 20 meters above the ground, it suddenly whooshed and vanished from sight. The Dragon Ball warriors watched as Chen Gu and Trunks departed. Chen Gu suddenly felt as though he had lost consciousness. After a brief moment, his awareness returned to the body of Lu. Observing his surroundings, he found himself amidst a landscape of earthy yellow hills, devoid of any structures. Gazing ahead, he was met with a group of individuals standing together, their eyes fixed upon him and Trunks, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Chen Gu gazed at Piccolo and Vegeta before him, a smile gracing his lips after a long absence. As the time machine descended, its glass door gradually creaked open. Chen Gu slowly said, "It has been a long time since we last met." Piccolo, with his arms crossed over his chest, snorted coldly, "You, having vanished for so long, still remember to return." Beside him, Vegeta, Gohan, Tien, and Krillin greeted Chen Gu with smiles, yet their expressions bore an underlying tension. Chen Gu smiled and said, "Have you come to fetch me?" It is quite a lovely thought. After nearly 2 years apart, their audacity has certainly grown. Vegeta snorted coldly in response. Chen Gu contemplated for a moment and murmured, "Indeed, how could you possibly know I would return at this particular moment?" Krillin responded, "We sensed 2 powerful currents of energy approaching Earth, and thus we hurried here. To our surprise, we did not encounter those 2 potent forces. Instead, we encountered you, Chen Gu." 2 powerful currents of energy? Chen Gu pondered. Did Frieza not perish? I have seen him in the afterlife. Who could it possibly be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Gu began to scrutinize the individuals before him. Chen Gu gazed upon the assembly before him, his eyes traversing each individual with a measured scrutiny, settling upon Vegeta. He remarked, "Impressive, Vegeta, you have attained a strength of 6 million. Humph. I am the Prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta declared with an air of confidence. "Oh?" I wonder if you have transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? Chen Gu inquired, raising an eyebrow as he continued. A slight smirk danced upon Vegeta's lips as he replied. You shall find out shortly. He then fell silent, casting a haughty glance elsewhere. Trunks observed this unfamiliar father figure. Curiosity etched upon his face as he fixated his gaze upon Vegeta. Chen Gu felt the immense fighting power of 120 million emanating from Piccolo and smiled at him. Piccolo, however, merely cast a glance at Chen Gu, choosing to ignore him. Chen Gu and Trunks emerged from the time machine, with Trunks promptly stowing it away. Chen Gu approached Gohan, affectionately ruffling his hair. Gohan, it appears you have been diligently training. Your battle power has reached an impressive 1,000,000. At your age, my own strength was far less formidable. Gohan bashfully smiled, pointing towards Trunks as he inquired, Brother Chen Gu, who is this gentleman? Is he your friend? The others, too, regarded Trunks with curiosity. Trunks observed the shy Gohan before him, a stark contrast to the formidable elder brother he recalled. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am Trunks, the disciple of Master Chen Gu. Trunks refrained from elaborating further, merely introducing himself. At that moment, Raditz approached Chen Gu, exclaiming with a grin, Chen Gu. It has been quite some time. Indeed, Raditz. I never anticipated your strength would soar to 2,000,000. Impressive. Chen Gu responded, smiling. Trunks. Hearing Chen Gu address him as Raditz, scrutinized him more closely. In Trunks' memory, Raditz had perished long ago at the hands of Goku. It seems the histories of different timelines truly diverge. Trunks mused inwardly. Chen Gu continued to savor the essence of Tianjin rice, Krillin, dumplings, and Yamcha. Tianjin rice boasted a power level of 150, Krillin held a level of 130, dumplings possessed a strength of 60, while Yamcha was at 52. Chen Gu nodded in acknowledgement towards each of them, and they reciprocated his gestures. Where's Goku? He pondered, scanning the surroundings in search of him but finding no trace. Krillin shrugged slightly, remarking, I heard from the Kai that Goku returned once, using the dragon to revive us all, yet none of us had the chance to see him. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu revealed a faint smile and murmured, It seems that Wukong has perfected his instant transmission. I truly anticipate what lies ahead. I wonder how much he has grown. Here it comes, Vegeta announced, gazing into the distance. Before them, a colossal spacecraft descended slowly, stirring up the dust on the ground with a resonant whoosh. The group's earlier elation dissipated, and their expression shifted to one of vigilance as they regarded the approaching vessel. Chen Gu carefully sensed the energy around him, one emanating a strength of approximately 100 million, while another seemed to possess around 470 million. He murmured to himself, Who could this be? Why do I have no recollection? What is the matter, teacher? Trunks inquired, having overheard Chen Gu's murmurs. Chen Gu replied, Did you perceive the intensity of the aura from those two individuals? Trunks nodded. One possesses a strength of 100 million, while the other boasts 470 million. Such power should hardly warrant the teacher's attention, right? A lightness appeared on Trunks' face. The others, upon hearing Trunks' words, regarded Chen Gu with astonishment, as if they were eager to discern the extent of his strength. Is a power of 470 million insufficient to capture Chen Gu's notice? Just how formidable must he be? Piccolo pondered, his gaze fixed on Chen Gu. Vegeta snorted, merely posturing. Yet, he discreetly endeavored to gauge Chen Gu's aura, yearning to comprehend the depths of his might. Although Chen Gu maintained his full power, his aura remained utterly concealed, as if he were a being devoid of any discernible presence. Chen Gu merely flashed a sly smile at everyone without offering a response. Instead, he turned to Trunks and remarked, The one worth 100 million is likely Frieza's father. I am rather curious about the other individual. Let us go and see. After all, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave them waiting. With a slight curl of his lip, he took the lead and soared towards the spacecraft, with Trunks following closely behind. Vegeta, not wishing to challenge Chen Gu's words, silently trailed in his wake. The others also directly followed Chen Gu as they ascended towards the spacecraft. Chen Gufei did not fly swiftly. Trunks assumed that Chen Gufei was deliberately flying slowly to wait for the Dragon Ball warriors. Once the group caught up, they continued their journey at a leisurely pace. Gohan, observing Chen Gufei's white and yellow hair along with his azure eyes, inquired curiously, Brother Chen Gufei, why do you maintain your Super Saiyan form? Are you training? The others also turned their attention to Chen Gufei. Vegeta, astonished within, thought, This fellow. The Super Saiyan form consumes tremendous energy, and it is impossible to maintain it for long. Moreover, the ki emanating from him is exceedingly difficult to control. As he contemplated this, Vegeta once again sensed Chen Gufei's ki and exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be possible?" The group fixed their gazes on the astonished Vegeta, with Trunks also looking towards him. Ignoring the attention of others, Vegeta exclaimed, how can you maintain the Super Saiyan state indefinitely? Furthermore, I cannot sense even a trace of your ki." At this point, Piccolo's face turned a shade of purple, and he gasped, "You have achieved this level. What is it?" Gohan looked around innocently, waiting for someone to provide an explanation. It is common knowledge that all living beings possess ki. Tien, who had been silent for ages, slowly spoke up, eliciting nods from the others. He continued, "The stronger a person's ki, the more formidable they are, as we can clearly perceive Piccolo's strength. However, the stronger one becomes, the more challenging it is to suppress their ki. If Chen Gufei is indeed suppressing his ki, there would invariably be some leakage, rendering it impossible for us to sense none at all. Yet, it feels as if he does not exist at all. This is utterly astounding." Tien's 3 eyes seemed to attempt to penetrate Chen Gufei's being, but alas, he could discern nothing. The group took a moment to fully absorb the situation, their faces reflecting astonishment. Even Trunks gazed at Chen Gufei in surprise, for he had previously believed that this phenomenon was exclusive to the full power of a Super Saiyan, only to discover it was not due to full power at all. Gohan, noticing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, glanced around and, with a hint of remorse, asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Chen Gu approached and gently touched Sun Wukong's head, offering a reassuring smile. "It is not your fault." He then turned to the others and continued, "Let us first address the initial question regarding how I have managed to sustain my Super Saiyan form. This is a technique I have developed through extensive research on the Super Saiyan transformation. While the Super Saiyan state provides a 50-fold increase in power, it is notoriously difficult to control and imposes a significant toll on one's body, making it challenging to maintain for extended periods." Chen Gu spoke eloquently. "Currently, I refer to my state as Super Saiyan full power, which I consider the pinnacle of Super Saiyan transformation. Although it does exert some strain on my body, it is manageable, allowing me to better harness the true essence of Super Saiyan strength." Chen Gu elaborated further. "Moreover, this state reciprocally nourishes my body, enabling it to absorb Super Saiyan energy, akin to perpetually being in a training phase." This thought lingered in Chen Gu's mind, though he chose to keep it to himself. Vegeta, unable to conceal his skepticism, scoffed. "Humph." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Chen Gu's current form, as if he were determined to thoroughly analyze the essence of Super Saiyan full power. Chen Gu smiled gently and continued to elucidate, regarding everyone's second question, "You cannot perceive any aura from me." In an instant, everyone's ears perked up with curiosity. In truth, when one attains full power as a Super Saiyan, one is in a constant state of training. For instance, while I was flying just now, I was able to achieve the same flying speed with significantly less aura than you all. This demonstrates a refined mastery over both the body and aura, Chen Gu explained thoughtfully. Soon after, a yellow orb of light manifested from Chen Gu's injury, resembling the most ordinary energy wave. However, this energy wave subsequently split into numerous slender strands, each coalescing once more into distinct energy waves. Chen Gu clasped his hand, and the chi vanished instantly. Observing the earnest expressions of those around him, he smiled and remarked, "This is the effect of achieving an exquisite mastery over chi. In battle, this allows one to exercise perfect control over their chi, conserving every ounce of excess energy while unleashing maximum power." "Yet, you still haven't explained why I cannot sense your chi," Clint said, scratching his bald head and shaking it in confusion. "In truth, I have already conveyed the most crucial part," Chen Gu replied, turning his gaze towards Clint. "Just say it plainly. You're leaving me quite bewildered." Raditz interjected. Chen Gu helplessly shook his head. "To be precise, when I can master every ounce of chi within me, I will be able to completely contain my chi within my body, thus preventing any chi from leaking out. Simultaneously, my strength will continuously grow as I control my body's chi. Is such a thing truly possible?" Sun Wukong swallowed hard and asked quietly. "Of course, it is possible. Am I not an example?" Chen Gu retorted. Trunks gazed at Chen Gu with admiration, his heart resolute. "My teacher is indeed remarkable. There is still so much for me to learn." Joining my teacher on this journey was undeniably the right choice. Seeing everyone lost in contemplation, Chen Gu silently smiled. In truth, these insights were derived from his observations of his own body's transformations. Ever since Chen Gu ascended to full power as a Super Saiyan, the chi within him had been continuously absorbed, leaving no excess chi to escape. While the group was deep in thought, a sudden explosion in the distance drew their attention. Chen Gu assessed the explosion's magnitude and said, "Let us first address the pressing matter at hand. We can discuss training later." Understood. The group nodded in agreement. They then accelerated towards the direction of the spaceship. Before long, they arrived at the site of the spacecraft. Before them stood a colossal spaceship, surrounded by countless smaller vessels, reminiscent of a galactic battle from a sci-fi epic. Chen Gu looked at the colossal spaceship and, upon noticing the two figures in the center, spoke up, "Let us proceed and take a closer look." With that, he soared directly towards the heart of the spacecraft, closely followed by Trunks. Vegeta and the others trailed behind as well. Krillin, feeling a twinge of panic, exclaimed, "Shouldn't we first assess the situation?" Observing that everyone else was moving ahead, he hurriedly added, "Hey, wait for me." As Chen Gu and his companions landed, they focused their gaze on the two individuals before them. One of them, adorned with curved horns and a prominent nose reminiscent of Frieza's, possessed a tail and bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form. This figure watched them with a mocking expression, and Chen Gu surmised that he must be King Cold, emanating an aura of approximately 100 million in strength. "Hey, are you the Saiyans who killed my son Frieza?" King Cold inquired, his tone dripping with disdain. After Chen Gu concluded his observation of the Kurdish queen, his gaze shifted directly to the young man beside the Kurdish king. His mouth was obscured by a mask, and his eyes bore a chilling intensity, as if devoid of any emotion save for indifference. His shoulders jutted out like a protective chest, and from his back protruded two horns, while his arms resembled sharp blades extending outward. "How peculiar he appears. Is this Gula, the brother of Frieza?" Chen Gu pondered within. Noticing Chen Gu's disregard, the Kurdish king unleashed a wave of energy directed at him. Chen Gu's eyes remained fixed on Gula, and when the king's energy wave approached, he exhibited no signs of evasion. Just as the energy wave was about to strike Chen Gu, it quietly dissipated, as if consumed by an unseen force. The Kurdish king was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Gula's cold gaze seemed to harbor a flicker of astonishment. At this moment, Chen Gu redirected his gaze from Gula to King Kurd, who swallowed nervously, unable to meet Chen Gu's eyes. Chen Gu flashed a mischievous smile, but refrained from striking. Instead, he turned to those behind him and inquired, "Who among you wishes to step forward?" The combat power stands at 100 million. Vegeta merely focused on Gula, dismissing him with a curt remark, "Your strength is too feeble. I have no interest." It seemed as though Vegeta's sole aim was Gula. Yet Gula's attention remained fixated on Chen Gu. "Allow me to take on this challenge," Piccolo stated slowly. Chen Gu nodded slightly, noting that Piccolo's combat power was 120 million, comparable to that of King Cold. Both individuals hailed from remarkable races within the universe, suggesting that there should be no issues. Trunks, with his arms crossed, stood quietly to the side, observing intently. Every battle possesses valuable lessons. It would be wise to observe closely. At that moment, Chen Gu's voice reached his ears. "Yes, teacher." Trunks adjusted his previous demeanor. Chen Gu gazed at the surrounding spacecraft and the multitude of combat personnel, directly employing telepathic communication to convey, "Everyone, eliminate those combatants and ships around us." The crowd exchanged glances, and in an instant, they dispersed. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions and anguished cries. Trunks observed the group's unflappable rhythm and mused, "Is this the difference in our capabilities? This is my ability, telepathic communication. It enables them to collaboratively address those combatants." Chen Gu's voice resonated directly within Trunks' mind. Trunks nodded in understanding. Piccolo soared to the forefront, shedding his gravity suit, and landed before King Cold. With a mighty shout, he split into two, launching an assault on King Cold. Trunks, initially taken aback by Piccolo's division, soon sensed that each incarnation possessed a power level of approximately 9,600,000, prompting him to glance at Chen Gu in confusion. Chen Gu observed the two beaks and naturally sensed the diminishing aura of Beak. When he noticed Beak being incessantly attacked from both sides, the corners of his mouth twitched as he remarked, "They must be honing their skills against Kurd Wong." Trunks displayed an expression of sudden realization. Chen Gu felt the aura of Piccolo. Although it had diminished somewhat, the intensity of 96 million was still formidable. He murmured to himself, "I should learn this technique from him later. Even if it only harnesses 80% of my true strength, it might prove quite useful at times." He turned to Trunks and inquired, "Have you noticed that Piccolo's aura has lessened? Yet, did you realize that each one possesses 80% of their true power?" "Indeed," Trunks responded, his demeanor becoming more serious. Chen Gu continued, "If I am not mistaken, the consumption of stamina would also decrease." Trunks' eyes brightened at this revelation, So, if I understand correctly, after splitting, I could manifest two forms, each wielding 80% of my true power. They could both transform into Super Saiyans, which would be incredibly advantageous when facing numerous opponents. Chen Gu and Trunks exchanged a glance, simultaneously exclaiming, "Learn." Before long, two Piccolos relentlessly attacked King Cold, flanking him from both sides. King Cold appeared to be a warrior lacking in combat prowess. Despite possessing great strength, he demonstrated a remarkable ineptitude in harnessing his own power. As the spirited Piccolos pressed their assault, King Cold shouted, "Gula, come to my aid." Yet Gula merely stood still, coldly fixating on Chen Gu, making no move to assist. Meanwhile, King Cold and the fighters he had brought were swiftly annihilated by the Dragon Ball warriors. In an instant, chaos erupted, with explosions resounding all around. Apart from the Dragon Ball warriors engaged in subduing the fighters and the Piccolos battling King Cold, only Chen Gu and Trunks remained, standing quietly as if everything was well within their control. Vegeta, on the other hand, was intently observing Gula, who, in turn, was fixated on Chen Gu. Chen Gu cast his gaze anew upon Gula and inquired, "Why do you stare at me so intently? Do you wish to engage in a duel?" Without uttering another word, Gula surged forward with remarkable speed, reaching Chen Gu in the blink of an eye. Chen Gu's right hand slowly rose, only to gradually descend once more. Gula, standing before him, wore a perplexed expression, seemingly bewildered by Chen Gu's sudden retreat of his hand. With a faint smile, Chen Gu replied, "Why don't you deal with him first?" He then gestured towards Vegeta, who was launching a punch at Gula. In an instant, a golden Vegeta appeared to Chen Gu's left, his fist instinctively driving towards Gula as he proclaimed, "This is mine." Chen Gu lightly stepped back and fell behind. As Vegeta's words faded, Gula merely turned slightly, raising his knee to strike Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, in pain, collapsed to the ground, reverting from his Super Saiyan form and losing consciousness. Now, the insignificant adversary has been dealt with. It is our turn. Gula had not cast a glance at Vegeta, his gaze fixed solely upon Chen Gu, as if he had encountered someone of undeniable importance. "Are you certain you wish to engage me?" Chen Gu wore a faint smile, seemingly seeking to confirm Gula's intentions. Gula, furrowing his brow, felt his aura surge with fury, exclaiming, "Ha!" A formidable wave of energy radiated outward from Gula, causing the surrounding fighters and spacecraft to disintegrate and be hurled away. Yet, Chen Gu and Trunks remained steadfast in their positions, as if merely brushed by a gentle breeze. Chen Gu concealed his smile and slowly extended his hand, saying, "I understand. Come forth." In an instant, Gula gathered all his might and charged directly at Chen Gu, his fist exuding an overwhelming force. Chen Gu slightly inclined his body and, with a graceful slide, maneuvered to Gula's right side. Chen Gu observed the momentum generated by the force of his punch and remarked casually, "This strike could likely obliterate an entire planet." Subsequently, golden flames erupted from the tips of two fingers on his right hand, which he gently pressed against Gula's waist. Gula's eyes bulged, and he sprayed water as he was propelled backward, completely devoid of his earlier indifferent demeanor. Then, with a swift step, Chen Gu appeared behind Gula in an instant and stated coolly, "This is the consequence of provoking me." He then plunged his fingers directly into Gula's heart. A pain cry escaped Gula's lips, accompanied by blood flowing from his mouth. Chen Gu withdrew his hand from Gula's chest and swiftly gathered energy in his right hand. Ha! A yellow energy wave materialized in Chen Gu's grasp. In the blink of an eye, Gula was reduced to nothingness. Having accomplished this, Chen Gu seemed to regard it as a trivial act. With a flicker, he returned to Trunks' side. Krillin and the others, sensing the disappearance of Gula's energy, gasped in astonishment. So swift. Chen Gu's power is truly unfathomable. Observing Gula's swift demise at Chen Gu's hands, King Cool took advantage of Piccolo's distraction and fled into the sky, exclaiming in terror, "Hurry! Hurry!" Piccolo panted heavily, yet his two clones could not catch up to King Cool's speed. Chen Gu furrowed his brow and called out, "Trunks." "Yes, Master." Trunks responded, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. In stark contrast to Chen Gu's lack of aura, Trunks, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, emanated an overwhelming power of 4 billion, causing those around him to remain motionless, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon them. Tien and the others gazed at Trunks in astonishment, as if everything before them were merely a dream. In an instant, Trunks unsheathed his sword and, in less than a second, caught up with King Cold. With swift precision, he sliced King Cold into 12 pieces. Then, with a rapid sequence of hand signs, he unleashed a yellow energy wave that directly struck King Cold, causing his form to gradually dissipate into the air. Having accomplished this, Trunks reverted from his Super Saiyan state and returned to Chen Gu's side. Gazing at him with a sense of anticipation, Chen Gu slowly remarked, "It is acceptable." However, there was some energy wastage. It was unnecessary to expend such formidable power to defeat him. Indeed, Master. Trunks thoughtfully reflected on his recent combat experience and spoke earnestly. The surrounding Dragon Ball warriors, who had been clearing the aftermath of the battle, listened intently to their exchange, their mouths agape in astonishment, yet remained silent. Piccolo, too, gazed at the duo with surprise. And after absorbing their conversation, he quietly positioned himself to the side. Chen Gu took out a pouch of divine beans from his bosom and approached Vegeta, who lay unconscious. He fed one bean to the slumbering warrior and then tossed another to Trunks, saying, "Here, take this." "Wait, didn't you already give me one?" Trunks asked, momentarily taken aback. "Humph. Don't think I'm unaware that you've given divine beans to your father and the others." "Enough. I have plenty of these. You should keep it." Chen Gu waved his hand dismissively. Feeling a bit sheepish, Trunks scratched his head and replied, "All right. Thank you, teacher." He then walked directly to Piccolo's side and handed him a divine bean. Piccolo, without any pretense, accepted the bean and responded, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I would like to learn the multiplication technique from you, if I may," Trunks stated candidly. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively replied, "Of course." Trunks continued, "The teacher wishes to learn as well. May we do it together?" "Certainly," Piccolo replied in a calm manner. Chen Gu glanced at Trunks, thinking, "This young man certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics. By presenting him with a senzu bean, he will be unlikely to refuse to learn the multiplication technique from me." Yamcha chuckled and remarked, "I never expected Trunks to be a Saiyan as well. Chen Gu, your choice in disciples is quite discerning. Finding such a formidable apprentice is no easy feat." Chen Gu smiled slightly. "Fortunately, it is primarily due to fate, and Trunks possesses remarkable talent." The crowd gazed at Trunks with expressions of envy, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. At that moment, Vegeta, propped up by his head, gradually regained consciousness. Looking around in a daze, Vegeta is awake," Yamcha exclaimed, pointing at him. Everyone turned their attention to Vegeta. Trunks, feeling shy, explained, "Those individuals have already been dealt with. There is nothing to worry about." "What?" Vegeta shook his head, recalling the events that had just transpired. His face instantly flushed with embarrassment and anger. "How infuriating. I cannot believe the disparity in your strengths is evident. It is no surprise that you were defeated so swiftly." Trunks continued to analyze. However, Vegeta's face grew even redder. He leaned close to Trunks, grasped his collar, and shouted, "What do you know? I, the Prince of the Saiyans, did not even manage to land a single blow against him. How outrageous." Trunks allowed Vegeta to grip his collar, looking at him in confusion. In Trunks' mind, as long as the problem was resolved, there was no issue with being defeated due to insufficient strength. Krillin observed Vegeta grasping Trunks' collar and recalled the overwhelming aura that Trunks had exuded moments ago. He couldn't help but gulp nervously, hesitating to speak, while also breaking into a cold sweat for Vegeta. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta's hand and said helplessly, "If you wish to fall unconscious again, feel free to act." "What do you mean?" Vegeta turned to Piccolo. Yamcha chimed in, "Just now. King Cold was eliminated in an instant by him, and his power undoubtedly surpasses yours. That kind of trash with a power level of 100 million. I could defeat in a heartbeat," Vegeta retorted defiantly, eyeing Trunks. "I must see just how strong you truly are." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks beheld his father and then cast a questioning glance at Chen Gu, who nodded with a hint of resignation. Understanding the implication, Trunks slowly said, "I apologize." No sooner had he spoken than a figure appeared out of thin air between Trunks and Vegeta. The individual, clad in peculiar attire, appeared exceptionally robust. Chen Gu regarded the smiling figure before him with a gentle smile of his own. "Well, everyone, it has been quite a while." The figure greeted with a cheerful demeanor. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Krillin exclaimed, "It's been a long time, Goku." Everyone appeared to be in good spirits. Goku's gaze shifted to each person in turn. "Dad." Gohan beamed as he rushed into Goku's embrace. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, laughing, "Gohan has grown up and become quite strong. I've been training diligently," Gohan replied proudly. Goku nodded with a smile, then turned his attention to Trunks beside him. Who might you be?" Trunks looked at Goku with respect and said, "Hello. My name is Trunks. I am a student of Master Chen Gu." "Master Chen Gu's student?" Goku's eyes widened in surprise before returning to normal. "Hello, I am Son Goku, a junior disciple of Master Chen Gu." Trunks understood and nodded, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Goku." Chen Gu also nodded at Wukong, saying, "It has been a long time, Wukong. Your cultivation has reached an impressive depth. However, compared to my senior brother, there is still a considerable distance to cover." Wukong gazed at Chen Gu, feeling his aura steadily rising with a palpable sense of battle intent. "Senior brother, it has indeed been a while. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Wukong immediately elevated his own energy to its utmost limit. Chen Gu experienced an overwhelming intensity, approximately 50 million. He exchanged a glance with Trunks and then unleashed his aura, directing it forcefully upon Goku. It was evident that beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Goku's face, and before long, he could no longer withstand the pressure, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. The surrounding onlookers felt the weight of Goku's formidable energy, struggling to breathe under its force. Vegeta, too, instantaneously entered his Super Saiyan state. Yet he remained immobilized by the overwhelming pressure. Chen Gu continued to exert pressure on Wukong, and soon, Wukong's aura became somewhat unstable. With a powerful shout, Wukong's momentum surged dramatically, unleashing his full combat power of 2.5 billion without reservation, accompanied by a continuous rise in strength. "This is the form I attained through my training, surpassing the Super Saiyan state, what you referred to earlier as the Super Saiyan second level," Wukong proclaimed with pride. "Impressive. But how about this?" Chen Gu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he intensified his own aura even further. Wukong struggled to maintain his stance until he could no longer endure the pressure, at which point Chen Gu released him and asked, "Now, do you still wish to fight me?" Wukong scratched his head, filled with respect, and said, "Indeed, you are my senior. I originally thought I could surpass you this time. Even if I didn't, I believed I could reach the same level as you, yet I find myself outpaced once more. Enough of that self-deprecation. You are already quite formidable." Chen Gu chuckled. At that moment, Trunks stepped forward and asked Wukong, "Mr. Wukong, may I spar with you?" Wukong, taken aback, nodded, "Sure. I am curious about your strength so I can control the intensity of my energy to avoid harming you." "There's no need for that. Please unleash your full power," Trunks replied earnestly. Wukong raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Noting the unchanging expressions of both Trunks and Chen Gu, he hesitantly agreed. "If that is the case, let us begin." Trunks slowly heightened his energy, creating a gust of wind around them. After a moment, he announced, "Come at me." "All right," Wukong exclaimed, and in an instant, the two clashed. Observing their intense melee, Chen Gu's eyes curved slightly as he smiled silently. Initially, they merely tested each other's abilities, with Wukong expressing surprise. "You can actually keep up with my speed." Seeing Trunks smile, Wukong continued to raise his energy. Before long, their energy levels reached an astonishing intensity of 50 million. Wukong was now exerting his full strength, while Trunks matched him with a similar level of energy. Their powers seemed to stabilize at this intensity as they exchanged blows. Trunks appeared to be assimilating combat experience from his previous encounters with Chen Gu, while Wukong considered that if he grew stronger, he would have no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan, fearing that such a sudden increase in power might overwhelm Trunks. However, Wukong gradually found himself struggling against Trunks' techniques, while Trunks grew increasingly adept, his combat skills sharpening with each exchange. The training and insights Chen Gu had provided to Trunks regarding Super Saiyan transformations were being realized in real time. With a resolute shout, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, then swiftly appeared behind Trunks, executing a spinning kick that sent Trunks flying. "Did I strike too hard?" Wukong pondered, gazing at Trunks as he soared through the air. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Trunks softly remarked, "This version of Mr. Wukong is indeed formidable." He then transformed into a Super Saiyan with an exuberant ha, and hovered in midair. "What?" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Vegeta echoed, incredulous, as he had been unconscious and missed Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan. "How can there be another Saiyan? And one who has transformed into a Super Saiyan? This is impossible." Vegeta frowned, his face a mask of displeasure. "Haha, I never expected you to be a Saiyan as well. My senior has found a Saiyan as his disciple. What a surprise." Wukong laughed heartily. Trunks interjected, "I'm half Saiyan. A hybrid of Saiyan and human. I'll elaborate on that later." "Shall we continue?" "Absolutely," Wukong shouted, unleashing his full energy. Trunks suppressed his own to around 2.5 billion and charged toward Wukong. As Chen Gu was engrossed in the moment, he suddenly felt a forceful clap on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Vegeta, who had seemingly appeared from the distance. "Is there something you need?" Chen Gu inquired nonchalantly. Vegeta, displaying signs of emotional turmoil, questioned, "Who is he? How can he transform into a Super Saiyan? Aren't we the only ones? Why are there others?" "Well, he did mention that he is half Saiyan. A hybrid of Saiyan and human," Chen Gu replied. So, you mean to say? Vegeta regarded Chen Gu with a hint of skepticism. Chen Gu glanced at Vegeta, who accepted the situation and nodded. Indeed. Is he truly your son? Vegeta was taken aback. What? My son? Chen Gu's body trembled, nearly losing his balance. And he inwardly cursed. What kind of reasoning is this? Vegeta, with a look of disbelief, retorted, do not deceive me. There are only a few of us Saiyans. Goku is married, and his son is Gohan. As for me, I have not wed. As he spoke, Vegeta glanced at Raditz, further dismissing the notion, he came with you. And he is a half-breed. If he is not your son, then whose could he possibly be? Chen Gu's face twitched slightly, and he then compelled himself to remain calm. Thinking, what if my son could grow this large in an instant? Vegeta was rendered speechless. Such a large son defied all logic. Chen Gufu rested his head in resignation and remarked, all right, cease your speculations. I will explain later. In any case, he is not my son. Vegeta, still harboring doubts, returned to his original position. Chen Gu cast a glance at Vegeta and shook his head. Just then, he caught sight of Piccolo, whose gaze was filled with an oddity as he regarded Chen Gu. At that moment, Chen Gu was rendered speechless. Suddenly, a tremendous wave reverberated through the sky, sending everyone hurtling in all directions. Ha ha, impressive, came Goku's voice from above. Mr. Goku is quite formidable as well. Trunks' voice floated down gently. Chen Gu observed as the two combatants descended slowly, with Wukong panting heavily while Trunks exhibited only a slight breathlessness. Wukong, how does my disciple fare? Chen Gu inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wukong glanced at Trunks and replied earnestly, his talent is remarkable. He is truly formidable. Trunks beamed at Wukong's praise. But when he instinctively glanced towards his father, he found Vegeta glaring at the three of them with an expression so dark it seemed as though he might devour them whole. In the aftermath of their recent battle, a cloud of dust had been stirred up, and as the dust settled, the onlookers emerged, making their way towards the trio. Krillin, exasperated, remarked, could you all please refrain from involving us? Observing the disheveled appearance of the crowd, Wukong scratched his head, flashing an innocent grin. My apologies, everyone. But, well, this isn't the first time, is it? I know you didn't do it on purpose. Yamcha waved his hand dismissively. Chen Gu suddenly recalled something and promptly retrieved the miraculous heart medication given by Trunks from his belt, tossing it to Goku. Goku deftly caught the vial and inquired, Senior brother, what is this? It is a remarkable medicine for heart disease. You will likely find it useful in the future, Chen Gu replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Chen Gu. Feeling uneasy under Piccolo's scrutiny, Chen Gu pondered, should I reveal Trunks' origins to them? They already know his name. But will that alter history? Oh, what am I thinking? My very existence has already changed the course of history. Furthermore, with Bulma absent, Vegeta will surely not be with her. It is quite possible that in this timeline, Trunks never existed at all. I might as well just say it outright. Suddenly, Chen Gu slapped his forehead, startling everyone. All right. We shall discuss the specifics when we return to Master Roshi. Chen Gu intended to mention returning to Bulma's home but hesitated to confront Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, thus altering his statement. Goku seemed to sense Chen Gu's inner turmoil and responded, Senior brother, actually, I have visited Bulma's house before. I met her parents and informed them about Bulma. Upon hearing these words, Chen Gu felt a pang of anxiety as he swallowed hard. They declared that, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Gu was their chosen son-in-law, and this situation was not his fault. They hoped he would return. I believe, Senior brother, that you should confront this rather than evade it. Wukong urged further. I understand. Chen Gu sighed deeply. Everyone else looked at him with concern etched on their faces. Chen Gu forced a smile, suggesting, let us return to the Kame house. It has been quite a while since we last saw Master Roshi. Indeed, Goku replied enthusiastically. Krillin chuckled, remarking, I've been training at Kame house all this time. That old lecher remains as he ever was. Upon hearing the term old lecher, everyone burst into laughter. They then joined hands, forming a circle, and Chen Gu sensed Master Roshi's aura, whisking everyone away in an instant. Just as they departed, Chen Gu unleashed an energy blast, obliterating every trace of the spacecraft that surrounded them. At Kame house, an elderly man clad in flamboyant attire was gyrating in front of the television, which displayed a group of female dancers performing aerobics. Beside Master Roshi lounged an old sea turtle and a pig-eared creature, basking in the sunlight while savoring the tranquility of Earth. With a sudden whoosh, a multitude of figures materialized, instantly filling Kame house to capacity. Master Roshi furrowed his brow beneath his sunglasses and turned abruptly. Upon recognizing the familiar faces before him, His initially perplexed expression transformed into one of delight. "Ah, you all have come. After such a long time without news, you all arrive at once. My house can hardly contain you." Chen Gu smiled as he greeted Master Roshi. "It's been quite a while. You still exude your usual charm." After speaking, he cast a glance at the television, throwing a knowing look towards Master Roshi. "Oh, come now." Master Roshi interjected, positioning himself in front of the screen and discreetly turning off the television. "Your strength now is unfathomable. Not even a trace of chi remains." The eyes behind Master Roshi's sunglasses seemed perpetually wise, and he then invited everyone to take a seat. "Well, it's been all right. Just a few opportunities over the years." Chen Gu waved his hand dismissively, then turned to pull Trunks closer to him. "I assume you all are already aware of Trunks' strength and background. Now, let me share some details you might not know." Piccolo narrowed his eyes, while Vegeta perked up, intrigued. Chen Gu cleared his throat. "The story begins from the moment I departed from the planet Adrat." "What? Are you suggesting he is a being from an alternate parallel universe?" Or, Kaelin glanced at Vegeta, noticing an indescribable expression on his face, as if he were contemplating the possibility that it was indeed Vegeta's son. "Indeed." Chen Gu picked up a glass of water from the table, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta, inwardly chuckling. "Previously, he claimed it was my son." "Huh." Vegeta fixed his gaze on Trunks for an extended moment before slowly articulating, "In another world, my son does not belong to this realm. How could I possibly be with that woman, Bulma?" "Well said," Chen Gu exclaimed, applauding. "In that world, I do not even exist, since I am present in this reality." It indicates that history is entirely divergent. It is highly probable that Trunks does not exist in this world at all. Furthermore, as he spoke, Chen Gu's expression grew resolute. "The Bulma of this parallel universe shall undoubtedly be my girlfriend." A formidable aura emanated from Chen Gu, as if each time the subject of Bulma arose, he would become remarkably steadfast. "Let us discuss this further after you rescue Bulma." Piccolo interjected unexpectedly from the side. Chen Gu rolled his eyes, then smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot." Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Chen Gu. Wukong inquired, "Brother, what is it?" "I suddenly remembered that there is something important I have yet to do." Chen Gu replied, glancing outside to find that night had fallen. He then looked at Kaelin and asked, "Are there any Dragon Balls collected on Earth?" "Oh, they were just gathered recently, just in case," Kaelin responded. "Where are they?" Chen Gu grasped Kaelin's hand eagerly. Kaelin pointed towards Master Roshi. Chen Gu inspected Master Roshi but found nothing and turned back to Kaelin, displaying a puzzled expression. I meant in the cabinet beneath the television behind Master Roshi." Kaelin scratched his head sheepishly. Chen Gu, with a silent shake of his head, circumvented Master Roshi. He crouched down and opened the cabinet, revealing 7 shimmering Dragon Balls within. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, at last. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the 7 Dragon Balls floated behind Chen Gu, gliding toward the exterior of the Kame house. This was a manifestation of the telekinetic skills he had acquired on planet Adrat. The others followed suit, trailing Chen Gu out of the Kame house. Chen Gu quietly gazed at the Dragon Balls before him, a twinge of anxiety creeping in as he uttered, "Come forth, Shenron." Upon his words, a beam of golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls. As he beheld the familiar figure of Shenron, before the dragon could utter his customary phrase, Chen Gu hastily interjected, "Please check the reincarnation information of someone named Bulma. Please wait." This time, Shenron directly responded to Chen Gu, seemingly frozen in place. Chen Gu understood that Shenron was searching for Bulma, his heart a mix of trepidation and excitement. After a considerable pause, Shenron's voice drifted back to him. "I'm sorry, I cannot find any information regarding the reincarnation of Bulma." "What?" Chen Gu exclaimed in shock. "Why was this? Was it a limitation of Shenron's abilities?" Goku turned to Shenron and inquired. Shenron, appearing to cast a glance at Goku, replied slowly, "I can locate all reincarnated beings on Earth. There is only one circumstance under which I cannot find someone." "What is it?" Chen Gu's expression darkened. Shenron continued, "That individual has not been reborn." Chen Gu fell into deep contemplation. The King of Hell had clearly stated that Bulma was sent for reincarnation. So why did the Divine Dragon assert otherwise? What was the true situation? Could it be that the King of Hell had deceived him? Humph. Chen Gu scoffed coldly and instantly vanished from his location. In the underworld, a rather more modest hall of the King of Hell stood at its center. The surrounding ruins remained starkly visible, and the former queue for souls had now transformed into barren land. A white figure materialized before the King of Hell, who, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "What brings you here? What transgressions did you commit in life?" Chen Gu, still alive, responded icily, his eyes fixed intently on the King of Hell. Upon hearing Chen Gu's reply, the king nearly lost his balance, staggering as he broke the chair beneath him. With astonishment, he gazed at Chen Gu. Chen Gu, how have you come here? Rest assured, I am not here to harm you this time. I have matters to discuss. Chen Gu replied, his patience worn thin as he sought clarity on Bulma's whereabouts. What do you mean? The king stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Do you recall what you said during our last encounter? Chen Gu asked coldly. The king pondered, furrowing his brow. I am uncertain as to what you refer. Humph. Chen Gu scoffed again. You claimed that Bulma was sent for reincarnation due to a lack of great merits. Is that true? His gaze bore into the king, as if seeking to uncover any deceit. Absolutely true. The king affirmed with a nod. What passed from my hands was indeed sent for reincarnation. Did you not already know of this? Indeed, I had inquired previously. However, Chen Gu's expression turned curious as he regarded the king. I asked the divine dragon, and it informed me that Bulma had not been reincarnated. Therefore, I seek an explanation from you. The divine dragon? The creation of the Namekians? The king of hell asked. Chen Gu nodded. Indeed. The king of hell furrowed his brow even deeper. How can this be possible? She was clearly sent to be reincarnated. The dragon, a creation of the Namekians, possesses the ability to fulfill any wish and is aware of the affairs of the universe. Do you truly believe it would utter falsehoods? Chen Gu scoffed. I have indeed heard of the dragon, and it is beyond doubt that it would not deceive. Yet, I am unclear about this matter. The king of hell shook his head. Furthermore, with the multitude of souls reporting to the underworld daily, why was it that not long after you sent Bulma to be reincarnated? Or is it that the situation is not as straightforward as it seems? Chen Gu pondered deeply, increasingly convinced that, according to the established lore of the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma could not have been sent for reincarnation so swiftly. The king of hell found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Gu gazed at the speechless king of hell, seemingly further convinced of his own thoughts. And in an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. The king of hell was forcefully pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Care to explain? He gasped, struggling to catch his breath. The ghostly messengers surrounding him stared in terror at the prostrate king of hell, their faces betraying their fear as they looked towards Chen Gu. Just moments ago, this very Chen Gu had obliterated the hall of the king of hell with a mere touch. They were not to be trifled with. Chen Gu approached a little closer, awaiting the response from the king of hell. Frieza is one of the most nefarious beings in the universe. And there exists a decree in the underworld that dictates all individuals associated with the most malevolent entities in the cosmos must be prioritized for handling after their demise. Ultimately, the king of hell sighed in resignation. Chen Gu cast a skeptical glance at the king of hell sprawled on the ground, contemplating. His demeanor does not suggest deceit, indicating that he indeed sent Bulma to reincarnate. Yet, why did the dragon god assert that Bulma did not undergo reincarnation? What transpired in this perplexing situation? Subsequently, Chen Gu retracted his imposing aura and, with a swift turn, vanished once more into the underworld. The king of hell, observing Chen Gu's disappearance, murmured to himself, "This young man has grown stronger again. I hope he does not stray from the righteous path. Otherwise, those capable of defeating him in the mortal realm are exceedingly few." As he surveyed the expressions of the surrounding ghostly messengers, the king of hell appeared unfazed, as if nothing had occurred. He naturally rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and resumed his seat with a stern command. Next, the turtle hermit's abode. The figure of Chen Gu once again materialized before the crowd, yet this time, he wore a furrowed brow. What is the matter, senior brother? Wukong inquired with concern. Chen Gu shook his head. I just visited the king of hell and inquired about the events that transpired. The king insists that he sent Bulma for reincarnation. Yet there must be some unknown circumstances that have occurred. The crowd exchanged glances, revealing expressions of helplessness. Chen Gu cast his gaze upon the divine dragon and spoke. O divine dragon, since you assert that Bulma has not been reincarnated, could you kindly assist me in uncovering her whereabouts? I shall make an attempt. The dragon's eyes glowed a deep crimson. Suddenly, it seemed as if the dragon had been struck by an unseen force, contracting sharply, and subsequently appeared to age considerably, losing the vibrant essence it once possessed. Regrettably, I am unable to fulfill this request. The dragon's voice emerged, tinged with an aged timbre. Chen Gu furrowed his brow and inquired, Why? What has transpired? I had just attempted to investigate an individual named Bulma, but was abruptly interrupted by a formidable force from a higher dimension. This dimensional power was exceedingly potent, and I too suffered a backlash. Synopsis. Having inadvertently arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, Chen Gu, despite becoming a Saiyan, possessed no remarkable talent. Initially believing he would fade into the annals of time, he discovered that after his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, a qualitative change occurred within his dimension and physique. Thus, the extraordinary journey of Chen Gu beyond the mundane commenced in earnest.